Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet, rocking the Fix It shirt today. Very cool. Thanks for being here, everybody. Come on in, relax, take it easy as we go ahead and play this awesome game right here at Satisfactory. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Sorry about that delay. That Polypop thing really screwed up my whole stream. Now I don't have my Satisfactory intro and all of that anymore. Lost forever, everybody. Oh well. I'm not gonna do it now. I'll fix it for next year. Thanks for coming in, hanging out, everybody. It is time. We're gonna try to do phase 5 completion today. Very exciting. We have set up all the things. I've showed you how I go in and build in a modular style. Oh, Reed showing some love there. Thank you for that love, by the way. I appreciate that. Previously. And so we've basically been letting it run for the last week. And so what it's been doing is all of these things here that go into the space elevator. And we were letting it run so it can finish. And it looks like it's working fine because I can see the power still on. I can see the accelerator still running over there. So that means it's been running for 7 days, just making resources, which is awesome, everybody. Because once it makes those high-end resources, it's going to start to backlog. And then it's going to backlog all the other resources as well, which is really, really fun way to play the game, everybody. It's just to let it run on the server, just run all the time, which is awesome. So let's say hello to everybody in chat. Let's get in. Wondering what's going to happen after I pull this lever. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Tell me nothing, everybody. There we go. I'm streaming live also, by the way, to Twitch, to YouTube, to X.com, aka Twitter, to Facebook, Kick, and Trovo in 1080 HD. I know, pretty crazy. Bringing you guys a little love, joy, and positivity into your day. Hopefully you guys are doing good. I know the holidays coming up here in the U.S., the Thanksgiving coming up here on Thursday. I hope you have a great time with your family, or at least survive spending time with your family and friends. One or the other, everybody. One or the other. You're welcome to come on in, relax with me as well. I'll be here Thanksgiving night because family will be off doing a whole bunch of stuff. And I'll be here all week long. I will be off on Fridays now again because we have moved our Throne and Liberty to Friday. We had a great time on Monday with the crew. We ran around, got into trouble yesterday in Throne and Liberty, and then we worked on a bunch of other stuff. I showed off all my spreadsheets that I had made for the game, getting a deeper insight, and then, of course, working on my alt character now. So I'm getting like double bonuses because I'm getting bonuses from both characters at the same time. Pretty awesome. Gonna go out and just have a great time in there. So we'll be back on Wednesday for that. But we're just getting started today, everybody. We're gonna get in there and get going. Thanks to Wombat for coming in, bringing that hype in. I don't know if Paul was in there. Paul very religiously in the chat. Yeah, there he is. There he is. I see him right there. Bam, right there. There's Paul. What's up, Paul? Thank you for coming in, hanging out. Thank you, Wombat, for coming in as well. There's 1,000 Kids Cats, the first peeps I see in the chat today. What's up, Wes? That's Mr. on you in the chat, showing that Love Train lurker. Fun. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for all the ones. Wes, Big Mike, Paul, let me know it's getting going. I know it's right about the holiday. We probably got a ton of stuff going on. Every year I just try to survive another year, everybody. I just try to, this lets me know that I made it another year and I made it another day. That's what I spend my time doing, everybody. Just trying to get another day. Just clawing my way out of bed, to say, okay, come on, let's go. Let's try to get another day, going on. So that's what I'm trying to do. Hopefully you guys are doing good. Eat Banana Bread says, what's up, kids in chat? I'm ready for some Satisfactory. I don't know about you, Eat Banana Bread. I want to see what happens when we pull this lever. I want to see. It's going to be fun. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. There's Paul. There's Rotisserie. Jay, what's up, Jay? Thanks for coming in, chilling out in the channel. We're going to have some fun tonight, everybody. I say we dive right in. Let's go. All right, here we are, everybody. Let's give you the quick tour of the current base. Right over here, you can see we've got our power over here. This is turbo fuel. Look at them all running over there. Nice. I love to see all the smoke coming out of the top of them. That means they're running. We got that all back up and working. We added a bunch of nuclear power. We've got our accelerator running here, as well as other accelerators and boosters. This is all of the storage for all of our various things that we're using along the way. And then, of course, we have our train bringing in our oil, water, a whole bunch of other stuff. And you can see that we have quite the factory going. But really, it's a minimalist factory because I'm trying to build the minimum amount and optimize my playthrough, because efficiency first, everybody. That's the official mandate from Fixit Corporate. So right now we have, whoa, what the heck? We got a problem here. Look at this. Our max cons is our capacity is only 28,000. Something's going on with our nuclear power. Because I can see our nuclear power is on, but it still stayed on anyway because it's using the battery power. Wow, that's pretty lucky because we added that battery power. So there's something definitely going on with nuclear power, because that should be like 60,000 right over there. But it doesn't matter because we got our achievement over there, which is to pull the lever on the space elevator. So glad that I added that extra battery power now. So glad I added it. Turn that down just a little bit. There we go. Let's go over here and pull the lever and see what happens. You guys were here in the epic moment where we finished phase 5 of the release version of Satisfactory. Here we go. Ada's got something to say.
Unsurprisingly, here's another presentation, but don't worry, I have improved it. This last delivery will be the most important action you have ever taken. Perhaps you want to take a moment to contemplate the gravity of your achievements.
Okay.
Alright, that's enough. This is
that's
the
all the
end
time
of
I
the
get?
Save the Day program. All you need to do is wait for the automated Phase 5 construction to complete. Simply throw the lever and further instructions will be supplied when relevant.
Do not do anything else, it says. All right, let's do it.
Phase 5 completed. Return to the space elevator after the resources have been processed and added to project assembly. Launch can then be initiated from there. While waiting, please do not break anything. Solve any issues immediately and efficiently. Ensure your power network is stable. Perhaps it is best if you do not touch anything at all. And stay close to the space elevator. This will only take a moment.
Okay, looks like they built a bunch of stuff up there. Looks like a ship up there. On this side right here, it looks like a ship or something. Okay, we should do that in real life, everybody. It's pretty cool. Whoa! Oh, what is this? Stabilizers, bus selector, oh, I don't know any of this. Heated seats. Look at the heated seats. Check oil. Check oil. Oil check. Set fuel injection level to 5. Fuel injection level is now to 5. Activate bus 1. Set less stabilizer to 9. Okay. Right stabilizer to 4. This was not in the game before, everybody. This is a release thing. Turn gyroscopic balancer on. Oh, X on. This one. What if you do this wrong, everybody? If it blows up. Y. And then Z. Preparation is complete. Launch project assembly. Launch.
Initiating project assembly. Assembly. Attaching cargo to main body.
Oh, this is the ship here in the center. Yeah, and that's going to be the attachment to the back of that ship.
Leveling inner and outer rings.
Oh, so cool!
Attaching propulsion to main body.
You can just see it, that was going to be the thruster. Oh, wait, it's that side. That side's the thruster.
Fuel lines connected. Attaching control center to main body.
Oh, that's the front of the ship. Okay.
Running systems check. All systems online. Releasing propulsion cage. Releasing clamps. Running pre-launch checks and calculating flight path. Locking in cargo. Launch in T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, liftoff.
I like the 3, 2, 1 at the end. That's nice. We did it! Go, baby! Save the Earth! Oh, it's giving me goosebumps. What is that? Oh, it opened like a portal, a wormhole. So cool. You guys were here in the moment. So cool! One day my kids will get to do that for real. When we learn how to bend space. Oh, I love how it bends. It warps through there. Okay.
Connection with QAR-437 nucleus established and stable. Dispersion initiated. Reinstancing master nucleus to QAR-436 Akicha, B1. Hello, this is Ada, your new local instance of Ada. On behalf of Ada, myself, and all of Fixit, I want to congratulate you on saving the day. Every single kitten and puppy would thank you if they could. You have proven yourself to be a worthwhile and productive member of the human race, and have contributed something to this universe that will forever change it. Thanks to your achievements, the next generation of pioneers can now take to the stars and construct, automate, explore and exploit, alongside me. Additionally, you have been promoted to local production manager, effective immediately.
I got a promotion!
Your duties to project assembly may be complete, but your duties to fix it remain. With your help, Fix-It continues to make the universe a better place. Stay efficient. Stay with Fix-It.
Oh, let me move over here. Oh, and it's the credits. We did it. We finished it, everybody. I did mine the most efficient ever because, again, I work for Fix-It Corporate, everybody, in the training department. But now I've been promoted. I hope I get a bigger pay. Big love to everybody at Coffee Stain Studios, everybody. One of my favorite games of all time. Right there. We're going to let it all run, every single name, everybody. They massively deserve it. They also won Game of the Year, by the way, from the Golden Joysticks, which I like way better than that other award show. That other award show is crap. The Golden Joysticks come from the fans, the gamers, and they got it right. That other one, they didn't even nominate Satisfactory. I can't believe it. I can't believe they didn't even nominate it with how incredibly great this game is. Screw them. Big love to Satisfactory and all of these awesome people right over here. Very, very awesome. So we got her done. Let her run. So yeah, there we go. Phenomenal gaming experience. Exactly. How many hours did we play that, man? We let that run for like 2,000 hours. I only played it for probably about 100 or two. But see, that's how you play through super efficient. See, that's what I try to do. Play efficient. Not have 10,000 of this power and 100,000 of that power and that. That's more when I'm mega running, which we're going to do next. But this is how you play through super efficient. I did the minimum amount I needed to do, needed the minimum amount of resources, the minimum amount of power and trains and so on to make it happen. And that's probably one of my most efficient playthroughs I've ever done. Absolutely incredible, incredible playthrough. Absolutely. I love the whole ending of it as well. Very, very cool. Love it. I still haven't figured out what the whole alien thing was all about. I don't know. Dev fur babies. Dev babies and dev fur babies. Those are all their cats and dogs and stuff. Very cute. Vincent is a great name for a pet. Special thanks to all of our alpha and beta testers. Large Sugar Daddy Wingofers. Love it. Thanks to Jace, helps a lot, and you. Jace is in there, one of the community managers. Big love to him. All of our community translators there. Big time. See, very few games make you want to get to the end and then start a brand new game again. This is one of the few games that are like that. I want to start a whole new game, which we're going to do here in a moment. I wasn't sure if this was the end or not. I hope I get my golden cup. We'll see. We'll see if I get my golden cup. I got one over here somewhere. It's over here. Hold on. While we're waiting for the credits, I'll get it. Knocking stuff over. Knock my water bottle over. Right there. See, I got my golden cup. There we go. That's what you earn in the early access version. I can hear my accelerator running. All right, is that it? Anything else? Yeah, here we run it. Go see how much of this we got backlogged. Oh my gosh, look at this. All the nuclear pasta is backlogged. Oh, just on that side it's backlogged. Oh yeah, no, it's backlogged in here. Holy mackerel. We got a lot. Look at this. We've got our factories down there that worked out wonderfully. Came up to the trains. Trains picked up all of that stuff. Again, we didn't build fancy, everybody. We built efficient, and that's what's important when you're playing through. Look at that ballistic warp thing. Here, we'll put some more of those in there. Make some more of those. Let's see. This is going into this box. It's not backlog because I can see that It's not backlogged there. I think it might have turned some of the factory off because we lost power there at some point. But we had enough to finish, and that's the important part. That's all that matters, everybody, in the end, is if you're trying to do something, you're trying to build a spaceship. Want to build a spaceship? Just like in that Lego movie. That's what's important. The end result is the important part. Yeah, we did it with just this. That's it. With just this and a few factories off in the distance. Very, very cool. Love it, love it, love it. All right. Awesome. So this was, this particular playthrough was what I call the modular playthrough. And we played it wherever we started. So we started in the forest, and it put us right here in this particular spot. And then what we did is we said, okay, we'll just grab the nodes and we're the spot we are. But we're going to do another playthrough I call the mega playthrough, where we go through and basically I'm going to go see if I got my golden cup in my inventory. Get my golden cup. What? No golden cup? Let's go check the space elevator. See if it gives us a golden cup or something. Satisfactory pioneer purpose concluded. Do I not to go home? I want to go home. I want to get my. It's weird they don't have a golden cup. Usually you get a golden cup at the end. No golden cup. They also got Kismets coming up as well, starting on Sunday, everybody. So we're going to be doing Kismets along the way. That's going to be super fun. Yeah, it didn't get a golden cup. That's wild. Maybe it's in the thing now. Do I have it available? Equipment. Oh yes, there it is. All right, so I do. It's in the thing. It used to be where you finish it and you automatically got it. But yes, now I've got Employee of the Month, Employee of the Planet. I'm gonna go ahead and add it to cart. I'm gonna buy all. Oh, not enough coupons. You're kidding me. I got so many coupons, it's not even funny. Now, there are some things that I didn't do. I didn't go everywhere. I didn't do everything in this particular playthrough. And that's what we have some stuff to do in the next one. Oh, there we go.
You are now the proud owner of the Employee of the Planet Cup, only available to Fix-It pioneers who saved the day. This cup was created after extensive research produced a substance that has the appearance of gold without actually being gold. It is almost certainly non-toxic. Note, you have been automatically enrolled in the Not Gold Toxicity Testing Program. The paint may be flammable. Please inform us if, when using this cup, you experience discomfort, poisoning, spontaneous combustion, or death. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, we win. That's my ultimate goal, everybody, to get that golden cup. And we have done it. Now, there's a whole bunch of other stuff in here, special items and, tapes and all of these different things that we haven't unlocked. We're going to leave that for next time. We're going to unlock every single thing next time as well. So now I need to change my title, everybody. Hold on. Let me change my title over here to start a new playthrough. So again, we're going to wipe this whole playthrough and start again. By the way, they are working on it where you don't skip the beginning of the game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new playthrough on a local game so we can see the very beginning. And then I'm going to switch over and play on the server, just so you guys can see that starting intro, which is one of my favorite things. By the way, if you're not sure how this coffee never spills, I have my own RP for it. See, what you do is you have a hidden button right here. You can't see it. It's just a pressure where you press your finger. And see, he's got his finger on it right now. And what it does, it creates a little force field. So every time you never spill your drink. See, look, mine doesn't spill. It doesn't spill your drink. But when you let go of it, it takes the force field off and then you can drink it. And it puts force field back on again. That's how you keep from spilling your thing. I know, space technology, everybody. Using force fields for good, so you don't spill your coffee. Wouldn't that be great in real life? That would be awesome. Whee! Look at that. See, never spills once. Never spills once. There we go. Very nice. All right, so let me update my title here. I wasn't sure if that was the end of the game or not, but now we know it is. So there we go. Let me go ahead and press the button, flip some switches over here. Right here. Let's go. We're going to update this. All right. Awesome. All right, it's going to take me a minute, everybody. I got to do a whole lot of stuff. I got to do a whole lot of stuff. All right, let's also end that recording too. And there it is, everybody. We finished it. And we'll start a new recording for the mega playthrough. Okay, here we go. I got to press all the buttons, flip all the switches. I should start a new playlist for this too. We'll get in there and make it happen. I got to go in and do a whole bunch of this. Hold on. I stream to a bunch of different platforms, so I have to go in and fix it on every platform. It's going to take me a minute. And then we're going to start a brand new playthrough. Very excited. Very exciting. It's going to take me a minute. Oh, I don't need to listen to myself. Thank you. Oh, you can't change it on Twitter. Interesting. Can't change it on Twitter after you're live. Too bad. Too sad, brother. How about over here? Can we change this? Let's go see. Alrighty. Over here. Okay. Oh, I forgot to change the episode number. Now I got to change it all again. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and switch this to episode number 1. There we go. Again, I wasn't sure where it was going to end, but it did. So there we go. Lots of buttons to be pressed. Lots of things to happen. I got to do it all over again. There we go. Over here. This is what I'm usually doing off stream, everybody. I'm doing all of this. Doing all of this stuff, which is all the technical stuff. And fix it over here on Facebook. And I think we're good. I can't fix it on Twitter, sadly. It's not letting me do it. Is there anything to do? No, there's nothing left in the elevator, I don't think. Let's go, we just looked at it, but we got our cup, so that's good. That's the most important thing. So if we go look in the elevator now, it's already launched, in the thing over here. We've, did all the different stuff, all the tiers. There is some stuff to do. We didn't really use the M3 blueprinter. We also have some teleporters that we didn't use. The transports over here. These portals, which are like teleporters. We didn't use those yet. Those are in the very last phase of the game. Man, if I'd known those were in game, I would have worked toward those earlier. For sure, for sure. But again, we got it done. That's all that matters, everybody. We got it done in the most efficient way possible, which is awesome. I probably spent about 90% less time doing this build than most people would, because I also used the server. I used the power of time to let it run on the server, where I didn't have to physically sit there and make 100,000, 500,000 power. We made about 70,000 power, and 70,000 power was just enough to get us by. We made a bunch of battery power. I'm going to make way more battery power. That battery power is powerful, everybody. It absolutely is, because it will balance it out, because it definitely dropped. You can see that it dropped from 60,000, which is where we were. It's about 60, 70,000 is dropped, which means my nuclear power went off. It most likely went off because there is too much waste material over there, is what I'm guessing. That over the last week, it produced a massive amount of waste material. Let's go find out. Let's go, inquiring minds want to know. Let's see if my train's over here. Oh, it is. Let's try to catch it on the way out. See, I always run ahead of it instead of running right to it, because it could take off by the time I get there. Yeah, see, I think I would have made it, but still, I'll get in front of it. Now hit E to get in it. All right. We're going to take a look and see why our nuclear power is off. This power is not off. This power is running wonderfully over here. But it's either a backlog or it's not making enough of the power things. Though we could make the plutonium ones now and really do a lot of power. Look at it struggling. It is really struggling now too. See, that when it's struggling like that, what it does makes me want to play a local game, because the server is struggling big time. So I should have put all that power in its own factory where you couldn't see it. And the same thing out here. Because I have a pretty nice machine, and we have a mega server, everybody. So, yeah, it's struggling a bit. Though I am streaming live to 6 different platforms, so that also could be an issue, because I'm logging onto the server and getting it. Yeah, maybe we'll play a local game. Yeah, I can see our one nuclear power is on. Let's go figure out what, no, it's got plenty. Yep, I was right. See, the waste material has backlogged. Yeah, see, we needed to set up some plutonium production of that waste material. I know how to fix it, everybody. So we need to watch out and make a system for that. Now, there's plutonium in a whole nother section that I haven't done, but my job was to finish the thing in the most efficient way. And so that's what we did. Now, we're just about to erase this, by the way. But I don't know. I might leave it and just play a local game, see how it goes. Because I can see it starting to struggle when I get to this point, when it comes to this. So what we're going to do is do an up over here. And then we'll do a storage down. And we'll hit H on that. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot. There's no power here. And we'll do that.
Bazinga.
Bazinga! Esper coming in, showing some love. What's up? Show some love in the chat, everybody. Look at that! Look at that love trade he's got going there. That is a love trade right there, brother. That is a real love trade. That is for sure. Where is the power? We got to find a power connector and run it over here. And that's just lucky, everybody. That's just lucky that I happened to balance it out. And didn't need this power as well. You know what? I just wrote it like this. We'll see. I'm gonna decide whether I want to do it on the server again or whether I want to do it a local way. I'll probably do it on the server because this way I can let it run. There we go. All right, now I go up here, connect this, and so this will solve my nuclear problem temporarily. But not in the long run. In the long run, we would need to take that waste material and get it going. So what it's going to do is move all that waste material up, and then that, oh, there it goes. See, the second it pulls that out, it's not backlogged anymore. That is a lot of, you got to think that is like 20 boxes, because you got these and those. That's like 20 boxes of nuclear waste. Look at it go. Holy mackerel. Look at that radiation level maxed. Wow, that is a lot of radiation. And so, yeah, now our nuclear power is back on again. And then, boom, look at it spike. Boom, up there, 66,000, plenty of power now. Wonder how long ago that filled up. It must not have been too long ago because it did finish all of the production, and it actually didn't turn off the power because we had added that battery backup power, which basically saved it, because it would dip down below the line, charge up the batteries, and then we come up above the line, use up some of that battery power, and then dip down again. And it was doing that cycle, which kept it going. But awesome. Yeah, look at it running. I think that's pretty cool to watch. Watch it running all of that radiation. I got like 5 things left. Yeah, I'm running a new world in Astroneer. Forgot how awesome this game is too. Yes, I bought the DLC, and I really want to play some Astroneer as well. I was thinking of playing some Astroneer after Satisfactory, but I do want to do a mega playthrough of Satisfactory, because I absolutely love Satisfactory. Incredibly fantastic game. So there we go. Coffee's important for your daily work. Exactly, here, Luna. There we go. Yes. How are you and your family doing? Hope they're doing well. Howdy, chat. I'm doing good, Keegan. How you been doing, man? How's your family, and how's you been doing, man? Is there anything left to do? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff left to do, but I'm going to save it for the next playthrough. And then after that, then we're going to play some Astroneer. I got that on the list for sure. Wow, it has got a lot of nuclear waste to run. And we didn't really use our tier 6 belts all that much in this particular playthrough. But again, we're going to do all that stuff to just the ultimate. We're going to do every node. We're going to tap every node, and we're going to build a gigantic mega factory, a central factory this time. And one of my favorite places in the game. There is several different places to start, and we're going to do, that's what we should do. We should do starts in the different zones, and I'll talk about the different zones and how to get started in those zones. And then we'll start in my favorite spot, and I'll show you how to get an incredibly great start here in the game for sure. So let's just let this run. I want to say this could take like an hour, man. This could take a long time for it to clear all that out. Man, you got to think it's filled up in every single box all the way back. That could take a really long time. We got 3 radiation filters left. Let's see where it's at. Yeah, we have to go to the back and see how it's doing here. Cleared this box? No. It's still clearing the back box. Okay, that could take like an hour, everybody. We got to get out of here because we're about to get radiated to death. We got one more radiation thing. The radiation level is beyond what we can handle as a human being. See, because there's so much over there, the radiation level is massively high. Let's see how far we have to be now from our nuclear area. This is why you don't put that uranium and you don't build that until you're absolutely ready for it. Let's see how far I gotta be. I gotta be right here to get away from the radiation. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. But again, you have the ability to utilize that nuclear waste now in the game. We're going to scale this up, everybody. We're going to scale up massively. All right, we will consider that done. And we'll go to the main menu here like this. Okay, time for a brand new playthrough. Now, let's talk about the different starting areas. And so we're going to do a local game. Now I'm going to go to load game and see if we have... where is our load? Join game. That's join game. All right, now our previous games, we're just going to delete those. Right here. Okay, we're going to go new game. There we go. Now what we did is we did the grassy fields. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in the other biomes and just talk a bit about those biomes. So let's go ahead and do Rocky Desert. We're going to call this Rock 1. Start. So we're going to kind of do the intro a couple times. And then I'm going to show you where I would start to one of the ultimate starts positions.
Separation from main transport complete. Group 8 delivered to Calistian region. All pioneers
What's up, Emily Story?
Initiating dispersion. Attention, Pioneer. I am Ada, your personal instance of the Artificial Directory and Assistant. Welcome to the Fixit Incorporated Save the Day program. A Fixit Pioneer has 3 core assignments. Construct. All pioneers must follow Fixit guidelines and instructions when constructing any building. Automate. Every pioneer is responsible for setting up and managing efficient pipelines, outposts, and power infrastructure. Explore and exploit. Fixit selected planets are rich with resources suitable for direct use or further investigation.
This is totally me right here.
And that is why the world is counting on pioneers like you. Fixit. Short-term solutions to long-term problems.
Didn't show it. I forgot. It doesn't do it in this intro. In the original intro, he pulls in and all of a sudden his pockets get super full of stuff.
In 3, 2, 1. Beginning arrow assist. Drag within acceptable parameters.
Uh-oh, it's sparking. I don't think it's supposed to do that. I don't think it's supposed to spark like that.
Descent phase begun. Decelerating. Deploying parachute. Deploying backup parachute. Skipping parachute. Landing phase begun. Activating retro propulsion.
Ah, it's good every single time. Every single time. So good.
Touchdown. Planetfall complete. Drop pod integrity nominal. Omni situational exploration suit nominal. Pioneer. Acceptable.
Acceptable. Nice. Here's our step out moment. Welcome to the Rocky Desert.
Congratulations. You are the 3rd in your region to survive planetfall. Welcome to Massage 2, A-B-B, in the binary system of Akicha.
Akicha! Oh.
Loading objective-based introduction. Begin onboarding.
All right, we're going to skip.
First contact safe.
Skip. Okay, so this is the Rocky Desert, everybody. I'll give you a little look around. It is we can't do the map yet. It is way off to the side. Now, we've come through here before and looked for all sorts of goodies and whatnot. I have started here before. Where you want to go is right up there where that waterfall is. There's a ton of resources up there. I'm not going to tell you what it is. But right up over there is a great great spot to get started. I built a big old base there before. I built a big old base out here. I would definitely just start running for that waterfall at this point and start getting that going. So this is a great biome to start in other than the forest. It's kind of like the, just above beginner start. So that is the Rocky Desert. Now, it's a bit tougher because you have a lot of obstructions. You have a lot of, rocky formations and stuff that you have to build around. But if you build up high enough, you'll just be right above all of it. That's typically why I build up pretty high. You can see you got rocky foundations there or spires. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the main menu. Again, we're going to start in the different areas and just talk about those areas as well. All right, new game. Now this time, we're going to go to the northern, this is the grassy fields, and this is the northern forest. Forest 1. Let's go do that one.
Separation from main transport complete. Group 8 delivered to
Skip intro. All right, we're just going to skip the intro since we already watched it. Now what we're here in the northern forest. Now this is different from the forest area, which we...
First contact safety tool supplied...
All right. Skip all of that. Now this is a pretty decent place to start because you have a lot of lush stuff that you can just go ahead and pick up and get going. You also have a lot of water nearby to get your factory going. A bit more advanced of a location. We'll get up. We'll try anyway. We'll get up onto this. Nope, can't get up on it. Come on. I know you can. Oh, apparently not that one. So again, much more lush, a lot more trees that you can use to get started. Pretty decent start area. A little bit more advanced. Again, you got a lot of obstructions. It's not a flat, grassy area like the forest area. But there's a lot of interesting things to find over here, which is really cool to run around. Watch out for all the scary mobs. There's Fred over there. He's here to welcome us to the grassy area. And I've played this one as well. Very, very fun. Or I've had a base over here on this side as well. They've reworked a lot of these areas to be quite different. And again, each one is worth a playthrough, everybody. And again, I don't want to spoil too much of it, but, you know, again, I'm just going to give you a quick little sample of each of those areas. Now, one of my ones that they added that's actually one of my favorites is the area over here, which is this. Now, by the way, this area here, there's a lot of really nice nodes nearby when you start, by the way. When you start in that thing, there is it really helps you start quicker because there's really a lot of good nodes nearby. Now, the desert, we're going to call this D1. Go. Basically, the desert is actually one of my favorite places. It was the one they added the last of all the different zones. And you're like, okay, the desert is one of your favorite places?
Complete. Group 8.
Skip intro. All right, so the desert, while it looks like it's, oh God, there's nothing here, there's actually a ton of stuff here.
Loading first contact safety tool.
Skip. All right. We don't need to listen to that. We already heard it one time. It actually starts you off right by a bunch of water, and that's really helpful because when you're trying to get your resources going, you need water to get your coal going. So that actually is more useful than actually the forest, which doesn't have that much water nearby your landing spot. You can also get up on top of there, and I built up on top of here and ran the water down, which means I didn't need any pumps. And I ran them down to my base that was down here at the bottom, and it worked out fantastically, everybody. A lot less power you needed, way more efficient to just run the water down than it is to try to run it up to your base. Very, very cool. And I built a big old giant base here and went and tapped the nodes and did a wonderful, wonderful base here as well. Again, I played through games like 30, 40 times. I've tapped all of these nodes and used it. There's also sulfur right out here. You can see right there to get you started. Iron nodes and whatnot to get you started. So great place to start, amazingly, because you think the desert would be one of the worst places, actually one of the best places. And you're like, well, Kismet, what about doing your biofuel and forest stuff? Well, there's actually forest right here. You can cut down all of that. And then in the back there, and they actually changed the top part up there too, to have more forest and whatnot up there. It used to be just flat. And they went in and fixed up that whole area, did a fantastic job. Basically, plenty of biofuel stuff laying around there. So very, very cool. All right. So again, that's the desert. Back to the main menu. Here we go. Well, we're going to start a mega playthrough, everybody. I'm going to go to load, see if we have any things. Okay, no. Okay, so we're going to start a new playthrough, and we're actually going to start it in the grassy fields. So we're just going to call this Temp 1, and this is our local game, so we can watch the intro again. And I'll show you where I'm going to start, and then what we're going to do is kind of skip that beginning part, because when you do it on a server, it actually skips over the intro. They're going to try to make it where it doesn't do that. So we'll see.
Separation from main transport complete. Group 8 delivered to Calistian region. All Pioneers functional, initiating dispersion.
We'll watch it one more time for this full
Pioneer.
intro.
I am Ada, your personal instance of the artificial directory and assistant. Welcome to the Fixit Incorporated Save the Day program. A Fixit Pioneer has 3 core assignments. Construct. All Pioneers must follow Fixit guidelines and instructions when constructing any building. Automate. Every Pioneer is responsible for setting up and managing efficient pipelines, outposts, and power infrastructure. Explore and exploit. Fixit selected planets are rich with resources suitable for direct use or further investigation. Stay within your designated. And that is why the world is counting on pioneers like you. Fixit. Short-term solutions to long-term problems. Initiating planetfall.
Short-term solutions.
Atmospheric entry in 3, 2, 1. Beginning arrow assist.
Short-term solutions to long-time problems. That
Acceptable parameters.
didn't kick in until just now. Why would you make short-term solutions? Why don't you make long-term solutions?
Decelerating. Deploying parachute. Deploying backup parachute. Skipping parachute. Landing phase begun. Activating retro propulsion. Touchdown. Planetfall complete. Drop pod integrity nominal. Omni-situational exploration suit nominal. Pioneer. Acceptable. Congratulations, you are the 3rd in your region to survive planetfall. Welcome to Massage 2, AB-B, in the binary system of Akicha.
Awesome.
Loading objective-based introduction. Begin onboarding. First contact safety tool supplied due to presence of alien megafauna. Adhere to Fixit procedure and equip the Fixit Inc. Xeno Zapper before leaving the drop zone.
Okay, let's do it. Xeno Zapper.
Next objective, dismantle the drop pod. Fixit Incorporated is cost-effective and efficient. We do not waste. The drop pod will be recycled to construct the first stage of the habitat and utility base, often referred to as the hub.
Okay, so we're going to hit F, and we're going to dismantle by holding down left mouse button.
Next objective, use the resource scanner to find and collect additional iron to be able to build the hub. If you cannot find iron, be assured scans of the planet have revealed sufficient iron sources.
Okay, let's scan for iron. Oh, right over that way. Okay, so we can go over and we can find the iron here, but the thing I always do is orient myself to where this arch is, everybody. Wherever this arch is, that's usually the edge of where I'm trying to go. So I'm going to run this way toward my buddy here. And we're going to try to avoid mobs, but, you know, if they come after us, we'll wipe them out. And we're going to run right over here. What's up, Fred? Fred's always there to welcome us every time. That's a long way down. I hear him. Chasing me. Okay, makes you paranoid. All right, so what we're going to do is run along this edge here in this direction toward these mountains because the archway is that way. And actually down here is where we sometimes start. It'll actually start you in different positions in the forest itself. You saw it started me way over there. Again, there's the arch. Sometimes it'll start you right here. This is actually a really great starting spot because there's a bunch of copper nodes down there. And then up here, there is also a bunch of iron nodes. In my very first playthrough, it actually started me right here in this spot. This is a decent place to start. You'll have a bunch of nodes here. You have 2 or 3 nodes, and I've started here multiple times. A really great place to start because it's like centralized between all of these other nodes. And you can see it's got some nodes there. It's got a node over there. But we're going to go this way. Where Fred's at, this way. What's up, Fred? Thanks for pointing the way, brother. How'd you get ahead of me, by the way? You're fast, man. Very fast. And he's trying to chase me. I'm out of here. So we're going to run way, way, way over this way. Also, by the way, by that node over there, there is some limestone right here that I've used before. And then also a whole bunch of other resources, Caterium, and other nodes that you can grab there. But if you want to get one of the best starts in the game, what you're doing is you're looking for pure nodes. Pure nodes allow you to get a lot more resources at the very beginning. And they allow you to just jump right in and start to build a tremendous amount of stuff in the early game. So what I'm going to do is run over here. Now, normally I would grab all of this stuff along the way. We'll get added to tell us.
Collected. Eating it and surviving does not count as a valid field test and does not generate enough data for Fixit to make an informed decision. Store this potential resource for later use.
There's a Mercer sphere up there, by the way. Okay, so what we're trying to do now is we're running along the edge, again, keeping that arch behind us, and we're looking for the water edge, which is where we are right now. So this gives the water edge. You can kind of see where we're at. Love the planet in the background. We're in this little spot here. And what we're doing is we're looking for a specific spot that we can use to build a base. So we're just going to keep on walking down the path here. Now remember, I haven't made anything yet. I'm just running down the way here. And then when I get about right here, past this little alcove here, what I start to do is ping the iron. And it says the iron is in this direction, right? So you get past that little alcove there, past those waterfalls, you ping right here, and it's going to lead you right in the direction you want to go. Now watch out for baddies, and I would be picking up all of these leaves along the way that are going to help us. I should have been picking it up from the very beginning, but we'll do it when we get into our actual server playthrough. This is just a local one to get started, and then we're going to switch to the server one because it doesn't show you all of the intro stuff on the server playthrough, which again, they said they were going to work on. So here we are, we're right here, and guess what? It's a pure node, everybody. So right there, you've got a pure node to start with, which is pretty awesome. Then if you go up here, like so, guess what else you got? Another one right there. That's another pure node. And if you run back here in this little back area, I believe it is down here in the back corner somewhere. We don't know because we haven't unlocked that ability yet, but it's back here. We'll see if, oh, another, oh man, so many Mercer spheres. There it is. Another pure node. Now limestone pure node. So now you got 2 iron and 1 limestone pure nodes to start the entire game. And now you know what would be great if we actually had some copper over here as well to start our adventure. Well, let's go up here, up this road. Now I consider this here a road. And I just follow this kind of sandy road that goes up this way, but look out for these baddies. All right, it's them or us, everybody. Let's go. It's gonna be us. Yes.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. Their weaponized plasma is most likely stored as a stable chemical substance in an organ close to their mouth, and only turns volatile when exposed to one of the chemical elements in the air. Preserve the remains for later study.
Beautiful. Wish you were here. Now, we have just a little bit of water nearby, as you can see. So, yes, we have basically an unlimited tapped amount of water over here, everybody, that we can build a massive, massive factory. And again, my previous playthrough was about being efficient, and this playthrough is about getting an amazing start and then building to an absolute massive degree that is way beyond what you need to actually finish the game. It's more about having fun. So this is all about the fun in this playthrough. So again, I would run around, grab all this stuff that you can. A lot of foliage right here to help you get started. Another reason why this is a great spot. There's just a ton of leaves as well. Now, in the beginning, it does not really matter where I put my hub because I know I'm going to move it later. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and gather some iron. Let me go back here and ping this iron again. Get the one that's closest. And again, grab all these leaves while you're running around. Now, you'll see me do this when I go to play on the server. But I'm just grabbing a little bit of iron to get to the next stage.
Next objective. Use the build gun to construct the hub. Iron is a base component necessary for all near future progress, so ensure you build the hub close to iron sources. Fix it does not pay by the kilometer.
Exactly. Okay, so again, pick up all this random stuff on the ground. What you can do is just hit 1 and hold down E, by the way. And then just sweep back and forth. I'm holding E down and not pressing it every time. Every time I start this game, I do that. I just press E every time I run through, and then I realize, wait a minute, I don't have to press E. I can just hold down E, and it will just grab everything that's in front of my character. All right, so we cleared a little spot there, and we're going to go ahead and put our hub down. Sometimes it's in a weird angle. I'm just going to set it down right there.
Hub foundation built. The hub terminal and crafting bench are only the humble beginnings of a successful Fix-It pioneer, but essential for the next steps of onboarding. Once finished, the hub will function as your base of operations. Next objective, complete hub upgrade 1.
There we go. Now we're also going to play Kismets as well, everybody. So we're going to get started here with the basics and then work a bit this week on getting our basics going. And then when Kismets comes through, we're also going to be playing that along with our mega playthrough, which is what I was trying to aim for. I was trying to aim for them to line up to each other at the same time. Kismets is one of my favorite events in any game, everybody. It is really, really good. And they said they had optimized it and made it even better this time. So very cool. Let's go ahead and see what's in here. Okay, we're tier 0. What we want to do is make some iron rods so that we can upgrade our location. So we need a portable miner. We're going to unlock the portable miner, equipment workshop, and our hand slot. So we're going to set that as our milestone. Then we'll go over here to our bench, and we're going to make some iron ingots out of it. Right over here. And again, I can just go put my cursor over that, hit the space bar, and it will then go ahead and start to build this up. You guys were here in the epic moment. We already finished the game in our previous playthrough in the most efficient way possible. And now we're really going to scale up. I'm going to show you all my secrets in this one, everybody. Absolutely. This is going to be an amazing playthrough. Make sure to hit that follow button so you're here to see it happen live here on stream. It's going to be amazing. All right, so now we made ourselves some bars that we can go ahead and put in and upgrade our hub.
Hub upgrade 1, storage and frame, completed. Equipment like the portable miner can now be made in the workshop. Congratulations on completing your first milestone, the first of many providing access to new recipes and technologies for the Fix-It mission. Next objective, complete hub upgrade 2.
Okay, so now I need some more iron. I'll just make a little bit. I need some iron and a little bit of iron plates. So go ahead and get that going. Very fun. The world alignment, awesome quality of life feature. Absolutely. I use the world alignment every single time. I have the world grid, and then I also typically do the node grid. I've already shown the node grid, but I'm going to show you how to also use the world grid with the nodes in this particular playthrough. Because the nodes really, they have one job: to extract resources. And you can either, do it at the resource nodes, or you can bring all the resources to a central area and work on it that way. In our previous playthrough, we did a lot of stuff at the nodes itself, and we just stacked the buildings up above, and we then built that way, which is a totally valid way to play, as you saw, and a very efficient way to play as well along the way. Okay, hold on. We want to build our equipment workshop. We're going to build it on this side, away from our thing here. And again, kind of awkward, this hill right here, until we get our foundations. Oops. There we go. We want to go ahead and make ourselves some miners. Now, I would make as many as you possibly can. In my case, I'm going to make 2. Normally, I make 3 to 5 of them in the very beginning, because you're going to use them later anyway. And you might as well just get these going. So you got to put them in your hands, and I open up a hand slot there too. And then I'm going to put one down there and put one down there. So cool every time. Okay, now it's auto-extracting those resources for me, and I don't have to sit there and wail on it. And look at that. In the time in which we talked, it already did 50 of them for me already. We also got a place to store our random stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and store some of this random stuff in here just to keep my inventory clear for now, and we'll sort that. Then we'll go hub upgrade 2. We're going to go ahead and select that as a milestone. So now we need 20 of our iron rods and 10 of our plates. So we're going to need to go ahead and get that going. Now, so far, we have the hub, the crafting bench, and the equipment workshop. So let's go ahead and once again craft ourselves some basics here and get this going. Now, whenever you're waiting on resources, everybody, I always suggest that's the best time to go and explore. Like if I was saying, oh, I'm waiting on plates or iron rods to be produced, I would get out in the world, start collecting a bunch of, especially in the beginning, a bunch of grass and bushes and whatnot that you're going to need to basically build up the thing, to build it up. So collecting wood and collecting your grass is great for biofuel, which we're going to need here in a bit. So I'm going to just basically convert all the iron ingots. Now, while I'm converting it, by the way, it's collecting resource. So now we're multitasking. Now we got 2 things running at the same time. So I only need 10 and 20. So we're going to go ahead and do 10. I do it exactly as much as I need because that's efficient. And then we're going to need 20 over here. And the iron rods go very, very quickly. Like that. And there we go. Well, a little bit over. But there we go. Boom, boom. Is exactly what we needed. Upgrade.
Hub Upgrade 2, Power and Shell, completed. The smelter can turn raw ore such as copper and iron into ingots, and the biomass burner generates power when fueled. Fun fact, most of the native flora and fauna is compatible with Fixit technology. Fueling the biomass burner with inappropriate materials will result in deductions or even cancellation of your yearly bonus. Next objective, complete Hub Upgrade 3.
Well, I don't want my yearly bonus. I don't lose my yearly bonus, everybody. So here's our biomass burner. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is burn up all these leaves that we collected. And now we have the smelter. Now, it just so happens that we have a nice little spot right back here. But the problem is we need copper. And copper, of course, make copper wire, which is what we need to get this started. Now, of course, it has unlocked our ability to search for copper. And it just so happens that there is a copper node over here. Now, wouldn't it be amazing? First, let's turn on our light here when I remember what the button is. Wouldn't it be amazing if there was just a copper node really close by and it was a pure node? Uh-oh. We got trouble. Somebody wants to throw down. Oh, there's a second one. I didn't see the second one. Come on, punks. Toro! Oh, God, where'd the other one go? I don't know where they went. Get the high ground. Remove these bushes. Get this one first. Oh, there's the second one. All right, pick one and get that one. Whoa, Toto, come on. Whoa, hey, let's go. Jump over them. All right. Woo, no hit.
Samples of new alien species acquired. Notable features are blunt teeth, suggesting it is herbivorous, and a thickly plated skull and spine, suggesting it is proficient at inflicting and receiving blunt force trauma. Preserve the remains for later study.
Yep, Alpha, this is going to be our mega playthrough. Our previous playthrough was an efficient modular playthrough. This is our mega playthrough. I'm showing you one of my favorite spots to show to start in the game. We don't have the map yet, so I can't show you the map. But we are playing a local game currently so that we can play the very beginning, so I can get a real good intro for everybody. And then when we go on the server, it's going to skip this beginning part. And they are working on it where they can make it where it doesn't skip the beginning. But right now, we're just doing the basic intro. So we went and got ourselves some copper. And again, so we have 2 iron nodes that are pure, a limestone node that's pure, and a copper node that's pure, all within a little area in which we started. That's why it's one of my favorite spots. I thought they were going to change the area. They did not. So this is actually my favorite spot in the game to start. And so I'm going to show you why here as we play through. And we're doing a brand new start. Now, we finished the game in what I call the efficient mode, where we did it. We used the minimum amount of power, the minimum amount of time, because we used time to our advantage by using the server and letting it run on the server, because that's your most powerful weapon, everybody, is your time, using it very, very efficiently. So we're going to go ahead and make all this copper, and then we're going to make a little bit of wire because we want to save some of it. Well, actually, we'll make all the wire, and then we want to save some of the wire to become cable. So you just want to make all the wire, make all the copper ingots, and make all the wire, and then a wire becomes cable. So that's why you want to make all the wire. That's what I meant to say. Now you get the idea. And we need a little bit of cable. So we'll just hit a few of those, let's say 10, and then we're good. And then again, we built everything that we can build. We built smelters. We can run the power line. We need some more of our iron rods. There we go. That should be good, I believe. Yes. Okay. So now we can build our smelter out here. And we're going to go ahead and connect our power, which is why we made our cables, so we can connect our power. Now we can have this do the job for us. So we put 100 in there. And away it goes. So this biofuel is using the leaves to produce power to smelt a bunch of iron ingots for us, so we don't have to. Yeah, I know, pretty cool, right? So we'll get that going. Now, of course, when you start, you want to look at the total amount of power that you have, 20, and then the amount of power that you're using. Right now, I'm only using 4 watts. So if I could, it would be in my best interest to go ahead and start another one right over here, and go ahead and start smelting right here. Oh, what? Wait a minute. Wait, I can't smelt the second thing. Why can't I smelt the second thing? Because in your power, you only have the ability to run 1 power line. And you can't chain those power lines. Now, if I go in and take this out, and I try to do my little trick where I go ahead and do the power pole, they are so smart, everybody. They figured that out. There's no power pole. So you can only fund 1 of them for right now, or only power 1 of them because you only have 1 power line. So best thing to do is have it converting your iron ingots and getting those going right at the very beginning. And now we're going to work on hub upgrade 3, where we need a bunch of plates, and we'll put those in there. We'll put our rods in there. We need plates, rods, and that wire we put in there. So let's go ahead and make more rods, which we need about 15. Again, this is the efficient way to start. Just make exactly what you need. Now, while it's making iron ingots, I can make them as well. But why do I need to do it when I can just do this? And again, keep clearing this out. So you're backlogging now a bunch of iron, which you can use to produce. I already did the iron ingots over there, so we'll take those out. And then we'll go over here, and we just go right to making the plates, which is pretty cool. So we'll go and do that, and then we'll do the rods here. We'll turn those in. We'll be good to go. Okay, and then rods. Good enough. All right, let's go. Boom, boom, and ready for the upgrade.
Hub Upgrade 3, Interior Furnishing, completed. The constructor can produce simple parts, and power poles allow for the expansion of the power grid. When you make the inevitable mistake, Fix-It's dismantling feature is designed to salvage all resources used during construction, in line with our zero-waste policy. We understand that Fix-It pioneers are only human, and thus prone to error. Next objective, complete Hub Upgrade 4.
Okay, so we can't produce anything yet. Let's go and put more of this in here, take this out of here, let that keep running. But we can go in now and do our pole. And that's one of the first things that you'll want to do is do that pole. So when I drag it out, it says, oh, we're missing concrete. But what it's done is it's now given us the ability to search for limestone. It's right over this way. Oh, we got another one that way too. But we got this one this way that we looked at earlier, which is a pure node. So we'll run over here, get a little bit of limestone. Oh, okay, or we'll get stuck under that tree, whatever. And again, always be collecting all of these plants and stuff as you're running along so that you're getting enough of that biofuel. All right, and then a little bit of this. By the way, you can just hit E and then let go. You don't have to hold down the E. Some people do. I do all the time because it's like an old habit. So now you don't have to do it. Just hit E and it will collect a bunch for you and you just turn away and run back. On the way back, try to go a different route. So again, you're grabbing this and just hold down E also when you're running back. And that's going to allow you to just collect this stuff super fast. Look at this. Instead of pressing it over and over and over again, which I have a tendency to do every time I stop playing for a little while and I come back and play a new update. I start pressing E every time. Give yourself carpal tunnel doing that. Just hold down E and you're going to collect all of this stuff on the way back. Nice. All right. Very good. Let's see how our power is doing. No connections. Okay, cool. Now we got to make some limestone. So let's go in here and first convert some limestone into some concrete. There we go. Concrete is one of the things you need the most of, by the way. I use a lot of concrete. All right, now what I'm going to do is actually get the power line and not the power pole. Because when I pull out the power line and when I'm able to do the power pole, it'll automatically give me that option to just put it down on the ground as the power pole. Then I go ahead and fund this one, and then next to this one, I'm going to go ahead and put another smelter right over here. And then I can now connect both things together. We're good to go. So now I want to make copper ignites. Do I have any copper? Well, the answer is no, because otherwise it would show you up there at the top. So let's go ahead and do some copper. Actually, we need to go over here first and work on our miners. So we want to go ahead and get our miners going. We need a bunch of plates and a bunch of rods. So let's make a bunch of plates. And now what we want to do is invest in our auto miners so that we can go ahead and start to extract those auto miners out of there. As well as we want to grab some more iron ingots over here. Like so. Very nice. Okay. And then run our plates right over here and run some more rods. To run a little bit of everything. There we go. And then you want to invest in your miners. So I'm going to go ahead and make all three of these. Okay, very nice. And then pick up this because this is done and let that keep running. You want to keep all of these running as much as possible. Now we want to ping our copper. Pick all this stuff up while we're running. Just every time you run back and forth, be very efficient at picking all this stuff up. Again, you don't have to go out of your way, but it's already in front of you as you're running, so you might as well get it going. Now we're going to automate the process of our copper. And in this case, I only have 2 of them, so I'm going to go ahead, or I have 3 of them, but I'm going to put 2 of them down. And that's going to start doing my copper. Now, I suggest not to move and just let it run for a minute or two. Plus, you can also enjoy the amazing animation in this game, everybody. The animators are amazing. So I'd let it run and just collect like at least 50, or you can wait till you have 100. This way you can put a full stack into your smelters and get a fantastic start. And the fact that it is a pure node means that it is extracting very, very quickly. A coarse node would be 1/3 the speed that we're doing it now. So this is 3 times the speed of the lowest common denominator, which is an impure node. So you can see that we have 50 already, which in the few seconds that we've been talking, I've got 100 right there to get started. Very good. All right. Now, the last one that we have, we're going to go ahead and run back. And again, you can see I'm purposely kind of running between the nodes so I can also collect all of this stuff as I'm running in this way. And eventually, I love to just clear the whole area, everybody. I just like to clear the whole thing. And really get it out. Now, again, when you first play through, it's more about learning how to do. And then later, it becomes making it beautiful, making it amazing. Now, since I only have one here, I'm going to wait till this one fills all the way up. Because it's worth my time to stand here instead of running back and then running back over here again. Again, the travel time you should incorporate as well into your building. I just started in the normal forest. This is not the northern forest, Coda Bear, but that is a great question. We talked about the northern forest. If you missed it earlier, we talked about how to get a great start there. Then we also jumped to the desert and talked about the 2 different deserts, the Rocky Desert and the other desert, and how to get a great start there. And my previous playthrough that we just finished, and of course we got our golden cup. We did finish the game. Very awesome. We went through and we played very efficiently. We only needed around 70,000 power maximum. That was actually probably more power than what I needed. And we played very efficiently because efficiency first, everybody. I'm your official trainer from Fix It Corporate. I'm here to help you. Now, again, if you're being inefficient, you get lasered from space. Don't blame me. That's not my department. That's another department. My job is to help you be more efficient and also how to mega build, because this is the first day of our mega playthrough that we're doing. We're going to tap every node. We're going to really go to town. There we go. So we wait till it fills up, and now we have a full stack of limestone that we can't get in our inventory right now because we're full. Awesome. I'm just going to throw this away just so I can get that out of there, and we can let that run. Now, where I started was the normal forest, and I ran across the water edge. Now, I'm going to run to here again. So if you missed it, stick around, because I'm going to do it on the server. This is on a local game here, because the intro does not play on a server playthrough. So what I wanted to do, oh, it actually highlights in red now when you can't pick stuff up. Oh, I just noticed that. Very cool. So I'm going to do this whole thing again, but on the server, and I'm going to show you exactly where I started. This is one of the greatest places to start in the game, my favorite spot, and I know because I've played thousands of hours in the game, and I can tell you where pretty much most of the nodes are, and where they've been moved to and what they've been messed around with. So we're just talking very efficient start here, where now we're up to the point where we've got our 2 extractors, our 2 smelters going. So let's go ahead and put our copper in here. See how it automatically shows the relevant items at the top. Very, very useful. Now we got our copper going. Over here, we can see that this is done because we got to put more iron ore in there. Let that run. So it's doing all the job for us right now. Now, inside here, by the way, we have our new area, our lockers, where we can go in and customize our character and do all sorts of fun stuff there. We can't do it yet. Oh, we can. Let's go ahead and split this stack here. Actually, let's do it this way. Hold on. Let's sort that. Let's say, let's just go ahead and make, let's just not that kind of split. It's control drag. There we go. Split, and we're going to put 1, and we're going to take that 1 and we're going to put it in the toilet. And then behind here, you can't do it yet, but eventually you'll be able to flush the toilet. So you can put that in there and just flush it if you want to. But in the beginning, there's no flush. So, oh, there it is. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, in the beginning of the launch, there was no flush. It wasn't working. Now it's working. All right. So, yes, now we can flush it. So now we can flush stuff down the toilet, everybody, if we want to. That's just fun. See, now I've flushed it away. Very awesome. I don't really want to get rid of my resources, but it is fun. And again, you can see how it looks in the early stages. We got a little bed here, character customization. Of course, this evolves as you play through the game. Very, very cool. All right. Yes, this is a fresh start. We just finished the game in the in the full release version, and we did it incredibly efficiently, everybody. Again, especially time-wise, because when you are using a server, I highly recommend G-Portal, everybody. They are the absolute best. I'm going to go ahead and throw it down right here. Now, I have played through the game many times. I've played it since the game first came out. So, again, watch out for make sure to follow your Fix-It corporate regulations. Okay, or... Oh, I lost it because it's not there. Whoa, holy mackerel. That's a gigantic raid right there. Two Legit City coming in with the Mamba raid. What's up, everybody? Welcome. Thank you for coming in. My name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon because I've been playing games for 50 years. That's right, half a century. My first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey, in the early 70s, before some of you were born, but not all of you. Thanks for coming in, hanging out, and playing one of my favorite games of all time, Satisfactory. And that's saying something, everybody, because I've been gaming a long time. So this is an incredibly fantastic game. We have just finished our first complete playthrough of the 1.0 version. We've got our golden cup, and now it is time for a mega playthrough. So we played through efficiently, and I showed how to play super efficient, where you need the minimum amount of power, the minimum amount of time, because your time is your most valuable asset. And the minimal amount of stuff you need to do to get your stuff done. So that's what we did. We went and got all of that done, and we finished the whole entire game by using the minimum amount. Now, did we do everything? No, we left a few things for us to do, like rocket fuel. We have a whole bunch of stuff like portals and things like that we want to do in this particular playthrough. But this one, we're going to tap every node, every single node in the game, and I'm showing you my favorite place to start in the game. What we did in our previous playthrough, we started wherever we started. So it dropped us in the forest, and wherever we started, that's where we started to collect nodes, and that's where we started to build. But this time, I'm going to show you how to get the best start in the game, absolutely, without a doubt, because we have 4 pure nodes that is right here next to us. Right there is a pure node right outside my hub right now. Now, we're playing on a local game, so you guys can see the intro or the beginning of the game, so I can show you how to get a really great start on the game. And then when I switch over to the server, my G-Portal server, my mega server, it will skip this whole part. So that's why I'm playing this part first in a local game, and then it's just going to skip us forward and give us a bunch of resources to get into the next stage. So we're just going to go ahead and do our tier 0 is what we're working on now. Okay, so we unlocked our constructor and a bunch of stuff here, and now what we want to do is we want to make some reinforced iron plates. Now, reinforced iron plates, it starts something I call the Kismet's rule of 8, or it's an 8 turned sideways, so the infinity symbol. And that is how to perfectly balance the game and how to perfectly balance everything in the game so it is very time efficient, and it also uses the maximum resources and uses the minimum amount of your time, which is very, very vital, everybody. Absolutely. It's going good. How's your stream, Legit City? Thanks for bringing your awesome peeps into mine. Greatly appreciate it. And again, welcome, everybody. I am streaming live to 6 different platforms. I'm a Twitch partner, YouTube partner, as well as streaming live to Twitter, aka x.com now, Kick, Trovo, and Facebook. All at the same time in 1080 HD. Some people have trouble just streaming 1080 HD in one playing. I'm streaming into 6 in 1080 HD. Pretty crazy. Yes. You get it. Time is the real currency. You got it. Oh, somebody who has a kindred spirit already. I like to hear it. Time is the ultimate currency. Absolutely. It is your most valuable thing. Now, I probably spent about 100 hours, and I made it all the way through the game. That's pretty good. Now, of course, I wasn't in any rush, but the whole rest of the time, the server will automatically keep running. And so I can just let it run for a week. It actually ran for 2,000 hours and just ran and ran and ran. And I didn't have to be even around. I was off playing other games. And I like to do that because that's time efficient. That's using the power of time. It uses the power of the server to run while you're busy, take care of your IRL. You got IRL stuff to do like me. Wife, family, all sorts of things to do, especially during the holidays. You got a lot of stuff to do. You restarted yourself. Oh, and day 3 so far. Everything's doing pretty good. That's good to hear. Good to hear. So I'm going to share you all of my awesome tips. Everybody, we call them Kismet tips here. We're going to show you all of my best tips here to get an incredibly great start in Satisfactory. And we're going to play it to the nth degree in this mega playthrough. You're here at day 1 at the very beginning. So stick around, hit that follow button so you are here to watch it happen live here on stream. Now, let me give him a shout out, by the way. Everybody go show him some love over there. To Legit City. Let's go do it. Legit City. Make sure I get your name right. Right over there. Let's go over there. Click that link, everybody. Go follow him over there. So when he logs in, he goes, dang, I got a ton of follows over there as well. So let's get into it. All right. So let's get back to some Satisfactory again. Thanks, everybody. Come on in, relax, take it easy. Again, my job is to show you a little bit of entertainment, bring a little joy and positivity into your day as well. So let's get into it. So there we go. Yes, I beat the game. I just did. You just missed it earlier, and I got my golden cup right here from Fix It. They gave me my cup, and we're good. So I already beat it. And again, I've been playing since it went 1.0 of that playthrough. And I just took my time and let it run and then come back and work on it. Let it run, come back and work on it. But I've also played the game 50 other times. And since the game originally came out on the Epic Game Store. And I played it for about 5 minutes and I said, this is game of the year. I mean, in its original early access version, the very first version of the game was already phenomenal. And then every single update, they made the game even better. And then again and again. So I kept upping the score, right? I said, oh, it's an 8 out of 10. Now it's a 9 out of 10. Now it's a 10 out of 10. Now it's an 11 out of 10. And this game is a 12 out of 10, everybody. Absolutely one of the greatest games of all time, especially if you're a builder. Like me. I love to build. I love to build gigantic mega factories, and we're going to do it here in this playthrough. So we've been talking about Tier 0, basically how to progress pretty quickly through Tier 0. Right now we're on Hub Upgrade number 4. So we're working on 75 of our plates and whatnot. Now, we're also going to use every single item along the way, and we're going to build a production for every single item along the way here in the Mega Playthrough as well. So one of the things we just unlocked is the Constructor. So let's go over here and just utilize our Constructor now. Now, the first thing I would do, the thing that is the slowest item to make in the game at this point is our plates. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and say iron plates. I'm going to go ahead and tap into this pole here. If I had some cable. Now, another thing you want to do, instead of running back all the time, again, your time is very important. Your time is your most valuable asset. Let's go ahead and make a bench over here. But we got to make a few things to make a bench. So I don't have to keep running back over here because that's costing me time, right? It's costing me time to run back and do the thing every single time. Every time you run out of resources. That's why the Dimensional Depot is so amazing as well. So there you go. All right, Kismet, got to take care of dinner and some stream stuff. I hope you have a good one. An even better playthrough going to be lurking. Well, thank you, Legit City. Again, thank you so much for coming in and showing that love. I hope you have a great evening. I know it can be tiring doing long streams. I just did a 12-hour stream yesterday. I'm hardcore up in here, everybody. I'm all in. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. We got to run some power now. We're going to do, hold on, we're going to do our crafting bench first. There we go. Now we don't have to run back there every time we need a little bit of cable or every time we need a little bit of thing. Because this is where we're going to be working right here. And wherever you're working, wherever you're doing extracting of nodes, you want to have a crafting bench and a workbench. And eventually you want to have the awesome shop there too. And we're going to be making blueprints. If you're one of my patrons, I do give out all of my blueprints to my patrons, as well as I do something that nobody else does. You ready? I'm about to blow your mind because I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I've worked for the top companies in the world. I'm not talking about the top 100. I'm talking about the top 5, everybody, in the world over the last 30 years. I've been very, very lucky in my career. Not bragging, just saying I've had an incredible career over the years. And so one of the things that I can do like breathing, everybody, is do graphic design. And one of the things I also love to do is play games. And what if you could combine both things together? That's right. If you could go in and illustrate the process of, what's this right here? Encased industrial beams. So I did this live on stream. I illustrated exactly how to balance your encased industrial beams. We call it the Kismet rule of 8, which means you have an infinite amount and it's perfectly balanced every time. These are manifolds here where they're all in a row. We're also going to talk about load balancing and whatnot. And I'll be bringing up this, and then also, who loves some spreadsheets, everybody? I do. I love me some spreadsheets. Now, there's websites and stuff out there that you can use as well, but I love to do it myself, everybody. I love to go in and say, okay, we need this many refineries, and this is how much oil it is, and this is how much the totals are, and whatnot. So it applies, it helps you use your creative side and then also uses your logical side as well, everybody, which I like to appeal to both, everybody. So those people who are more creatively oriented, we use the visual method, and those who are more numbers and logistical oriented, we go ahead and use the spreadsheets, which is really fun. Let me go ahead and pull another one up for you here. And again, these are all available to my patrons who want to get that extra edge, want to get that extra thing. Again, I appreciate everybody who does come in and show that love. Let me go ahead and find our first one that we're going to work on later, which is, where is it over here? I think it's right here. This will be the first one that we work on right over here. Again, Kismet rule of 8 here. I illustrated all this from scratch, by the way, live on stream. So we're going to go ahead and work on our reinforced iron plates factory, and we already have the blueprints. We already know what to do, right? We already know how much we need to get started. We already know how much to combine and how to use our load balancers here. This is using load balancing versus using manifolds. I prefer manifolds because they're just easier and they take up less space, but we'll talk about both of them as we go through the playthrough. But you can see that we're going to load balance our iron so that we're making our plates and making our rods and eventually make our reinforced iron plates from all of that. We'll get into that tonight as well, everybody. We're going to get into it. Let's go back to where we are now. And that is just using our constructor completely separate from the actual smelter, because you can't do that yet right now because we don't have any belts. So let's run a line to our constructor. We got our iron ingots and it's going to start making us plates, right? So at this stage in the tier 0, we need to go ahead and do this basic stuff. So so we can unlock our conveyor poles and our conveyor belts so we can then automate the process of taking it from the smelter and putting it into the constructor. So again, we're going to go ahead and make these resources. Now, I could wait around for it to make those resources for me, which I'm not going to do because that would be somewhat inefficient. But I can also go in and say, you know what? I'm also going to go ahead. And put this down. Oh, we need more cables. Oh, how convenient. We've got our thing right here where we can make a cable. We'll make some more wire. And then we'll make more cables. There we go. And then we'll make another constructor right out here. Now, another reason why this is a great place to start is it's nice and flat. There's a nice flat area right here where you can put your stuff down to get started. So again, we'll go over here, and now we're going to have this start to make wire, right? Because wire is what we need. Actually, no, you don't want to do that. You know what you want to do? You want to actually make concrete, because concrete takes way longer to make than wire. Wire is much easier to make. So we'll go ahead and tell it to go ahead and make us some wire over here. Now, we got a problem. We ran out of connections, right? So we're going to go ahead and take this one out, and we're going to run another pole. I'm going to try anyway. Come on. There we go. Oh, we're out of wire. Again, you're always out of something in this game. We'll make some more wire. No worries. Right over here. There we go. Because we moved our thing here, so we don't have to keep running all the way back, and then we'll run that over there. And now it's going to start making concrete for us. Concrete is one of the things that go a lot slower. So you want to, again, your time is your most valuable asset. So work on the resources that take the most time and automate those first, right? And you thought I was going to go ahead and get this set up to run into there. Nope. I'm going to do the most efficient thing first. Again, efficiency first, everybody, right here. There we go. Oh, no power over there. Uh-oh, we've lost power. What has happened? Well, if we go over here and look, we can see that we've got a serious power problem coming up here very soon. But really what we need to do is just connect that over to there. And now those are connected because we have multiple poles, and that's going to run. Uh-oh, we got to put some iron ingots in there. Well, how convenient that we just made some, and then we can put these in here to run there. Put these in here. So we're manually transferring that stuff. More in here. There we go. Get that copper going. Now we can also do another one over here if we had enough plates and wire. So let's go ahead and get our plates from in here. There we go. And now we'll make some wire. And again, look how fast it makes wire. So wire is so fast, and same thing with rods. Those two things are faster, right? So your time is your most valuable asset. You're going to hear me say it a lot. It's true every single time I say it. And then we're going to go ahead and do cable. And we're going to go ahead, and we're going to do our reinforced iron plates. We need some screws. There we go. And again, you only need to make as much as you need to make because you want to use less of your time making stuff and use more of the automation to make stuff. Okay, we'll put another constructor down here. And then we're going to try to run a wire over there. Very nice. And now we're going to go ahead and say, okay, now we want you to make the wire. Now, the problem about right here is we're going to have a power problem, right? So my max capacity is 20, and my max, what's known as your max cons or your maximum construction you can do, or your capacity as well. So those are the two numbers we're looking at. It's the blue line and the gray line. If you notice that the blue line has jumped up to where the gray line is, and this is the most things we can get going at the same time. And these are the things I suggest. 2 smelters and 3 constructors going at this early stage because now we're being super efficient, everybody. We just 5 timed our production. Now 5 things are going simultaneously of the most important things are running. Now we're out of limestone. So the next thing I would do is go back, grab some limestone so we can make more concrete. But we're going to do that when we go to the server here in a moment. I'll show you how to set up a server and do all that stuff here in just a second. All right, so let's go ahead and run some of this in here. We need more plates, and how convenient that we are making some plates right over here. Oh, wrong one. Right over here. There we go. Take those out anyway. Put those in there. And so it's made me some plates. And we'll run over here, and we'll see how many more we need. We don't need any more. We're good. All right, now we need cable. So what we're going to need is we're going to need wire so we can make cable. And we'll use up the wire that we have. That'll get us pretty close. We're at 15. We already have 2 in there, so we need a couple more. And that is why I'm making the wire out here, right here. So I can then use that wire to make my own cable. Because you can't just make cable because you have to make the wire first because cable comes from wire. Just like screws come from iron rods. So you got to make iron rods first, then you make your screws. And there we go. Okay. Tier 0 complete. Oh, what are we missing? Oh, actually, we are missing a couple plates there. I thought we had it. That's okay. We'll go grab them. Right here. And so that's how to get past Tier 0. And how to get an incredible start in the game. There we go.
Hub Upgrade 4, Landing Platform and Utilities completed. Conveyor belts connect the output of one building to the input of another and transport resources. Due to past incidents, I have been asked to issue a clarification. Portable miners, obviously, do not have a connection for conveyor belts. There is nothing to suggest, visually or functionally, that they can be connected to portable miners. If this is something you struggle with, do not worry. Fixit has alternative uses for all their pioneers. Next objective, complete Hub Upgrade 5.
Okay. So Hub Upgrade 5. Now we're going to unlock our miners, our storage containers, and inventory slots. So here we did more inventory and conveyor belts. So now we can transfer our iron ingots production here into our plate production by just going ahead and running those right into there. Look at them go with them slow belts, everybody. Oh, it's really, if you just came from the high end of the game, everybody, and you go back to the beginning of the game, it makes me laugh every single time because you're just like, oh my God, I forgot how slow these level 60 belts are. Or Mark 1 belts. They are so incredibly slow. But that's okay because we have the power of time because we can let it run on the server when we get to the server here in just a bit. All right, so now it's automated. It's going to go ahead and do its thing. We want to keep feeding these resources in here. We want to go ahead and keep grabbing all of our resources out of here so this keeps collecting more. You'll see why I do this. Uh-oh. Oh, and there's finally the noise. We have exceeded our power. Oh, no, our power went off. We probably ran out of resources. I don't think I exceeded my power because I should be perfectly balanced. Yes, we ran out of resources. So let's put our resources in. There we go. But sometimes you exceed your power. I didn't think I did, but, you know, that's the first thing I assume is that I exceeded my power. And then the next thing I assume is that I ran out of fuel. So there we go. All right, those are good. Now let's go ahead and ping again. So it'll lead us right to it, to our copper node. While we're running, hold down E and get all of these things. That's right. You don't have to actually press E every single time. You just hold down E. It'll grab all of this for you. Wonderfully like that. All right. And this is our iron node. We're going to our copper node. We have multiple pure nodes in this spot. You want to see where I'm at? Right out here. Again, I'm going to, when I do my another playthrough, when I go to my server, I'm on the local playthrough here. When I go to my server, I'm going to run all the way back over here. I'm going to show you exactly where I'm at, all right? So if you missed it, you can see it. Now, of course, we've been letting our miners go. And now we have the ability to grab all, let that run. And again, we're doing this kind of manually in the beginning, but eventually we'll make all of these resources come to us. Because again, this costs time. Don't spend too much of your time costing yourself time because you have to run out there every single time and grab the stuff. I don't mind doing it. I enjoy running around and getting into trouble. But again, it's more efficient to run the item to you than you to run to the item. I find. And up here. Again, you can see I'm just keep grabbing all these bushes. Oh, I hear somebody. Oh, this way. Where'd he go? Oh, he's down there. I just ignore mobs most of the time. If I don't need to kill them, I don't. You need it for your MAM stuff in the early game, so we'll get into that. But again, there's a reason why I don't spend a lot of time doing this is because I know I'm going to switch to the server. So very important. And we'll scale all of this up here when we get to the server side. Okay. So now we have our copper, which goes in there. We have our iron, which goes in there. And then limestone goes directly into your, wrong one, this one. Directly into your constructor. Because you don't smelt limestone. I've done it by mistake before. I get all trying to work on stuff and I'm not paying attention. I run it in the smelter and like, wait a minute, I don't need a smelter for that. So again, now we have every single one of those machines is running. And we have done everything in that thing. Oh, we need our storage containers and our thing coming up next. Yes, we used our conveyor belts. Now, what we also want to do is we want to run this one to this one out here. Or, even smarter, instead of doing that, because you can retool your factory, I'm going to change this one to concrete and take this one. I did this on purpose so you can see that you can just retool your factory or readjust your factory to make the thing that you want to make and switch stuff around real easy like that. Run that into there and then just do this one as our concrete over there. And you can see, you can just switch it around. No big deal. No big deal. I often do that with things that I'm doing like wire, or eventually when I do copper sheets, I can just switch this to copper sheets straight away. And so there we go. So all of those are working. That's what we want to see. And then we want to grab some of the output. Actually, let's grab some plates. Let's grab some wire. And let's grab a little concrete. There we go. And let's see if we can do our next upgrade. Now, when I do my next playthrough, I'll also put those in positions that make them more efficient for running back to the hub, which you'll see as well. But let's go in here and grab some iron ingots if we have any extra. Let's see if we have any extra in there. No, we used those up. We probably put them in here. Let's go grab them out of here. There we go. Then we don't have to convert the iron ingots. We can just go ahead and go straight to iron rods. Again, iron rods and wire, you make the fastest of the two things. And the thing you need the most of out of all these basic resources, screws. Screws are crazy how much you need. Now, of course, they actually downscaled the use of screws. You saw that we actually produced a lot less than we typically would in there. And I'm going to help it out a little bit by making my own iron ingots as well. That we massively downscaled what we normally would do in our screws. We were only making about 1,500 screws, and we made it to the end of the game and finished the whole entire game with only like 1,500 screws, which is totally unheard of in the earlier version, in the early access version, because you would do a whole bunch of stuff. Also, in this particular playthrough, everybody, which we didn't do, by the way, I finished the entire game with no alternate recipes. None. Finished the whole game with about 60,000 power maximum. And then finished everything. It was pretty awesome. And then it tells you can do it very, very efficiently and not have to build something that's making, 500,000 power if you don't need to. But I'm going to because it's fun. We're all about the fun in this playthrough. All right, that's good enough. Let's go ahead again, make the rest of these rods. And we're going to need 75 rods. There we go. And we need a little bit more of our cable. Again, you can see some of the stuff I just make manually because look how fast it goes, right? You can make that manually and get that done much faster. Okay, we're done.
Hub Upgrade 5, Power Expansion, completed. The miner, unlike portable miners, can be connected to conveyor belts and requires power to function. Caution. As you expand, the energy demand of your production may exceed the capacity of your power grid. The onboarding program was established because Fix-It pioneers often experience memory issues after planetfall. If you are experiencing nosebleeds, nausea, existentialism, or an itchy scalp, there is no need for concern. This should pass within 5 to 7 workdays. Next objective, complete Hub Upgrade 6.
Okay, now we're going to start using our little to-do list over here, which tells us how much resources we need to make a miner extractor. So we're going to go ahead and put our miner extractor here. And then we're going to go ahead and take this and we're going to run this into this one. No, that's the copper one. We got to be careful. We don't want to run to that one. But the fact that we have to make a pole to hold this means that we need a bit more of our rods here. So we're going to go ahead and get our rods. Now, if I'm efficient, what I'm doing is I'm putting the stuff by the node. And then also affecting the way that the hub is so that I don't have to keep running around the back of the hub every single time. So the hub actually should be turned in such a way that it's close by where I'm doing the production. So I'm doing less back and forth. I'm doing it on purpose so you can see later when I go ahead and switch over the server how more efficient that I'm going to be. And then right here into there. And we just need to run some power. Now, before we run some power, though, we're going to need to reconfigure our power. So what I do is I usually cut it off at the power level. And then I'll run a wire and a pole and a wire and a pole because that is way more efficient to have those two tied to each other right in the very beginning. Let's go ahead and put some more leaves in here. More leaves over here that we collected. That's just from the little bit of leaves that we did earlier. I also, we need more cable. I also like to have my extractors on their own power pole as well. You can actually do 2 separate power lines, by the way. If you want, you can go ahead and run a power line from one that's all the extractors and a power line from the other. That's the other stuff. Let's go in here and make a little bit more wire. I'm actually making wire, but I'll just make some real quick here. So we can just get ourselves another power pole coming straight off of here, and then working this extractor. There we go. And that's going to spin up. And that's going to go ahead and get that going. And that's going to just automate that entire process. Now, of course, we also need an output. So, because if this fills up, it's going to stop. Once this raw ore goes through here and gets into here, it's going to stop. So what we want to do is establish our organization, which is our storage container. And we want to go ahead and just get it going. In the beginning, don't worry about how pretty it is, everybody. You just want to have it functional and working. Now, another thing that we want to do, see how it's coming through here, is we want to utilize all of these resources that we've already collected. So we're not just, you know, having tons and tons of resources. So I should take all this out. Tons and tons of resources in our bags that we don't need. So I'm going to go ahead and create a little box there. Put that there. I don't really like it clipping through that tree, but we'll deal with it for now. Put this around that way. Oof, no. Try that again. There we go. Put that into there, and then this allows me to have a little buffer point where I can put all that ore in there, and I don't have to carry it around. So basically it makes my ore extraction and my ore storage more efficient. So you put a storage at the beginning and a storage at the end. You can also put it in the middle if you want. To backlog all of the resources that you're producing. So the whole process now is automated of iron plates. Nothing else I need to do there. We're all good. Let's go see what the next thing is we need to do. Hub upgrade number 6, which is going to give us our space elevator, biomass burners, and all of that, which is a real huge step in the game, everybody. It's actually a massive step forward as well. So we're going to need a lot of stuff over here to get this going. So let's go over here and pick up our concrete. Let's go over here, pick up our wire. Ooh, a lot of wire in there. Let's go ahead and get our plates that are in here. And we're getting there. So we got to let that run a little bit to get that going. Now also what we can do is we can go over to our copper and get that going. Again, grabbing all this stuff on the way over this way. Right over here. Okay, and again, we're going to go ahead and do our extraction. Sadly, we do not have our lifters yet. Yeah, so we're going to have to do a little wonky stuff here to make that go. Going to need to run our power pole to connect our extractors together. Like that. That's going to start that up. And now we just need to get this from over there to over here. And of course, this costs us a lot of our resources when we're running this across here. We do not have enough things. Now, wherever we are, we have enough resources. We can just throw down a crafting bench. But we don't have enough resources, so we're going to need to get in here and make some more. Right over here. Right over here, get it going on. Oh my God, 2 hours have gone by already. Wow, okay, I'm going to take a break here in a second. In just a minute. To be smart, because then we're going to come back and we're going to redo it. Let's get all this working first. And then we'll come back and get her going here. All right, we're going to make some serious bad choices here. All right, we'll take this out. Run this again. Doesn't matter in the beginning. Later on, you want to make a thing. Now, here's a problem. You got this running. I'm doing this on purpose. You got this running, but you can lift it up like that. So you click once, and then you can move your mouse up, and it will put it up higher so you can bypass across this and end up down here. Like I said, bad choices. I don't like it to clip like that ever. It'll still work, but I'm not a big fan of clipping through stuff. That's called soft clipping, by the way. Here it comes very, very slowly, by the way. Get that away from my belts. And we're going to make this even nicer when we start again here in just a second. So we'll let all that run, and then we'll put in here everything that we've got so far. There we go. Now, the other one we'd want to automate would be our limestone. Just let me ping the one I actually want. is our limestone, which is out here somewhere. There it is. And again, we're going to go ahead and start on the server. The server skips this whole beginning part. It skips the intro. It gives you a bunch of resources right at the very beginning, where if you've already seen the beginning a bunch of times, well, then you're ready for the server. Okay, we'll extract that. Now, in the beginning, you're going to see I make a lot more of those extractors than I'm using now. I'm just using it as an example to give you an idea of the beginning of the game along the way. And again, this is costing me my time because I gotta walk back and forth. For sure, for sure. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put this in here. I'm going to take a little break, and then I'm going to come back here in just a moment. I'm going to let that run, and I'm just going to AFK, and I shall be back in just a bit. Oh, nothing worse than coming back and listening to your power turn off. That was good timing. Yes, Arsenal clipping. I'm a big fan of Arsenal clipping. Oh, I only clip if I absolutely have to. All right, so we ran out of fuel here, everybody. So we're going to go ahead. Oh, we got to balance this fuel. So what you want to do is right-click, put 250 in this one, and then 250 in this one, and then right-click this and put half of that in there and half of that in there, and it does all the math for you. And then off it goes again. Okay. We're back, ready to rock. It's kind of fun just watching the factory run, everybody. It's one of my favorite things is to watch it run. Okay. So now that we've got all this mess running, and we've got a lot of wire over there, that's for sure. Iron plates are going into here now. Oh, wow, 234 plates, nice. And then 33 here. Not quite enough concrete. We need more limestone. And we're going to automate all of this, again, in our other playthrough. There's no reason to do it now because we're going to do it again here in just a moment. What's that, Mercer Sphere over there? Oh, it's back this way. Again, it makes you want to run over there and get that Mercer Sphere, but again, while you're running, just constantly be grabbing all of this loot. Just hold down E will do it. You just push it on one, and then every time you run past one, it'll automatically do it. I'm just holding the E down. I don't have to keep pressing it over and over again. All right, more concrete. Or limestone in this case. And we're just trying to get through the first area, or the first tier, and then we'll really scale it up. And I'll show you exactly where this spot is, where I start in the forest, and how do I get here, and all of that. And then we're going to massively scale up everything that we're doing. Again, we want to automate as much as we can in the beginning. Now, also what I can do is just take this out. Like this, cut it in half, put half of it in, this little bit extra, and then do some of it myself, because that's more efficient than waiting for the rest of that. So I can go ahead and do some of it right here. And it's way faster in the beginning for you to make it yourself. Now I need one more, which is always funny. And I'll go over here and I'll grab, well, 6 more over there. So you can see that I made a lot more. It made 6. I made like 25. In that time. So much faster if I do it. So there we go. We got all of our stuff in except for our rods. So we'll go ahead and try to get some raw ore. Now we can see this is backlog. So we can use some of this extra ore for us to use right over here to make these things. How many do we need to make? We need to make 100. We got 27 so far, so we need to make 75. So now I'm going to convert just enough to where it says 75. Now I can go in and make another constructor and get that going, but that's where you have to decide. Does it take longer for you to make the constructor, put it in there, let the constructor run, or is it faster for you just to make it in the converter or in the workbench or crafting bench? I can tell you most of the time in the beginning of the game, it's faster for you just to do it in the crafting bench because the machines run slow, the belts are slow, or slower anyway. So it's way faster for me to go ahead and just make these iron ingots. And I can also make another smelter that's just making the ingots parts and not converting it into something. And I can just do a smelter that way, so I can grab the smelter and just go right to making the rods without having to actually smelt it down like I'm doing now. But we're just going to go ahead and smelt it ourselves right over here. And then when we get to 75, we'll go ahead and convert all of those. And you can see rods goes really fast in your inventory. Okay. And right there. And there's our upgrade.
Hub Upgrade 6, Landing Platform Hydraulics, completed. Freighter landing initialized. Congratulations, you have completed onboarding and achieved the absolute minimum skill level required of a Fix-It pioneer. Fix-It looks forward to your future achievements, because a future with Fix-It is a future with you. Tier 1 and 2 milestones are now available in the hub, and biomass burners can now be built individually. Your first official objective is to initiate project assembly by building the space elevator. This objective will take a significant amount of resources, so Fixit recommends getting to work.
I like how she slights you all the time. She totally slights you all the time as a pioneer and has a little bit of an attitude without even realizing it. She goes, well, you have the minimum, you did the minimum things possible. She's always messing with you there. Okay, so now we did tier 0, everybody, and that's how to get past tier 0 really easily. Now we're on the space elevator, biomass burner, biomass, which is much more effective than just using leaves and wood. Wood, of course, being more effective than leaves. And then we could go on and do tier 1 and tier 2, but we're not going to. And the reason why is we're going to go ahead and now set up the server. So we're going to go to our server manager. We can say goodbye to our previous playthrough. And what we're going to do is go ahead and remove that server. There we go. Then down here at the bottom, I can just say add server. Now I use Gportal. Gportal is the best. Absolutely, and you get 10% off, everybody, right here. Go ahead and follow that link. Get your own mega server so you can let it run. Now, I'm the only one who's going to be on the server. It's a solo server. So I'm going to go ahead and set up that server. Now, while I'm setting up the server, obviously, I'm going to block all of the IP address and all of that stuff as well. Let me go ahead and set all that stuff up here real quick. And then we're really going to get started. I'm going to show you a much even more efficient way of getting started here as well. Let me pull up my Gportal panel over here, which is awesome. Over here, I'm going to press all the buttons. All the buttons. Logging in. There we go. Right over here. Now you can control all the stuff on your server from your server panel. Over here, I'd show you my server panel, but it has all my IP information in it and all of that. But you get the general idea. You go in your server panel, you get your IP and your port, and you put it into the address bar. And then we're going to confirm. Make sure I got it right. Yes, confirm. And then it says the remote host has presented security certificate. The original can please confirm that the remote hosts are the one you're trying to connect to. Yes. Confirm. There we go. Okay. Now, we can see, oh, I got to reset the server itself. Okay. I connected to it and we can see that it's been running for 1,843 hours and the current tier is tier 9. Right? So I actually have to, I removed the game, but I actually have to reset the server. I forgot to do that part. Let's go ahead and reset the server. So I'm going to remove it from my local host, and then I'm going to go ahead and restart the server over here. Let's go ahead and get her done. God, if I can remember how. It's been a while. Okay, oh, I gotta stop the server. Turn server off. God, I don't remember. Oh, okay. No, I can't just do it in here. I thought I could. Okay. I thought I could. Okay. Never mind. That was right what I was doing before. All right. I just looked it up just in case. Okay. Let's go in. Add server. Server should be offline. Load server. Okay. So we got to let the server load now because I turned it off and I got to turn it back on. Turn off the background stuff. Connecting to the server. Okay. Yes, instead of join game. There we go. We want to start game. Yes. Okay. There we go. I think we're all good. Okay. Bam. Okay. So instead of joining game, because there's a status and I can join a current game that's in there, I'm going to start a game. I got to go in and manage the current save. That's what I got to do to get rid of that previous one. Yes. Okay. See, this one here, I've got a previous game. And we want to go in and delete that completely out. There we go. And then we have no previous sessions. Again, we're managing the saves. Then so what we do is we log in with our IP information. And then now the status will still be this, the level 9 of where it originally was. But I went ahead and turned all that off. And network quality, medium, autosave every 4 minutes. And then autosave on player disconnect. And the thing we want to turn on, where is it? I think it might be after we start the server, is that when I log out, it continues to play, that it continues to run. Autosave, auto pause. When the server should automatically be paused when no players are connected. That's it right there. So they changed the name of it to auto pause. But you uncheck auto pause, and that means that when you log out, it will keep running all the time. So there you go. All right. So we're going to go ahead and go in and start a game. Now we're going to start in the grassy fields. We're going to call this Tycoon Mega HQ. There we go. We can go into the advanced settings and set all sorts of stuff. We're not going to do that. We're just going to start it as default and say start game. And there we go. So starting new game, Tycoon Mega HQ in the grassy fields. It's going to be single player. Oh, I forgot to do the network stuff. Hold on. Let me do the server settings and say that just me. Server name. Tycoon Mega Server HQ. Right here. All right, we'll put a password in there so nobody can get on the server except for me. Right here. Right here. Doing all the server password stuff, which I can show you the thing now that I've already put the oh, wrong button. Right here, I just went in and changed the server name, the passwords, and all of that, just to block the playthrough so peeps can't jump in there and say, Kismet, I'm going to deconstruct all your stuff. Because that sucks. And then there we go. And then we're just going to hit start game. Oh, we need to, again, make sure it says that it is a local thing. I think it's here in advanced settings. Default version. We like to please note that in the one-way action, we've been unable to switch back. No, I don't want to do that. All right, well, let's try it out, see what happens. Start game. Go. Okay, here we go. Server is preparing a new game. Yeah, I didn't think I had to go and reset the actual server itself. And that's what's cool about having Gportal over other things. Now, some of them do the same thing, but Gportal is really easy because you can do it right inside Satisfactory, and you don't have to go to the website to do all of that. I mean, I can erase it over there, but I'm just going to do the same thing anyway. End up going in and doing all of this. So it's going to prepare us a new game. Any update to the game? Yes, lots of updates. Massive amount of updates. I really like the way when she roasts you for skipping what she says when you research something in the ma'am. Yeah, exactly. She just roasts you all the time. It's pretty funny. Well, it's acceptable for a human. I think it's funny. And there we go. That's as long as it takes, everybody. Now, there's the go. Okay, so right now we're going to start on Tier 2. So we're going to skip past Tier 0 and Tier 1. You get the general idea. I'm going to go back and show you a little bit of Tier 1. But it starts on Tier 0 automatically in the... on the server, but they're going to make it, they said, where you can see the intro and all that stuff on the server if you want to. But that's why I just did the beginning to give you a general gist of how to get a good start. And now we're going to let this server run 24/7, and we're going to mega build in there as well. So we're in the onboarding phase, so we're going to go ahead and join game, and here we go again. Here we go again, diving right in. Let's see, amending liability fees, right here. And we're in. That was quick. Oh, and there's our milestone that we're always looking for, the arch there. So what happens when you jump in at this stage, when you jump on the server? Well, first, you're going to see that I already have my space elevator, I have my crafting benches, my constructors, my miners, all the stuff that we just did. The pole, the biomass burner, our logistics we did, and our storage. So right where we left off on our local game, we're now picking up in our server game, which is why I did that. And you can see it starts me off with a bunch of resources to get started. First thing I want to do is put that in there and put this in here. Don't touch it. I'm an idiot. My guy's already an idiot. I just started. All right, so way over there, you can see that arch. I always use that as a frame of reference when I start. This is one of the little bit of water that you have in the forest. They did not add enough water, I think, to the forest because they added water much later to the game. We didn't used to have hypertubes and water extractors and all sorts of awesome stuff they've added over the years. And I've played it since it originally came out, everybody. So I've seen it on day one, and I've played it every single update since. So pretty awesome. This game easily is game of the year, but I think even more so beyond that, this is one of my favorite games of all time, and I've been gaming for 50 years, so that's really saying something, I think. Now, first thing we're going to do is grab a bunch of bushes as we're running through here. Now, we're going to use that as a reference, and we're going to keep it on our left side. Well, for you, it's on the right side, but for me, it's on my left side. It's on that side, and so, because I'm reversed to you guys. And so we're going to keep it over there on our left side, and we're just going to keep running this way toward the edge, right? And you can see that big pillar over there. That's going to be another milestone because we're actually going to go toward that thing over that way. And again, we're just going to keep running, and anytime that we run by any bushes, we're going to go ahead and collect those leaves, and if we see any wood on the ground, we're going to grab that as well because there's also wood laying on the ground. You can see out here, there's a bunch of nodes. Really good spot to get started. You can see, look at all these iron nodes, everybody. Really good spot. I've started there many times. Really great spot. But I'm going to show you my ultimate spot. So again, arch over that way. Kind of hard to see. You can just see it over the top of the mountain. There's that arch that you start in the forest. There's Fred over there welcoming us. We can see this big thing here, right? We're going to run toward that. We're really running toward the edge of the world. Right over here to where we find the beach area, right? We're going to find the water with the beach area. We're just going to run way over here so we can look over the edge. There we go. So this is the edge of the world. We can see all the waterfalls. And what we want to do is be up on the top of those waterfalls. Again, arch that way. We've got our big pillar there that we can use as a reference. And now we're going to run toward the waterfalls along this edge. Now, why are we going to this specific spot? Now, also, by the way, there's some limestone over here. While you're running by the limestone, might as well grab some. Even though it's an impure node, you get a little bit of limestone, and you're kind of jumping ahead a little bit because it's going to automatically unlock those things for you when you get on the server. So those three things are automatically unlocked because you're already it already skipped your lower level tiers in the thing, and it skips the intro. So I highly recommend getting the intro part from the primary game. He's trying to bring it over here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to walk around this area here, which is kind of like a little cavern area. And as I'm running along, I'm grabbing a bunch of this, and because now we're getting serious. We're getting serious on collecting.
Potential edible collected. Eating it and surviving does not count as a valid field test and does not generate enough data for Fix-It to make an informed decision. Store this potential resource for later use. Samples of new alien species acquired. Notable features are blunt teeth, suggesting it is herbivorous, and a thickly plated skull and spine, suggesting it is proficient at inflicting and receiving blunt force trauma. Preserve the remains for later study.
I'm on it. So now we're really getting serious. The other one I was just showing you the intro, but now we're getting serious. We're collecting every individual thing that we can find that's uniquely we haven't got before.
Potential edible collected. Reminder that look and smell alone do not provide sufficient data to determine exact risk of consumption. Just because it looks like you can eat it does not mean it won't eat you. Store this potential resource for later use.
Okay, also sulfur on the way, so let's get some of that. By the way, just hit E and let go.
Unknown chemical element collected. This non-metallic and multivalent element seems to be present only in a solid state and exhibits a most pungent smell. It is fortunate Fix-It helmets are of such high quality. Store this potential resource for later use.
Okay, waterfalls, right? There's the waterfalls. We're working our way along the waterfalls. We're grabbing a bunch of random stuff that we see because that's going to be useful in the MAM later. It's also unlocking our ability to search for those things. And we're collecting a lot of leaves and stuff because we're going to massively scale up our operation once we get where we're going. Now you're going to come along this beach right here, which we're just about to, and you're going to start seeing these kind of brown, remind me of fall, by the way, these brown plants, and you can see that we're here in this little kind of alcove, little inlet here, where we got this guy down here. Now I like to go up to the high side here so I can keep collecting as I'm running, and I'm going to follow this path. See this little sand path that's coming in here? I just keep following this little sand path and grabbing all of this right here. As much as we can kind of grab in the direction we're going. We don't need to stop and collect it all for now. We'll come back to getting a lot of this later on. We're just going to go ahead and grab a ton of this as we go by, looking for any resources that we have not picked up yet. Now, right about here, when you get past that alcove, you're going to want to search for your iron. And that iron will lead you right to your pure nodes. That's right. This is one of the greatest places in the game to start because we're going to start with our pure nodes. Right here. Watch out for this guy. We're going to go around this guy. And we're going to go up here. Did we miss our pure nodes? No. 800 that way, 600 that way, 200 this way. All right. And we'll come back to our Mercer spheres and all of that. Though we could do what I call the zip zip, where you go like this. Let's give it a try. Here we go. Zip zip. Grab it. And then bail. Grab it and bail. You zip in there, you grab it, you get the heck out of there.
To recognize the presence and probable nature of these alien artifacts, these chain melted state spheres are named in his honor. Each sphere emits a unique signal and will require study to determine local application. Store it for later use.
Okay, look at this. Pure node. And we can just grab a bunch of ore, but I'm not going to bother because all I really need is this biofuel right here because we're going to have it do all the work for us. And here we are back to the spot at which I was talking about earlier, where you have a tremendous amount of resources right here. But it's him or it's them or us, everybody. So here we go. We're going to go in hot and get him. Where you going? Where you going? You ain't going nowhere. Shoot me all you want. You're still going to die. Suck up. Got to go in with no fear.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. Their weaponized plasma is most likely stored as a stable chemical substance in an organ close to their mouth, and only turns volatile when exposed to one of the chemical elements in the air. Preserve the remains for later study.
Yeah, we will rock you. Yeah, it's Fred. Fred's always here to greet me. That's what I love about Fred. All right, now what I'm doing is not only grabbing a ton of this, which I need, I'm also kind of clearing the area out. So it's easier for me to see the nodes. It's easier for me to put my stuff down because I won't have my foundations in the beginning. So I'm just kind of clearing the whole area out a bit. See, I just cleared all that out. Now, I can't remove the trees yet. We'll get into that. But again, just go around, just kind of clear the area so you have a nice flat area to start with. Now, I'm going to start with this node over here. And you guessed it, right over here. I'm going to clear this a little bit more. Clear this back here. Again, you see I'm collecting a lot more than I did before. You'll see why here eventually. But here's our peer node right here. Now, one of the things you saw me do is kept running back and forth to the node, right? And that's something you don't want to have to do. You don't want to have to run to the node. And we're going to make some construction here. And eventually we won't have to run to the node anymore because we know we're going to extract it automatically using our extractors. And we can do that already, by the way, because we're already in that stage. All we need is some portable miners. I have to put them back in my inventory for me to use them. Otherwise, they're my hand. They don't work. So I can just say, okay, let's go ahead and extract right there. Now, we also know we're going to need a smelter and we're going to need some stuff in between. But what we're going to do is do some organization. I'm going to hold down control to try to line that up really nice. We've already got our belts. We're going to run it in there. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do our next step of production, which is to run it into here. We're going to go ahead. I told you I was going to speed up. And we're going to do that. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and run our power pole way up here in the front, connect these two together, and now they're all their own separate line. And then the output of this, we're going to go ahead. You notice I haven't made my hub yet, by the way. We'll get into that here in just a second. I move my hub around a lot, and then we're going to run that into there. So this is going to make us some plates, basically. Now, what I want to do is when these plates are done, I want to be able to see that they're actually going into this box and coming out. So I'll make a little extension at the end so I can see the plates on there. And when I look at it, I say, okay, those are my plates in there. Later on, you can get signs and all that stuff. But one of the easiest ways is just to make a little belt there to see what's in that particular box. You can also hit F, and it will show you, in this case, some plates and some rods. And that's just showing me, hey, if I deconstruct this, I'm going to get this. But if you see a third thing in there, or if you see like 100 plates, you know it also has plates in there. Because if you take it out, it gives you 10 plates and 10 rods, right? So anything beyond 10 plates and 10 rods would be any extra resources that are actually in the box itself. So I've created a redundant thing. Now, there's one thing that we skipped, everybody, and it's very important, and it happens all the time, is that this actually doesn't go here. It does when you're doing limestone, but actually what goes here, and again, everybody makes this mistake, and I did it on purpose so you can see that mistake, is you're going to need your smelter first, right? You're going to need your smelter. Look, it needs to go over just a little bit. You're going to need your smelter to get this going. Actually, I'll do this, and I'll take this out to line it up a little better. Run this into there. And then we're going to need our smelter plugged in first. And right here, like this. And then we're going to need our constructor. So what I'm going to do is actually turn the constructor this way. Like this. Say we're about there. Yep. Okay. We're going to put our storage in first. Just getting an idea of which way I want to send my constructor. I'm going to turn that in there. So now we have a storage for the raw resources, storage for our iron ingots, and then we're going to have storage for the end product, which is going to be, in this case, our iron plates. All right, very nice. And then again, we'll take our thing here. We're going to move it forward because we're going to use this again here in a moment. And then we got that. And then again, we'll move some of this out of here. Now, of course, you can take down what you built in the very beginning if you're playing in a local game and just remove it all over the place, which I'll do. I'll constantly be moving my stuff all the time. But the ultimate end of this is going to be right about here. Now, later on, we'll get our foundations and all of that stuff and work with that. Iron plates, very good. And then it's going to end up right here, and this is going to be the final product. at the very end, right? Now, wherever the final product is, that's where you want your hub, because then you can just run out, grab them plates, and put it in the hub. That's what you want to do. So we're going to basically make this way more efficient than we had it last time, where the hub, the entrance to the hub, actually lines up to where our plates are. We'll make this all flat eventually when we get our stuff. But it's basically lined up with this. Right now, again, you got to make sure you can jump up there, which I can. And if I need any plates, I can just go right here. Now, this crooked thing... Oh, here it comes. Now, my last playthrough, I rode that thing, and it launched me way up into space, and it launched me clear across the whole entire game to the edge where I couldn't get my stuff back. It was crazy, man. It was fun, but it was crazy. So watch out if you're riding that thing when it takes off, because it'll send you out of there. All right, let's try to make this a little bit more straight, just so we're not getting triggered. Okay, there we go. Now, we want to go ahead and utilize our power, which, of course, currently is in a tree. Very appropriate over here. So we're going to go ahead and do this, and we're going to do the same thing we did before, where we go ahead and combine both of these into a single power. And those are going to start up, and then we can go ahead and try to connect this to this wire, and that's going to start up all of that on its own, because we already pre-built it based on what we had before. Again, that will start up, backlog through there, into here, automatically make iron ingots, and then if we have extra iron ingots, they'll go in here, and so on. Now, why do I make these backlogs along the way? Well, because I let it run on the server. Eventually, this is going to get filled up with plates, and then it's going to run back to here, and then this is going to get filled up with iron ingots, and then it's going to run back, and this is going to get filled up with raw ore. And so what I can do when I come back onto the server is add more smelters and add more constructors to burn up all those extra resources, and basically I gained more resources because I let it backlog over time. Or you just make a lot more in storages if you just want the end result. A great example is when you transition from just doing iron plates when you get your splitters and start doing also your iron rods as well. So we're going to go ahead and get that started, and that's going to run right to here. Now, next to this, on this direction over here, I'm going to go ahead and set up the end result. This is where it's going to end up. Now, what's going to end up here? This is going to be my copper over this way. Right there. So we want that to end up right there. Now, I want to put my machines here so I can work with the machines, and we're going to work it backwards like we just did. Then we want to go ahead and put our constructor holding down control. Again, we're just going to do it on the ground for now, and then we'll work on the rest of this later. More of all of this, move it out of the way, and also utilize it for our biofuel later on. And again, we're just going to start with leaves, and we'll get to biofuel and all that. Now, I want these machines to be close to me, so I don't have to keep running all the way out there to do that over and over again. So same process. We're going to put a storage container holding down control so it snaps to the back into there. And then smelter. Again, as close to us as we can, but not necessarily in a way. Okay, we need more iron rods. Now, another thing that we can do while this is constructing is utilize our extra ones here, our extra ones for us to use. So we're just going to go ahead and pop those down just like that. So now, not only is this extracting and making me some plates, but this is actually extracting faster than that. You'll see. This right now is extracting at 120, which is pretty fast, and you can see that it's actually backlogging because it's running at such a speed. We can't underclock anything yet. We haven't unlocked that. But it's running, because it's a pure node, it is running faster than the actual belt. So I can actually, at the very beginning of the game, actually have 2 of these running, but I don't have any splitters. I could take it manually out and put it manually in a box and have them running at the same time. Unnecessary, everybody. Very unnecessary. All right, and we can also grab a bunch out of here. Now, I suggest to actually put 5 of these down in the very beginning, which you'll see me do. Another thing that I want to do is add another constructor near this one to do some of the work for me as well. So I'm going to go ahead and say right there. And then we're going to go ahead and see if we've got some room on our power poles. Our power pole is always getting maxed out. Oops, wrong thing, right here. And we got some room over there. Okay, so this we're going to go ahead and have it do rods. Now, to do rods, we need a bunch of iron ingots. Over here, it's making a bunch of plates, and it has already made 57 plates. Thing that I can do is just turn this off. If I turn this off, it will continue to make the iron ingots. We're waiting for them to come back in there. Or they won't come in there because it's off. They'll actually start to backlog the iron ingots into this box. There we go. I can also take them right off the belt if I want to, like this. Keep putting them in my pocket or let them backlog. I can also pull them out of this machine and then turn around and say, you know what? Just put them in this machine, make me some iron rods. So now we got the process of those two going. Now, eventually, when we have our splitters, we'll split it, and it will actually run both of them at the same time. But right now, we don't really need it, but we should probably think about, hey, eventually we'll want to have another box right there for our rods, right? To get started. But we're going to need some rods to make the box so we can put the rods in the thing, which I really like, everybody. Now, again, we're just making a bit of a mess, just throwing it on the ground for right now. But another thing that we'll want to do with these rods is make ourselves a bit of a crafting bench out here so we don't have to run back to the hub every single time. And we can kind of manually do it because manually doing it is going to make it go much faster as well. Hey, Floppy, what's up? And again, we're starting a brand new playthrough, everybody. Stay right here because, again, we're going to be doing a massive, mega playthrough of Satisfactory right now, showing you my favorite place to start right here. This is one of the best places in the game. When I get the map, eventually I'll show you exactly the spot where it is as well. All right? I'll show you where to get started and get the ultimate start to your playthrough in here. And again, we're just starting with just the basics. This is also on our mega server, and that's going to run that into there now. And again, just run this out just a little bit so you can see what's running to that particular thing. We can see our plates are running there and our rods are there, and eventually our copper stuff's going to go over here. Okay, so again, we're just going to go ahead and make wire. Reason why is because cable comes from wire, so wire is the first thing you want to make. And then we want to make our smelter over here. We have just enough to get our smelter in there. Again, I just make just enough that I need, because that's time efficient for me to make just the minimum amount and then let the machines make the larger amount for me. Okay, now what we need to do, again, grabbing all of this, grab as much as we can out of the way here. Gonna look for some friends down here. What's up? Anybody? Anybody want to rock? I want to rock. I hear him. Where are you? Whoa, there he is. Oh, you little sneaky bastard. He got me. I heard him. He's a sneaky bastard. Oh, he fell down the thing. He tried to come get me. Whoa, and there's his friend. Yeah, he fell off the thing. Come on, you little sneaky bastard. Get over here. One of these haven't snuck up me in a long time. Great way to start the playthrough. Just run at him and wipe him out. Now, don't trust that this guy's dead down here. Whoa, I'm almost dead. I jumped off of there. Where did he go? I never trust that he's dead down here. Look at this, by the way. Oh, Caterium right there. Oh, where is he? He's here somewhere. It warned me. Danger. There he is. Come on there, guy. Now, what you want to do is jump over him. Oh, I didn't make it. I was in a down slope. Uh-oh, another guy coming after me, too. We got troubles. We got troubles. We got problems. Again, just try to stay to the side of them. Move them bushes. Oh, you want to take me on? Come on, I'll take on one of you guys. Come on, let's go. Bring it. Bring it, brother. Whoa, what you got? Left, little dodge left, little dodge right. You ain't got nothing? You ain't got what it takes? You ain't got what it takes, I can tell you. You ain't got it. I can always tell if they got it, and I can tell you, you ain't got it. All right, also, and an amazing start here, we've got some Caterium nearby that we're going to unlock. Awesome.
Unknown metal collected. This metallic element is showing properties similar to those in Group 11 on the periodic table, such as high conductivity and malleability. Store this potential resource for later use.
Just holding down E, everybody. Holding down E is your friend. You don't have to hit it every single time. Just start on one bush, like right here, hold down E, and then just run around, aim at all the bushes. Now, sometimes when you're holding down shift, you go by a little too fast and you'll miss a few. I kind of let go of shift when I get close, so I can kind of just get all of them. Like this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Biofuel. Put it all in our pockets. Well, future biofuel. Right now, they're leaves. All right, there is our node. And sadly, we don't have our lifters yet. We're going to get all this back up and running like we had left off before. So let's go ahead and run our extractor. Oh, we need our miner. Let's go ahead and again over here we're going to go crafting bench. Oh, we got to go back so we can craft our crafting bench. Bummer. I need one more of those rods. But no worries. Ooh, it's nighttime. It's spooky. Spooky. No worries. We got some rods right there. And we turn this off so that we can go ahead and siphon some of these out of here. And do that. And then we want to turn this back on so it makes more of that. And then this will automatically make me a bunch more rods. Again, until we can do our splitters, or if we want to tap the other iron node, we could. But we definitely need to get our copper going. So let's run out here. Oh, wait, did I get enough to make my thing? Yeah, I sure did. Now, I could have put it on my to-do list, which would have been a smarter idea. But I always kind of put these out by where the thing is. Like this. I'll put my crafting bench, and let's see if we can get an equipment bench too. We sure can. Very nice. Then I'm going to go ahead and get my miner going, but I see I can't do my miner because I don't have a portable miner. I got to make one of those first over here. And to make a portable miner, I need more iron rods. But luckily, I put a thing down, so I don't have to run all the way back and grab the rods or make the rods. I can make the rods wherever I am. So you always want to carry a little bit of extra rods there, extra plates, so you can always make your crafting benches. And then it also makes it where you can always make your portable miners. Now me, I'm going to go ahead and make all the miners right now. Oh, the DJ Watkins coming in with a massive 76. Makes me want to play Fallout 76. The massive 76 months of sub love there. Show him some love. You maybe want to start a new playthrough. I know, Coda, right? I love a new playthrough, especially in this game, and also in another game called 7 Days to Die. One of my favorite games of all time, everybody. I love the beginning of the game. It is really great. I actually like all the stages of the game, but especially the beginning because you just have such potential every single time. And again, we're just going to bring this, and then we'll bring it up here. And again, this is one of the greatest places to get started. There we go. We got it connected. Now what we need is more rods, as you can see. And that's why I have it making me a bunch of rods over there. So I don't have to do too many. Oh, sometimes it gets messed up there. There we go. We'll make some more. Again, I'm making the minimum amount that I need to do. There we go. Okay, now this is how we used to play this game, by the way. Our travel was the belts. We would use the belts to get us where we're going. Also, it helps you remind you how to get where you're going, too, way back in the day. So I'm going to go ahead and put a pole here. And we'll go ahead and run this forward way over here. So then we can also connect our smelter. And we can connect this. Now it gives us one more connection left. And we're going to run this connection right here. And that'll connect us. Oh, wait a minute. We've got all of our connections going. Oh, we do. Okay, we're going to have to disconnect a connection here. Oh, that's going straight to that. I didn't mean to run that straight to that. I don't know why I did that, but apparently I did to get it started. I want to run this to this pole over here. There we go. Maxed out all those poles there. There we go. That's a much better power grid. So now it's ready to go. Wire is good. Let's go back here and make sure we said copper ignits. Copper ignits good. And it'll take it a little bit for the thing to spin up, but then you'll start to see your copper coming along the belt here. Aha, there it goes, very slowly. Again, it's painful because we just finished the game. My first playthrough of 1.0. Now, again, I've played through 50 times, everybody. Again, it's not my first time. But our first playthrough of 1.0, and with all the new features, Tier 9 and all of that, we got our Golden Cup, which is really the end goal of the game, I think, is to get the Golden Cup. Now, once you've played through and you haven't got the general gist of the game, I highly recommend starting in a new starting zone or in a new starting area. And again, this is one of my favorite areas in the game because you have all these nodes that are just going to add 120 already right off the bat, and you're just getting massive tons of resources that you can utilize in the early game. All right, so they're all making what they should be making at this stage. Now, the other critical one that I need, and I'm going to put it over here on the far side. Again, I want all the stuff to come to me instead of me going to it, right? That's the whole point of what we're doing. And so we need some plates, no problem. We've got 86 already made right in there. And again, what we're doing is we're trying to be efficient. We're multitasking, meaning that it's doing some of the work for me. And I'm going to move this out, but still kind of line it up to this. And we're going to get our next resources going. And again, we'll take our thing and we're going to kind of nudge it just kind of out a little bit like that. So I have room to run through here, which is what I'm going to do. And then we'll put our storage there. We'll put our storage in between as well right here. We're going to tell this to be concrete. And again, I told you I was going to speed up a little bit. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. If I miss them for any reason, feel free to throw them in there again. Again, my name is Kismet. You just use my name in there. It'll highlight and whatnot if you missed any part of the process on how to get an incredibly great start. Now, the other one that we want to do, of course, is our limestone. Now, before we run all the way over there and burn up our time, we want to go ahead and utilize our to-do over here. So we're going to say we're going to need a miner, and we're going to need a lot of conveyor belts. So let's just say it's going to be about, I don't know, 30 conveyor belts. And then we look over here and see if we have enough resources for those two things, which is the miner and the resources. We have portable miners, and we have iron plates of concrete. We're all good to go. And as we're running, again, holding down that E, and we're going to run, that's not the right one. It ran off. There we go. It's not 700 away, I can tell you that. It's about 100 or 200. Right over here in the bushes. Where are you hiding, my little node? I went past it. Right here. Should be right about here. There it is. All right, let's go ahead and clear some of these bushes so we can find it easier next time. Again, just holding down E, not pressing it. You'll get carpal tunnel if you're pressing E on every one of these bushes. Now, later on, we'll get a way of collecting all of this biofuel a lot easier. But in the early game, I not only do it for the actual biofuel itself, which I'm going to use later, but I also use it just to kind of clear and make it visually easier to see what I'm working on. Now, we're not doing anything fancy yet, but we are going to be super fancy. We're going to tap every single node in the game, explore every single area, and do everything that you can do. We're going to get every Mercer-Sphere, every summer sloop. We're going to get it all, everybody. All right, bam, right there, get it done. Then we're going to go ahead and run a power line as far as we can get away with here in this direction. Let's do it right there. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and automate this. Now, we got a little bit of problems going right to that thing right there, so I'm going to go ahead and grab this. Now, if you might have noticed that I grabbed my plates, now I'm going to need some more rods. So again, let's go ahead and do this. Oh, not enough rods. Again, here we go. Burn a little bit of our production time running back. But again, make it worth it. So you're just grabbing a bunch of these things on your way back, clearing out this stuff. Watch out for them crazy birds. Right over here. And grabbing all of this. And slowly you're clearing away all of the excess stuff in here. That's okay. Let's go over here and get a bunch of our stuff so we can re-up. We already got all of our plates over here. Rods. Now we got 100. Yes, a lot. How about some wire? Oh, yes, a lot of wire. All right, awesome. Oh, we need to make a pit stop anyway. Go right up here. And we're going to go ahead and check this. Ooh, it was about to run out. Ooh, perfect timing right there. Very nice. Throw that in there. Now, I can make some biofuel right now, but we'll come back to it here in a moment. We're going to go right here, hold down control, boom. And control is going to put things of the same type away in here. So I'm just going to kind of clean my inventory out so I have just the basics of what I need, and then all these other resources are going to be stored in there, which we're going to use in the MAM later on. All right, so again, to lead myself right there, I'm going to ping it with my thing. You can also, when you have the map, you can put a marker on the map so you don't have to keep pinging it over and over again. But after a while, you'll just get an idea that, okay, this is off to the east, right? You'll get that idea and you hit. All right, let's collect some more here while we're on the way back. Okay, and again, multitasking for the win. All right, there we go. Now we got our plates and our rods that we need to run this to us, so we don't have to run to it, because running to it sucks. I don't like that. There's a little branch hanging down there that I don't like. We'll just go around it. And then we're going to go this way. And we'll go to there. Get these bushes out of here. Okay, now we also have our power pole. We want to make sure that we are... Okay, sure. Zap the power pole. That'd be a real smart idea. Oh, not enough cable. Okay, again... over here where we're working, crafting bench. I'd put it over here, though, instead of putting it out over there. Because you're going to run back here a bunch of times. You're going to have to make crafting benches, and you're going to have to make equipment benches. So at every node, you should have both of these things right here. And that's just in case you got to make some cable or whatnot. It becomes later. Later becomes way easier because you have the dimensional depot. But... we're going to make some miners. We're going to make a bunch of them. All right, 5 ought to do it. Okay, now not only are we going to have our extractor, but at every node, we're going to go ahead and put down 5 of our miners, our auto miners, on the node. Like that. And that's producing 5 times the speed of that thing, even though that thing's a pure node. It's going to absolutely make a massive amount of limestone, which is awesome. We'll see why we did that later on. We also want to do the same thing on our copper node. So while we're here, we'll swing by our copper node on the way back. Now that we have enough resources to make a bunch of these. And again, we're waiting for our rods to run. So we had enough resources to make those miners. All right, those miners are going to do their thing. Now we're going to go ahead and run over here and run more power poles. All right, way over there. And run our conveyor belts. Now, in the beginning, you're going to be doing a lot of this stuff temporarily, everybody. This is all temporary, and it's just to get it started. And then later, you'll come back and you'll build the fancy stuff, which we will do. All right, do we have any connections there? No, but we have one there, because we were smart enough to make an extra pole. Oh, but not quite, not quite. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll take this one off. We'll run this one to here. Oh, wait. Oh, I got to show you my trick. Hold on. Let's put that back. Let's show you a little trick, everybody. See right here, the wire? I want to go ahead and cut this wire and do it. I'm so used to doing that because that's the way you had to do it in the old game. But if you have the pole here, you can just take the pole, roll over the wire, and bam, you can just make another pole that splits the wire automatically. I really need to get into the habit of doing that. And thus, I don't need this pole anymore. And I could just run it directly to that pole. Right there. And again, using the minimum amount of poles is very, very efficient. Now, way over there is starting up my limestone. And so I'm going to go ahead and keep running this in and then run it right to that box. But of course, I need one more plate, everybody. One more. That's always how it goes. You always need that one more thing. Get those plates. And we'll go ahead and run it. It is not even close to getting over here yet. But if we did it correctly, we don't have to run back over there anymore. Not unless we want to upgrade later on, upgrade our belts and all that stuff. But that should actually take care of the limestone where I don't have to run the limestone. The only time I would run the limestone is if I wanted to speed up the process and I wanted to grab the raw limestone, which is now sitting over there waiting for me. 500 raw limestone is going to be sitting over there at any given time. The same thing with my node over here. There's 300 right here. But we're going to go ahead and take the ones that we just made, and we're going to make it 500. At any given time, it's going to have 500 raw ore that I can go over there and make whatever I need to make over there. Now, what we want to do is to go to... Oh, we didn't make another one out here yet. We got to make one. We'll make one here. Again, all of this stuff is going to be moved eventually. And we'll make some more miners. I think I just needed one more. On top of that one, yep, one more. Again, we're going to make a total of 5 and combine those together. The lizard doggo. And we're going to run over this way. And again, we're kind of future-proofing what we're doing, right? So we're going to go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now it's going to have 500 copper ore there at any given time. I'm going to use this as a walkway to make me run back faster. Again, that's how we used to do it in the old school days. Okay, so now we've caught back up and really even expanded on what we did before. Now let's go look at our power, because power consumption, very important. You can go to the pole or you can go to the actual biomass burner. Right now my capacity is 40 and my max cons is 39. So right on the dot, everybody. You're welcome. Mwah! Beautiful, beautiful start. Right on the dot, Aruni. But one of the things we need to do, again, is to go in here and feed some of this extra stuff manually, because we can't really do another extractor right now because we don't have our splitter, number one, and number two, we don't have enough power to get it going. All right, so this is going into there. Oh, it's this one here. We want to put that in to make some more rods. And now we're very efficiently making our basics. Let's get up here. Okay, so tier 0, we're back up to tier 0, which automatically unlocks when you do a server. But you saw me do all of that earlier where we got through tier 0. So we're good, and we saw the intro. We did all of that. Now we're ready for tier 1. But before we get into base building and logistics and all of that, one of the first things I do is I skip all of that and I go right to obstacle clearing. You absolutely do want to go right to obstacle clearing as soon as possible. Now, there's also biomass burners and other things that we can put down separately from the hub. But I immediately go to this one because it gives us the chainsaw. And the chainsaw is incredibly powerful, so we can keep our resources going, right? And that's what we need to do. Keep our resources going big time. All right, how much of this has been done? 7. Okay, that's going to take a minute to get to 100. How many wires have we done over here? Okay, well, we've done 248. That's pretty reasonable. And again, instead of me jumping up in there all the time, what I'm going to do is yet again make a crafting bench right down here. So I don't have to jump up there over and over again. And now I can make the cable. Now I have enough to make the cable. 164 I can do. Just roll your cursor over there, press the space bar, it'll just run and run. Great time when you're getting hungry, you want to make a sandwich or something. You go and you just grab a massive ton of resources. Like I can go grab 500 raw ore. Every time I take a break, that's what I do. I go grab all that raw ore out of those extractors. I start it running, go make myself a sandwich, go have a bowl of cereal or dinner or whatever while it's running. And then when I come back, boom, it'll be ready to go. Because you can do it way faster than the game can do it, or your automation can do it right at this moment. Okay, so we have the cable. Let's put the cable in. Good to go. Okay, cable complete. Now we need screws. So what we're going to need is 180 screws we can make. We need 500 right over here again. We've got 4. Okay, that's not a lot. That's not a lot. How we do it over here? It ran out of iron ingots. So again, over here, we're going to go and say, you know what? You can stop this and go ahead and just backlog these iron ingots. I'm going to pull them out of there. Backlog them into this box because it's just going to continuously do that over and over again. By the way, because our thing is so fast, you can see it's also backlogging. So eventually when we do have the ability to split and we do have the ability, we already have extra resources. And that means that we're going to be able to produce things faster very, very quickly because we'll have all those extra resources backlogged. A very, very cool way to start the game, everybody, especially when you're using your pure nodes. Same thing over here. It's going to start to backlog our copper ingots here. It's going to start to backlog. Oh, I didn't put one behind here. Oh, my bad. My bad. That's my bad. I thought I did. We didn't put a box back here, so it's backlogging that raw ore. Oops, I put it the wrong way. Let's try to... I don't know. It always seems to orient this the opposite direction that I want it to be oriented. I don't know if they're doing it on purpose just to troll players or if it's just me. I don't know. It feels like it's not just me. I'm just saying. All right, and then we had any raw ore. We want to put it back in here so we can infuse it into the line as well. Now, here's another great thing we can do is we can go down here now and actually increase the speed of this extractor by taking all of this out of here and letting this go ahead and get another 500. Oh, and there goes my power, which means my probably my original power is out. And go right here. This is why you have this box here and put all the copper in there. Now it's just going to run at the maximum speed of the belt for a very long time, as long as I have power. Now, another thing that I need to do is to work on my biofuel production, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to go ahead and split this in half and put this in here for right now, and get that back up and running. There we go. Very nice. Okay, so we need some rods. Now, instead of going in and turning this off and doing this, I can just take this belt out and I could run it over to this one, right? Or even smarter, what I can do is just change this one. I know it's a crazy idea, to iron rods. Because I need more iron rods than I need plates. Right now, I've got 76 plates. I got plenty of that. So I want to just turn this on, and now it's just going to run rods. So I don't necessarily have to have a separate one over here for rods and plates in the early game. I can just let it run rods now. But again, I can run it faster than it can. I can do them at a much higher speed. So I'm going to grab the extras out of there. I'm going to run back here, and I'm going to see how many iron rods we can make. And then it's going to tell me how many screws I can make from those rods as I make more rods. And when that number hits 500, I'm going to stop making rods, and I'm going to make all of the screws. Not quite enough. It's going to be real close, though. All right, 376. Again, let's go in here. And now we can take these ones out here in the front, and now we can see that these are rods. And we can just feed it to ourselves if we want, or we just take it all out. Like this. And then every time it gets some more, it'll show up right there. So we got our rods. We're at 416 screws. So again, this is going to take a while. Oh, wow. Burned through that already? Holy mackerel, it sure did. Okay, now it's time for some biofuel, everybody, because we don't want that to keep shooting off. We're going to go ahead and grab all of this stuff that we picked up. And we didn't pick up that much, just a bit as we were running along. Again, I don't have to pick up a massive amount of it. And we want to transition from just using the raw leaves and wood, transitioning to the biomass. Now, the biomass is going to be a much more efficient fuel. If you look at leaves, it has 15 megajoules of power. And, of course, biomass has 180. 15, 180. Right? So you can see the difference in the huge jump. And a lot of your powers like that they'll have a huge jump in the efficiency of your fuel. And you, of course, want it to be as efficient as possible, especially in the very high end of the game. It's pretty crazy. Now, I'm going to make enough to have about about 600 or 3 of these stacks, which I just did just in that amount of time you just saw me do it. Now, what I can do is I can let this run for much longer. Now, how long is this going to run? Well, I'm going to show you how to calculate it. First, you put the same amount in both. Then you go ahead and do this. And it's going to start up. It's going to say 6.67 per minute, right? So if we put the leaves in, let's go ahead and take these back out like this. We're going to put the leaves in. Make that stop on purpose. It's going to be 80 per minute. So if we go in and calculate it, which we can do in-game, by the way, you can just go up and bring up this search thing. You can say that we have 500 divided by 80. So 500 divided by 80 equals, it's going to run for 6 minutes and 25 seconds. That's basically what it's saying. About 6 minutes it's going to run, right? But if we use our biofuel over here, it's got 200. It's going to use 6.67 per minute. So we go in, and then we say 200 divided by 6.67. It's going to run for 29 minutes. 6 minutes, 30 minutes. What do you think is better? Obviously, 30 minutes is better. All right, let's go. Now, that is going to run for a half hour. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to think about that power anymore. By the way, also, you can see that my power is perfectly balanced. It's very nice. Very nice for that early game. Okay, so we are waiting for our rods. So while we're fooling around with our power, we're trying to get our screws going on. We're very close. We're going to let those run for just a minute. We're going to think about what our next upgrade is after this. So I would do obstacle clearing first, and then it's really up to you. Do you want to do base building first? I typically will. I'll typically do base building because I can't handle the stuff being on the ground for too long. Your ADHD kicks in and you're like, I can't handle it. I want it to be straight and I want it to be in line. I want it to look nice. So all of that stuff does get in the way. But I definitely do obstacle clearing first because, again, you're going to want your solid biofuel, which is going to make your fuel even more efficient. You're going to get inventory slots, and you're going to get that chainsaw, and you're going to chainsaw everything. Because not only are you going to take it out because you need the resources, but you're going to take it out cosmetically because you got a bunch of trees in the way and stuff in your way, and you want to get all that stuff out of your way so that you can build yourself an awesome thing. Also going to get the resource sink going, some higher speed belts. Can't wait for those. We're going to massively scale up our production from the very beginning of the game. We're going to produce every single thing that we can produce from the very beginning of the game, all the way up to the highest tiers of the game. Again, we're mega building, everybody. So again, obstacle clearing is where we're at. So again, all we need now is some concrete and some screws. Ooh, concrete, 92. I think that might get us there. Almost, anyway. Oh, there it is. Yep, got it in there. Now just need those rods. Let's grab any rods out of here that we can because they're not doing us any good sitting on that belt. Let's grab all of these. Let's grab the ones that are on the belt. Very nice. Are we there? Yes, we are there. There we go. So again, I automated all of that so that at this point I would have the items that I need to progress to the next stage. And that's what this game's all about, is efficiency of your time. Because your time is your most valuable asset and your most powerful asset that you have. So we're going to let this run. Now, our whole goal today, by the way, everybody, is we're going to play until we have perpetual power. Perpetual power means that it's going to run on the server as long as it can for 24/7 until we play again, and it will just keep backlogging resources and backlogging resources. That's our big goal today. In day one, we want to get coal power. Coal power is hard to do in the early game because it does take a lot of resources, and the coal power that I need is actually fairly far away from where I'm at. But we know where it's at. We know how to get it here. We just need the resources to do it. So we're going to need to scale up and scale up and scale up until we have enough resources to run that coal power to us, because we don't want to have to run out there every single time. We want it to come to our central base. And that'll start being a theme of this particular playthrough, is that instead of going to the resources come to us. Instead of going and building a remote base where the node is, which is what I typically do, and you saw how efficient it was in my last playthrough, a very efficient way of doing it, we're going to bring it to us, which helps you a bit with your logistics as well. When you have all the resources nearby, you can work your logistics a little easier than having to run out every single time to fix stuff. Really, your extraction is just that. It should just be extraction. And then all your other stuff should be nearby your hub where you can utilize it for upgrading your hub, like I'm about to do right now, which is I'm bringing all the resources to me, right? So I don't have to run back and forth, which gets old very quickly until you have your hypertubes and your trains and all of that. All right, there we go. First thing we're going to do here in Tier 1 is obstacle clearing.
Milestone reached. Solid biofuel, created from any biomass, ensures maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, the chainsaw allows for the removal of tougher wood and coral foliage. Additionally, your pocket dimension has been inflated to increase inventory size. Inspirational note: will you be the Fix-It Employee of the Month? You could be if you construct, automate, explore, and exploit by eliminating all obstacles to efficiency. This isn't just fun, it's contractually mandated fun, fun, fun.
I love that. She's so great. All right, so what I did, everybody, is I hit N, and then I typed the word chainsaw. Did you see me do that? I typed the word chainsaw, and then I click on it. Then it brings up your parts thing, where it basically shows you your recipes of your items. Then I clicked add to to-do list, and it told me over here the things that I need. Now I'm kind of jumping ahead a bit because I need to make a bunch of reinforced iron plates manually, because I don't have the ability for me to make them right now. I could go in and make them, but it's way easier for me to make the 5 I need and be able to start producing a lot of fuel. Fuel is the key to this entire game, whether it's biofuel, coal, or anything higher than that. The power is what makes it run. You need power to make your factory automate. So that's what we're going to work on. Where's my thing? My thing was up. I bumped my little thing there. Okay, so that's what we need. We need a lot of power to get this automated, get this running. So we've unlocked the ability to do our chainsaw, but we're going to need those resources. So let's see if we have enough to do some plates. We have just enough to do our reinforced iron plates. I would do those first. Okay, now the next thing we're going to need is iron rods and screws. We have it automated over here. There's our things going. We're going to slide under there. Hold down C, like cat, to get underneath there. Oh, well, look at that. 63. Nice. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and make our screws. Now, see how sometimes it turns gray? All you have to do is click off and click back. Sometimes it, interface does a little funky thing there, and I just roll it. Okay, so we need 160 screws. So we're going to do our screws first before we get to our rods. And again, you want to make this yourself because it's way faster at this stage. Oh, here he comes. Hold on. Let's watch our pod return. Such a great animation, everybody. Really, really good. I love to see it every single time because it's so subtle in all the little things that are going on at the same time. Their animators are awesome. All right, back to work. There we go. Back to work. Watching the thing land is not efficient. It is not approved by Fix-It Corporate. But, do it anyway. Just don't tell them I told you so. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we have all of our stuff. But, of course, we don't have enough iron rods now because we used them up on the screws. But that's okay. We've got a few more that were made right here. And now we're ready to make our chainsaw. I think I feel like putting another one of these over here. And then I'm going to stick it off to the side here. Just make a bunch of these so you don't have to keep running around doing it. All right, chainsaw. Let's go. Boom. Very nice. All right, we're going to go ahead and put our chainsaw on. It's time to get going. Very cool auto-expanding chainsaw. Now, the great thing about the chainsaw is when you go to chainsaw, which I can't do right now, it's like, why doesn't it work? Because I need solid biofuel over here. It doesn't use your biomass. So we need to run back over here, grab this, go to the bottom here, which now has solid biofuel because we unlocked it when we unlocked the chainsaw. But now we're going to go ahead and make a bunch of that. And we only need to make a little bit, because eventually we're going to automate this process. So just make a little bit of biomass solid biofuel. And then we're going to do the tree. And it's going to AoE everything around it. Now, they did add a mode where if you want to just take out one tree and not the stuff around it, you can hit R and then just take out the one tree. And you see that it didn't AoE because I hit R and I switched the mode over there. Now, I don't need the one tree. I need all the loot. Now, anything that's down here, they did fix it. Now you can hit E and pick that up. That's way faster for you to hit E on the bushes and then use the chainsaw on the trees, or to use it in such a fashion that is very efficient. So you go to the center, and then it's going to AoE around the one that you clicked in the center. I think it's way easier just to hold down E and run around and just pick up all this little stuff. So all the little stuff until you get to where a tree's at. Then you go ahead and do it. And again, getting rid of all this nature, exploiting nature, everybody. If you didn't notice, there's another pure node right here. Right there. I know, that's 3 iron pure nodes. It's awesome. You're welcome. You're now getting the insight on one of the greatest places to start in the game. And then again, hitting that E. They did at some point made the E not work in the chainsaw mode, but it does work now, so yay. That's one of the most annoying things is when you can't hit E just to pick up that one leftover leaf. All right. And again, we're going to do exploiting of the area. Now, see how this tree is over here? It might be smarter for me to hit this. See, and then I get the whole area and all the things as well. You're trying to center yourself in there like this. I feel by the time I do that chainsaw, I could have picked all that up manually. Just hit E. I can pick all this up manually way faster by holding E down than I can with the chainsaw. The chainsaw takes time. Now, you can't take out the trees unless you have the chainsaw. That's the big benefit of the chainsaw. But any leftover bushes, I just hold down E. We're just clearing this whole area like this. Now, meanwhile, by the way, it's running a bunch of our resources. And it's going to do that for like 30 minutes. And while you're waiting for your resources or whatnot, perfect time to go do this. Get this going. And I pick up everything because I need everything. Again, so much easier just to hold down E. Just run past it. The only thing I really need the chainsaw for is the trees. Plus the chainsaw is annoying. Annoyingly loud. I got it turned down. Get this tree out of our hub. There we go. And now the sun's coming out. Get out of this shade. Oh, look at this over here. Now you can try to cut this tree down and try to get that one. We'll see what happens. It goes really far away. It really does. If you go off the center, it does a huge AoE. At least I consider it to be huge. Huge AoE, so you don't have to do each individual tree. And we're getting all this. We're gonna do a mega start here, everybody. We're gonna really go to work. Really go to work on this. Big time. Also making it easier for us to see our nodes. Any mobs trying to sneak up on us. I'm very thorough. Very thorough in all things that I do. I love doing this, everybody. I get in the zone, too. You see me go into the zone there? Get every bush. Get every single one. Look how nice it is without all this darn nature in the way. I'm just kidding, everybody. Just kidding. But I think it's funny because that's how Fix-It thinks of nature. Exploit that nature. Very nice. All right, do we get all of this? Yes, okay. Now look how nice and cleared out that is there. We'll just run back this way while we're at it. Just grabbing these trees, holding down E, avoiding carpal tunnel. And again, you can't optimize it by, getting the item that's in the center and then get all the bushes, but a lot of times I just go do the tree. Like right here is a good example. I can do this one here in the middle. And then it gets all the trees that are around it. I'll just get this tree. I'm just waiting for my resources to run as well. Letting in them backlog. Perfect time to do all of this stuff while you're waiting. It's very efficient use of your time. Uh-oh, out of fuel. All right, good enough. That'll get it started. Come on, get up there. I know you can get up there. Okay. We've got a lot of resources. Look at all that wood. Look at all that stuff. Now we need to make some biofuel. And so we're going to go up here. Make sure we got all of that. Very nice. All right, all this is good. Let's go in here and set our next goal, which in my case is going to be base building. So we're going to go in here and see if we have enough. We have enough of those. We don't have enough of those. Don't have enough of that. Let's go over here and see if we've got more. Yep, 125 right there. Concrete. Oh, looking good. Perfect. That was a perfect timing, everybody. Got back just when it had enough of both things. Wait, but I didn't grab it. Come on, grab it out of there. There we go. My Pioneer is acting a little funny. There we go. Done.
Milestone reached. Several new structures are now available for improving factory organization. Foundations provide a building grid, which makes it easier to manage placement of any structure. In the event that you are experiencing amnesia for all events prior to planetfall, be reassured that memories of beloved humans and/or animals would have only been distractions from your important mission.
Okay, well, thanks for that reassurance there. Okay, so what I'm going to do, everybody, is I'm going to line it up off this kind of area here. I'm going to line it up in this original area, and I'm going to run it out here to the edge. Now, there's different types of grids in the game. There's the actual node extraction grid that you can line it up to the node and use that. But I typically will use the world grid for my primary base. And this way you can line up those world grids across a whole bunch of different stuff. Now, I always start with the 4 meter here. And I go ahead and set it in the highest point that I want to be. Like right here, you can see that this is a pretty high point. We're just going to click it as default. And then we're going to go over here. We're going to hold down Control, and we're going to see it snap. See how it's snapping? That's it snapping to the world grid and the world grid direction. I'm trying to rotate it with my scroll wheel. You can see it doesn't rotate. It snaps perfectly to the world grid like this. And this is how you want to start your base. Nicely snapped to the world grid. Now, if I put it there and run it like this from the world grid, am I just above here? And I am. Very nice. Very nice. I like it. Now, one of the things I also want to do is have it where I can angle down and the ground does not show up. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and look at that. Nah, I don't really like that. I want to go forward another one here. Like this. So now that I have it along the world grid, I can take all these out and I can go ahead and start my edge. And then like this. And we need more concrete. Let's go back and get some more. Right over here, because it's doing our job for us. It is just automated. Now, in the early game, you need a lot of concrete. So right now, we're having a problem keeping our concrete going. So first thing we're going to do is start with just the edge grid that we are on, and then we can see now that this is going to be perfect if we happen to want to run this down the water. Now, I've started here before in the early access version, but never in the release version. And this is an incredibly great place to start. Now, am I going to move all of that right now? Actually, no. What I'm going to do is this is going to be my primary road. It's going to be 3 wide. I normally do 2 wide, but this one's going to be 3 wide so I can run stuff down the sides later on, up and down and all of that. And then over here, what we're going to do is we're going to pre-think out. Oh, there it goes, going into the grass. Oh, that's a bummer. I don't like it going into the grass. So what I need to do is I need to raise it up just a little bit whenever I see that. So one of the brilliant things of this game, everybody, that's why this game really sets itself apart, is the fact that I can aim at the center and it knows that I want to build upwards. It automatically knows because I'm aiming at the center of the current foundation. I can also aim to the side, it goes that way. If I aim to this side, it goes that way. If I aim to this side, it's actually going to go where this other block is, and so on. So it basically will know, and also if you aim underneath the block, it will assume that you want to attach the underneath. And this is the true brilliance of this game. So I can put that one on top and use that one to actually raise up all of what I'm doing. By the way, I'm also hitting F and then holding Control to take out these other blocks so I can reuse them. But I've already aligned it to the world grid, so I've already got the grid already set down. Now, what I can do is I can try to attach it either at the top, the bottom. Again, sometimes it gets a little funky when you're doing this double stack, but I'm just going to stack that one there. Now I've raised it up. It's still connected to the world grid. It's up high enough now where it will not clip through the ground. Thank goodness. We won't see all that grass. And you'll see me do that over and over again until I have it the way I want it. And we can also hit R to turn on what's known as zooping, so you can do multiple of them. In my day, when you first started playing Satisfactory, we didn't have no zooping. We put every block down one at a time. And I've done thousands upon thousands, probably tens of thousands of blocks in this game. So there you go. Chainsaw damage mobs? No, it doesn't. It does not damage mobs. It's not an actual mob damaging weapon. It's just for collecting resources. So I would definitely use the chainsaw wisely. And keep your thing always on your bar here in case people sneak up on you. All right, more concrete means more blocks. So we're setting the foundation of our future base. But we do want to have it where, again, it's kind of popping off the side here and not ending up going in the ground. And again, I like to line it up off of this road here. And of course, line it up to the world grid. So we're going to set this. This looks pretty good as the center. And do we want this to center? Actually, this is better for the center. And then we're just going to put one of these back. And that's going to tell us the center. Now, also what I can do is I can go in and I can use the ability to color the blocks and do all of that. You'll see me do that on my roads. I use yellow for roads and all of that. But right now, we don't have the customizer because we have to unlock the customizer before we get going. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And then just to get started here, we're going to put a ramp that goes down so we can just run up and down the ramp. We don't have to jump. Now, since this is going to be my center road right here, so I put the road on the other side to match up. Off here to the side is where my power is going to be for right now. So we're going to go ahead and start with our power, our biomass burners, but we need more plates. All right, now we got to go back over here and get our plates on. Well, let's go back over here, grab our rods while we're at it. And then, just since this is already in line, we can go ahead and say, you know what, I changed my mind, make some plates. And now it's going to make plates instead. We can also make our own plates because we have a bunch of ignits on us here. Right over here. And again, it starts slow like this, and then it starts getting more and more built up. It's really whatever you want to prioritize as the highest level thing to do. And I find it works out really, really well. If you just prioritize stuff. Now, do I want to work on logistics? Do I want to work on field research next? Do I want to work on part assembly, jump pads, the sync thing, or logistics here? The answer is yes to all. But usually I do logistics first so that I can work with my mergers. But really what I need is I need a lot of plates and concrete. That's what I need right this second. Plates and concrete, I need a bunch of it. So I could unlock the sink, awesome sink, and actually buy concrete, by the way, in there using my tickets by running excess resources in there and then buy concrete. I never do. I like doing it old school where you go ahead and you build it yourself as you go along. But we need to go ahead and start putting our fuel out here because our hub is actually going to move over here eventually. I'm actually going to have it sitting right over here along with my resources on that other side because I've already starting to build the base in my head right now. Now see how this has an entrance here? Or an input that's new in the release version of the game. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it this way, and I actually like to offset them like this. I don't know why. I just do. And we're going to put 3 of these down. We can do 2 for right now. Now our goal is to replace the power that's running in the back. And the reason why is this is actually producing less power than your biomass burner. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this out, and that's going to turn off. I'm going to take this out, and you're going to hear this noise. Oh, not yet. There it goes. And that's going to turn that off because now I'm going to shift the power away from the hub and have a central power that I can manage much easier. So let's go ahead and cut this in half. We'll put 100 in there. We'll cut the 150 in half, 175, and 175. So they're balanced. Then we're going to go ahead and create ourselves a nice power pole in the back so it's out of the way. Like this. And then these will automatically start up, by the way. Now we can go ahead and remove this power pole and get our resources back for that. And then go ahead and run our power pole down so our production is still running. And now we no longer need the hub. In fact, we're producing more power with those two than we were originally with the hub itself. So let's turn this back on. And you can see that my capacity now is 60 versus 40, because I had 40 before because this is 20 and 20, but over there that's 30 and 30, so it's 60. So it's more efficient to run those than it is to run these when it comes to upgrading your power. Now I can put down more machines and more extractors and more production, which is awesome. One of my favorite things to do. And one of my first things that I want to make more of would be limestone. Limestone would definitely be one of my top ones, so I can make more foundations and I can make them faster. To do that, we're going to need to work on our logistics. So let's go ahead and get our logistics going. And we want to go ahead and see how much wire it's done for us. How much wire? Oh my God. That's like almost 1,000 wire it's done already. All right, nice. And this is going to be nothing because I turned that off. Here's some of our plates that we need. And then over here, more concrete. Again, see, it's automating it while I'm doing other things. So over here, we can definitely turn in our wire. Wire's looking good. Not quite on our rods there. Let's just go ahead and make some ourselves. And you can see how efficient that I am at the game. I'm trying to be as efficient as I go along. So while I'm doing one thing, other things are being completed as I go along. There we go. And now we need a lot of plates. And it's producing plates right now because I thought ahead and said, hey, I'm going to need a bunch of plates. Oh, why is it not producing my plates? Oh, I just took them out. I take them out? No power. Oh, I disconnected the power because this actually ran to here and it disconnected my wire. Oh, that's why I always check that stuff just to make sure. All right, let's go ahead, connect this to this. And we'll take this out. We don't need that connection there anymore. And then we'll take this and we will very effectively run it to there now. There we go. Why did that turn red? Did we turn our power off? Start it up again. We have more than enough power. Yeah, I turned it off when we disconnected and reconnected. No problem. Again, our max cons is 39 and we have the capacity for 60 megawatts. So we have plenty. Plenty to keep all that running. But if I see nothing coming out of there, that's a dead giveaway that something's going on with my power or my production or the raw resources, something of that nature that's throwing us off. Okay, so we've kind of set the foundation of where we're getting started here. Now we're going to need some logistics. But before I do my logistics, I really need more plates and more concrete. So I need to keep that going so I can keep expanding my area here and start moving my stuff around. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is going to be my hub. So we're going to make a nice little spot here for our hub out on the side here. And now we basically can just remove the hub. We can just take the hub out because it no longer needs to be there. And we're going to go ahead and pull all this out. Uh-oh, not enough space, everybody. Oh, we got some problems. Well, one of the first things that I also do is make myself what I call the temporary box. So you go in and you make yourself your own box where you can throw all your stuff. Well, I could if I had enough resources. So let's put this right here. We're going to make more resources to make more storages right over here. And another storage right here. Oh, we're going to put our power there. So let's put it a little bit forward just to get it out of the way of our power. And then put all this other random stuff in there out of the way. Now, you can't put it in your hub, but if you move in your hub around a lot like I do, then it's kind of a waste of time because you got to do it and then it drops on the ground. You got to pick it up and so on and so forth. Now, I want my hub to be wherever my storage is going to be. Wherever it's going to bring me the resources, I want my hub to be right there, which is what we're going to do on this side. So we're going to go ahead and remove our hub and then put our hub down again. Now, your hub is actually made from iron ore. So when you take it out, that iron ore you don't want to throw away because that's a primary part of your hub. I'm going to say right there. Right on the edge. Now, you notice that I put the power in the back because I'm not going to use that power. I'm not going to access it. I want this to be as easy as possible just to run up into here, do this. Now, off to the side here, because again, we are up pretty high here. Another reason why I like this area is because you start up pretty high, and then you can just build out across the way here. Here we go. And we're going to put our storages right over here on the side. Again, more plates, more concrete. That's all I need at this point. Give me more, give me more. Give me more. Give me more. And I'm making some wire, too, in case I need some cables. And now we moved our hub up here, and now this is the startings of your mega base. Now, of course, I'm going to build it huge, everybody. It's going to be massive in this playthrough. But we're going to go ahead now that we have enough to do more of these. And I'd give yourself some room so you can go past your hub. You know, we don't have to crowd your hub so much. So I would actually put this back by 2 more, just so you're not crowding that area. I always like to have, I need more concrete. I always like to have a thoroughfare around my hub. So I always keep everything offset by 1 block all the way around so I can go by. And naturally, right now, because the road is right through there, my primary road, and it is going to, let's go ahead and fill in the rest of the road, by the way, right here for now. That primary road is going to have nothing on it. So that's why I set this where I set this, so that it's kind of set back, but that eventually is going to get removed. And you'll see here in a moment. Okay, so we got that going. We need to put more of these down. We do not have enough to do that. Okay, so now we're getting ahead of our production. We're not making concrete fast enough. So what do we want to do? We want to run out here and get it done. Let's go. Now, this is definitely worth your time. I can take these out now because I'm going to be moving all of this. I would go ahead and move these over here so that you have them nearby the node in case you could run back to the node here, which we'll go ahead and reset up this node here in a minute as well. Grab some of these bushes on the way over here. I don't have any solid biofuel. Used it all up. There it goes. Now, the cool thing is leading right to where I need to go, right? Leading me right where I need to go. And so I'm going to run back here. Now, this is going at 45 per minute into that constructor. But watch this. We can grab all of this limestone. Again, that's 500 limestone I just grabbed. Probably some backlogged in here too. And grab that because it's going at 120 and my belt's only 60. And we're going to go ahead and use this to get back. So now we're going back faster. You can also slide to make yourself even faster. And if you slide, jump, look at that. And you, well, it doesn't work uphill. Slide, jump. And look at that. You caught some air. You actually go faster if you slide, jump. So you run, slide, jump. Run, slide, jump. Now you're going faster. Going where you're trying to go. Very nice. Okay. Now we want to go look at our construction of our concrete to see if it's going in fast enough. How fast is it coming in? It's definitely faster than it's being produced because it has a maximum amount. So it's coming in at 60 right now because it's extracting at 120 and it's using 45 of it. So what we really want to do is have multiple of them running so it can make it faster. So we can do what I call offline processing. So we can go over here. I need to make ourselves another craft bench for a minute. And we go over here and we do some more of these. There we go. We want to go ahead and have another constructor is what we're trying to build. Oh, we need our reinforced iron plates here. Screws is what we need. There we go. Just as much as I need. Very nice. And another constructor right here. We make one of these. More rods. Again, while that's all going on, I'm trying to up my production and I'm doing it manually. Manually producing just as much as I need to get this going. So now I'm going to go ahead and add another one here. And you're like, well, Kismet, you don't have your splitters. How are you going to split that in there? Don't need to. Don't need to. This is what I call offline production. Offline production is when you're not actually running the raw resources in there. Let's see here. Oh, we got to make a split. Now watch this. I can use the pole to click on this. Oh, if I had some concrete, which is funny because that's what I'm trying to make. There we go. Take the pole, go right here, split the line. and then you can move the line over there. And so I just split it right in the middle of the line, which is awesome. So now I can do this one as well. Okay, and you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to get the concrete in there? Well, I have the concrete on me. Boom, just like that. Drop it in there, it's going to run into here, and then this is going to produce some concrete. So now I've got double production going. Take these out now. I've got double production going of concrete, and believe me, you need to get that going as quick as possible. I'm just going to aim it this way for right now. More plates. All right, give me some more. I'm staying ahead of the game for right now. And then run that concrete into there. So now I've doubled up my concrete production. This is manual, where I have to manually throw it in the box, but I can throw 500 in there at a time, everybody, because I'm using those extractors. So that's super efficient use of my constructors there, because my constructors are doubling up my ability to put down more of these. And again, being efficient allows you to do stuff faster and get stuff done quicker. So that's what I'm all about, being efficient. So let's go over here and see if we can put 2 more in. Perfecto. Now, the number one thing that I line up off of my hub, everybody, is the concrete. Concrete is the number one thing that I'm always looking for. Now, I'm going to need enough for every resource that I'm producing right now. What resource am I producing? Concrete, number one. That's always number one. Plates, rods, and wire. But eventually I'm going to need other things as well, which we'll expand as we go. But concrete is usually number one. So right out from concrete, or right out from the hub, is where I'm going to put my concrete. We need more of our rods. And you can see that I'm not really progressing the game at this point. I'm not building my logistics. I'm not doing all of that. And the reason why I'm not doing that is I don't need that yet. I need to make my foundations. I need to get my foundations down, and I need to make a lot of concrete and plates so that I can build the foundation of what eventually will be my production. So that's what my highest priority is right now. And I always set my highest priority. Okay, what am I working on first? What am I working on second, third? And I'm building it right in here, right now. This whole thing is already built right here. And that's a powerful skill, everybody, a very powerful skill. Now, again, I'm going to leave one thing here, and I'm going to set it back just a little bit. So, again, I can just run that out. And look how nice that is when you put it on your foundations. Very, very nice. Now, on this side, we're going to go ahead and put our other resources. And, again, we're going to line it right up to the edge of that foundation. Very nice. So, this will be our concrete here. Now, to get our concrete over there, we're going to need to run some logistics here in the back. And I think we have just enough plates here to get this going on. Oh, missed it by one. Oh, look at that cool spiral galaxy there. Neato. Neato. Okay, run back again. Now, see, again, this is costing me time running back and forth. And that's what I'm eliminating right now. And actually, speaking of eliminating, we can take this out and reutilize these resources for now. Let's get all this out. Very nice. And again, we take this out of our way. And we are now retooling the factory, resetting up the factory. I get this already? I think I did. So that this stuff comes over here. So I don't have to run over there. And if I need it, I can just have it right at my disposal. But again, we're starting to build out our foundations here. And let's see if we can get another row in. That would be awesome. One more row. Perfect. Okay, so this one is my concrete. So we're going to go ahead and run concrete right to there. Now, what we want to do is that's our end result of our concrete. So we don't need a box for that because we already have a box. So what we want to do is just put our production of our concrete right here. So I'm going to go ahead and move it forward to where I put that thing. And I've offset it just to give me a little space. I do like to usually lift it up above. But we don't need that pole. That's going to save us some resources. These are turned the wrong way. I just realized that. Let's fix that. These are absolutely turned the wrong way. Because we can see the little arrow is pointing the wrong way. Plus the belt was not going to go in there. Get all these back out again. These are all going to be going the wrong way. Very nice. Okay. Again, this one this way. And running this out. Very nice. Okay, so this one is going to go straight into the box. and it is going to make our concrete. Now, back here in the back, we also want to have more storage for us to use. And in the case of concrete, it's one of the easiest processes to set up because it doesn't need a smelter. Oof, that is not aligned. What the heck? I held down the control key. Line that sucker. What are you doing? Why are you so crazy today? Get in there. There we go. All right, so this is going to bring the raw resources and backlog it here. And then it's going to convert the concrete and run it into my box. Now let's go ahead and think about how we're going to do our power. So I'm just going to run the power here. Now, the great thing about these power poles, everybody, if you know the trick, you can actually run the power pole up here on the top. And you're like, well, Kismet, how can you do that? When I take the power pole and I try to put it on there, it doesn't show up. How are you able to put that on the top of that box? Well, that's because I'm using the power line and not the power pole. Right here, power line is what you want to use, and then it will give you a power pole automatically, and you can put that on the top of your splitters and mergers and on top of your boxes to make it where your power poles are not in your way. They're up out of the way, which I love to do, especially putting them on splitters and putting them on boxes. So I'm just going to put it right here, making that power work really, really well. Across there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this power and I'm going to run it over the top of my hub, and I'm going to run it right to this pole right there. And clipping just a little bit, but I'll just say I drilled a little hole through there. Sometimes you just got to RP. Okay, so again, now we've just eliminated a lot of the process over here, everybody. One of the processes we eliminated is this box. We no longer need this box. We no longer need this construction over here. We no longer need this box here either. And we can go ahead and run this over this way. Take all this out. And we'll take all this out. Looks good. So we're going to rerun this. Now, we're going to run these lines much nicer later on. But again, in the beginning of the game, everybody, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just run it nicely, kind of out of the way of the rest of your production. I'm going to run this way off to the side here. Turn it just a little bit like this. I'm going to run it on the outside of this iron node. And that's going to be really important for later. For sure. So I'm actually running the limestone clear across the whole zone here. It's going to cost me a good amount of plates. Totally going to be worth it. Right over here. And let's go ahead and build ourselves a ramp so we don't have to keep running all the way over there. And by the way, the second we put this belt in, we no longer need the ramp, which is kind of funny. Think about it. Oh, I need another one of these. And then we'll just run this way to the back and line it up. And now it is part of the actual grid. And it has this great function called straight that they added. They're going to add it for pipes as well, but it actually makes your beautiful 90s for you automatically, which is great. I love it. Love it. Okay, now it's going to take it a minute to get here, but the great thing is I picked up a bunch of limestone that I can just put in here, and it's just going to infuse, well, not very fast because it's level 60 belts, but it's just going to start automatically making me more concrete while I'm waiting for the rest of that to catch up. And again, I'm also over here making more concrete on this line over here. And how's this looking? Okay, so we could definitely use some more concrete over there as well. I could grab the concrete that's over there and run it in there, but I'm not going to. I might as well go use the backlog that's over here and grab more stuff along the way. I could be grabbing these trees and stuff. I will in the future once I get my fuel going. And again, I got about 30 minutes to make this happen before my fuel runs off, but I have so much raw fuel that I can go in and I have so much raw fuel that I could go in and just make more solid biomass if I needed to. We want to get it automated before we run out of power. So now we have more concrete, or limestone in this case. And we're just going to let it run over here for now. I love the sun coming up there. Very cool. We're just going to let that run over here. And that's going to be a separate part of the production for right now. We'll add more later on. Okay, so on this side, we're just running our stuff over there. Now, you need to think about the future of your expansion. If you add more of your concrete, or you add more of your wire and all of that stuff, or your rods or plates or whatever, they've got to make their way where it is, and then you got to have enough room to make more of those constructors and more of the stuff, because you're going to need more power, more machines, more power, more machines. That's pretty much how it goes back and forth, back and forth. But you always want it to be running, everybody. ABC, always be crafting. Always be letting that crafting run 24/7, never stops, keeps going, does the thing. And that's what we're going to do. Now over here, we're going to do plates. Here's a great way to do plates is I just throw the plates in there to remind me that I want to do plates in that one, because that's the second most one that I grab all the time. And you can probably guess, oh, I need my plates back. You can probably guess what we're going to put here. Right here, I'm going to run it out just like that, very nicely. Very nicely. We're going to put our rods there. And again, I just put them there. Oh, and it was the wrong way. Nice. Thank you, game, for automatically putting it in the opposite direction the way I needed it. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now our rod's going to come out of there. I wait for him to kind of run out and then stop. Then I'll take the rods back out again. That just reminds me that's where I want to put that thing. Now on this side, we're going to do even more. We need more rods. Let's go down here and get some of our plates and stuff while we're at it too. More plates. More of this. How much concrete do we got in here? 28's good. And again, plates, concrete, plates, concrete, plates, concrete. That's pretty much it. Wire, not so much. I got plenty of wire. It makes an absolute ton of wire. Oh, and I need more rods. And the whole goal of this game is to automate all of the processes that help you along the way. And that's what I'm working on right now. And what I'm also working on is getting a stable foundation to start building out my base as well. So on the other side here, copper wire. Eventually cable there. And then actually another one that we're going to do right there called copper sheets. So I want to go ahead and accommodate for that now. Let's go ahead and make some more iron rods. And now we're going to do our iron rods. All right, nice. And again, we have such a huge advantage because we have those pure nodes coming out right now. It's a massive advantage in the game, especially in the beginning. All right, there we go. We got that going. So over here, we're going to have wire in this one. And then in this one, going to be cable. Then eventually, we'll just make room for it now. This one's going to be copper sheets. I'm not going to run out the thing because that takes resources. But we know what our big aim or goal is here for this stuff. Okay, and we want to get our 4 basics going and get that all automated and going, especially our concrete right over there. So we can go ahead and move some of our other concrete production over, but we got to do some merging. So really what we need is we need plates. And right now I have exactly the amount of plates that I need for my next step, which is merging and splitting. So let's go in, use our plates, and we're ready for launch.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to save space and enhance the productivity of your factory. Fixit encourages you to consider investing in verticality when it comes to factory logistics. If you feel stressed by this complexity, imagine yourself on the shore of a vast and calm ocean. Breathe in, visualize all the people relying on you. The sea is made of billions of faces, each staring at you with hope and tears in their eyes. Breathe out. Feel refreshed and focused on your duties.
Well, thank you for that, Adam. Okay, so there we go. We got that going. You can see it's going to bring us those resources. So now we have our ability to use our splitter, merger, and lifters. I especially like the lifters. Let's go in and revamp our little setup down here at the bottom. The first thing I do is I pull the pole out of there. I don't need the pole. I put the power line as number 1. So you roll over it, and I'm pressing the button on the side of my mouse, or you can press the thing on the top of your keyboard. I have a 12-button Corsair Scimitar, which makes this way easy. So 1, I typically put that in there. Then I also put my foundations in. Now, at a certain point, I switch between the 4 meters to the 1 meters. So that's what I'm going to do now, and just use the 1 meter ones because they're smaller. They're easier when you're building in between things. And so on. So I just go 1 meters. If it sits in the ground, then I use a 4 meter. But if it doesn't, 1 meter every day, all day. So there we go. So we got that going. Let's see. So we got that going. We want to take out also our next one here and put in our splitter. Now, I actually tried to, on my last playthrough, force myself to learn to hit E. Hitting E flips you between your splitter and merger. And then later, when you have a smart splitter, it'll go splitter, smart splitter, program splitter, and then merger. But for right now, I can just hit E, and so I don't need both of them in the bottom down there. I just need one or the other. And it will tell you what it is, splitter or merger. Plus, you can see by the way that it's colored and which ones are, how many inputs and outputs you have. You should be able to see it, but I get them mixed up all the time, so we'll see how it goes. All right, we need more plates now that we used up all of our plates. And so we're going to go over here, take these plates. And the first thing we're going to work on, you guessed it, concrete. Right over here. So what we're going to do is double up our concrete right here. Then what we're going to do is we're going to add a merger. Now, we want the merger not to block these inputs. So we're going to put our merger back here. We're going to hit E. And we're going to merge right there. And we're going to take this, put that in there, and we have our straight function on, so you can see it's like a 90 degree. Then we're going to put this back here. Get in there. Oh, I don't have enough rods. I got to get rods. Okay. Oh, I don't have any in there. I got to make some. All right, yeah. Instead of running back, I could have put down a thing. I forgot. I haven't done my rods yet. I haven't done them yet, but we're getting going, everybody. Again, we're doing a mega playthrough. We've been going for about 4 hours, which feels about 5 minutes to me. That's how you know you really like a game, everybody, when time is just flying by when you're doing it. All right, so we have our online production, which is bringing our primary thing in. Now, here's the thing. This is bringing it in at 60 per minute. Now, I can go in and put the raw ore in here, which I will do, but it's unnecessary now because I can go in and I can put a splitter that snaps right to the back here. I can put it right on the belt, and now it's going to run it to both of them. So now it's going to do basically 30 in one and 30 in the other at this rate. So it's going to run into here. We're going to tell it, hey, do concrete, and we're going to double up our concrete using our wire right here. And now it's producing 60 concrete instead, or I mean 30 concrete roughly instead of the thing. Now, if I underclock this, it will go down to 30, which I haven't unlocked yet. We'll get into our MAM and all that stuff here in a bit. But it's not going to be going at full capacity because it doesn't have enough resource. You can see that it's waiting for the resource. And that's when you go over here and you get the raw resource and you put it in the box. So it's not only backlogging it from the node itself, we're going to take all this out because we just replaced it with that stuff up there. We just replaced all of this. So let's take this out. And now look how nicely that's all cleaned up. And we're going to run over here and we're going to backlog the other one because remember, that's why we put those extra ones down. So we'd have a big backlog of resources. And now I've kind of circumnavigated the fact that I only have 60 coming out of the belt. I'm going to cut this in half. This is 6 stacks. And this is 5. So let's pull that last, oh, not all of it. Last stack. There we go. And we'll put this in here and just roughly balance it where this one has as much as this one. Now, both of these are going at 45. So it's actually producing it at 30 right now because I had an excess of resources that I was building up while I was doing it. So now this is way more efficient. I'm going faster than the actual belts that will run these if I run them into just one, right? So that's why I'm splitting them into two. So it's now going to go twice as fast, basically. That's just what I just did. I split those because I thought ahead. I thought of the next process and the next step and the next step of putting those auto extractors down and having those excess resources. And there's still more over there I could go grab, but that's enough to get that started, enough to get a lot of our foundations going, which is what we need. Okay, now we also have our plates and our rods to do. Now I'm at my concrete cranking away right here, and I'm going to do my plates and rods right out here. Now again, you can see I can run that foundation right there. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do the smaller foundations right there. And now look at this, everybody. Look how many of these we can do in a row. So look how much we just scaled up our production. We just massively scaled up our production just because we doubled up on our concrete. And now we're going to get our plates going and our rods going right over here as well. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and start to work on our plates here, but we need to go grab some. That's why I always have stuff running at any given time. Just in case I run out of plates, I can run back and grab it. Now again, this time is costing me to run back and forth, back and forth. So I'm going to centralize all of my production over here by my hub. So I'll have it in one place, and if I need to change anything or I need to grab some resources, those resources will come straight to my hub like this. So out here, we're going to go ahead and build some more. So we're going to run this out, and I can tell you that we're going to need to do a 90 here. So we're going to put a 90 there. Same thing here, except for we're going to do it way closer right here. Now, why do I need those 90s? That's because we're going to do our screw production over here, or our rod production here, our plate production, and eventually this whole production here is going to be our reinforced iron plates as well. So, yeah, going to be very, very useful over here. So let's go ahead and add these in here now. And then also we'll add our other ramp. We'll put another one of these here. We're going to try. There we go. And then again, this is really nice when you get to the point where you can make a bunch of these now. You'll kind of feel like that's going to hit that, but that's okay. It's not going to hit our ramp. That's the important part. We'll just extend that out like that. So power on this side, which I don't really need to worry about right now. It's doing its thing. It's probably got another so many minutes left. Let's see. Oh, actually only a few more minutes. I'm using biomass there. Now's a good time to go right here. Make myself a bunch of manually. I'm going to make myself a bunch of biomass. But I actually need to go over here. Where's it at? Over here. And grab a bunch of the wood out of here. And I'll use the wood to make me a stack of 200 and a stack of 200 of the solid biofuel. That's what I need right here. So I'm going to wait till this thing says about 200 or about 400. I have 5,000 wood, by the way, that we collected just in what we did. Just that little bit of collecting and the collecting we were running around back and forth. We collected 5,000 wood. Pretty amazing. All right, there's 400. And again, so I can get it before my production stops, I definitely want to produce this first. Now, my production probably is going to stop, and I'm doing it mostly on purpose, just so you can see what happens and how to solve those problems when your production does come to an end. So there you go. So let's manually make some of this. Again, when you're doing this is the best time to AFK and come back, take a break, that kind of thing. But me, I just let it run. I let it run big time. And again, you can see that we're getting an incredible start by the fact that we have been very efficiently making a whole bunch of different things and doing my thing here. That might be a good idea right now before it does stop. It's about to stop is to take this fuel, right click it to cut it in half, put this in instead, and that's 4 per minute, just 35 of them. 35 divided by 4 is 8 minutes and 75 seconds. So we're going to need to get stuff done in about 8 minutes. Right over here. Now, eventually what we're going to do is we're going to do what's called set it and forget it. And that is where we set up our biofuel to process on its own. and then automatically put the biofuel in the biofuel burners, which is our next step after the step we're doing now. Right now, we're doubling up on our production of our concrete. Then we're going to work on our plates because we're going to need a bunch of plates. And then we're going to work on our rods, and we'll have all of that production nearby our hub over there. But good to run some of this so that we have time to do all of that other stuff. Maybe we'll do about 100. Now, this takes a long time. This is a good thing to have running while you're doing something else in your constructors, for sure. And we'll probably go to about 100, so we'll add another 50. Oh, we got 100. Okay, right there. Again, you don't want to spend too much time doing that if you're physically sitting here, because I feel like it takes up a lot of your physical time. So you want to get it queued up like this. Okay, now we're 85. So 85 divided by 4 is 21 minutes. Just in that little bit we did, that's going to run for 21 minutes. And that's not even filled yet. Remember, the first one was about 4 or 6 minutes. The next one was about 30 minutes. And then with the solid biofuel, it'll be even longer. But we also want to go in back here and add some room in the back here as well. Oh, we got a little bit of thing there, but we're not going to worry about it because we're just going to go here anyway. And I'm out of concrete. Now, instead of running all the way down there where I had the concrete, all I have to do is just go right past my hub here, go in here, and how much concrete we have? 370. So yes, absolutely crushing the concrete right now. So concrete is not an issue. We all good on that. We all good at this stage. All right, very nice. Now, what we want to do is we want to get these resources to go right into there. What I'm going to do is go ahead and turn it sideways like this to make this job nice and easy. Let's say back just a little bit. There we go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a splitter right here. And again, we're going to change it so that the orange side is on this side, which is the input. We're going to line it up to both things. And then we're going to have it come out of this box. And I start at the end, as you can see, the end of the loop. And then right here, we don't need a splitter. We can just go ahead and do that. It's going to split that in half. Very nice. Okay, now also, what we want to do is have this end up right there. So the last thing on the chain is going to be right there. It's going to aim that way. It's going to go into that box. And what that's going to be is a constructor right here. Of course, we need some cable. But while we're working over here, let's go ahead and put a crafting bench down. And I usually like to extend it out just a bit and put a crafting bench down and just kind of tuck it over here so I can access it from both sides. We'll take this one out now. And we'll go ahead and make some cable. All right, very nice. So what do I want to produce first? Do I want to produce plates first, or do I want to produce biofuel? Well, the biofuel is what I want to produce more than I want to produce anything other than concrete. Concrete, I absolutely want to do that first because that's what I need for all of this. And there we go. We'll connect that together. Now, I don't actually like to have small segments like that, so I'm actually going to take this out. So this is all one segment. And because you have that straight function, it's automatically going to put the 90s in for you. It does a really phenomenal job of it. Well, I'm just going to put that down just to make that nice. So there we go. Right around like that. This right here is actually going to be our solid biofuel. Now, we're going to need some power for it as well. And we've got some power right here, but this one is maxed out. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this line out and we're going to readjust how this line goes by putting it right here on the splitter. That's right. Very nice. And then we'll go ahead and run it back down there. Oh, it doesn't reach. Okay. Well, that's okay. We'll put it right here. And then we'll run it down so it keeps that stuff down there running. Then we can go ahead and connect this over here. And then we're going to need more power and more room over here for our other ones. Like this. Okay, so this is the final product. Again, I'm working backwards. So this is, I worked from the power where it's going to go into the power. Made a storage to store this in case I make a lot extra. and which it will do eventually. Then take the solid biofuel constructor, and I need to convert biomass. Now, what I'm going to need to do is merge the biomass in here, because you're going to be converting the wood and the leaves separately, because they don't convert in the same one. So I want the splitter to go ahead the merger to go ahead and run out on that side into the box or into the constructor. So I'm going to go ahead and go here like this, and then we'll take one and we'll put one of these behind here. Now I can't put it behind there because I'm missing reinforced plates. Let's go see if we can make some reinforced plates. First, we're going to probably have to make some screws. Okay, so what are we missing? Plates. Let's go run down here again. Every time I run down here, it costs me time, but that's okay. We're revamping all of this right now. That's totally worth the time, so I'm not moving the plates first. Again, I want to get my fuel going, and then I can set it and forget it. All right, there's one reinforced iron plate. Let's go. We need more screws, so we're going to need to make more rods. And again, this is the part in which you're making a lot of it yourself, and you're trying to get to the part where you can automate it and make it go faster. But it is definitely more efficient for you to do it yourself right now. There we go, and just square away your power. All right, just like that. Oh, I need to put in a box between this and this in case the biomass starts to backlog. I need more rods. Because in case the biomass starts to backlog, this way I'll have extra, so when I have faster belts, it'll then burn up all that excess. I'm always about building up excess and then burning up that excess when you get to that stage. Okay, so there needs to be a box here to store the excess biomass. There we go. And then on this side, we're going to go ahead and make some more. And then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and put our constructors this way. Now, you can put them the other way, but I just put them this way. And I'm going to put one to line up to the grid there. And we need more there. So this is going to merge here on the output. And then the green arrow should point that way toward the box. Like this. And this is going to go here. See, sometimes the straight does weird things, so I just turn it off sometimes. It's fine. I could move it over or move the box forward or whatever. Completely waste of time, everybody. Just do what needs to be done, because you're going to revamp all this later. All right, so the first one I'm going to do is actually wood. And here's a great little trick, everybody. If you want to know what's inside this thing or what you set it to, take some of the wood here by holding down Control, and then drag, and you can say split stack. I'm going to take one thing of wood right here. I'm going to stand right next to it. And sometimes I throw it in the back or sometimes I throw it in the front. But I'm just going to put the wood in the front that tells me that this constructor is producing wood, right? Or is using wood and producing biomass, depending on how you look at it. I'll do the same thing with the box that goes behind it here in just a moment. Well, let's do this. Speaking of the boxes behind it, let's give it some more room. And again, you can see I can very freely go in and create stuff now. I'm getting more freely available when it comes to foundations and things like that. Now, eventually, I do want to get my rods going, but you have to decide, what do you want to do first, right? You can only do one thing at a time when it comes to construction. But you can do a whole lot of things once you have your production up to speed. So we're going to go ahead and make more rods. I'm just going to manually keep doing it until I get it to the point where it can do it for me. Okay, up nice and close. Then in the back of here, same thing. I'm going to go over here. Let's go to the right side. And then we're going to go ahead, Control, drag. One, split. Take that one, throw it on the ground. Now you know you're going to feed all your wood into this box right there. Easy to remember in the early game. Wood, biomass into there, biomass here into the solid biofuel into the box. The box comes out, splits it into both of these, And GG's. Now later on, I'll add more of these, which is why I'm not putting this right here or putting anything next to where my power is, because eventually I can move this box out, and then I can just keep running my power and keep running my splitting and do what's known as a manifold, where it's all in line and just split into each and everything as I go. So I'm leaving room for expansion down there. Always be watching how you're building and say, oh, if I wanted to expand, am I going to be in my own way? Am I going to have to tear things down and rebuild it? Which isn't that hard to do, but it does cost you time. So if you think a little bit ahead, it'll turn out awesome. All right, and again, we're going to go ahead and do my favorite thing, which is to take this and put this. I wish it just snapped in there automatically. I don't know why they never added that, but again, that's just me. Now, this is going to start right up because it already has the wood. It's going to start doing the biomass. It's going to run the biomass in here, and that's going to end up in here. Now, the problem is this produces 300 biomass per minute, which is way faster than this belt can run. So it can only run 120, so that's going to backlog pretty quickly into there. And then over here, it takes 120 per minute, so it does run pretty quickly once you have it going. But eventually, I'm going to scale all this up as well. So now we need our next one over here, which needs our reinforced iron plate. Let's go ahead and move this right over here. I don't have to keep running over there. Let's move it over there. I move these around all the time just to make it easier for me. We're making reinforced iron plates, which means we need to make a bunch of screws. Perfect. Just so happens I had just enough. Nice. Nice. But I didn't have enough cable, though. Cable. So again, prioritize concrete, and then prioritizing biofuel. And now, even more so, we're going to make even more over here. And then, again, our ability to feed. Yes, I've been playing more than 2 hours. I've been playing for like 4 hours. Okay, more rods. And right now, we're suffering with rods, but that's okay, because you can see I have a bunch of extra iron ignits that I can make, because I put a bunch of extra raw resources down, a bunch of extra extractors down, so I'll have these raw resources on me at any given time to make them at 100 times the speed that I could make them in the machines right now. Absolutely. And just keep working that production. And then in the back, we're going to go ahead and do my little trick. Or your control. Oh, I already got one. Nice. Okay, just drag it, throw it down. And again, that tells you feed your leaves in there. Tells you to feed your stuff over there. Okay, so we're good. Also, I have a bunch of biomass on me now. And that allows me to infuse this into the middle of the production. So now I just put a crazy ton of it in there to get converted into solid biofuel. And you can see that solid biofuel now automatically going in there. I don't have to manually feed it in there. The only thing I got to do is manually collect the resources, and now it's doing the rest of the process for me. So very awesome. Very awesome. Now we can go over here and try to clean out our storage a little bit. Now we're getting it cleaned out. Very nice. And now it has a specific place where it goes. It goes right there. Right? It goes into this box and is now not going to clutter up my other boxes. We just got one more thing to do, which is to connect this power. And now we are producing double the amount of, right here, leaves, double the amount of biomass, really. But this from leaves, it does 120 leaves to 60, and wood goes from 60 to 300. So wood obviously going to create a lot more biomass than leaves, but I have a lot more leaves. So it kind of, you know, balances out, I guess, over a time. But this is more than I can do with my belts, because my belts aren't fast enough to handle that. Now, we got our power problem solved, right? We got our concrete problem solved, and we've got our power problem solved. Now we're ready to solve the problem of our plates and our rods. Well, let's go do that. We can take this out now, by the way, and get that resources back. And now we can utilize this since our hub's going to be here for a little bit. We may or may not move it later. And we're just going to go ahead again, move this over here to our hub. And now we don't have to have it way out there. Okay, very nice. Now let's go ahead and grab this. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to need is my plates. Now I'm going to put my plates over here and my rods over there. because we're also going to need to make something else after this that's going to go right here. That's going to be over there. You'll see what it is here in just a moment. So we also want to leave room for our concrete, but our concrete is going to get built in this direction, right? So I'm thinking ahead. If I need more concrete, I can build this way. If I need more plates, I can build that way. If I need more rods, I can build this way, or even better, I can build that way for a very long distance. So we want to go ahead and line this up so it ends up right here. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, and I'm going to say, okay, what do I need? I need some reinforced iron plates. This is going to be a common thing that happens in this early stage. Now, if we're really smart, what we can do is not only set it up to make our plates and our rods, but also to make also our reinforced iron plates later on, including this right here. Let me get it over here. This illustration that I did that shows you exactly how to do your plates here. Oh, wait, those are reinforced iron plates. Yes. Oh, these are encased. Let's take those out. There we go. Yeah, reinforced iron plates. That's what we're going to be working on. So we need 120 raw iron coming in and then splitting and then running out and eventually to our assemblers and all of that stuff. But we don't have the ability to do all of this stuff yet, but we can do this part, this beginning part, where we're making our storages and we're making our construction and getting all of that going. We can also siphon off some of the plates and some of the rods. We won't be entirely 100% efficient, but we will be backlogging those on top of it. So I'm going to add part of the process here in these smelters and what we're doing here, because you can see some of these are going to our iron rods and some of these are going to our plates. That's why I say it's constructor plates and iron rods. So this one here, we can put a splitter in between here and take some of those rods and run it back to the box. And then on the plates here, we can take some of these plates and run it back to the box. And then as we fill up those plates and fill up the rods, it's going to backlog along the chain. And then it's no longer going to run them over there because it's got nowhere to run to. And then it'll be back up to 100% efficiency. So that's thinking way ahead, everybody. That's really thinking next level there. But we're going to need a lot of power to do this as well. And so that's why we wanted to get our power going first. So let's just do this to start, right? We're going to do this from the very beginning. We're going to take our raw iron storage and we're going to make 2 raw iron storages so that we can bring the 260s in and get that going. Because we can do the 260s now because we don't have reinforced iron plates, is what you need to do the 120 belts. But later when we get the 120 belts, we can replace our 2 storages with just a single storage and split it into the 2 things. But for right now, we're going to do it like this in the early stages. So if we think ahead, we're going to do it like that. So we're going to get our raw ore and we're going to run it over here. Now, one of the things that I'm doing is I'm running this ore over here on the side. And what I want to do is get my iron from over there, and I have 2 nodes over there. I want to get my iron from over there, and I want to get it to run into here. Now, I can build my iron thing out here, but what I'm going to do is run into a problem. I'm going to run into a wall. I'm going to run into a thing. It's going to be in the way. Now, this main road is built wide like this so I can run lines. So I ran the concrete out there to be out of the way, but this is going to be my main line running here, where I run all of my stuff. I can also move this back even further, where I can go ahead now, fill all this in like it was nothing. Look at this. Nice. Nice. And I need to keep remembering where my road is, and I made these ones like this so you can see that kind of edge when it's going down. So here's the center here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to get serious. Let's go. Boom. Right there. Very nice. Good enough. Okay, so now we can just run out here and look at us. We're up above all the stuff. Very nice. More of the, whoa, 260 plates in there. Very nice. How much wire? Whoa, another 1,000 wire. All right, now we're getting somewhere. We are getting there. Now let's go ahead and also just do ourselves a solid while we're working on this stuff here by go ahead and running that down. There we go. If you notice, I'm not unlocking anything. I'm not trying to do anything else. I'm just trying to get the beginning production going of all the things that I can produce now. right? And that's really a mega building where you're not just rushing through the game, which I did in my other one. Well, it wasn't really rushing, but I played it very efficiently where I got this done and then I got the next tier and the next tier and next tier. But here we're scaling up all the processes early on, which is going to make it easier in the long run. In the short run, it takes more time, but in the long run, it really pays off massively. Massively pays off. So let's keep going. Okay, so we got that done. We want to run our iron down the center of this. Now, this is all going to be foundations because we're also going to run stuff through that tunnel right over there, which is going to be very, very cool. So this is our center road over here, and this actually is our center road 1 over. I think I should have made this my center road. It's okay. We're gonna run the resources down here. Now I don't have my stackers yet. I really like my stackers. Let's go see if we can unlock our stackers because that would be perfect right now. Let's run back. Oh, what happened? I switched my headphones, but I didn't tell it I switched my headphones. I was like, wait a minute. All of a sudden I thought my sound was off. But my headphones died and I swapped them. Right here. You guys can still hear it. I just couldn't hear it on my wireless headphones. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and see what's next in the thing. Field research, the MAM. We definitely want to get into that, but not right now. Where is our stackers? Logistics, right here, stackables. We need a lot of reinforced iron plates, though. So we're not really ready for that. So we'll come back to that later. And we're going to have it make those plates for us first while we're doing a whole bunch of other stuff. But we can make those manually. Probably on the next break that I do, I'll sit there and manually make those reinforced iron plates to save us going. Whenever you take a break, make sure you have a lot of resources. Even if you go grab a bunch of iron ore and you have, say you put about 15 of those extractors in there, and you pick up all that iron ore in your inventory, start it going, go AFK, go to the bathroom, get yourself a drink, a snack, whatever it is, and then when you come back, bam, you're gonna have a bunch of resources, that's for sure. Because we're playing also on a server, this server will run 24/7. So if we set it up with perpetual power, it'll just keep running and running and running and making us an absolute ton of resources before we come back, which is cool. That's our big goal for today. We'll see if we get there. That's a really high level goal, but we're gonna get there eventually. All right, we got that, but we really want to get these logistics going, and that's pretty easy. And again, you can see I'm jumping ahead. I got the obstacle clearing first. Then I did base building. Then I did the early logistics. Don't need the MAM right this second. Don't need the assembler right this second. Don't need jump pads. Don't need to fix the shop other than the fact that I might need that coffee cup. And then the logistics here I really need. So again, you can skip ahead. You don't have to do that thing. So we're going to set this as our next milestone. Okay, and so we're going to go out here. And, we're going to start our iron. That's what we're doing. So we want to run both our iron lines this way. Now, I'm already using this iron line over here, and there's 3 of them over here. There's 3 pure nodes right here, everybody. It's pretty awesome. But I don't have the 120 belts. So what I'm going to do is do something even smarter where I just run multiple nodes at the same time. I need to make my stuff over here, too. Now that I'm working over here, let's go ahead and just put this right underneath here. And then also our equipment workshop right underneath there. And now we can go ahead and make our miner. Very nice. And so this is how we're going to have 60 of our thing in the very beginning. 60 iron out of this one and 60 iron out of the other one. Now, another thing I'm going to do is do myself another solid here. And I suggest do this in the early game until you get ladders and other things that allow you to go up like that. Just make a lot of ramps on different sides to make your life a little easier. Also, we're going to go ahead and run our power up here. Once we get our stuff, we'll go ahead and run this nicer, but we're going to go ahead and do this. And then run this as far this way as we can get away with. I think we can get to the corner. Oh, man, so close. Look at that. So close. That's okay. We'll get right here. And then, again, tie this into our primary power. And that is going to start up. And while that's starting up, I can go ahead and start running my lines. And I'm just going to run it straight up. Rotate it very nicely. And I'm going to run along this outside edge. We're just going to let it run for as far as it possibly can, and then I'm going to inset it. Oop, inset it back here just a little bit. And that's to accommodate my pole there. Oh, and I'm out of rods again. We're going to suffer some rods here in the beginning, everybody. It's okay. And it's faster for me to make them manually than it is for me to do it. Now, this is another good thing. I would queue up a bunch of rods before you AFK as well. And I'm going to go, yeah, I'm going to take a break here in just a bit. I better set a timer. I'm going to forget. Hey, Siri, set a timer for 15 minutes. So I want to get to the point where I can do a bunch of iron rods or reinforced iron plates before I go AFK here. So let's do it. Let's get it going. I'm going to run this. Let's say right to there. Actually, back here. And then I'm going to lift it all the way up. And then I'm going to run it over here. Sure, we're leaving room for our electricity wire. All the way up. And that'll make it where it's not in my way when I'm going in and out of the hub. So definitely want to bring that up out of the way. There it goes, doing its thing. Now, because I don't have my stackers, I'm going to have to run a dual line. And that's okay. So we're going to go over here. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to eyeball kind of where this extractor is. Right about here, we'll say. And we're going to go... Yikes, okay. Put this way up. No? Come on. What are you doing? Okay, yeah, there we go. We'll fix this later when we have our stackers. Ugh. Ugh, that's bad. No, 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 nope, no, no. No, no, no. All right, well, oh, we got the wrong way. Hold on, this way. Let's go this way. There we go. All right, now we'll do the bottom part first because that angle I didn't like. And when I don't like it, I definitely don't run it. All right, there we go. We're going to run this further after we take this process out here. Okay, so we'll go here, and then we're going to take this back out. That gives us a general idea where we want to be. We'll grab it from there. Come on, grab it. There we go. And then we're going to eyeball this again. We took that darn tree out. And let's say about here. Right there. And up. The reason why I'm putting it up, so it's out of my way. And that's now just going to run down like that perfectly. Okay, first, we need to grab some of this biofuel so we can use our chainsaw and clear some more of this stuff. And luckily... Oh, look, it's backlogged already. See, it's made so much that it's starting to backlog it into the box. Nice. And that means these are fully running at 200. So 200 plus all the other stuff coming in. But we'll just say 200 divided by 4. That's 50 minutes. It's almost an hour long before that runs out. And because I have all the other stuff backlogged that I picked up in the very beginning, that's probably like 5 hours of power right there. 5 hours of power, what we currently have. But of course, we're going to be scaling up our power, so we're going to need more for all of that stuff. But right now, it'll run for about 5 hours. All right. Let's go ahead and clear out all these trees. Locking our production out here. Okay, this whole process over here, we can go ahead. How are we doing on plates? We got a lot. We got a lot. Okay, we can take this whole process out. Let's take this all out because we're going to replace all of this. Our power line is running back here because of what reason? Yes, we're going to rework all of our power lines here. All of this can go bye-bye. All of this can go bye-bye. Let's take all of this out. Uh-oh, there we go. Dropping it on the ground. Oops, I did it again. I dropped that loot on the ground. I'm just going to stick it in there for right now. I hate these boxes, everybody. I end up with these all over the place. It's really annoying. So I try to not do that as much as possible. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of raw ore in there, which I like, because we're going to be able to use that to supercharge our rods and iron in here in just a moment. But I love it when it's backlogged. All right, bring it to me. I should have left my workshop over here. Put that back. Okay, so we're just kind of cleaning this up to remove all the production over here that we no longer need. And get rid of all these trees. Just to kind of clear the area out a bit. Let's get rid of some of this. And I may or may not systematically take out every single tree in the game. We'll see. Now, this particular playthrough is a long-term playthrough, everybody. We're not going to play it every day, all day, but we're going to play it over a long period of time. So settle in. Because this stuff takes time to do, but it's fun to do. It is so much fun to get that going. Look at that. We've cleared that whole area now. We cleared all this area up here. Now we're just really looking good. A little tempted to take this tree out here. There we go. We're going to come back and work on that node there in just a bit. Now, again, if you don't have the belts, what you do is you just get more of those nodes in the early game. So now I'm going to have 2 separate nodes that is going to work on my reinforced iron plates. And later I can make them faster and I can extract more and so on and so forth. It always turns it the opposite direction I wanted to go. All right, there we go. And then we're going to just immediately try to run this up to here. But sadly, it doesn't look like it is running the correct direction. Let's get rid of all of this. Again, see, we're getting all those resources back too. So very nice. This belt is going in the wrong direction. Let's run it this way. There we go. Oh, or not. Come on. So you can just leave the poles and you can rerun it. God, you can try. Go. What the heck is your problem? Come on. Go. Or not. Okay, fine. I'll just rerun it again. I don't make the games, everybody. I just play them. Go. Just play them. If that happens, everybody, just take the end piece out and run it again. All right, there we go. Now it's going in the right direction. Because I ran it this way so I could lift it up out of the way. Oh, it just doesn't make it. It just doesn't make it. Oh, it's such a troll, this game. All right, there we go. Run it in there and make it a nice 90. All right, there we go. Oh, okay, that one's lifted a little less than this one. Hold on, we can't leave that. We're going to make it nice as we go along. So we'll go ahead and pick up the pole. And first thing we're going to do is just do the pole first. Kind of match the height. I'm going to say right there. Let's see if that's right. Oh, still too high. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make another pole. We're going to say that one's too high. And then we're going to take this pole. And we're going to say too high, down 1. All right. And again, we used it as a reference to figure it out. Sometimes I'm pretty good at eyeballing it and sometimes not. All right. So this now should reach right up there just fine. And now we have our second node. All right, cool. Let's tie that into power. And we have 2 120 nodes going down here. But right now we can only run it at 60. And that's okay. And so we're going to run this where we want to go. And if you notice, I got a ton of resources now that I can run all of these things that I need to run. Because, again, I worked very efficiently in the very beginning. This one is going to be way up here. Well, that does not look straight. Right across here. There we go. That one's going to be way up there on the top. And that just makes it easy for me to get around and I'm not blocked in my hub. So this actually is going up even higher right here. Okay, now let's finish out over here. Now we're not doing any plate production right now, so I'm going to eventually run out of plates. So I need to get my plate production running. So I want to bring those raw resources in such a way that I can feed them into my my plates and my rods. Now I want to leave room, again, always leaving room by here where I can move around where there's not stuff in my way. So we're going to swing these out wide over here off to the side here. And again, one of the things you can do to make it a little easier is just use your conveyor poles and just put those down and try to line them up next to each other like that. If you don't have the stackers, normally I use the stackers, but in this case, we'll just use the poles. to get those up high and out of the way. So the first thing I want to do is bring the first one, again, up out of the way. And I want it to eventually, I want the thing to end up here. So I'm going to run this right to there for now, just so I know where that's at. Eventually, I'll lift it up higher. Now, I want this to eventually go around to the back and backlog resources like we did over here. So I'm going to grab this one, offset it by 1 this way. So now I have a starting point, and this will be the last one in this direction, right? So I have all this room here to work all my other stuff that's going to be coming down the line. And then we're going to go ahead and go back here, and we're going to backlog the output of the item that comes before this item. Now, again, we're still going to go out that way a bit. So we're leaving lots of room around what we're doing, and we're going to say iron plates. Right, now we also want to have some power. We happen to have some power up here. Again, we can use that power pole and run it right here into the center of our storage. I like to run it on this little notch here in the front. I don't know, just my kind of thing where I like to run it there, and it runs very nicely up above, and all of our power lines are up out of the way. We're not running in our power lines all the time in our face. Okay, so that's running there. That's looking good. Let's go here. And again, we're leaving ourselves room for expansion later. We're going to zoom out all of these like so. And now we're going to need our smelter. Okay, we got our smelter here. Now, our first one that's going to come in, remember, these are running at 60 and 60, so it's 120 total of what we need right here. So we need to get 60 into one storage, 60 into another, and we're going to need 4 smelters to make that run. So before we go in and kind of block our way here with smelters, we also need more room behind that. And again, you can see I'm starting to work this way. Again, lots of room over here. That's why I work here on the coast, because I have all this room to work. So again, we're going to need it to go into 2 separate smelters in the back, our storage here behind the smelters. And then we're going to need to merge it. So let's go ahead and give ourselves a little bit of room here. Or actually, we're going to run it into 2 separate. We're going to run it into 2 separate. And then split it, not merge it. Split it into 2, split it into 2. Okay, that's our goal. So let's go ahead and do this. We need more plates. Let's go ahead and do ourselves a solid. And use this kind of open area here for crafting bench and equipment bench. Whenever I put a crafting bench down, I also put an equipment bench down. What did I need? I already forgot. Heavy reinforced iron plates. So we need screws over here. All right, there's 2 more of those. And then can we make one of these? We need more cable. All right, no worries. I can do cable. Yeah, and eventually we'll automate all of this here in just a few moments. It's going to be awesome. Gonna be awesome. We need to make sure that we leave room for one more resource here. We should probably put that down now so we don't put anything there. Again, it still leaves me room to go between here. Again, I always leave at least about this. Sometimes I cut into a little bit like that. That's okay. I can also readjust these and move these over by 1, which is what I will do eventually. I can already tell you that I'm going to move those over. Absolutely. When I go to make my blueprints and stuff. For all of that. Okay, so this needs to go into 2. So we want to go ahead and do this. And then we want to make 4 more of those. So we can do 2 more constructors over there. So let's go make some more screws. Okay, and then we'll make 4 more of these so we can get 2 more constructors. All right, very nice. And again, I'm going to aim it back in this direction so it circles back on the side there. So we're going to go ahead and go here. And not enough wire. All right, we'll get that wire going too. Right now, doing this. So we're actually building our reinforced iron plates production right now. At the same time, we're doing our wire and our plates. That's really thinking ahead, everybody. That's really thinking very future forward. Okay, so right now we're going to need 2 of these. and we're going to need it to split and to run in here. Now, this is going to be load balancing versus manifolds. I prefer manifolds, but I'm going to show you some load balancing. So first thing we're going to do is run it here, and we're going to run it there. And that's going to be the output of this, though we could just run them individually, I guess, because we are going to be going 30 in and 30 out. But what I like to do is this, put the raw resources, all the outputs of those miners into the storage, and then they're going to go into the smelters. Now, in this case, I'm also adding storage in between here, right here, so that I can also have the iron ingots backlog as well, because when I expand, I can use those iron ingots to start up faster. Again, having those extra is really useful for starting up much quicker. You'll see here in a second, everybody. We'll start up pretty quickly with all of this. So again, these two here, one of these is going to go off to do our iron rods, and then the other ones are going to go to doing our plates, because this is how I came up with the rule of 8, by the way. This is 8 constructors. So 8 constructors is how you get started in this game, about learning about how to optimize a whole production chain, right? And your first hurdle is reinforced iron plates to do it. So basically, we're going to put down 8 constructors in a row, and with 4 smelters behind it, which is what we're doing right now. But I'm kind of lining all that up first off of the constructors and working my way backwards from the constructors, because that's way easier. And again, so we're going to take our constructors here, and we are going to split that in. Again, we could run them with their own boxes, and then that would do a bigger backlog of iron ingots. Let's do that. Let's do each one with its own. And then we'll end up with a much larger backlog of iron ingots over the span of it. It's going to take more resources now and a little extra time, but I think that's probably a really smart idea for our backlog of resources. More rods. Now, another thing I could be doing right now, by the way, is making offline production, where I'm making these rods right now. In fact, let's do that. Let's do that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and make a constructor. Of course, I need more of these screws. Let's do that right now. Do a little offline production so we don't have to keep making these screws over and over while we're building the rest of this. This is what I call offline production. When you just go in, I'm going to throw a constructor here. I'm going to make a box for the output. Snap that in there. Then I'm going to make a box for the input on this side. And then I'm going to tell it to make me some rods. And then we're just going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to take the raw resources that we have on us, throw them in here. Again, I have a lot of them, you can see. And then we'll just give this some power. And then it'll start making it some rods, because we're going to keep looking for rods the whole time. So there we go. And then I'll make a little output here just so I can see that there's rods in there. All right, that'll save us a little bit of time when we're making these reinforced iron plates. Now, we really need to take a break, but I'm going to try to get all this working first. Now, I'm going to also make some myself, or some reinforced iron plates. As many as I can get away with here. Yeah, not quite enough plates for that. No problem. Let's go see if we got some extras that we can just scalp off of this belt for now. Utilize those. Maybe we got, oh, just enough. Nice. That's just perfecto. Okay, reinforced iron plates are good. Now, we're at 4 right now, and again, we need 8. So here's 4. Oh, more cable. Let's go make that. And again, I could be making that offline as well. Or actually, I can make it online over here. Let's go do that, too. Let's get some things in motion here. Oh, I used up all my stuff. I used it up. Let's go over here. More of this. I just make the cable myself. Would have been faster for me just to make the cable. Yeah. All right. Well, we need to use one of these constructors over here. There we go. Just manually do it. Make a constructor randomly here. Let's make it go back this way. Actually, no. Let's make it go... maybe like this. Yeah. Don't have any plates. Okay, so now it's a plate problem. We're almost to making plates. See, this is a side mission that I'm doing instead of doing the other stuff. But that's okay. We're making a bunch of rods now, at least. I could have got that going earlier, but I was running all my lines doing all of that. It's okay. So we just need a little bit of line runs here. Run this into here. And then we're going to tell this to make cable. And then we'll tell it to connect in there. Let's see if we have enough for a storage. More plates, more rods. We're going to take that out from over there. Put this on this side. So I don't have to keep running over there every time. A little bit more plates, a little bit more rods. We're going to solve this problem here in just a moment, everybody. Again, we're in that transition phase when we're setting up all of our production. And we'll get it going. And then, I don't know how many more rods I need. Let's see. How are we doing? We need 2 and 4. 2 and 4. More plates to run the thing. I told you I was going to run out of plates. All right, now we're going to have it make it some cable. There we go. Make it some cable. It's going to work on that too. So that's all going to be inline, so I don't have to mess with that. I already have plenty of wire on me. I mean, I got a massive amount up there. In fact, I can probably put some of this back in here for right now and just take out a single stack to clear my inventory. How are we doing on concrete? Woo, mama! Now, one of the things that I like to do with my inventory is, you see I have 522 there. I take the 22 and I put it back in the box. And that just keeps my inventory much clearer than it is there. So it's out of the way. Now, another thing we can do over here while we're working... let's go ahead and throw another one of these down. And we're going to need more of that. Is that we're going to need more plates. So what I'm going to do is run some more power here. There we go. And just turn this into plates. But I'm going to go grab some of this back here. And I guess I could just split that. But I'm just going to grab some of this and put it directly into the machine. It's going to make me some more plates. I should have a bunch of rods here. 78 ought to start us up. And then this is just going to make me some plates while I'm busy doing all of this. Okay, so now we need to make more constructors over here. Okay, we need more reinforced iron plates and more wire. Again, running back and forth. By the way, you can slide and jump, make it go faster. Slide, jump. Slide, jump. We did this in the old school days, everybody. This is an old school trick here. Get around a little faster. Oh, look at the cool little thing right there. It's going around. All right, look, it made 88 wire in the time that we did that, everybody. So again, in some instances, it's faster for it to do it. And some instances, it's faster for you. That was very quick. Okay, so now we don't have to run over there for wire for a little while. And we do have to run over here and make a bunch of screws out of these rods that we did. All right, let's go. Now, if this is not, this reinforced iron plate is not showing you a bunch of reinforced iron plates, then we're in trouble because we don't have enough iron plates. And that's really what we need. And so we're going to go ahead and grab. It made 24 already. It's still making more rods for me here. And we're looking good. Again, offline production for the win. More reinforced iron plates. We're trying to get to the point where we have 8 constructors going here. And we're just working what's known as horizontally, everybody, where you're working flat. You can also work vertically. I would do that much later in the game, for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5. Number 6. Number 7. And, oof, 2. All right, let's just put a crafting bench out here for right now. So I'm going to run all the way back. I need 2 more. Oh, wait, I just need to do screws. Screws. All right. Oh. 24 screws. All right, good enough. Now I need these plates over here. That'll do it. Oh, and I need to make the 2 things. Bingo. Okay, we got all 8 of them in a row. Very nice. Now, we want to go ahead and get this first one up and running so that we're not running out of plates all the time like we're doing now. So we're going to run our smelters in line. Instead of having them split and merge and split and merge, we're going to have them all run in line to go with each individual one. And so what's going to do is run this first one, which is going to be our plates. And eventually, the ones at the end are actually going to be flipped around the other way. And you'll see why here later on. But first, what we need to do is this is actually going to be flipped the other way like this. So that side is really this side and so on. So, but it's going to be built better that way so that it runs out and then it turns around and it merges back. You'll see. You'll see in the long run. And this way we're using this whole area. That's using that whole area. It's not going to go out in the way of my ramp, which I'll have down eventually. It's just thinking, future-proofing the future of it. So we're actually working on this side right here, which is bringing in the iron storage. We're going to have 2 smelters. And so we'll have the raw storage for the iron, but it's going to split and it's going to go into 2 separate smelters, and then it will go into 2 separate boxes into those constructors. That's what we're doing on this side. So let's go ahead and get this first smelter going by having a spot. Oh, we need more plates. We have enough. Nope. Not enough. All right, we're going to take this out anyway. And so we'll take that out now, and hopefully I got us. Not really. Let's go over here. Make a few more. Just need to make ourselves a box here. And then we won't have to worry about plates anymore because our plate production will be all in line. Basically doing what that constructor was just doing right there. Okay, so we got that going, looking good. And again, one more box here to backlog that raw ore. Oh, wait a minute. We want to go ahead. Maybe we want each line to have its own backlog of ore. Ooh, even better. Even better. Yeah, we're going to need more boxes, but we're going to end up with more of a backlog later. Yes, yes. Let's really scale it up. We're mega scaling it here. Let's go. This is a lot of scaling at the very beginning of the game, everybody. There's a lot. But we'll go with it. We need 7 more plates. All right, we'll make a little extra. Definitely worth the time to go in and put this all in here. Okay, so again, right to there. Okay, this one needs some power. I don't like to max the power, so I'm going to go ahead and run this back to this one. And then we'll just connect these 2 power lines together, so this has more connections in the back. Very nice. Okay, and then we just need to tell it what to be. Iron ingots. It's going to go through here. Those iron ingots are going to be turned into plates. And then this automatically already goes this way and connects right there at the end. So we're going to go ahead and set up a merger. We're going to try to line that up nicely right across here. And we're going to say merger in that direction. Very nice. And then we're going to finally get to use our lifter as number 5. And we're going to lift that up over the road like this. And we don't have enough plates over there yet, but that's okay. Let's get our raw resources run over here. Again, we're just going to go up by 2 now over here. There we go. Some more plates are needed. Let's do. Why am I not putting these iron ingots over here? Hold on. Let's take this one, switch this one to plates now. How much do I have? I only have 5 on me. Right there. Let's make a few plates over there while we're doing iron ingots over here. Or actually, we could just do iron ingots right here, because it's already on. Let's just do that. There we go. And we could just put this right in here. There we go. It could be working on it for us while we're doing it as well. All right, get that done, brother. Get that done. Now I can actually turn this off so it's not using the iron plates right now. Oh no, I wanted to produce the iron plates. Now what am I saying? Yeah, no, I want to produce that iron plates. I want it to run up and do some of that work for me right now. And then I need the end result, which is the plates, which are going to run into here for right now. Yes, 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 yes. Get it done. Get it done. Well, while it's doing that, I could actually go and take a stack of this and work on this myself. But now it's already running that production. I just need to get this line over there and struggling a little bit to get this these space resources. But this happens a lot in the beginning. And the whole point of what we're doing is so that this we're not struggling on this later. And also, we're going to let this run, and we'll have a whole box full of it. Absolutely. We'll have a massive box. But I'm trying to keep up with the speed of the game for right now. Okay, so we need more. We need 18 total. How are we looking in here? We got 7. All right. How many we need now? We need... That seems way too far to me. Let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right here. Yeah, right there. All right, let's grab what we got in here. We can take all these things back out now and get some of that resources back. Take all this out. And we no longer need that. Going over here, we've got this little spot. Again, that's just temporary. And so... up by 2. And then we're going to do our lifter. Just so we don't have to... Oh, we got to do... No, we got to do our splitters first. We got to do our splitters. Yes. We want to go in here. So we're going to need to split this across multiple of the lines there. So this like this. This like this. All right, there we go. Now it's all in line and looking sexy. And we won't be struggling as much for our plates. All right, there we go. Plates are under control. Hopefully. Jeez, that's so slow. Jeez, that belt is so slow. I mean, it's really a torture, everybody, when you're, at the top of the game and then you start over and you're like, it takes so long. It takes so long to do that basic stuff. Oh, we got a problem here, though. We got a problem. We got to go up a little bit here because we want to run this other one under. Hold on. We'll go and take this all the way up and then run this down over there. So we can go ahead and lift this one also up and basically new plates. Basically siphon off some of these plates to go this way as well. Because it's going to merge in there. It's going to end up going here. Now, actually, what I need to do is take the plates and run them forward as well. But this currently is a merger just so I can turn it to the side. And eventually, I'll replace this with a splitter. So it'll actually split some that way and split some this way. And I can control how much splits if I want. But right now, I just wanted to take a whole bunch of plates and stick it in this plate box over here, which is doing right now So now we have our power production going. We have we did our concrete first, then our power production. Now we're doing our plates, but we're also in the same process of doing our plates. We're setting up our reinforced iron plates. Okay, so we got the first one underway, and we did our most important thing we need to work on right now, which is plates for this next section. And we're being pretty ambitious here in the beginning of the game. We're making a lot of storages and whatnot, which are taking a lot of resources, but this is going to be pretty easy. This is just the same again right over here for our second row of plates. And we're going to go ahead and turn this on. We're going to connect this up here because we were smart enough to put another one there. And then look how much now we just scaled up just that quickly. Again, a little bit of a struggle, but now we've got our going on. Another splitter there. This into here. Oh, oh. Splitter going the wrong way. That way. There we go. You into there. There we go. And you into there. Not enough plates. Not enough plates, but again, we're riding the edge of what can be done, right? We're making the item as we're trying to use up the items, and we're being ambitious. So there we go, 31 in there. We'll take all of those. And then we're going to double up our plate production if we could just get this these belts in. Let's get them going. Now, this is a manifold, by the way, that's just going down in the thing. I'm not balancing really how that's going. I'm just going to run that all in a straight line to fill that up. Now, this is our first line, and that line is going through, and it really is balancing if you think about it. In fact, I don't even need this one here because this node is just going to run the first two. So I can just go ahead and do this. So it's bringing it in 60, 30 in one, 30 in another. It's perfectly balanced. Nothing I need to do. It's going to run it at that full speed. Now, the thing I can do over here, just to speed it up a little bit, is I can go ahead and infuse it right into the box, and then it has a bit of a backlog, and that backlog now is making me double the amount of plates I was just making a minute ago. And then we'll take our merger. That's why I put the merger here, so because I'm going to merge these right here. All the rest of these I'm going to merge for plates. And that's there, and that's there. All right, come on, show me them plates, brother. Show me them plates. Oh, we got to put more power down. More power it is. All right, right here. Go like this. Oh, wait, we should do this. We should go in and we should use our power pole. And we're going to split this line here. Oh, we can't do it that way. That's right. You can't do it that way. That's okay. I'll just do this. I'll just do it like this. And that one will run there. That works just as good. All right, plates. It's now got power. Let's make sure this has got power behind here. I think it already does from that other line. It does. And again, you can see it already backlogged a bunch of these iron ingots. I think we got to connect this into here. And we're good. All right, now making 40 plates per minute. Let's go, baby. So we went from no plates per minute, well, making about 20 plates, to no plates, to 40 plates per minute. So very nice. All right, run them suckers. Now, we need to go ahead and get the next thing going. So again, my goal is to, before I take a break, everybody get these reinforced iron plates going. It won't take too much longer here. Again, we've got now our plates going so we can make more boxes. And then in a minute, we're going to have our rods going as well. All right, there we go, straight in line. Now, what we're going to need is we're going to need a combination of plates, rods, and then eventually screws. The last three are going to be screws. Out of the 8, the last 3 are going to be screws, and they're going to be turned around. So I'm going to go ahead and take these, and I'm going to go ahead and turn them around the other way. And I'll show you why here in just a minute. But we're going to run them just like this down the line. Oh, can't. Did I offset it? Oh, I offset it just a little bit on this side. Like, why did that not fit? It fit just a second ago. Let's try it again. There we go. All right, we're going to turn those around the other way. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take that other line that we have, the second line, run that down, and then run that across over to these. Now, again, what we're going to do is I'll show you in row here. I'll go all the way back over here. and do it right here. So the first one, plates. The second one, plates. The third one, plates. The fourth one is going to be rods. And the fifth one is going to be rods again. And again, if you look in here, you can see that very thing right here. 1, 2, 3 is plates. 2 of them are rods, and 3 of them are screws, which are the ones at the end, right? So what we want to do is take some of the resources and go in there. Now, if you notice here, when we're running these smelters, one of the smelters is going to go to 2 of the iron rods, right? Because it goes at 15 as the input instead of 30, like the plates. So basically, I can use one smelter and run 2 of them at the same time, which is why we only have 2 smelters left. So we take the first one, and we'll just do the same thing we did over here, and line those up to each other here, hopefully, like this. And then again, we're going to have a nice backlog behind here. We're out of plates again. This is why we're making plates, so we'll have plates. And that's the perfect time to run it into the box. I do have to go back and forth a little bit here to pick it up, but that's okay. I'm making I made 138 plates there while I was doing other things. And so now we're getting to the point where we're being more efficient with our time, meaning that we're running around doing stuff, but it's also producing the plates now. And we want to run this into here. We'll say this is iron ingots. This is plates. Very nice. We got that running. Got to put this in. And I'm going to speed up a little bit. I hope you guys don't mind. If you do have a comment or question, if I go too fast for you, let me know. Now, this one does not run this way. What I want to do is take this right here and run it right into there, because our belts are not fast enough to have 120 right now. So we're going to go ahead and do something like that. Looks good. And then over here on this next one, we're actually going to be putting this in the center of these, because we're going to be splitting these right here. And again, using our load balancing here. See where that's at. Try to get it in the center of both of those right there. Very nice. And then this is going here. This is going here. This is rods. This is rods. Very nice. Okay, dokie. And now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have to offset this back just a little bit because we added the splitter. So this is going to go here. Again, putting in the backlogs. And then we have our thing here. And this is going to be a little further back. No worries. Connect all this stuff together. So once we have it, it'll just start working. Very nice. Let's go up here and make our power nice and easy by using our power line to make a power pole right there, and then connect that across. Those are now powered. We can do the same thing over here. We can pull this power pole with its last connection way over here to here. And then we can run this one and this one right here. See how nice that is? Very nice. Very nice. And then this one's going to split, and it's going to end up out here. Again, it's not all perfectly in line, but that's okay. I mean, it's in line, but it's not all lined up, because I'm going to redo all of this when I do my blueprinting later. That's right. We're going to redo all this stuff in the early stages, all the way up. And then same thing here. We're going to go to here. Try to line that up nicely. Again, bring it to you, not you go to it. And that's going to go right through there and not clip on anything. Nice. And there we go. That's all in line too. Let's make sure to tell this to go to iron ingot. And we got to tell this over here to be plates. Very nice. It already is. It just needs to have some power. And I say we go ahead. Yes, we should make another. What do we got here? No, I think we could run it off of this one. Yep, run it off of that one. There we go. All right, all of them are plugged in, and all of them are looking good. We just need to get that ore in there. Now, again, the faster way to start this up is just to take the excess from this one and just throw it into this box. Then we'll go to this one, which has a bunch of excess, and supercharge this to go a little faster. by just throwing it right in the box while you're waiting for all of the resources to come down the line. See how slow they're coming down the line? You're just like, ah, God, hurry up, get down the line. But I can supercharge it and get it going right now where that's actually producing all of those resources. So pretty awesome. And there it happened. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming, and I did it on purpose. We lost power, everybody. And again, I'm going to show you how to expand your power when you lose power like that. What happened? Oh, look at this. We were running along, and our production exceeded our ability to utilize our 60 power. We're way above our 60 power now. But we have left room over here, because we were smart, to add another biomass burner. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it backwards like this. And guess what? I just happen to have a bunch of it in here that we produced earlier. We're going to take this out now. Take this little line out here, and we're going to add this to the chain. Like this, into here, into there. And we're going to extend this out again. And we'll just keep doing that. As much as power as we need to add, we can add it all up into the end of the world there, everybody. And we can just keep moving that box back. Now, I'm actually going to move the box over here for right now, so I can keep adding this power and just move the line in the future. There we go. Very nice. Put the biomass, solid biofuel back in there, and then run this in here and use a nice straight. Oh, we don't have enough plates to run it straight. That's okay. We'll run it like that until we get more plates. There we go. And that's going to automatically run in there, but I can save myself some time by just going in and doing this. Pick that out of there, throw it in here, and do your thing, brother. Let's get this connected over here. Oh, we used up our power lines. We used them up. I know just what to do. Let's take this, run this over here. We'll take this out of this one, and we'll run it over there. And then we can use this one to connect that power, and bada bing, bada boom. Now we have 80 power right over here, or 90 power, I mean. 90 power, and it's using, if I have everything on, it's only using 80. So now I've balanced and I have more power than I need. Now it'd be a good time to have your batteries, so you'd be charging your batteries at the same time. But I'm not to that stage yet. But now you can see that our power is running fine for what we got going. Now you think we're going to be doing more production in the future? Absolutely. And then we'll have more issues, because right now we are running our production at 80. So instead of just saying, hey, I'll just do it later, why don't we just do it now? Do ourselves a solid, everybody. We're going to go, oh, wait, we need to go over here and get some plates. And again, this is why I have all of these nice by my hub. I just roll up here, 200 plates there roughly, easy. And again, now I'm building momentum. More plates so I can make more power, so I can make more plates and more screws. Oop, that is not the right direction. Why does it not pick up the orientation of the one you're trying to pick up? I do not know. It would be great. Would be amazing. But let's just go ahead and add a little bit of extra power now. Right over here. Just to be smart and think ahead. Oh, that's going to run out. It's out there. So let's take this out. And we'll take this. It's okay if the power goes off for a second. Turn that on. Turn this on. Automatically go ahead and grab this. Put this into there. Pull that switch. Run this into there. And problem solved. All right. Now it's going to auto feed and balance all of these out, so they're all at the same level. So if one will not run out before the other one, everybody. So that's what you want to do, is constantly have that running in there to balance those, so that if one goes too low and you have like, your max cons is right at the point at which you're going to run out of power, boom, it will kick all of them off. So you don't want to do that. That's why you always want to have it feeding from a box evenly. And they added that 1.0, by the way, where you can actually feed it into the biofuel tanks, which is great. I greatly appreciate that. But we're pushing the limits of our current power, as we often do. Okay, so there we go. Now we want to go ahead and put in another merger over here. And we're going to merge all of these plates out of here that is now made, which is about 45, and run those into the box. So now we're making 3 things of plates. We were struggling for plates, and now we're making basically 60 plates. at the same time. Now, also, we're making rods over here, and we're actually going to have the rods go this way. Actually, we can just do like this. We don't need to have the extra thing there. That's just more for the game to calculate. Then we're going to go over here, and we're going to use splitters. Now, splitters I use more often than mergers, I find, in a lot of instances. So that's why you see that my default on my bar is a splitter. Okay, so now we're going to merge these two rods together. We're going to go ahead and run them over this way. And this is why we have this turn backwards, so we can just run the rods right out of the machines there. Oop, unless we screw up where our splitter should be. We can run the rods right out of those other machines and run them right into these machines. Makes it so much easier logistics-wise and even just visually run those all in there. Very nice. Now we're going to go ahead and power these all together. So I'm going to put it in the center one here and then power all of those and then run that power. Where are we running here? We got a spot. We got a spot right there. Boom. All right, those are all powered up. Now we're going to make some screws. Let's go, brother. Make me some screws here. Very nice. All right, now it's taking all those rods and making me some screws. Now I need some rods too. So I'm just going to go ahead and make a little breakout splitter here. If I can get away with it. Too sharp, huh? You're going to give me too sharp action. All right, fine, fine. I'll take care of it. We'll just put it right here in the center. And we'll tell it, oh, that's not the way I want it to go. This way. Come on. Thing, there we go. So this one here is going to come out. And it's going to go this way. And it's also going to go this way. And run right back. I think we can go up just a little bit there. Oh, a little too far. Too steep, really. That's too steep. Fine. We'll just do this. We'll make it work. Up just a little bit. We can try to run this under here. Give ourselves a little bit of space to go underneath that, and I think that is perfect. So now, instead of using the full amount of rods in here for the screws, it's going to go ahead and run that off over here. Now, I might have ran that a little close. I sure did. Ran that a little close to my other one here, which we're also going to use here in just a second. So let's do this. Let's pull this one to here. And then we'll run that from here like this. Very nice. And we're going to run this one around this way. And bring it up just a little bit. And then we'll try to hug this other belt a little bit. About the same height. Say here. Again, you want to have these up just a little bit so you don't have to keep jumping over them. See, like this gets annoying after a while. You'd have to jump after that. Jump over that all the time. I don't really worry about it in the long run, but good enough. Okay, so now that we have our screw production going, we're also going to take our screws and we're going to go ahead and merge those. Actually, in this direction, merge. There we go. Like this. Now, I find it easier to get up on the top of the thing here. So if you can get up on the top like this, you get up there much easier later. But I find this is way easier, especially later on when you can float around, which is even better. Then just double click, because it's really close, and then you can just run these. It automatically knows the directions, and now it's running those screws out. And so we'll lift these screws, and we're going to run them around the edge. And bring this over. Oh, out of plates again. Let's go see how many plates we got in there now. I bet a bunch. I bet quite a few at this point. Let's go see, because we're running all the plates in here for right now. Yeah, about 400 in there. Did you get them? Grab them. There we go. Button's not quite working. What's the new plan? Good morning, Kismet. Yes, new playthrough. This is the mega playthrough. We've started all over from scratch, and we are mega playing through. Right now, our plan is to get those reinforced iron plates going before I take a break. And our big plan for the whole night tonight is to get that thing, my brain, to get the coal power going. So we can let this run and run and run, even when we're not here on the server 24/7 using the power of time. So we're going to go ahead and do that here in just a second. First, we're going to go ahead and line this up somewhat. You know what? Let's line it up this way. Even easier. So we're going to line that up to that one over there, right? We're going to line it up, and then we're going to move it back 1, 2, and then bring it up. And then what it will do is automatically make that 90 beautifully like that. There we go. And I brought it down. So again, so the logistics of the levels of my thing, I don't have my stackers yet. When I have my stackers, that's way easier. But right now I'm just putting them at different levels so I can go up and over and under, but also keep them where they're not in my way. So I can just go by. I could have also lifted all of this. So this would be up out of my way, but I want to see this working. So I want to see this working for right now. And if I know it's working, then I'll go ahead and lift it up and be fine. So now the third box that we're over here that comes this way after the concrete, you now know what it is. It is screws. And eventually, if we did it right, we're going to see some screws show up right there on that. And now we have a lot of our basic resources going. Now, when we come back, we'll work on a bunch of this over here that we're going to need for our copper stuff. But again, we want to have all the processes going. Now, another thing that we need to think about now that we're using more power. Uh-oh, we're out of power over here. I forgot to reconnect that power line. My bad. I can see because it's red. See, it's red there? I got to reconnect that power line. There we go. All right, get that biomass going. Oh, we got a lot of biomass backlog back here, too. Ah, all right, cool. I like to see. Oh, look at this. This is all backlogged as well. Oh, I love to see it. I love to see it. Oh, this is all backlogged in here. Go, baby, go. Keep doing your thing. And I got a little bit of grass on me over here. Not that kind of grass. The kind you pick up off the ground. Unless, I don't know, maybe some grass. Somebody dropping grass in your hair. Put that in there, and then also put this in here, because we did pick up a little bit of that earlier. We'll let that all process. Now, again, this is processing way faster than it can run it into the machines. And I could run it out and try to split it and do all of that, but the belts are only so fast. And plus, I'm fine. It's running just fine. It's running just fine at the moment. We'll be fine for now. Okay, so we did a lot of stuff right there, everybody. Now, what we need to do is we need to get the plates, the rods, or wait, no, sorry, the plates and the screws into the assemblers. Now, if I go to do the assemblers, we don't have any assemblers. And that's why we're actually working on the next part, which is the assembler part over here. Which instead of jumping ahead to logistics, we should go to assembler. And that's why it's in that particular order, by the way, is so that you can make your reinforced iron plates that you need for the other milestone, which is your logistics here, which is your 50 logistics. So sometimes I skip ahead and just make them myself so I can use those faster belts. But in this particular playthrough, we're going to go ahead and just put these in here and get these going. Now, I need, of course, a bunch of resources here, and thinking ahead, I went down here and made a bunch of wire. Now, just watch how much wire it makes in just a little bit of time, and we've been running. It didn't make a lot because I put that in there. I forgot I put that in there. That's my bad. I got to get that out of there. Oh, that was my bad, everybody. My bad. I forgot to take all that out of there. That's why you don't put it in, you don't mix resources, everybody. You get messed up right there. So let me go ahead and take this. And now, again, now the raw iron ore has a place. So every time you create a system, you're also creating a location for you to put some of this stuff. So let's put, say, 4 in that one. And then over here, we'll put 1, 2, 3, 4 in that one. Again, just kind of spread it out among these. And then I'm just going to put all the rest of it here in the last one. Good enough. And so now I can utilize that. And later, when I go to ramp up my production, I can also utilize that raw resource. So I'm just putting it there because that's going to store it. Is it going to use it up? No, because the raw ore is going just as fast as it's burning it up now. So it's just going to stay in there for now. But if I add another thing, if I want to add more of each thing, I totally can. Now, we got a problem with our line here. And we need to get this out of here because it's co-mixing that. We just need to take this line out and rerun this line. Oop, wait, I think we got one here. Let's take this. Let's take these off of the line. There we go. Rerun these lines because that was my bad. But it's been backlogging a bunch of wire in there, so at least that's not bad. But I filled that up with some raw resources temporarily while I was fixing that part, and I forgot to take it out of there. It's no problem. We have enough wire. We have exactly the amount of wire that we need. So it makes a massive amount of wire over there. For sure. All right, there we go. Now, how are we looking on our rods now? We were struggling earlier. We got 61 there. Not too bad. Very, very nice. Now, another thing that we can do if we have our screws here. Do we have 500 screws? No, we don't have our screws yet either. So we gotta go ahead and get that going. Now, again, I could wait for it or I could just do it myself. Let's go. Let's go ahead and make a bunch of these screws for ourselves. And then we can unlock the next stage. Man, it always seems like it's going to take less time than it does. Doesn't it? It always seems like it does. New mage save. Any subject plans? Yes, this is the mega save. Yes. We're going to tap every node. We're going to do everything in the entire game. We're going to build the maximum amount of power, the maximum amount of everything in this particular game because we already finished the game earlier today of our first one playthrough. And we did so efficient, everybody. We only needed 70,000 power maximum, and we didn't really even need that. And we basically finished the entire game. And I didn't use any alternate recipes at all. And everything that I did, you guys can do as well. You can watch that playthrough back on YouTube. There's a whole playlist for it. And I'm going to make a playlist for this playthrough as well. I wasn't sure if it was going to be the end because I wasn't sure if that tier 9 finished there. And so it was the end. There were some things we didn't do, rocket fuel and all that other stuff, and portals and things like that. We'll get back to all of that stuff in this playthrough as well. Plus, we got Kismets coming up in just a few days on Sunday. So very excited about adding Kismets to the playthrough as well. It just all worked out perfect, everybody. It worked out absolutely perfect. All right, we made a bunch of screws there. Very nice. Let's just go ahead and infuse this with these screws. And then let's go ahead and grab all of the rods that we can. And a great trick to this also is to, I could have it run back at the end when it comes to screws, but when it comes to rods, but I can just turn this off now. Just turn this off for a minute. And it will start to backlog the rods into there. Now I can also go in and take all the rods, because the first one was, because we're using a manifold here, which is an overflow, instead of balancing it into each one. And so the first one had over 50 rods, so I'm at 68 rods there. And then the rest of that's just going to backlog into the machine. And then we'll go see how many we have here. 6 here. Okay, well, you know what? Let's speed it up by doing it ourselves. And again, normally I skip that whole process. I just make it myself and just unlock it. And then make it the next one and unlock it, makes the next one. That's more efficient, but it's not as fun. And we're going to mega build. We're going to build it all as we go. We have to make some ourselves, and that's what we're going to do. Let's go. Now, see, while I'm doing this, it's also making a bunch over there. So that's good to multitask. So I'll make about half of them here, and then I'll go see how many I've made over there. Now it's making, I think, 15 per minute over there. So it's going to make about 30 by the time I'm done here. We'll see. Okay. And how many we got here? 7 in here, because only one of these are siphoning off, by the way. I'm not doing all of them. I probably should have done it, but this is just easier to just grab the first one. So I'm only getting half of the amount of rods that it's making. And then I can go in here and just grab them right off the belt, too, by the way. This one's not backlogging yet because it's still filling the belt. No backlog in there. No backlog. See, it's not backlogging because it's doing the thing. Here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and do this. Little temporary merger. Come on, fingers. There we go. get that lined up. If you have a belt there, what it's going to try to do is merge down to the belt, or you can start on the belt and just merge it up like this, and it's going to merge really close. So now I have it automatically merging up here. Oh, and it's running screws now up there. How's the screws get? Oh, I ran it into the screw line. My bad. My bad. I should have ran it into the other line over here. My bad. It's okay. Got that going. This is going to here. Oh, I see. This is merging there. It doesn't matter. Actually, I can just put it into the screw line. That's or into that line for now. I should have just left that. Yeah, I should have just left it. All right. Let's just do it. Let's just do that again. Again, we run it right here. Oops. We run it right underneath here. Then we go to the bottom one. And then it will just go ahead and merge that into the line with the screws. And I can just take it out of the screw box. God, these belts are slow. God, those belts are slow. All right, well, we'll get them going faster here just a bit. All right, how many do we have now? 17. We're at 169. Very, very close. Again, we'll go ahead and make some more ourselves while we're waiting for those to come down the line. Now, I don't like to typically mix items in belts, but we gotta take some of those out of there so we can use them eventually. And we'll also make a separate production just for plates and rods in a bit. I do like to have each thing have its own separate production beyond the reinforced iron plates when I'm actually working. Why am I making plates? Beyond what I'm doing here so that I have a dedicated thing there. Let me grab those. Grab these. Grab all of that. Oof, getting real close now. Let's go. Oh, so close. So close. I could have it just from doing iron ingots too. Just whatever random extra loot I have, it could be burning it up. Doing rods. All right, we got this. And rods. Go, baby!
Milestone reached. The assembler can produce more complex parts, including the first project part, smart plating, which is crucial for initiating project assembly. Project parts must be delivered to the space elevator. By completing your contracted duties as part of project assembly, you will definitely be helping achieve Fix-It Company goals without any other ulterior motive. Note: humans cannot craft project parts. Do not worry about your inadequate crafting skill when compared to an assembler. Fix-It cherishes your innate human abilities, such as walking, striking objects, and commodifying natural resources.
Okay, well, thanks for that. All right, we need 2 assemblers. Let's go. Right here. Why do I have my Caterium on me, too? Get my Caterium off of me. There we go. Okay, so we need 2 assemblers. So now we have to make our own reinforced iron plates. But look at this, everybody. I was also collecting other resources so I can make reinforced iron plates. And I'm going to need 16 reinforced iron plates. I already have 4 to make these assemblers. And that's why also I was collecting those other resources just now so we can make those. And again, I added the 2 assemblers over there. There's actually 8 reinforced plates per assembler. Right here. And the one thing that we're not making right now, which is rotors as well, which we just unlocked down here, which of course we're going to need more iron rods, which is another reason why I'm running these rods over here. We're running them both into both of these, so let's just grab that. Ooh, 65, 17, now we're talking. Now we're talking. How many rotors do we need? We need 8 rotors. All right, let's do it. We can do 15. Look at us go. Let's just do 8, though. And we're going to use the power of time, everybody. I love using the power of time. Okay, now we have our 2 assemblers. Now what we want to do is we want to get our plates and our and our screws together, and we got plenty of room here before we hit our ramp here, so we don't want to overlap our ramp, though we could, at this point, we could overlap it, but not too far back. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to do our line runs and drive our vehicles up and down there if we need to. So all I really need to do, all of this that we just did, is all for 2 assemblers, which we're just going to put way out here next to each other. Right over here. It's kind of line up off of that thing. I'm going to hit H for hologram to see if it's lined up. Looks good. Maybe a little bit forward. There we go. I'm going to go with that. All right. And then we're going to hold down control. I feel like we're going to do another 12-hour stream today, everybody, just like we did yesterday. We'll find out. Now, we got to get our screws, and we got to get our plates in here. So our plates are going to come from this side. I'm going to go ahead and actually have this across and then come back this way. And our screws are going to come from the other way. But one of these is going to need to be up or oriented in such a way that it can get over the other belt. So I'm going to go ahead and do the first one as lifted. No, did not want to do that. Rotate it. Thank you. And it's going to go in there. And then this one here, just to be consistent. And then we're going to go ahead and put in our splitter. So we're going to rotate this around, and we're going to go up, up, and up. And that'll give us our first one. And then now we already have the alignment, and we can get our second one in. We'll take these out. We'll take these 2 out. They were just there so we could do the top one. Do not leave your lifters in there. Your lifters will screw you up every single time. Do not leave them in there. Take them out. Put them back in. Those should be the last things you put in. And now we got the ability to run this up nice and high. Now, what we're going to do is also go ahead and now take this off of this line. And we can go ahead and connect this into our screws. There we go. And it's now going to siphon off a bit of those plates and a bit of the rods. And it's not working at 100% efficiency yet. But the other thing that we can do is go ahead and split this line, which is also going into the box, and run that up into there. And now we are good to go on our screws. And see, again, thinking ahead helps a lot, everybody. Now we're going to run our power, if we can, up there. We can't really get up there. We have to go on the side over here so we can get up on top so we can see the top of these. Let's go over here. On this one. And so you put that up on top, and then we can run it. Ooh, not to that one. Nope. 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 It's a whole lot of nope. A whole lot of nopety nope. Let's take this line out. Now, you can actually split the lines, but I put mine on top of splitters and mergers, so you can't do it if you're going to do that. Okay, we're off and running. We got that connected. Reinforced iron plates. Reinforced iron plates. This is day 1, everybody. This is day 1, about 6 hours in. We're making reinforced iron plates, which is awesome. Awesome. And, of course, we also played the end of my last playthrough for a bit as well. Okay, so this merger is coming down, and then what we're going to do, instead of doing a merger right there, we're going to go ahead and, put a splitter. I'm going to have to come out a little bit in the road here. The splitter coming in this way, like this, to merge at the end. Then we'll run this up. No, let's do it like this. Yeah, we're kind of blocking our road here. We'll come back and fix all of this later when we have our stackers. At least we can run around that way. Okay, very nice. Now the tricky part, getting this out. Wow, that is just perfect. Awesome. And then we're going to go ahead and run this nicely right to here. But let's go ahead and get our splitters in first. Line it up so we can see where we're running this. There we go. This one does not need a splitter because we can just run it like that. And then this, we can just have it automatically make a nice 90 for us and run that over there. And then this runs in here, and that's ready to go. All it's got to do now is run them plates from over there and run them in there. Now, eventually, because we're going to let it run and run and run, that rod box and the plate box is going to fill. And when it fills, it's going to then backlog along those lines and no longer run it into the box, which means that all the rest of that production that was running this way is now going to run and be 100% efficient. So not only are we making it 100% efficient, we're also able to grab some of the resources and still eventually make it go back to being 100% efficient. So it's going to be less efficient now, but eventually more efficient later. All right, one more box here. We're going to try to sneak in. Oof, we'll just bring it forward a little bit. Again, we'll readjust this later when we have our stackers. And of course, that in box here, actually, let's put it over here, even better. Let's put it over here as one of our first kind of merging of items. We're going to put it right here. And just run it out just a little bit. And let's make this a little wider here so we don't fall off the back while we're doing our mergers. And now we're going to rotate this. Hold down Control. And I'll line this up off of, oh, this one actually is the only one I need to merge. Merger. That way. This one you don't need. That goes in there. That's much more efficient. This one in here. That in there. And here comes our reinforced iron plates. I told you we'd get it going on. Oh, that needs to move over just a little bit. I told you we'd do it. And let's go ahead and get that one over there. All right, let's line that up a little better. Again, right here, go to merger. Line that up so it's nice and straight into there. There we go. Nice 90 there. That's ready to rock. All right, these go so incredibly slow, everybody. This is 5 per minute. Now, the cool thing is I have some plates, so I can just boom, boom, supercharge this, throw all my screws in there and whatnot. I'd take these screws out and I'd cut them in half, and I'd put 97 in this one, and I'd put 97 in that one, and a stack of plates. And now this is going to go at full speed for right now and make us a bunch of plates while we're AFK and fuse. And then it's also going to start to fill up our boxes. Now, because we have it on a server, a mega server, brought to you by G-Portal, by the way. Let me put them in the chat for you. So you guys can basically go in and get your own mega server, just like me. Right there. Go ahead and show yourself some love. Go over there. It's only a couple bucks a month, and you could be running your server 24/7 for 2,000 hours like I was in my last playthrough. I know, pretty awesome. This one's going to probably run for even longer because we're gonna keep going and do the big stuff. All right, so we got our basics going, right? We got our basics going, and we need about 50 plates. We're already at 3 right now. We got 6 on us right now. We're going to put those in there so we can see how many we got. And we have a bunch of basic resources that we can now just put right into the process, right? Right into the process that we don't need to carry around because all the stuff has a place, right? So right here, iron ingots, you know what? Let's just go ahead and throw a few extra into there just to help that get started. We got a bunch of plates on us. You know what? Let's just go ahead and throw the plates in the machine like this. So that'll just run out of that machine just that much faster. And basically run into those other machines faster. We're going to go over here and we're going to put some more of this raw ore that we don't need to keep. Make sure that stuff is iron ore. Make sure that you're not putting copper ore in there or something messed up like that. Then we also have some rods which we can go through and say, you know what, just take these rods and utilize them. Oh, gotta go to the next one right here. Yep. And I can just drag them right in here, and then it's going to use those rods as well. All right, we got all of our iron processing going, which means our rods, our plates, our screws, and our reinforced iron plates. The next thing we need to do, we already got our concrete process going as well from the node that we have, and then we also have another node from iron that we can utilize. But we also want to get our copper going, and our copper is going to be on this side over here. We'll produce our copper over there, and then we'll run it over to the box where we can utilize it on the other side. But right now, this is going to run for a really, really long time. If we go in and calculate how many it's using per minute, 200 per minute right now, and it has it across all of them at 200, that's about an hour, right? And so we have 4 of these, right? I believe 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 200 in there, but we also have 4 of them in here. So that's 2 hours that this is going to run on its own. It'll just run now. I don't have nothing. I walk away, it's going to be running for 2 hours. If I come back in 2 hours, you know how much resources I'm going to have? A lot. A lot of resources, especially if it's on your local machine and you just let your local machine run, but even more so when you have a server, because I could actually log out of the game, go to sleep, come back in a couple hours, or lay down, watch a movie, whatever I feel like doing, have dinner, whatever, and then come back, and then this will be done. It'll just keep running. So it's pretty cool. Pretty awesome. And we're absolutely knocking this out of the park right now. Knocking it out, hitting that guy down the street that's always complaining right in the head and knocking him out. Okay, so now when we come back, everybody, we should have all of these resources available to us to go on the next thing. Ooh, that one snuck up on me. To go on to the next stage already. So within 6 hours, we're already working on tier 2. We could work on tier 1. We probably have enough for all of these right now. Let's go ahead and select that as a milestone. See how we can do. Yes, we have this. How are we doing on our screws and our stuff? We need 300 screws. Yep, and we'll get our rods out of there. And we need 100 plates. We have 600. So we can actually get our MAM going too. Let's just do that. This way the stuff will be cooling down. The guy will be going up there and coming back while we're taking a break. So let's go.
Milestone reached. Supply the molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, with local resources to research and develop new technologies. Potential technologies include exploration tools, weapons, and factory buildings. These are essential for maximizing your Pioneer efficiency and alignment with Fixit's core pillars: construct, automate, explore, and exploit. To advance Fixit's mission, all notable phenomena, resources, technology, or other influence should be investigated regardless of any perceived danger, as stated in the Pioneer contract.
Well, thank you, Ada. Now, see, to make this, you also need reinforced iron plates. So that's why I went over here, grabbed my reinforced iron plates. Now I have 21 of them and already. And then I use this because this is why we didn't do this first, because we needed our reinforced iron plates. Now, again, you can just manually make them if you're in a hurry. Just manually make them, and then you can skip all of making the actual factory. But in this playthrough, we're going to make the factory as we go along. Even if it's more efficient to do it manually, we're still going to do it because this is the mega playthrough, and we're going to automate every process in the game. We're going to tap every node. We're going to go every single place that we can. We're going to try to cut down every tree. This is the mega playthrough where we do gigantic factories, everybody. And I'm going to show you all of my best advanced techniques. So hit the follow button if you haven't already done so. Wherever you're at, make sure to hit that follow button. Now, again, we got our MAM here that we're going to use all of our stuff. So we want to roll in here and find some of this stuff that we found nearby, grab all that out of there. And then we're going to go ahead and come back and do that when we come back here in just a moment, because I need to take a break. I've been going for 6 hours. Wow, that was another 3 hours right there. Went by like that. Awesome. Awesome sauce. Okay, taking a little break, and then I shall be back. Let me go ahead and press all the buttons and flip all the switches, or press all the switches and switch all the buttons, or switch all the switches. I don't know. Something like that. Switch all the buttons. That's what it is. Switch all the buttons and press all the switches. There we go. Let's do it. Right over here. I just like to keep you guys on your toes. All right. I got to press a lot of stuff to do this every single time. So you guys have something fun to do while I am AFK. And again, I like to get up every few hours. My doctor gets really on me because I sit here for a very long time. I forget to take my breaks. And he's like, why are you not taking your breaks? I go, I keep forgetting. He's like, stop forgetting. Stop forgetting to take your breaks, because I have bad circulation in my feet because I sit too much. So here we go. We're going to start this up. Now, again, this is Words on Stream. You descramble the words. You can do it right in the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/Kismet if you're on some other platform right now, like on YouTube or whatever. Sadly, it doesn't work on those other platforms. It only works on twitch.tv/Kismet. So jump on over into the chat, and you go ahead and descramble the words. Now, of course, if you see the little lock, the lock means that you got a word right. Good job. But you're going to be blocked, so you can't put a word in. There it is right there. You can't put a word in until that lock comes off. So you might get a second word right, but it's not going to work because you have the lock. So be real careful. And again, if you try a word and you're locked, then try that word again, and you never know, it might work. So there you go. All right, so here we go. We're going to start this up, pressing the buttons over here. There we go. And taking a break, and I'll be back in just a bit. back, everybody. What's up? Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see it. Hear me. There you go. You guys working together. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. I'm going to go ahead and shower you guys with a bunch of kids caps for working together. Very awesome. Where's Harley? Too early. Need coffee. King Coco. There you go. Again, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Make sure everything is still working. Let's get back to it, everybody. Now, again, we took a little bit of a break there, but now when we come back, guess what? We've got 21 of those in there. Very, very nice. How we doing over here? Everything's still running? Yes, looks like it. Uh-oh, our screws aren't running because we diverted all of our stuff. We got to get our stuff going back here in our screws. Let's get that back up and running. So I did run what it had left into the thing, and now we're going to get our screws going there. Very nice, and that shall put out some more screws to go into there. And that's going to help us go to the next stage, which is basically making our copper stuff. Whoa, look at all those rods in there now. Nice. Whoa, lots of plates. All right, more plates than we need right this second, but we'll go ahead and grab a few of those. How we doing on our concrete? Oh, very nice. Very, very nice. So definitely need a lot of concrete. Actually, let's put the 356 back and we'll take the 500. Very nice. Now we want to work on these, and eventually this one, we'll run it out now. Eventually this one will be our copper sheets here as well. Now, these are all my basics. I like to keep them right by my base. And then the higher end ones, which I don't grab as often, I typically will put off to the side. Away from where I'm working. Oh, thanks for those ones in the chat as well. Let's go give you guys 1,000 kids caps. We'll turn the sound back on and see what our next big goal is in here. Oh, we got tier 1 already done. Very nice. We're going to do some field research. We got a personal box. We got more inventory space. We got the object scanner. And again, we're going to do all of this stuff as we go along. We've already done all of this stuff here, I believe. Yes, we did all of that except for our space elevator, which we're going to get into here in a bit. Let's go ahead and get our foundations. We did efficient stat, how efficient our stuff is. Let's go ahead and work on our space elevator, or not space elevator, our MAM here, because we have a bunch of stuff that we grabbed while we were running around. So let's go ahead and see if we can analyze some of this stuff. So we're going to analyze this one. All right, got that done. Ada's got something to say.
The remains researched belong to an organism that tends to nest near objects emitting specific types of resonance. Spitters are called as such due to their ability to create and spit plasma across long distances. Spitter remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Awesome. All right, next one. We don't have a spider one yet. We did not do that one yet, but we do have hogs research. Let's do that one.
The remains researched belong to an organism now dubbed the fluffy-tailed hog. It has many characteristics that would likely classify it among the Suidae family were it native to Earth. Hog remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Awesome. So yeah, one of the things I like right here is get a bigger pocket dimension, which is awesome. So we need to get this. So we need an alien DNA capsule and some biomass in there as well. Or that's the rewards if we make a bunch of these alien proteins. Now, once we do these over here, it allows us to do the alien proteins. Now, one of the things I like to do by my MAM is, of course, have a crafting bench nearby. Or I can just throw it down. Actually, let's throw it on this side even better, so it's not blocking our main area there. And then we can just go in manually and use some of these hog remains and go ahead and use those. And we already did the splitters, so we'll do spitters as well. And there we go. Right there, and then we should have enough to get that going. And this is just from what we collected at the beginning.
Research completed. Alien protein can now be turned into biomass or alien DNA capsules. In addition to being used for research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for Fix-It coupons at the Awesome Sync. We guarantee the best capsule to coupon exchange rate anywhere on this planet.
Yeah, because we're the only ones here. All right, right here we need 1,000 cable, everybody. And you're like, Kismet, that's a lot, man. That's going to take forever. Really? Let's go over here and take a look. Because we've been running this cable over here now that we fixed our line. Yeah, it's still running. We've been running this cable out here. And this is the thing about, or this wire into cable, is that cable builds up fast, everybody. Look at that. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 800 cable over there right now. So we can take that 800 cable and get that ready to rock by just running that back over here manually. Now, again, we're going to automate our process there in just a bit, but I'm just going to run this cable over here just so it's over here so I can utilize it. Same thing with my wire. I can just put it in here and just have a single stack of that wire now. I don't need to carry all of that stuff around. And let's go ahead and see if there's anything else we can do in here. We can go ahead and use our ones we have now to do this. So we're going to need to do some alien DNA capsules over here as well. So we can do 3 of those. Let's do those. Okay, now we got our alien DNA capsules. We can make some choices here. We need 5 there, and we need 10 here. So not enough to go there. We're going to try to get this one, which is more room. And then eventually we can try to get our hand slot as well. Our rebar gun's really fun. And then, of course, our inhaler. And this is a good time while you're waiting for all your stuff to backlog is to run out and explore. Now, we got a Mercer Sphere, which is awesome to get that in the early part of the game. Let's go.
Mercer Sphere analysis completed. Established local planetary signature of massage 2, AB, B, in the local Mercer Sphere signals, allowing them to be tracked by the object scanner. Mercer Spheres can also transmit data between specific.
Witness our scripture, witness our windows. Have you come to defile our shrine? Sing us a song.
Arguing the existence of intelligent alien life. While Fix-It has figured out the method, all of the original data is still untranslatable.
Okay, scary stuff. All right, now to do this one, we're going to need some of these SAM fluctuators, and we're going to need another Mercer Sphere to actually open up the dimensional depot. So we're going to need some SAM ore. Now, when we first played through, we didn't know where the SAM ore is, and it was really fun wandering around for hours looking for where it's at. But we happen to know where some is now because we have played through previously. The dimensional depot is amazing, everybody. It's actually one of my favorite things in the game. So again, another good time to go adventuring. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and do as much of our MAM we can for right now. Let's go. Let's do some Caterium that we found.
The metal has been named Caterium after Fix-It's greatest CEO, Katerina Parks. It has been added as a viable alternative to gold in industrial applications, specifically in advanced electronics due to its superconductivity, malleability, and corrosion resistance.
Okay. Now we need some more raw ore to open up the ignits. We have also got some nutrients, so we're going to go ahead and do our barrel nuts.
This fruit, dubbed the barrel nut after its distinctive color, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available.
Okay. And we also picked up some of our bacon right over here. Let's do that.
This mushroom, dubbed bacon agaric due to its uncanny resemblance to raw bacon, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available.
Okay, now some sulfur. Sulfur's a really good research line.
This unknown chemical element was in reality an unusual mixture of solid sulfide and sulfate materials from which sulfur can be extracted. Sulfur's primary use lies in fertilizers, which we have no use for. Instead, this element enables access to more volatile obstacle clearing and pioneer defending tools.
Yes. Explosive clearing of forests are always fun. So we need some coal and some sulfur. We got a whole bunch of stuff over here, which we're not to yet. Not to that yet. Not to that yet. So we got a little while until we're ready for sulfur. We do want to find some pale berries. Caterium would be nice. We can get our quick wire going. Finding ourselves a summer sloop, some SAM ore would be great. And just to keep ourselves going down here, we might go ahead and try one of these. Now, we know where this one actually is. And we might be able to go and grab that, but we want to actually grab a bunch more of this so we can actually make more of the items here, more of these right here, which are alien DNA capsules, and get that going. But we also want to increase the speed of our production over here as well as our belts and everything. So we do want to get that going for sure over here. Now I see that this one is not running. Why is it not running? Oh, there it goes. Okay, it just hadn't got the screws there yet. We're still working on the screws. Let's throw some screws in there just to supercharge that. And then over here, same thing. Let's grab a stack of these screws. Because this is doing manifold where it's overflowing and not just splitting in the center. Again, I like to use manifolds. There we go. That'll supercharge that. Because this way it'll just keep running while it's starting to backlog a bunch of it as well. Okay, so what is our next big mission? Our next big mission is figure out why our power just went off. I think we tipped over our power again. What do we do? Yes, our max cons is 130 and our capacity 120. We tipped over again. Whoa! Holy mackerel! We got a nuke going off in here, everybody. That is a lot of people. One of my good friends here on Twitch, everybody. Dr. Gluon coming in, bringing that big love. What's up, Dr. Gluon? And your awesome community. Welcome, welcome. You're always welcome in my stream, everybody. If you are new, if you haven't followed a raid in here before, my name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right, half a century. I have played Pong when it dropped. That's right, the stand-up arcade game, not the one you played on Atari or whatever. I'm talking the stand-up arcade game, Pong. I played the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey, in the early 70s. I played Atari, Commodore. I played every single thing you could possibly think of along the way, everybody. From Sega to Atari to the handhelds, you name it. I played all those. From PlayStations to Xboxes, you name it. And of course, I'm playing on PC right now. I've even played games on Mac, everybody. I know, crazy, right? I've played them on all the systems. What do I care? I don't care about what the system is, everybody. I care about the game. That's the most important thing right there. So come on in, relax, take it easy. We are on our mega playthrough. We just finished Satisfactory, the 1.0 version for the first time. Now, I've played the game many times before, like 50 times before, everybody, since it first came out. It is one of my favorite games of all time. And again, I've been playing games for 50 years, so that's saying something if you think about it. That's how many games I've played along the way. And so we have just finished the primary one, and we got our golden cup right here from Fixit. We finished the primary game. Now what we're doing is doing another playthrough. We just started it tonight, so you're coming in at the perfect time. And we are doing a mega playthrough where we're automating every process along the way. And we're going to be doing some massive, massive builds in this particular playthrough. And it's less about being super efficient and more about getting every process running and building up all of our power and building up all of our stuff and making all of our systems very well integrated. I feel like it's fun to play through just, you know, Spaghetti City and you're just running lines all over the place. And then eventually you get to the point where you're making it beautiful and you're doing your 90 degrees and you're making it nice and you're putting your lights in there and you're doing your roads and your railroads and all of that stuff. That's where we're at. No worries, Dr. Gluon. You have a great sleep, man. I know how it can wear you out. when you do a pretty long stream. I did a 12-hour yesterday. We might be doing another 12-hour stream today, so settle in. And if you haven't already done so, hit that follow button, everybody. Again, I got to meet Dr. Gluon in real life, everybody, before he was a big streamer that he is now. Big congrats to him. I met him at TwitchCon, and I told him, I said, I love your stream, man. I think you're doing a wonderful job. And I told Twitch themselves that they should make him an ambassador years and years ago, and they finally did. So I might have had a little part. I might have a little tiny part in his success. Not much, but just that little tiny part many, many years ago. Again, I think he is an amazing, amazing streamer, everybody, and I appreciate y'all coming in and rating with him as well. So we're going to get back to it. Right now, we have automated our power process, and of course, we ran out of power because we weren't watching our power. We went above our power, but no worries, everybody, because we have the ability to expand our power. That's why we left lots of room to just keep adding more and more biofuel down the line, and we can then just very easily take this out and switch this over here if we had some wire. I put all my wire away, and I didn't leave any for me. Back this way. Let's go over here. We can slide and jump. Makes you go a little faster. Slide, jump. There we go. You hold down C while you're running, and you can slide, jump. Slide, jump. I'm going to teach you a lot of advanced techniques, everybody. That's old school right there. We used to use, instead of hyper tubes, they didn't have those, or trains, we would use the conveyor belts as a way to get from A to B. Kind of like you use when you're in the airport, those little people movers. Yeah, that's what we used conveyor belts back for in the day. That got you from A to Z. All right, so there we go. So now we extended that out. We can very easily just take this, run that around there, and we'll keep a little bit on this for our chainsaw. And now what it's going to do is fill this one up. But I could wait for that belt to run, which is going to be taking a while. Or I can just manually throw another 200 on the Barbie. And then what I want to do is make another pull before I do this. So we'll put another pull right here. Now, again, if you use the wire, it'll pull it out and put the pull on the splitters. If you use the pull itself, it will not let you do that. That's why I usually have the pull off my bar. You don't see I don't even use it, because I can't put it on the top there. I don't know why. If you can do it with that, why can't you just put the pull there in the first place? I don't know. I also can't put the pull on top of the storages, but if I use the wire, I can, and I can put it right on the top. And I can put it on the top of this. I can put it here. I can put it on the conveyor belt if I wanted to. I can put it wherever I want, pretty much, in a lot of new places that you can if you just try to put the pole down. So we got that running. Let's tie that into our central power. And now we're going to pull the switch. So every time we run out of power, we're just going to add more on there and just keep adding more and more and more. And eventually we'll have a nice long line of power over here to keep it going. Now, eventually also, we're going to try to replace this as soon as possible with our coal power. That's our big goal for today, is to get our coal power in, which is perpetual power. We're on our server, our G portal server, by the way. Let me go ahead and shout them out as well. Hey, Rocky Knowles, what's up? Hope you have a great stream. Thank you. Tyler and Samwise coming in, showing some love as well. What's up? So you can go ahead and follow that link right over there. You can pop on over to G Portal. You can get yourself 10% off. They are amazing right now. I got my mega server running, and this runs 24/7, making me materials. As long as I've got that perpetual power, which is coal power, I can then go ahead and continuously run it. Now, if you've never been in my stream before, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I work for the top companies in the world. I've been very, very lucky in my career. So not only do I do cool stuff like playing the game, I also illustrate stuff here that we're doing right now. This is what we're doing. We're doing our reinforced iron plates. So we did our inputs. I did this all by hand, by the way, live on stream. I illustrated this whole thing. And then we're running our stuff into our smelters and then into here. And I call it the Kismet rule of 8, where you have the perfect balance of everything and it just runs forever. We also added a little bit to siphon off a little bit extra. And then when that backlogs, this will go to 100% efficient on its own when we're not even around, just when the server's just running automatically. It's pretty cool. So that's what we're doing right now. You can see that is right over here. Running right here. And we are working a bit on our power there to keep our power going. But right over here, let's get on the side of this box so we can take a look. There we go. That's the Kismet rule of 8. We have 8 constructors, and those constructors are producing our plates, our rods, and then our rods are becoming screws. And all of that is then being fed into the assemblers, and those assemblers are making reinforced iron plates right there. So we just did that tonight. And again, we started all over tonight from scratch. We're already to our reinforced iron plates, which is a huge leap forward in the game. So again, we added our power. Now let's go ahead and look at how our power balance is. Looking great. Our max cons are only 130. We're producing 150 power. We still have like 2 or 3 hours of power we can run. A very long time. Let's go back here and look and see how our stuff is doing. Do we have a lot of this still back? Oh my goodness. We got a lot of that backlogged in there, everybody. We sure do. Now, we could make it faster if we could get that in there faster, but here's the other thing. If I was really in a hurry, I could manually take it out and just feed it in here manually. Then it will do 60 per minute. It'll go much faster. But we need to get these 120 belts going on. And we're going to try to get those going on here in a moment now that we have all of our resources going and we have them all backlogging by our hub right here. You can see we got our plates, we got our rods, we got our screws looking awesome. We got a double whammy of our concrete going right behind the box here. You can see that we have 2 constructors going, and we are bringing in here. Now, we started in one of the best places in the game. Still don't have my map. Oh, I do have my map. There we go. I just unlocked. So right here, basically along this shoreline, and the oil is up here, if you're familiar with the oil along the water edge. And then we started down here, right? This is the forest area where you start. So you want to kind of run up along the edge until you find this little thing. And it's really easy to see because you got your waterfalls here, right? This is your waterfalls that are going down. You go along here. There's a little alcove right here that you run across, a little beach right there. And then you just kind of run up here and you can see there's like a shape. You can see that little shape around there. This is, again, my favorite place in the game because you're right by all the water. You're between where the oil is. You're nearby where the Caterium is and other nodes that you can tap in right here. I think this is one of the center areas of the whole forest here where you can actually tap all of the resources here. And there's a bunch of resources over here that we're going to need to make our way to very, very soon when we have enough resources to get that going on. So pretty awesome. I watch you sometimes on Kick. Wonder why you never reply there. I do reply. I do reply on Kick. I have all the chats going over here. Maybe you missed one. Maybe you missed my reply. Because all my chats, I actually stream to 6 different platforms at the same time in 1080 HD. I feel like I'm the only one crazy enough to do that because I do have fiber optic connection. So I stream to Twitch, which I'm a Twitch partner. I also stream to YouTube, which I'm also a YouTube partner. And I'm also over 50 years old, everybody. So it ain't easy at 50, I tell you. Then X.com, aka Twitter. I stream to Facebook, Kick, and Trovo as well. So you're welcome to say hello over there on Kick anytime you want, brother. Again, the problem with Kick is they like to spam me with those, hey, I think you're amazing. Come go check out my Discord and follow this link. And I'm like, nope. I'm not going to follow that link and I'm not going to click that thing. No way, no how, no bots. Thank you. They need better moderation over there. I have a bot that watches my moderation, but they try to slip by those bots all the time. I just permaban them. But you're welcome to watch me wherever you want, everybody. Again, 6 different platforms in 1080 HD. I'm also recording to Twitch, to YouTube, to Facebook. I think it records to Kick now and also to Twitter. So wherever you missed a stream, you got it in there. But my main archive is on YouTube. I have over 4,000 videos on there. 4,000, everybody. I've been streaming for 10 years, coming up this next year, 2025. I started on my birthday. I was 45 years old. That's why we call it Vault 45 in here, if you big Fallout fan like me. Basically, I've been streaming for almost 10 years. Coming up on my birthday on June 2025 will be my 10th year anniversary here on stream. And I have had the greatest time, everybody. We've brought a lot of joy and positivity into people's day. We've given away thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff here in the stream. We've provided a lot of entertainment, as well as we've also raised over $13,000 for charity. And we're going to do the same thing this year, starting on December 1st. I will turn turned into Kiz Kringle, where I give away tons of stuff here on stream, and we raise funds as part of Fallout for Hope. We're going to start a new playthrough of Fallout London. I've been looking forward to playing that for quite a long time, so we're going to start that and play that as well as Satisfactory, and we're going to be playing, of course, 7 Days to Die, Throne and Liberty. We got so much stuff lined up and a whole host of other games that I have lined up as well. Might dabble a little bit in Path of Exile 2. Probably won't have enough time to play it hardcore, but I do really think that is looking amazing, and it's free. So free is awesome. I like free. Free's my favorite. That's why I play some Throne and Liberty. It's free. It's very fun. There you go. Follow you here, so I'll be here now. Well, there you go, Cruzy. This is where you get a lot of love over here, too. In fact, when you're so awesome, I give everybody in the chat a bunch of Kiscats, which you can use for the giveaway. So the giveaway start on December 1st. I'm streaming every single day for 24 days in a row for the kids, for children with cancer as part of St. Jude's, as well as part of Fallout for Hope for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital as well. So we'll be doing that every day. I don't know if I'm going to be doing 12-hour streams every day, but I'm going to try. It's all for the kids. It goes directly to them through Tiltify. I have nothing to do with the actual funds itself. It's all, you can go over there, and depending on where you live in the world, you can even write some of that off on your taxes if it's available wherever you live. So very cool. As well. And then, of course, as we hit certain milestones, we're going to have certain events here in the stream, as well as tons of giveaways as well. So definitely be around for that. And if you haven't already done so, if you want to be available and potentially win the giveaways, hit the follow button right now so you know when it happens, all right? And then also you can be part of the giveaways because you hit the follow button. You're going to earn some extra Kiscaps by hitting the follow button so you can buy more tickets. So there you go. All right, so we got this rocking and rolling. We are ready for our next stage, which is getting our stuff going over here. Now, again, did we do all of our MAM stuff? I think we did as much as we can for now. So we need to put some stuff on our to-do list. Did you know there's a to-do list in the Satisfactory? I'm going to show you right now. Right over here, when you add this over here, there's actually notes in the game. There's public notes and private notes. And so if you're playing with other peeps, which I'm not, I'm playing on the server, but I'm solo playing on the server. So you can have private notes and public notes. So what a lot of people do is they just go ahead and make public notes for everybody who's on the server, and they just put a to-do in there, like this. I love doing to-dos, right, like that. Now, I'm a big fan of putting the highest thing, the most important thing first, right? So while we're waiting for some of these resources, after we get our copper going, we're going to work on that first. We're going to run around and we're going to try to collect a bunch of resources that are going to help us in a bit. And then we want to backlog a bunch of concrete and a bunch of plates so that we can run some lines out in the middle of way away from where we are so we can get our coal power going. All right. So we're going to get all of that going tonight. We hope. We're going to try. So again, you can go in here and you can write your to-do list. So one of the things that we need to do is write down what we're looking for. We're going to need to get some alien hatcher. We're going to need to get hatcher spiders. So let's put that, let's put that on the to-do list over here. There we go. Edit the to-do list. Actually, we should press all the buttons over here as well. Let me make sure I got all the stuff lined up. Yes, okay. Like that. Okay. And then we're going to get our spreadsheet ready over there. And what were we doing? I already forgot. Hatcher and spiders. Then we're also going to do our copper production. There we go. And then we need coal and water plus equals power. There we go. We're going to try to get that going as well. Or even better, we can put it as number 4, run coal lines. There we go. And then number 5 will be coal plus water equals power. There we go. That's fun. All right, so those are our big goals right there. Now, if we're out and about and we see something that we can grab and put in the MAM, we're going to do that as well. Now, I don't need to run around with a ton of resources on me. One of the big mistakes I always do, and then when I first started, was running around with too much stuff. So you want to go ahead and just throw all this extra stuff that you have in there. You want to bring yourself a little bit of solid biofuel so you can cut down trees and collect resources while you're out and about. You don't need that much concrete. I'm going to go ahead and put some of this concrete away. About 1,000 is good enough. One stack of this, a bunch of plates, and probably not as many rods there. We can probably put these rods away now and just take a single stack. Now we're looking good. Okay. So now that power is just going to run and run and run for a few hours, but we still need to go and collect more power. Even though it is converting as fast as it can, we're still going to need to speed this up and also have it make more power. So we want this to go 120 and 120 here into here. So before we go and do a whole bunch of other stuff, including our copper, we want to make those belts a little faster. So let's go over here and let's see what we can do. While we were AFK, it was flew up there, dropped off the stuff, and it came back. So now we're going to select our next milestone, where we're going to throw some of our concrete in there. We need more rods. We need plates, and then we need 50 reinforced iron plates. And again, this is something you just let run and run and run, and before you know it, you got a lot of them right there. Everybody got 100 of them plus. Right there. Again, that's what's so cool about just starting that process of running. We need our stuff. And again, we just run right over here and grab it. Pretty nice. Pretty nice to have it right there. Let's turn it on. And here we go.
Milestone reached. Fixit would like to remind you of your contractual obligation towards efficiency. Recreational use of belts and lifts does not count towards work hours and will put you on the list. Stay efficient, don't disappoint Fixit.
One of the things I like to do, everybody, is say that I'm from Fixit Corporate. I'm your official trainer on how to build more efficient factories so that you don't fail at your mission and you're not caught and put on that list of being inefficient because they'll laser you from space. Now, that's not my department, everybody. That's a different department here at Fixit Corporate. But if they do laser you from space, don't blame me. I didn't tell them. My job is to make you more awesome of a builder. That's what I do. So let's keep at it and get going. At least that's my RP that I say, everybody. A little bit, just a tad of RP there, just for fun. Okay, so we don't need no jump pads. I can tell you that right now. I'd like to get the awesome sync going on. That would be pretty amazing. I usually wait for the awesome sync until I'm doing quick wire, which we'll get going in a bit. We don't really need anything from there right this second. We really need to get our copper going on. Now, it takes about 4 minutes or so before that returns, but now we can do our level 2 belts. And the second I can do my level 2 belts, I instantly go ahead and switch my keys down here and just do level 2 belts, regardless on whether it's needed or not. Because when, we got our stackers now. When we use our level 2 belts and say our power goes off and then we turn it back on again, it's going to get there faster, which means it's going to start our production back up faster if we have those faster belts. One of the things we want to use our faster belts for right away is right over here. And boom, run that into there and run this. Come on, you. Run that into there. Now that is running at full efficiency and is going to be able to run that out at 120 and run that out at 60. Now, I don't need to change this belt at the end because that's going to be fine. And look at it backlogging. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, so that's going to go faster there. Now, this is coming out at 60, and then this is running out at 60. So when you combine these together, and this is producing 300, by the way, per minute, you combine those together, that's basically 360 that's coming out of there. So it's coming out of there really fast. So this would be another one to speed up just to make that process go a little faster. And it looks like we still have some of the stuff processing here. But it's almost done, so we definitely have a lot of power backlog. We can let it run for a while. But at some point, if that starts getting low, or if it runs out, or your other box starts running out, time to run out and get yourself a bunch of resources. And when I'm running around, just looking around, I'm usually cutting down trees and cutting things. Now, I like to be efficient as well, because otherwise I'm going to get in trouble here at corporate, right? Fixit Corporate going to find out I'm being inefficient, and then I'm going to be in trouble. But what I'm going to do is, as I am cutting down trees and making my way to where I'm going to be getting my coal power from, or my coal in this case, from, and then I'm going to run it over here where I can utilize it over here on this side. And so my coal power is actually going to be down there, down at the bottom. And you're like, well, Kismet, there's no coal over here. How are you going to get your coal here? I'm going to take it and I'm going to run it all the way over here and run it right down here where the water is. Now, why am I going to do that? Because coal needs water. So I can take the water and run it to the coal, which is not good, or there's water by the coal ones I'm going to grab. And then I need pumps and I need all of that. But if I run the coal, I don't need pumps, which means it takes less power and it takes less effort and it takes less time to run the coal to me than it does for me to run the water to the coal or to run the water that's by the coal and then do the whole plant over there. And then if something goes wrong, I have to run over there every time to go ahead and fix it up, which I don't want to do. I want to bring the coal to me. I'm bringing all the resources to me instead of me going to the resources. And that works really, really well. All right, so speaking of stuff we have to do, let's get on this copper stuff so we can then get out of the base and we can run around and get into some trouble. Get into some big trouble. All right, we're going to make ourselves some nice room over here because now we can make lots and lots of foundations. It's a wonderful moment in the game when you can just do that, everybody. It is a wonderful, wonderful thing. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to divert this other thing that we're currently using, this copper over here, and this is a pure node. Again, every node over here is pretty much a pure node, and it's working fantastically as always. Now we're going to set up our copper on this side, and we're going to set up our iron on that side, and a little bit of our other thing. Brain, come on, think of it. It is our limestone. Limestone and concrete over there. I have sleep apnea, everybody, so sometimes my brain just comes to a complete stop. And a really bad insomnia, too. But I live with it every day because that's all you can do, everybody. You know, you can whine and complain about it every day, or you can just get up and make something happen. And that's what I plan to do every day I can. Life does not always fair, everybody. No one said that life was going to be fair. All right, we can go ahead and divert this now. From there right up into this box right here. And that is going to be our new spot where we're going to have our copper start. Now we need two different types of things. We need copper wire, and then we need cable from that copper wire. Now what we want to do is think about how much this is coming out here per minute. Now the thing is, we're going to scale this one way up. Versus our iron. And we're going to go back and scale that up later. But right now, because it's a pure node, it's already going at 120. So all I need to do is put in the belts to make it go fast. Like this. Or I can try it. Or I just did it. I just did it. Because I switched my belts down there. So this is going at 120 now instead of a 60 like the other belt was. So basically we're running that right out there. Now another thing that we can do just to make this a little nicer is we can go ahead and use our Mark II lifter to lift that up just a little bit. Aim it that way. There we go. And then just lift it up a bit and then just run it across there like that. Now the reason why I don't do that is because I can actually use the belt as a way back up into my base. So it's best to run it down here when it's more effective. Also, I'll go ahead and put those in there and let those run out, or actually I'll take those out so that it'll be more efficient over there as well. Now, I'm also going to go ahead and take out a bunch of this copper ore that I put down in these miners. These are portable miners. You can see I'm going to have a lot of extra copper ore there. And now we're good to go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to massively scale up our wire and all of that, because now we have 120 coming in. So we want to think about how much wire do we want to make? And I can tell you, we want to make all of it. That's right, all of it we want to make. So the first thing we got to figure out is that we have our base number, our extraction number, 120, right? Now, I'm a big fan of spreadsheets, and I'm also a big fan of illustrating it. Sometimes I illustrate it, sometimes I do spreadsheets, and some days I do both. So right now we got our resource extraction going in here, but this particular one is a mess. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start a mega, or actually we'll just take this one out. We'll just take this one out and we'll redo it over here. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete all of this. Oops, right here. We'll just start again. Delete. rows. There we go. And then we'll add like 50 rows in there. Oh, not like that. Add 1 row. Remove the coloring. There we go. Now add 49 other rows. There we go. This way we don't have the coloring in there. Okay, so our resource number is going to be 01. Oops, we need to get this to be, what is it, data? We're going to change it to, no, format. Number plain text. There we go. 01. There we go. And then we're just going to copy this down. So it does the format, and you can see it automatically numbers those. Let's say 30 nodes down. So these are our resource nodes. Our first one, we're going to say, is our iron ore. And its base speed is 120, and node type is pure. And then this is for boosting your power over here, which we'll get into later. We're going to go ahead and just delete this column and move that back. There we go. Base power, a whole bunch of stuff we'll get into later. We're not going to do that right now. Base power megawatts. Let's move this over here in the front. There we go. Again, we're going to really clean that up a bit over here. So let's get over here and take a look at our copper node. Because all of these extractors extract the same amount. 5 megawatts is what it is. I don't remember it off the head. Base megawatts. We'll just make it even smaller. There we go. So the base megawatts of this is 5. Now what we can do is we can duplicate, where is it? Insert column right. There we go. Insert column right again. And then what we're going to do is we're going to slide this between this one and this one, and this one and this one. And then we'll do another one here and right here. Then we'll come back to these later on, and we'll also just take out all of these to the right because we don't need those right now. There we go. And you're like, Kismet, how do I see these spreadsheets? Well, guess what? There it is right there. There's a bunch of tabs at the bottom. The one I'm currently working on, Satisfactory or SAT resource extraction. I'm going to move it all the way up to the front because that's the one we're going to be working on. Ooh, if I can get it to move up to the front. That's going to be a tough one. All right, hold on. We'll slide it over a little bit like this. All the way over there. All right, very nice. So we got one that's iron ore. Now the second one is the same as the first one. It's iron ore and so on. And then this one is copper ore. And then these are basically our nodes. And you can see that right here, oh, actually copper ore. Yeah, we'll put limestone as for limestone. And then these are all the same. They're all pure nodes. Now, the interesting thing here is that I actually have another iron ore node nearby. So I'm going to actually take these and move these down. If you can't see everybody, I'm going to make it much larger like that for all you people on mobile. No need to squint. I got your back. And so we're starting the game with 3 pure iron nodes and a pure copper and a pure limestone. And that is why within the last 7 hours, we have already gotten to the point where we're out making reinforced iron plates. We already got our power squared away. We're filling up all the boxes with stuff, and now we're able to do our 120 belts. Now, I also did play a little bit in the previous playthrough at the beginning of the stream, and we finished the whole entire game in the most efficient way. We only had to make around 70,000 power, and we made every thing we needed along the way to totally finish the game. This one is different. We're going to be tapping all the nodes. We're going to be doing all the things. We're going to be exploring all the places, making all the manufacturing of every single thing in the game, maximizing and mega playing through the whole thing, in which we make our mega base as well. So there it is right there. All of those are using the same. So what I like to do also along the way is also take a little tally of our total power. That is not it. Oh, I forgot to put the word sum there. Sum all of these. All right. And that just gives you a general idea. We're using 25 power for our resource extraction right now. Very nice. Okay. So we're going to let that keep on rocking. Let's go ahead and go up here. And now what we need to do is just do some basic numbers. Now we want to take all of the ore and turn all of the ore into our copper ingots at this point. Right? Later on, we'll change it. But right now, we want to take all of it. So right now, 120 of it's coming into this box, and we want to go ahead and figure out how much we can use. Well, if you hit N, it's going to bring up your quick search. You can do math right in there, or I could do it in the spreadsheet as well. But we can go in and we can say, okay, we're going to take 120 and divide it by how much? 30, right? Because each smelter can do 30 at a time. So we need 4 smelters to utilize all of the resources in there. But what I'm going to do is build in extra production. And that's because I have a bunch of extra copper sitting here. So that extra one, that 5th one, will burn up this extra copper. So I'm not just sitting there with a bunch of extra copper doing nothing, right? I want to burn that up, and that gives me more items faster because I am burning up the extra. In fact, we're going to do 2 extra. So we're going to do 6 total and get this all going. And we're going to do it what's known as a manifold. So we're going to have it come out of here. We're going to leave some space back here so we're not just crowding our stuff. A lot of people I see play the game, they just crowd all of their stuff, everybody. You got plenty of room in the game. The game is absolutely massive. You got plenty of room in the world to build all the stuff you possibly could use, everybody. Absolutely. So we're going to have this come out and it's going to split. Now, right out from here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to tell it, instead of doing load balancing like we were doing at the start over there, here we're just going to do manifolds. So we're going to have it go right there. Then it's going to go here to the next one. That's number 2. That's number 3. That's number 4, number 5, and number 6. There we go. Very nice. Open and turn the sound back on. And we're doing our bigger ones here. We'll go ahead and go to our smaller ones like so. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take all of this out and we're going to have it take it and run it as fast as it possibly can down the belts. And then split it into all of these. Now, I'm a big fan of getting up on top here. It's much easier if you're up on top when you're trying to line this stuff up. I feel it works way better most of the time. Sometimes it's a little crazy like it is right now. Come on, bro. There we go. It's so crazy. All right, now I feel like this one back here is a little odd for some reason. See, that one's off? That one's definitely off. Let's fix that one. Weird that it's not giving me the line, but sometimes that happens. Okay, now just double click if the belts are really short like that. You can just double click, go really, really fast. And I hope you don't mind if I speed up. Again, double click here. Just double click all of this. And you just boss moded that whole thing. Now, look at it. It's going to go ahead and distribute all of that along that line. Now, one of the things that I do want to do is use my faster belts, which I am. These are all 120 belts now. So it's going to start to feed that in there as fast as it can. Now, let's go ahead and work on our power. We're going to connect 3 together, and then we're going to go ahead and run more power down here. Let's say right here, and then 3 together. Right here, and that takes care of all of our stuff. Now, if we wanted to do more, we could just take off the last one and run it more, and so on and so forth. Now we want to go ahead and tell it what we want it to be. I find one of the best things to do before you start to add in all your stuff up here in the front, just go to the front and go like this, and then you can say copy down here and paste if you want, or you can just go to it and say copy and paste with your keyboard, just like you were, copying and pasting text. You're pasting the settings of each of these down the line. Now I also need to go ahead and get the power connected to my central power grid. Now this is going to massively scale up our power grid. So if we need to add more power, we need to do it. Again, right here, we have a problem. We need to go ahead, run another one right here, and do this, and run this. And we'll just tap that right over to there. And those are up and running, baby. Now, if you really want to be tricky, by the way, you can also add a merger in there where it's running it into, say, the middle. You could load balance it so you're running it in the middle one, and then it's splitting in 2 directions, and then it's doing the 2, and then it's doing the 2. You can do it that way as well, but I just run it like that. It'll be fine. And again, once it burns up all of this, it'll also use up the excess down the road. Now, because this belt's only 120, it's actually going to really get the first 4 going. And so that's because the belt can only run so fast, and it starts to get less and less as it runs down the belt. So one of the smart things to do is to supercharge it by taking all of this out and just go ahead and put it into the thing right here. Boom, right like this. Just supercharge your manifolds. Right here. Just put all this raw resources in there. And it's going to run all of that out super fast, everybody. It's going to really kick butt on that. And then you also have a place to put all your extra copper right over there. And then that's just going to run the rest of that down the line. Now, what we want to do is we want to take all of this and combine this together. Now, this is outputting at 30. And the problem with it outputting at 30 is the fact that it is not going to, if I combine all these together, it's more than 120. 4 of these together is 120, and the other 2 would be an additional 60, so that'd be 180. So we need our next level belts if we were going to do all of them in a sequence, which we're not going to do. What we're going to do is we're going to cut it in half so that we have room to run it. Let's go ahead and run some more plates stuff out here. Run more of this across that way. And more here, give us more room. Okay, so what we're going to do is, again, we're going to combine these together. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the middle here. I'm going to say splitter to merger. There we go. And I'm going to merge it forward. Now, again, we're going to blueprint all of this later. And this will be a lot more easy to do later. But for right now, we're just going to combine those 3 together. Oh, we're out of plates. So let's go over here and make some more, or grab some more. And it should always be crafting, everybody. ABC, always be crafting. That is for sure. A long way down, but at least there's water down there. Okay, how many we got now? 50 more. I'll take it. Thank you very much. Now, again, we're transitioning from the first stage into the next stage of the game. And again, this kind of gets old where you're jumping over belts all the time. We'll fix that eventually. But for right now, we'll just live with it. And again, now these are coming out at 120. Do I need them coming out at 120? Absolutely not. But am I going to do it anyway? Absolutely. Because that's the way we're going to roll. Now we're going to go right into storage, so it will backlog a bunch of the actual ignits itself. Right there. Oh, if it wants to come out of there. Into these boxes, should the end result fill up, it's going to work its way backwards and fill up everything. And then when I turn it back on or take out the stuff at the end result or upgrade what the storage is, then it will make even more. Now, our goal is to let this run. Let this run, and then we're going to come back and go from there. So again, merger right here. Turn it so it's going this way, a little bit forward. There we go. You into there, you into there. And you into there. So now 30, 30, and 30 is 90. So that's going at the same speed as, or less speed than the belt. We need more plates. Hold down Shift, C, jump. Hold down C. Holding down Shift, C, jump. And again, it goes faster. It absolutely does. Right there. Okay. And let's see what we need. Do we need more plates? All right, we're going to get a bunch more plates. We'll put the 2 plates back. How's our concrete? Concrete over here. Let's put this back, and let's get 3 stacks of 500 and sort that nicely. We got this. We need some more rods. Put back the stack of 43 and take out the 2 stacks of 200. Now we're going to have more there. How are we doing here? A stack of 500 there in case we need that. And let's get to it. Okay, so now since we don't have fast enough belts, we have split it into 2 separate sections where basically we're doing 90 in one section and 90 in the other section right now because of the amount of stuff that we have. Now, one of the things we can also do is we can separate this last part over here, right? We can separate this from the other 4 and just go down here, take this out, and we're going to go ahead and take this and this out. And we're going to do these last 2 are going to burn up our excess, right? So any excess that we have, we're going to go ahead and put a splitter in from here. And that splitter is going to go into these last 2. Right there. And right there. So now we have the ability to run those extra 2 if we want to right there. And actually this one will switch as well so that the output of this splitter... Oh, no, that was right. That was right. We could just run it like this if we wanted to into here. Yes. Into that input. Okay, so now we need another box, and we're going to put this box this way. And we're going to say, okay, we're going to basically double feed these ones, and again, utilize some of the extra stuff that we have so we can make it faster. So let's take all of that out of there and put all of that in there, and that's going to come out and feed these two over here. All right, now, again, I have a lot, so I could make 10 of them if I wanted to and burn it up super fast, but this is going to run out of here and run into here. Now, again, what I could do is double this up. I could make this into 4, right? And then these 4 are running and the other 4 are running, and then eventually this will run out. And then these 4 will always run because these are all inline. These are offline production. These are online production, meaning that it has the original resource coming in and will never run out of original resource, where this one has a bunch of extra that we've been collecting. Now, I can go and collect more, by the way, more than that can produce. Now, I'm going to show you a trick that is one of the coolest things in the game. You ready? Right over here. Check out these portable miners. I'm actually going to pick them up. Let's pick them up. Right over here, and let's get serious now. Let's get serious about our production. We want to speed up our production, right? We're going to pick all those up, and now we can make 95 of them, by the way. We're going to really get serious, and we're going to go ahead and put a bunch more of these down. And for those who missed it earlier, I'm going to show you why I do so many. Okay, so if we look at it, this is producing 120. But these portable miners can produce way more than the ore node can, right? Because it's going to pick it up, and we're going to try to put them really nicely right next to each other, like this. And we'll put those 5 there, and then we'll put 1 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And that's so we can access them while they're drilling. Look at them all go. All right, that's a total of 10. So every time that runs, look, it's already done 39. I can come over here and I can grab it, right? So that's 1,000 ore that's producing. Yeah, in just a few minutes. Look at it. Over here, this one's already on 49.50. It's almost to maximum already. So it's doing 80 per minute. And I can do more if I want to. I can do 20, 30, 40, 50. Look at all the space where you could put those, everybody. And you could be producing 5,000 copper right now per minute. You could be producing a lot. Well, maybe not 5,000, but a lot. Because these are 80 each one. So if you think about it, if you take 80 times 10, that's 800 per minute right now that's producing. 800 per minute. That's a lot, everybody. That's a tremendous a lot. So what we can do is while that's producing, we can manually go up here and put it up here like this to keep this offline production going. So I think, at least in the early game, it's actually faster to use the mini extractors and just make a ton of them, and just every now and again come over and pick up 1,000 or 2,000 ore and throw it in a box and get some extra ignites out of it, and you're good to go. And then it's going to put a ton of these in here. Now, if we're producing, and we're really going to base it on these 4, but we're also going to use the extra ones and we're going to build extra in like we've been doing. And again, the reason why I go this way is I have plenty of space, right? I can just keep going out for really, really far out here. And plus, also, when I'm building this way, I'm also building toward my oil, which is over there, which we're not going to do probably today. We're going to probably do that next time, but we are going to get this all going over here very nicely. There we go. Oh, and I turned the sound up. There we go. Okay, so we got that in there and we're good to go. Now, so we're going to base it off of these 4 right here. So these 4 are producing 30 each. So this is 30, 30, and 30, and 30 here. So those 4 basically producing 120. So it's 120 in, 120 out, right? So we want to create wire. So we're going to go in and we're going to put down our constructor and we'll line it up nicely. Say right there. Just to go ahead and take a look at it, and we're going to say wire. How much do we need in on the wire? 15. So that means if we're producing 4, we're producing 120. If we take 120 and divide it by 15, that's 8 of these. So now it's doubled the amount, right? So it's 8 of these total things. And now we're going to massively scale up our power too. And this is why typically I don't do this in the early game, because you've got a power scale up that you got to match that power scale up to your biofuel. So we'll keep her going anyway. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to say, okay, this one right here, this splitter is going to go right here. And then we're going to, oh, we should merge first. No, we should merge first, just in case. So we're going to go merge this direction. Merge, then split. Yeah, like this. That way. So this is going to split right here. All right, so it's going to go and do the other ones, the ones at the end, right? And then also we're going to merge it into this line. Why is that not lined up? What the heck? Oh, I had it on straight. That's why. I had it on straight and it didn't go straight. There we go. Now it's straight. Oh, it's still offset though. I don't like it. Because the box is offset? The box is offset. Okay, hold on. We got to fix our box because it's not right. Not lined up. That's better. All right. I'm just that guy, everybody. It's got to be just so. Got to be lined up at least. Okay, again, merger. So we're going to merge these two lines, and it's going to come out this way. So this is going to split and merge into this line to bring some of this way, right? To be working on the ones with this. All right, this is going to come out and merge together. And then this is going to go down the line like this. Turn that a little bit. There we go. This is going to go down the line and then feed all the ones on this side. So again, if we have 120 and it takes, let me bring it back up. We have 120, and if it takes 15 as the input, we need 8 of the constructors. Now, this is where we start really scaling up, and we need a lot of resources to make this happen. But that's why we're making a lot of resources right now anyway. So let's go ahead and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So those 4 are going to run all of those. Going to be a lot, everybody. It's going to be a lot. All right, we're going to make a little room here, too, just to make this easy again. We'll eventually go and change all of this later, for sure. Absolutely. All right. Actually, we'll bring this out just a little bit further. And we'll run that. Oh, we're out of plates. Let's go get it. Again, while we're doing this, it's making our plates over here. And again, like anything you do in this game, everybody, you're always struggling for the latest thing that you're trying to make, right? In this case, the faster belts. And again, I just switched to the faster belts because later on I'm going to need the faster belts. Why not just do it now? 29. How are we looking over here? Let's make sure everything's still running. Everything's looking good. Now, one of our problems is going to be our screws, everybody. We need to work on that. See how our screws are not going in there fast enough? They're actually not coming in, and that's because we need the faster belts to make this work more efficiently. So what we're going to do is use some of this to make that go faster so we can make more of these going across here. So when we combine all of our screws, and this is the problem right here, it's 40, 40, and 40. So that's 120, right? So that merged together is not going fast enough. So if we merge 40 and 40, that's 80. So that's already having a problem. But I'm going to upgrade all of the belts just to make it go faster. And that's going to merge there faster. And then we're going to upgrade this belt. Now we can upgrade this. We can upgrade that line, which is going to go there. We can, oh, we're out of things right there. So yeah, so we need more of our actual belts that we're producing to make our belts go faster right over here. So I find that one of the most brilliant things in the game, everybody, that they perfectly balance that so that to make this go faster, you have to use the thing that you're trying to make. All right, there we go. Oh, wait. Why is that like that? Hold on. Let's take out that other line there. There's a little segment in there. I don't like little segments like that because they trip you up. quite often as well. All right, we need 8 more. We'll take this one. And that one. Any more go in this belt? 2 more. All right. So let's upgrade this. Now, I wanted to get that started over there, so that's making some of those copper ingots to get started. And then we'll come back and we'll run the belts. But we got to get this going right here. Really just need this one. This last one here, which is going to take us about 8 pieces. And then what it's going to do is it's going to go 60 here and then 60 here, because now it's 120, and it's going to split those much faster. And it's also splitting down that way, and that's going 60. This should go 120 when we have those last 2. Let's go. Grab this. Just missed it. Went in the box. Come on, get out of the box. There we go. Now we're ready. Let's speed up our production. Boom. Okay, now those screws are going in there much faster. 120. You can see the difference between this belt and this belt. Can you feel it? It's an obvious difference, everybody. The speed of that. Now, I don't mind if that just stays 60. What I really want is more of this to go in here. Now, do I need a lot of screws in here? Let's go ahead and take a look and see how our screws are doing over here and say, okay, we probably have enough screws for right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and I'm going to cut this line for now. I can always add it again later, especially before we go off stream. We want to add that in so it'll backlog and then backlog all the way down. But we're just going to go ahead and run all of the screws into the thing here, because that's going to make it run 100% efficient. You can see the screws filling up there. Let's go ahead and throw some of these extra screws that we have in here just to give it a little bit of a backlog. And now that's going to run at full speed, 100% efficiency. It's good to go. Okay, so while we're letting that run a little bit faster now, we'll run back over here and get this whole wire deal going on. Also, we'll go over here and we'll remove all of this stuff now. Now, in this box, it's probably got a bit of a backlog, so we're going to take that too. Oh, we got a whole bunch of copper ingots there too. We got to throw those in there as well. And that's already getting a backlog in there. Let's burn up the rest of this into there. And then eventually we'll burn up all of this, wow, into there. Holy mackerel. That's getting a lot of them in there. Let's keep rocking. Let's go over here and remove this. And you can see there's 1,000 of the raw ore in there. Go ahead and just take that out. We'll get all of our resources back from all of this. I wonder how much is extra in here. Holy moly. All right, like I said, you're going to end up with a big backlog. And that's a good thing. That's what you want to see. You want to see a lot of extra stuff, because if you did it right in the beginning, at this point, you end up with a massive amount. Yeah, wow. Wow, wow. Okay, very much a ton in there. All right, now how are we looking here? Big backlog there. We'll go ahead and put it in here since we have room. Again, you have places to put all of this random resources that you've been using at this point, which is very cool. Now we can also take this, and it no longer needs to run this way. It can just go ahead and tie up into there, and we can then get these resources back. So we're being very efficient. In here, we have way too many of these. We're going to go and take those out. Grab this. We'll come back with that stuff. Let's go ahead and just use ourselves a nice little ramp here. There we go. And right there. Very nice. We should probably create an extra one just for holding the excess. And I like to put it up on top. That tells me that I put excess up on top of there. So when that gets all burnt up, I'll go ahead and utilize that other stuff up on top. Okay, so now we're cleaning up all this stuff we did earlier that we no longer need. Let's go ahead and take all this out. How much extra do we have over here? All right, we used all that up. Very nice. And then we're going to have a ton of wire down here. I have a feeling that we can go put in the wire box. Absolutely. We can just take this out now. And look at that. All of our original production is now removed. But we have a problem here. We're running this power across this way. We can take that power out. We no longer need this one, which is running to there. This one right here is running down toward our limestone. We're going to take that one out. We're going to connect this one up here to there. And then this one up here to over there. And that now, you can see that our power lines are run much more efficiently. We're going to take this and put this on the other side over here. And we can probably clean this up a little bit too, just to tidy this up a bit. Over here, and equipment, workshop, right there. And our crafting bench here. All right, now that's looking nice and goody good. Now we also eventually want to upgrade these two and get those going much more. We also want to upgrade our limestone, but we need a lot of our reinforced iron plates to get that going for sure. We need to really get that cranking. Okay, so back over here. Now we can take a look at our power right now, and I can tell you it's going to be really way off the line now. See, look, it's getting up there, everybody. It's right here, 142 right now. Our capacity, 150. But we're still above our needs. So that's good, at least for the moment. And so we'll go in here and also put these splitters in, like so. And again, I suggest that you, I'm going to run this into there. If I get up on the belts, this makes it easier to align this. Oh, look at this. I'm already screwing it up. Already not lining it up just to start. Run this to here, double. Oh, nope. I don't have enough things. That's okay. If I don't have enough reinforced iron plates, I'll just go ahead and do the splitters. Like this. This is going to produce an insane amount of wire, everybody. An absolute insane amount. Okay, let's tell this to do wire. And again, it's going to come in at 15. It's going to go out at 30. So if it's coming in at 120, it's going to go out at 240. So again, you can make a tremendous amount of wire very, very quickly in the game. So let's set it to wire. Let's copy it. And like I said before you add all the stuff in front of there, just so easy to go in here and just paste all this in. Just like this. Very nice. All looking good. Okie dokie. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so now we'll want to merge all of this together as well to produce your wire. So we'll go in here and we're going to go to our merger. And let's see, merger output this way. There we go. And then we'll merge that. Oh, we can't merge it yet. Now, I can't just use a lower level one for right now and upgrade it later. I'm just going to do that just so I can get up on the thing. Again, I don't really need the high level belts. I'm going to merge it down this way. We need to think about how much is coming out of here. So 30, this is 60, and then 120 would be 4 of these. So these 4 are going to merge together. Run those in there and run all these together. And then these 4 over here are going to merge. And I'm going to turn this one this way. So that can go into its own box. Oops, nope, not what I wanted to do. Nope. This one should go this way. There we go. And that way. There we go. Very nice. We can also run our power while we're waiting for our stuff to come through. Again, there's always lots to do if you're waiting for resources. You can explore, you can run power, you can get all your machines together. Because these machines don't require the belts. So real easy for me to just go ahead and get these lined up. You see I'm doing these in pairs and just in 2s. Because that's a little easier. Because if I might need these power lines later, I'll have those to go. And then at the end, There we go. And we have all these as wire. Very nice. And the second we tie this into our power, let's see what happens. And we can tie it back here, I believe. Maybe at the end. Or did we use the last one? I think we did use the last one. All right. Let's get in here and fix this so we can tie the power across. From here, right to here. And we're just going to tie that power right there. All right, those are on, but they're not being used right now. It's going to start running it where it can. Let's go back. Slide, jump. Slide, jump. Jump. Slide, jump. Don't fall down to your death. Slide. Can't slide on an angle. How many we got now? Oh, 86. So you can see that the production massively boosted, everybody. That's a lot. That was a lot. So that just sped that up tremendously. Now I'm going to go ahead and speed this up tremendously in here for no reason other than I want to. Let's get that in there faster. Let's get this in here faster. Let's go ahead and get that in there faster and faster. All that stuff now is at 120 belt. All of it going in. Just absolutely kicking butt at making those. Now that screws are going to go in at, again, 100% efficiency right here. You can see it right there. And now I can just let that run. And now I'm going to be getting a tremendous more, or basically 10 per minute. And so if it goes by 9 minutes, I get 90 of them, right? If it goes by 100 minutes, I'm getting 1,000 of them. So there you go. Now, because the server can run 24/7, I can build that up when I'm not even playing. So very, very cool. We'll have a ton of that by next time. But for right now, we'll keep going. We want to get all this back up and running. We want to get our basics all going. That's going to go into there, and then these are going to be separate over here to utilize any excess resources over this way. All right, and then we want to go ahead and run this out of here into this one. All right. This should be a merger. Now it's got a split. I need a merger in front of that one. Yeah, like this. Put that back like that. Then I need this one splitting that way. And this way. So yeah, it's got to go in both directions. There we go. Okay. Yeah, both directions at the same time. I had that right. So now it's going to go in there. It's going to split into all of those machines, and those machines are going to start up as well. Let's take a look at our max cons now, everybody. We're really pushing the limits at the beginning. Look at this. Boom. All right, our max cons right now, 170. We're producing 150. Guess what we got to do? We got to go make some more power. Let's go do it before our power shuts off. Now, I don't have all of it running right this second. Why don't I have it all running? Because this is stopped over here, which has actually helped us. The fact that it's not producing any power right now is not good, but it's also good because it didn't turn our factory off, and we have a big backlog over here. But let's add some more. Right over here. Again, we could add a lot, everybody. We're going to just add 15 of them right now, if we want. Let's go. Like this. In fact, let's add a whole bunch. Again, this is why we've been making all these resources, so we can do this. How many we got now? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is the next one. So we're going to do 5 more. We're going to double our overall power. Right to here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is because we've made a bunch of plates and rods and stuff, and we've got all of that working, and now we have a bunch of excess resources where we can get this going. And again, you can see I can just keep expanding this as much as I want because I have it set up in such a way that I can just run these splitters right behind here. Now, because I'm not using all of this power right now, I don't have to be in a hurry of filling all of these up. But I'm going to get up here on the top. That's going to make that way easier. By the way, they made it where if you click this and just aim at this, it actually aims at it much better, or it runs the line much better than it used to. You don't have to actually aim at the input. You can just aim at the thing itself. And you can see that these line runs are just so sweet now as well. And again, we're going to run this. Oh, we do not have enough reinforced iron plates. I didn't think so. We burned up 100 of those like it was nobody's business. Let's go see if we have some more. What do we got? 45 more. All right, sounds good. Let's go. Okay, we'll get all the way to the end one here. We'll say something like that. And then we'll use our... What the heck is going on there? That's some crazy stuff right there. That's some crazy stuff. There we go. We get our beautiful 90s in there. And now it's going to run that into there. Now we need to do all of our power connections. So now, again, we're going to do them in pairs for right now. So we're going to start here at the end. And again, that leaves us extra connections for later. So let's go ahead and run this one to here. Then we'll connect and connect. And then we'll just run this one here. And that'll leave us extra connections to tie into later. And there we go. Very nice. All that power is up and running. Now, it's going to automatically feed these in here into all of these as well. Now, this is something else I would upgrade eventually. So this is feeding in fast enough to keep these going. Because if this is 4 per minute, then you go ahead and you calculate this. How many you got to put in there per minute is 4, right? So that would basically be 40. And our belt is 60. So we still have plenty of time. We could actually even put even more because we have a 60 belt. That means it would go eventually down that belt. This is using a manifold, so it's going to fill the first one, then the second one, then the third one, and so on down the line. So it has plenty that it can get going. Now our power just jumped from 150 now to 300. So we have plenty of power to let that run. But are we producing any more biofuel? No. Is it going to burn up a lot of this biofuel? It's going to burn up 10 stacks of this in an hour. So yeah, we're going to need a lot more than what we got. That's for sure. 10 stacks in an hour is a lot of biofuel. But it's going to help us produce a lot of wire and other things that we need to produce. So let's go over here and get it going. Again, we're always scaling up our power for sure. All right, we got all this wire coming out and it has nowhere to go. Let's go ahead and have it go right into this box. Right over here. Very nice. Put that wire in there. Then we're going to go over here where we have these going, and we're going to connect all of these together now. Actually, we should start on this side, so if we run out of things, we can at least have that coming out. There we go. And then here and there and then there. Yes, not enough to get that going. So we can put our box in because we have that, and then now our wire is running. So awesome. It's going to do that. Now I have a bunch of these things backlogged, and again, I'm producing extra so I can burn up those extra resources as well. But again, it comes at the cost of power. Okay, so we got that going. Now, what do we need to do? We need to go get more of our things over here. We could probably move this out of the way now. I have to constantly run that. Oh, 18. Okay, not that many, but we're using them up fast. $18 ought to get us to be able to combine all of these together. And again, everybody, I feel like we're going to go another 12-hour stream. We went 12 hours yesterday. I feel like we're just going to see if we can rock it and get this coal power going, and then we can let it run and run and run. It's going to be awesome. We'll try to get all of our processes in place so we can let all of this run. I don't think we ran the back of this yet. Think about it. Oh, just made it at the end. Nice. Oh, that one's working. We haven't run all the lines in the back. I don't think. So this is a splitter. But it doesn't seem to be working over here. Let's rerun that. There we go. Yeah, one of our lines was messed up. Here's the level 2 line there. Oh, we did run all of this. It just that line was messed up. We had to rerun it. Okay, nice. All right, and that one's full now, see? And then it's going to overflow to the next one and overflow to the next one. And we have so much Ignis in here now, everybody. Look at that. We have a ton in there. And by the way, this is still being produced over here. These Ignits are being produced, at least it should be. Oh, there's no power to this one. What happened to this one? We disconnected it and we forgot to reconnect. There we go. This one's going to produce a lot of extra Ignits. So that's why we've got all of these things to burn up all the excess, and eventually these will turn themselves off. So we'll actually be using less power. Whenever there's excess, it'll burn up all the excess. Whenever there's not excess, it'll automatically turn itself off because there's nothing it can run. Which is a great way to balance your power, to have it do it automatically. And whatnot. Look at this. This thing is full. Full over here. What I'm going to do is just grab a bunch of this out of here. So that's not stopping the production. And then over here, we'll go ahead and just feed that up there. Again, we want to have room in here so it can fill up in here too and use that up. We don't want to make sure that this stops, and we don't want this to stop either. Because this way, this is constantly processing that raw ore. Okay, and again, it'll burn all that up over time. Over time, it'll burn it up. Okay, so we got all that going. We should double merge this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say merge, and I'm going to take 2/3 of this, and I'm going to run it that way. And I'm going to take 1/3, and I'm going to run it this way. I need more of these plates over here. And eventually we're going to lift up all of this off of the ground so it's not in our way. All right. Everything looking good here. Oh, iron plates. Iron plates slowing us down now. How many iron plates do we have? Let's see. Oh, okay, that's enough to backlog for now. We can just let it backlog over time. But we want to get this disconnected for now. And then now it's no longer going to siphon off some of the plates. All the plates are going to go this way. And you're going to see that the line starts to be one after another. See, like that. Very nice. Versus here where it's split because half of it's going that way and half of it's going this way. I think we backlogged enough of that now. Those plates will then allow it to go be 100% efficient. By the way, we could also, just to get this back up running at full speed, is throw some plates in there ourselves while those plates are going down the belt. In the early game, they go down the belt really slow, so it takes a while for it to get here. But if I just put it in there, any excess that I have, then by the time those belts get there, it'll need more. Or by the time those plates get there, it'll need more. All right, and let's grab the ones in the front here too. Have all the ones in here. And we'll just utilize them all. There we go. All right, so we're going to split this 2/3 one way, 1/3 the other way. Again, this is like a load balancer here. Boom. Load balancing is going to take a portion, 2/3 portion of the split and run it this way, so a lot more of it is running on this direction, and then 1/3 in the other direction. And this actually is being stopped by how much is being produced here, which is 120. But this is just to quickly fill these up. And eventually, I want to take that out like that. So then that will flow perfectly on its side as well. And it has a backlog already, so it's going to continue to backlog because it has that backlog there. And I can go ahead and just make it perfect if I want, but see, there's not much room up there. So we'll put that back in there and let that do its thing. And eventually, it'll burn all of this up over time. Okay, so we got that going. We got this in here. It's making a lot of this. Now, eventually, I want this wire to go off to stop running. And what I'm going to do also over here is go ahead and extend this out, is make a little bit of cable. I don't need a massive amount of cable because it's going to absolutely overwhelm my cable thing if I make a ton of it. So we're going to go ahead and just make a little bit of cable. And what we want to do is have about a box of cable. So when we're doing cable, we're going to take the wire, which is going to run at 60 per minute, and we're going to turn it into 30 cable. And that's going to be a lot of cable over time because we're going to have a lot of wire. So we're going to go ahead and do this. But we'll actually do this one down here on this one. And the reason why is so that that side can just produce wire and run the wire over there. So we're going to run wire from there and cable from over here. And again, I can scale it up to its maximum scale where I am doing all of that wire and converting that wire. Absolutely don't need to. It is way more wire than what you need. Run that in there, run this in here. So this is going to be cable. Again, I'm going to speed up a little bit. I hope you guys don't mind. Again, if you have any comments or questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. We're going to keep on rocking in the free world over here. All right, right there. And then back here, we have a connection over there. And that's going to get this going. And I need, of course, more of our stuff here over there. Very nice. And then this is going to be cable. And now we have those both going. We need some more plates. And we're going to go ahead and get this going. Now, to run this back, I want to run this over to where I am, so I don't keep running over there. I'm going to run all of this back over here to this side, where I can just pick it up right over here by my hub. And it's going to backlog a massive amount of it over there. I'm going to go ahead and get some more of this. Now, I'm not going to actually run it at 120 out of there, even though that would be a smart idea. If I had enough reinforced iron plates, I would, but I want to use those reinforced iron plates for other things. So I just want to make sure that the production side has a lot of speed, and then it can get into the box fine. But to run all the way over there, oh, I forgot my plates. To run all the way over there, by the way, you can also slide underneath if you didn't know. I have a tendency to jump over, but you can slide underneath belts too. One of the things I want to do is make sure to conserve some of the high-end resources because we're going to need some of those high-end resources for making some other stuff in a bit. But we've got a lot of production going for this early in the game. It is a massive amount, and the reason why we have so much, again, is we're starting one of the best places in the game right here on the map. If you missed it, usually start over here in the forest area. You have your big arch that you see over there, which has your flying manta ray guy that's over there. And then you have your edge of the world here. Your waterfalls are right here. And then you just run up past this beach along this edge of the cove, and you end up right here. And these are all pure nodes right here. It's awesome. It's my favorite place to start in the game. We didn't do it last time because it's a little OP, everybody, when you first start the game. So I did wherever it landed us, that's where we started. But this time we're going to be OP, that's for sure. Okay, so we ran back over here. We're trying to connect our last bit of connections over here for our wire. Let's make sure we got all that done. So our wire's coming out there. And do we have enough here? We did. Let's check back here. This is all good. Okay, that's all good over there. Okay. Now, we also want to go ahead and backlog more wire over here. So we're just going to merge right here in the center. Like this. You're going to merge that into this and this into here. And again, the output of this is 30. So merging that together is going to give us 60, which we could do a 60 belt, but I'm just going to use the 120s for now. I'm actually going to turn this sideways and just run the output of that into there. Okay, so that's going to run at its 120 speed. Now, I'm going to go ahead and downgrade it because we're going to run it for a while. Over here, and we're going to start using one of my favorite things in the game, especially in the early stage. Later, I like the walls, but in the earlier stage, I love. Oop, I don't need that. I need this over here. I love the stackable poles here. So we're going to go ahead and use those, and we're going to lift that up to get that out of our way, and then we're just going to go ahead and put it right here, and we're going to stack it up by 2, and we're going to do the same thing here. And in the bottom, we're going to go ahead and put the wire. And in the top, we're going to go ahead and if we can get it here. What? What? Why are you not going? Oh, I forgot to switch my belts. I forgot to switch my belts. Hold on. Right over here. Switch back to level 1 belts. There we go. This one in the top. This one in the bottom. Now, level 1 belts just use plates. So plates are more abundant right now than reinforced iron plates. So we're going to count to 6. So 1 foundation, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then we'll put 1 there, and we'll put 1 on top. And even if it is slow, it does a lot of the job for us. We don't have to lug. We don't have to manually bring all this stuff over here. Now I'm going to bring it way over here to the side. And I'm going to kind of run it down the side here just to make it easier. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right here. And we're going to do a lot of this today. A lot of these line runs. We're going to really get serious here in a second. I'm going to run that along that edge. And we're going to go ahead and turn this. Let's run it on the inside edge. And do that. And we can get this up there. And down there. All right, I'm going to get in the zone here, everybody, again. Going to get in the zone. Oh, do the top one first. Makes it way easier. Sometimes I forget what I'm doing and I start doing the bottom one. The bottom one gets in the way to doing the top one. All right, we're going to go up and over. So we're going to go the other side here and we're going to go ahead and stack this up a little higher. So we can just try to go up and over this. Ooh, it's touching it though. All right, 1 higher. No touching. There we go. And up over there. Very nice. And then you can't just bring it straight back down because it doesn't like that. So what we're going to do, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I can go all the way to the back here. Nice. And then we'll go right here. And we'll have, it says a long distance in which it can go downwards. Sometimes the straight thing gets in your way. I'm going to keep doing the bottom one first. Stop doing that. All right. So now that's going to run that over here. And we want to run that into its appropriate boxes. For each of those lines. So we know that the wire one is this one, the cable one is that one, and this one eventually is going to be copper sheets. But for right now, we can't do copper sheets, but we will eventually. Oh, I can't get in between there either. I can't get up there, but that's okay. We'll go here, and we'll jump on this, then we'll go here. Later on, we can get in there a lot easier. All right, so coming down the line, I believe the top one was this. Now, by the way, this line is so slow, you can run against it pretty easily. You can also run on the edge to run faster. But we can see that the wire is on the top and the cable is on the bottom. So we're going to go ahead and run it over here. And just to help us out, we're going to lift these up just a little bit like this. And the top one's going to go here. I need to bring that top one out just a little bit further. Let's do the bottom one first. Yeah, we'll do the bottom one first. Then we can see how far out we need to go. We'll do the top one. Oh, a little bit further. Let's just go forward by 2 just to make sure. Take all this out. Yeah, don't leave little segments like that. That's always what it trips you up later because you missed some small segment. Oh, perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so now we don't have to run and get the stuff. It's going to come to us, and it's going to fill all these boxes up. Let's go look at our concrete. Yeah, baby. Filling that concrete up. So it's going to fill all that up over there. And how are we looking here? 78 more. Again, while you're busy doing other things, it's kicking butt, everybody. Look at all these things running. We got stuff running up on top. we're just getting started, and we just got some stuff running over there. And we didn't do spaghetti. We didn't just run it wherever. We actually organized it, and we ran it in our lines. Now, this is about as much as you need to do in the beginning of the game. The only other thing that I could get going right now would be my rotor assembly. And to do rotors, we can just hit N here. We can go, actually hit Q, hit our to-do list here, clear this list, but it keeps our list here. We can hit N, rotors. Type a little bit of rotors and then say add to to-do list. So rotors, they need screws and iron rods. So what we can do is use some of the excess screws and rods that we're using and do that. Or what we can do is create a whole nother production for rods and screws, which are from rods and screws, and what I can do. And so what I can do is I can upgrade the speed of the belt, because it's already 120, out of there, and run that over here, and then that will be going at 120. It'd be double the speed it's going now, and I can make double what I'm making now, right? I can do it on both extractors, by the way, and I have another pure node that I could do the same thing on. But I'm going to need a lot of belts to get it over here at a faster speed. So we want to let it backlog a little bit before we get into rotors. I don't need that many rotors right now. I can just make a few myself. But we also want to get that going eventually. And the reason why we want to get that going is because we want to do a bunch of upgrades to our hub. And that's the next thing that we want to do. Do our upgrades, and this way our upgrades are cooling down while we're in the middle doing stuff. So I'm not going to do this until I have the rotors going, but I can do the awesome sync because we have an absolute ton of all of this stuff now. Let's throw it in there. We need some wire. Well, guess what? We've got a ton of wire in here. And so we can go ahead and get our next upgrade, our awesome sync.
Milestone reached. You have been given access to the anti-waste effort for stress testing of materials on Exoplanet's bonus program, also known as Awesome. Your awesome input allows Fixit to comprehend our amazing universe more clearly. In appreciation
Everything is
of this,
awesome.
we have generously set up an internal, closed economy with exclusive rewards and currency. Directing parts of varying quantity and complexity into the awesome resource sink will grant Fixit coupons. These coupons can be redeemed in the Awesome Shop for highly desirable items such as new foundations, walls, factory attachments, cosmetics, parts, and more. Next time you have additional resources, just remember to go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Go awesome, everybody. So instead of producing more plates and rods and producing more extra stuff, I can just throw in the awesome sink to get coupons. Now, there's a certain point where you have more than enough coupons, everybody. And I typically don't start the awesome sink because the awesome sink takes a lot of power until I have my coal power. And that is our big goal for today, to get that coal power. All right, so we're going to get that going. Now, we can also do jump pads, but also what we need to do to get our coal power going is we need to kind of backtrack a bit. We haven't got to it yet, but right here, I think it's in tier 1. Yes, we need to get our space elevator going because we want to basically get our space elevator running so that we can get to phase 3, which is where our coal power is that we need to get going. So we need to find a nice little spot for our space elevator. And I kind of feel like right here looks like a good spot to me. I don't know about you guys. Let's do it. And we're going to go ahead and use our smaller ones. Eventually, I'll come back and replace all of this stuff with blueprints. And look at this. I remember earlier when we were struggling for resources, and now we're just, boom. We're just throwing down over here now. How are we looking over here? Is that going under? Perfect. All right. Nice. Okay. So now we're going to take our space elevator and we're going to attempt to put it down. Now we need a bunch of each of those resources, but even easier, we can just go over here, clear this, and we say, okay, now we're ready for our space elevator because we got all that other stuff automated. We got it upgraded. We did our power. We did our iron production. We did our copper production. We did our power production. We got all of that going. And now it's time for our big old space elevator. So let's go over here. And again, you got to scale all that up so that you can do this, so you have enough resources for this. And I'm literally just going to take everything out and not even bother to count how much it is. There we go. That's why I'm backlogging all of that. So I can now do my space elevator really easy. All right, and I like to turn the thing toward where my hub is. I might hit H here. Oh, okay, or I'm going to hit something else, apparently. Let's do that again. H for hologram. I'm going to see how close that is. And nudge that just a little forward. Again, leaving a little bit of space so I can maneuver around. It's not like right up on top of me. And here we go. Now, I've watched this hundreds of times, everybody. It's cool every single time. It never stops being cool. And that's hard to do in a game, everybody. It's really hard to do. I like how the steam comes out of there. Cool every time. All right, space elevator. What do we need to put in the space elevator? The smart plating. So that's the next thing we need to work on, smart plating. Again, I'm just trying to get a bunch of things running while I'm busy doing other things. So here's our rotors that we're going to need to do the smart plating. So we need rotors and we need our reinforced iron plates, which we're using as well. So we need a bunch of reinforced iron plates so that we can pull in more resources, so that we can make more items to go specifically to the rotor production. So we're making stuff specifically that goes to the reinforced iron plates production, and just, you know, siphoning off a little bit of rods and a little bit of plates. We don't need that many because over time it's going to backlog and fill. Oh, and it's back as well. But we don't really have anything else we can do except for the jump pads, which I don't really use. So we have to get our next level of production going, which is our rotors. So again, we'll go back over here and we'll say, okay, let's figure out how to run more ore down the middle here, right? We want to run this faster because the extractor can already do 120, so it can already double it up. So let's go in here. We're going to take these out. And this is going to be a lot of these belts. And we're going to take the one that's the closest because it's going to use the least amount of belts to get over here. Not that like that one's that much farther away, but still, we'll use the one that's closest. And then, oh, we got to go back and we've got to tell it now that we want it to be level 2 belts. And we're going to say, okay, let's go. Now, again, to upgrade it, all you have to do is choose the higher level belt. And now you can see this is a level 2 belt, and this one's still a level 1. So again, I can just choose, like I'm going to put the belt down. You click on it, and it'll just auto upgrade that line. And then over here, upgrade that line. And so on. This is why you don't want to have too many small segments, because you might miss a segment. And then if you miss that segment, then the whole belt is going at the slowest of the segments. This belt right here is touching the other belt. I don't like it. I'm going to do that. Much nicer. Much more nicer. There we go. I just put that one back to level 1 belt for right now. We don't need a level 2 there yet. No reason to waste our stuff. All right, like this. And then we'll just level 2 that. Level 2 that one right there. Okay, so now that's going to run through there at level 2. But what we want to do, yet again, is build out a big old spot over here for our rotors. Look at us go with our bad selves. It's so cool when you get to that stage, everybody, where you just make tons and tons of foundations. Cool every time, never stops being cool. Just like the space elevator. And we're just going to run in a crazy ton of foundations in here. Like so. And then we'll run a bunch this way. And again, everybody, we restarted again today. If you're just tuning in, we're doing a whole nother playthrough. This is the mega playthrough. So this time we're going to be working on every process along the way. And we're just making this stuff all line up to the space elevator, because eventually we're going to make our rotors, and we're going to make our reinforced iron plates, and then we're going to use those in the space elevator. We need to make 50 of them. Now, it used to be where you could manually make them in the thing, but if we go look in the thing here and go and look for smart platings, we can see that smart platings are no longer in the thing. So bummer. Bummer Rooney. Now, half of this here that's running here at 120 now can go, and then, by the way, you can get up on top of those. You want to see on top of your belts. We need to rerun those lines too. We will when we upgrade the other belt later on. But we can see that this one on the outside is going much faster than the one at the top. It should be going faster. That should be going way faster. Why does it feel like it's going about the same speed? We missed a belt somewhere. It feels like it's going about the same speed. Maybe it's just my imagination. Hmm. 120. Can't take it off the belt. Yeah, it's a visual visual thing. That's a visual thing. It totally looks like it's going at the same speed. I think it's just an optical illusion. Hold on, let's go look. No, this is going faster. See, if I get on the belt, yeah, it's just hard to see. It's hard to see that it's going faster, but you can see I'm outrunning this. Absolutely. See, this one right here is passing that one up. Okay, so it is working. Again, it's just kind of hard to see that it's a bit of an optical illusion there. All right, so let's go ahead and siphon some of this off. We're going to siphon half of this. We're going to keep the 60 going that way, which is all we need in that direction. And we're going to load balance a little bit right here in the corner. We're going to go ahead and see if we can sneak a splitter in here. There we go. In fact, we'll do this first. We can line this up to our box. And so we'll get nice and close like that. And then in theory, should be able to connect that up there. Now, see, it doesn't always line up because it's not perfectly snapped in there. So we want to move this. I want to move this forward. I'll take this out. Put this back in because I never trust these lifters. So we're going to have to make a little transition here. So we'll put this forward by just a little bit and then run it out of here into there. There we go. See, it's got a little bit of a bend in it because, again, when you're putting this thing on there, it's not necessarily perfectly centered, and I had to move it off to the side. Okay, so that's going to start to backlog a bunch of that, or what I could do is just go over here and grab a bunch of this out of here so this can start up pretty quickly. Okay, so now what we got to do is we got to produce some stuff for the rotors. Now, we're going to go ahead and get ourselves an assembler. We're going to need some rotors to make rotors. So we're going to make our own rotors right over here. We'll make 12 of them. This is another thing that if you're making a bunch of rotors, you'll want to AFK. you'll want to queue up a bunch of screws and a bunch of rods in your inventory and run a bunch of them suckers. For sure. All right, that'll get us started. Assemblers. Okay. Oh, we need to do smelting first. Actually, let's get our smelters in. Oh, actually, let's get our splitter in. Now, I'm going to speed way up again, everybody. What we're going to do is we're going to take these resources. We're bringing in 60 of our iron ore. And I'm going to go ahead and just make this slower belts for now. Just so, because we're going to have... we're gonna need those reinforced plates so we can make those rotors. So we're gonna try to slim down a little bit on that as well. So 60 coming in, and so 60 is going to be 2 smelters. We're gonna go smelter and smelter right here, and then we're gonna split this. Now later on we're gonna do way more than this. So we're gonna basically build in the ability to add a lot of smelters down the road. So we're just going to use our splitters for now. And then again, iron over here, iron, and then power. And we good. Then run this power. Hopefully we got an open connection back there. We do not. So let's go ahead and put this here. What can we do back here? Let's see. We got one running that way. Let's go ahead and do this where we take this one. We run it back there. We run it over there, and then we can run it over there. Oh, wait, actually, run it over here. And that leaves a bunch of connections for me to use later. Okay, so there we go. So that's going to start doing the iron ignits. Now, again, if we go in and we look at rotors right here, and we add it to our to-do list, we need to make screws, and we need to make rods. Now, one of the things that I like to do, I call it the play yard, where I just throw an assembler down, and then I figure out what the inputs are. So I need 20 per minute and I need 100 per minute on the screws. And the fastest I can run it down any one belt is 120. So I've got to be able to create it in such a way that I can then run those screws fast enough, right? So the interesting thing is that the screws are made from rods. So what we really need to do is make as many rods as we possibly can from that 60 and then turn some of it into screws. So you know that straight away, the first thing that you're going to do is figure out how many screws or how many rods you can make and then how many screws. So right now we're producing 60. And if we put down our thing right here, oh, we need to put our thing here. Oh, let's do merging first. I really need to put my storage box on my bar now. Right there. There we go. Okay, so we're going to do a merger. We're going to merge these two together back to 60. Over here. They're too close. Too close. All right, that's okay. We'll merge on the right side. You can just merge on one side and merge the other one in. Like this. And then we can just do this. There we go. Or actually, we can do it nicer. It uses a little extra resources to do the straight, by the way. But it's nice. It comes out at 90. Okay, so there we go. So both of those are going to combine into that merger. And then we can just run it in a manifold down the line. Okay, and so we're going to go constructor. And we're going to say, how do we feel like doing this? We want to go splitter next. So let's go splitter out of here. Like this. And then we can align the first one just straight out to this. Very nice. Did we do our storage? We did not. We're going to have a lot of backlog storage in this particular build. It does take a lot of extra resources, but in the end, we're going to end up with a lot of extra resources. So a lot of that's going to go into there first. So we're going to merge it. We're going to put all of it in here so it can backlog. Then we're going to run it out because it's only running at 60. So it'll run out at full potential out of there. So now we're coming out of here, which we need to do a splitter. And we need to go in here. Like this. Splitter. And then constructor. Man, we're making big moves today. Constructor a little closer. Yeah, let's say there. That into there, and we're just going to do rods. Now again, we can do 15 per minute. We're producing 60, right? So we hit N and we say, okay, 60 divided by 15 is 4. So we need 4 of these, 2, 3, and number 4. All right, and then our splitters, and again, getting up on top here just makes it way easier. Let's see how you're splitting this. Come on, stop doing that. There we go. That's in there. Out of plates. I have more of them, but it doesn't mean I have them all on me. I don't know. We might have used them all up. Let's go see. Nope. Not even close. We certainly can run a lot of conveyor belts at the lower level. And we massively upgraded our power, so we can do all this cool stuff over here. Okay, so this is going to go here, and it's going to connect to that. And then we're going to jump over to this one. And this is going to connect to these two. And these two are connected here. We can probably go ahead and start this up now. This is already iron rods. Did I do all these iron rods? But it's easier also just to go in there and just click it. Put that one in. Just easier to go ahead and click it instead of copy paste it. I don't know. I'm going to go in there and look at it anyway just to make sure. We want to tie this back to there. Now those are just going to start up, making all those into rods. Very nice. Probably a good idea to add an extra one. So again, we can burn up that excess right over here and use up any extra we have. So we get a little extra rods going on. Maybe get our stuff done a little closer. Holy mackerel. Very scary edge right there. Make that a little wider so we can get around there. Okay, so how much are we making here in theory? So 15, 30, this is 45, or actually be 60. So it's making a total of 60, so 60 in, 60 out. And then we're going to tell it whatever extra it has, go ahead and make it over here as well. We're going to run this out to here. We're going to connect that across there. And if it does end up with more than it can use, and I can just throw some in there that I have on me, we can put it down there. Now, again, here's the thing. You can wait for this to run out, or you can just grab it all out of there and run it and throw it in the second one. And now the second one is full, or you can throw it in the first one, even better. Would have been a better idea, because then it will start to fill the second one. Hold on, let's fill the first one right here. And then it will start to automatically slow down, and you can see it's not filling this one as much while it's actually filling this one over here. Again, coming out of there at 60, and it only needs to go in at 15. So we got that looking good. And then this one, we can throw 38 in there, so that's almost half full. Again, no reason to keep those extra things. Now, also, in our production over here, we might also have some extra. So if we do have some extra over here, the best thing to do is to go to these extra boxes here and check and see if there's any extra in any of these. Right there, I got 2. But if I do have extra, what I can do is go in and grab them out like this, because this is all balanced over here. And just let those run in there. And then I'm going to run back over here just to start these up a bit faster by throwing these in here. Into this one. And then this one here at the end is going to get burned up very, very quickly. Because it's the extra one. And then here, a little extra there, burn that up. And again, if I have any extra, I can just put it in where the extra ones are getting burned up. And then if it can't be used, it'll just turn itself off. So, very nice. Okay, now, how many are we going to produce if we put one assembler down? So we're going to go ahead and merge all of these into a box. This way, merge. This way. Again, your screws are made from rods, so you just want to make all the rods. You don't have to figure out the screws yet. You just figure out the rods. You just do all of them. You want to make all of it into ignits and make it all into rods. Get those rods going, and you can see they're going right to here. Then we're going to take those rods, and we're going to run those into a box. We're just going to park that box right here so we can just turn this around and run it back the other way. There we go. And then all those rods are going to end up in here. It's 60 per minute. Actually, a little extra than 60, but overall it's going to be 60, so we should count it like that. And again, we're very horizontal building right here, everybody. And again, you need a lot of horizontal space for horizontal building. But another reason why this is great, because you have a lot of space right from the very beginning of the game. You're not going to be running into walls or other items. You can build out a big, wide factory like this. Now, later we'll work vertically, but for right now, we're going to work horizontally. Also, this is backlog a bunch of these, all the resources in every single step of the process when it fills up. Okay, so let's go ahead and put down an assembler. Yet again, right over here. Okay. So right now we're producing 60. So we got 20 here. And if we were to take the 40 that's left over and turn it into screws, how many screws would it produce, right? So let's go ahead and take a look. So we'll put another constructor down. Again, just as a little play yard, we'll say screws. It's going to go 10 in and 40 out. So if I do 4 of these, because it's going to be 40 in, right? So 10, 10, 10, and 10, so it'd be 40. We would be 4 times 40, right? And we can do that in game if you don't want to do it in your head. 4 times 40 would be 160. So actually faster than our belts and actually faster than I can put it into the machine because the machine's only going to go in there at 100. So the actual smart thing to do is actually not run it at 100, to run it at a lesser level. But I could run it at 100 and then take the extra 60 and run it into my box over there as extra, what do you call it? Extra screws, which I could do that as well. But the thing that I like to do is just run the both of them at a lesser efficiency like this, but it is running more of them, right? Because this goes at 4 per minute, so it takes a really, really long time. So we just need to figure out the logistics of running 40 rods now, and then the screws are going to be less because we want to run those rods in there. Now, we really need to backward engineer those numbers. So let's say we ran 30 rods, right? So 15 and 15 in there. What we can do is just cut this off over here, right? So this is going to be 15 out and 15 out. And we can say, you know what? Don't combine this with this. This is all going to be screws over here, right? So this is, or actually, this is the overflow. Hold on. Let's do this. There we go. So we're going to keep these two separate from these two. So this is going to produce 30, and this is going to produce 30 over there. But what we can also do is just combine all of this together so that it all goes in the box, and then we take out the 60 and we take it and we go, okay, 60 goes here and 30 goes there and 20 goes there. We basically load balance it so that it goes to the appropriate amount, right? So let's go in and let's figure out the numbers. We're going to use our spreadsheet here to make it a little easier on our brains. So we're going to go ahead. We have 60 coming out, right? And then our inputs, input of our assembler is 20 and 100. So input is 20, and our input screws is 100. Okay, so we have 60, and that 60 is going to need to go into screws. So we can take that out, and we can end up with, oh wait, we need 2 inputs. Hold on. Let's make this a little easier by just splitting it up. Hold on, we're going to take this and let's move this down a bit. There we go. So we have 2 of these, right? So we need this, and we need this. So we need 20 over here, We need 20. We have 60. Start here, 60. So we're going to use 20 of the 60 right here, over here. And I'm going to move this over so it's not, I'm not blocking it. Again, remember, if you're on mobile, you can always pinch and zoom too, everybody. But I need to see all of those all the way across. So, so we need, say, 20 here, 20 here. Just trying to do a percentage. 20 there. And then that leaves us with 20 left over, right? So 20 left over. And then we look at, hey, okay, if I put 20, where did our thing go? If I put 20 rods in here, it's going to produce 80 screws now, right? So now I'm using too many rods and I don't have enough screws. So I need to kind of balance that back down. So let's say 15 here and 15 over here, which is 30, and that leaves us with 30. Now we can have it automatically do the calculation for us, everybody, if our inputs are 10. So let's say we do 10. We do 3 of them in 10, 10, and 10, right? So we have 30 here, and 30 of the input is rods. That'll be 10, 10, and 10, which is exactly as much as it needs. It'll be 40 times 3, which is exactly 120. That's right. That's what we're doing, everybody. We're load balancing. So even though we don't have the capacity to do it now, it's going to run at its maximum speed. That's what we want. We want it to run as quick as it possibly can so we can get our smart plating while we're working on other things, while it's running our smart plating into our space elevator. So basically that's what the smartest thing to do is to go 10, 10, and 10. And this really makes your load balancing really easy. You know why? Because you're going to use 30 here. So our main thing is 60, right? And I'll see if it goes on the side. So we're using 60 and we're splitting 60 into 30 and 30. And then we're going to split this into thirds, which is 10, 10, and 10. And we're going to split this other one in half, right? So I'll show you exactly how to do that. It is super easy to cut things in half and cut things in thirds. So the first thing we want to do is to go in and say, okay, we want to use our splitter right here and basically cut what's coming out of this box, which is 60 now, into half. So if I run one this way, it's going to be going in half. And if I run one in that way, it's going to be going in 50% that way, 50% this way. Now what I want to do is use more splitters. So I'm going to go ahead and put a splitter in here, and I might just line it up off of these because these are already aligned to these. I'm going to put these down here in just a second. And these are for our screws. There we go. And we'll run all these lines. Very nice. So a portion of this, oh wait, we can't do that because, yeah, no, that's right. It's going to go here, it's split 50% this way. So 30 is going to go this way, and 30 is going to go this way, right? Now, what I need to do is take the rods, the 30 rods that I'm going to run directly into the machines. I want to go ahead and split it again, right? So now the 30 is going to become 15 and 15, just like we said in here. We want 15 and 15 in the inputs. That's what all that was about. So we're going to go ahead and put our rods up. Oh, well, we can't do it now because, oh, we just use our level 1 lifters because we're not doing anything beyond 60 here, everybody, yet, until we get over to the screws, and then the screws will be a bit faster. So let's go ahead and downgrade this, and we're just going to use our level 1 lifters. And again, when you're hurting for resources, the best thing to do is just go ahead and use your lower belts, because we really want to save our faster belts for our production. Okay, so there we go. Take these back out. Do not trust them. And again, I'm going to go ahead and turn this back to this, and oh, back to this one, and then this one, just to make sure. Okay, yes. Make sure I'm using the right resources for the job. Okay, so this is going to go into right here. And so we'll take this, run it this way, and this is going to go right in there. And there is our screws. No, 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 no. Let's make a nice 90. We're going to make it nice. There we go. Look at that beautiful 90. Go, baby. So that's going to go ahead and start running that in there. And then we're going to go ahead and do our splitters, which are going to come from this way because we're going to make our screws here, and then we're going to run our screws here. Now, one of the things that we don't want to do in this is actually do a splitter. And the reason why is because the belts are not fast enough. Even at 120, it's not going to be able to run enough screws down here where we can do it fast enough, because we're going to have, if we were doing 4 of them, because we would be doing the output of the screws here. If we were doing this at full capacity, we would be doing 4 of these, and it would be 40, 40, 40, and 40 would be 180, right? And that would be the ultimate speed. Actually, 200 is what we need to go at full speed. If we did 200 screws, basically the belt would not be fast enough. It's only 120 belt, right? So what we need to do is we need to adjust for that by making them separate lines, right? So we want to go in and we want to do 4 of these screws, because we're going to do 10, 10, or 3 of these screws, and it's going to be 10, 10, and 10, 40, 40, and 40, be 120, and then 120 we can run and do a splitter, because that's going to be perfect. It's going to be right at the right speed. So it's okay if we do a splitter at this point, but if we were to add more screws, or if we were trying to run these at full speed capacity, we wouldn't be able to do it because, again, currently we don't have the belts. But later on, this will all be a moot point, everybody. But right now, it's very vitally important that we go ahead and run the correct belts. Now, these I'm running as 60s, and then when this comes out, I will run it at 120 at the end. So let's go ahead and take this out and readjust this a little nicer here, so we can go ahead and line this up to the output of these splitters here that we're going to use. Like so, and snap that one in, and these all should align if I had more plates. I don't know what that means, Mavi. I don't know what you're talking about, but thanks for hanging out in the stream. I appreciate it. Over there, I kick. All right, got to run way over here. Can't wait to get our dimensional depots going. Look at that. All right, now we're talking 300 of them suckers. Now we're getting it going. And again, we backlogged a little resources for us, and then we're going to use these resources for the space elevator. Okay, look how far out we're getting here now. And again, I could have curled that back, and I could have made it really close together. But again, once I set this up, everybody, I'm not going to be spending a lot of time over here fuddling with it. It should just be running. That's its job. To just run and run and run without me having to interact with it. Now we're going to go ahead and merge this back together. Now the first merge that you're going to do over here on your screws, merger, yes. Where's my arrows? This way. Is going to put in 40, right? So this puts 40 in. And then when you add the next one over here, that's going to put another 40 in. Now that's going 80. That's faster than the belt that's going out would have if I use a level 1 belt. But the smart thing to do at this point right here, if you want to optimize it, is right here, if you don't have a lot of resources, is actually to do the level 2 belt. Because now you got 40, 40, that's 80. This is coming 60. This is coming 60. When it combines together, it's going out at 120. Which is what you want to do, because right here it's going to put another 40 in, and all 3 of these combined is definitely going to be 120. So we'll take this and we'll run it in here, and now we're ready to rock. We're going to tell this to be screws, and we're going to copy. Oops, no, we didn't. We did not copy. We pasted copy, and then pasta. Check it anyway, and more pasta. Making you guys hungry now. More pasta. All right, now we need some power. We need some more line runs here. Let's get all these in here. We can get these screws in there, get them rocking and rolling. Run this power. Let's just run it right here. We're going to connect all 3 of these. And then we left some power lines here somewhere right there. And again, look at our power now, everybody. Ba-boom. But we added enough power this whole time where we're not even close to maxing our power yet. right? Because we doubled our capacity of power. But we are close to running out of raw resources, or running out of raw power, and we need to go take care of that here in a minute as well. So we definitely got to watch out because we're getting that going on. And that's going to burn through that fuel in about an hour. So we got to, or maybe less than an hour now. Let's go. Okay, so now it's making the screws. It's making the rods. We balanced it. So it's running a certain amount in here and a certain amount in there. Now we need to tell it that we want to be rotors, which we did. We also want to go ahead and run some power. Let's say just a little bit up here. And then we'll run it here. And then we'll run the power. Hopefully we got a spot there. Nope. Over here. Nope. Way over there. All right. Good enough. And now it should start to feed these in. And it backlogged a little bit already while it was going in there. And remember, they're not going to run at full speed. Wait a minute. We got some problems. Hold on. I can see already that's going to be a problem. This is a Mark II. This is a Mark I. That's a Mark I. Oh, my bad. Let's go ahead and put that faster. And that should be coming out of there at a Mark II. And then this needs to go in as fast as it possibly can, because this way it'll backlog faster. So let's just go ahead and do a 2, 2, and 2, because eventually we're going to need these belts to be going at 100 or more, because that's what the input is right here. But we're going to go ahead and put that in there. Now, here's a faster way to start it up, everybody. I'm going to slide and jump, slide, jump, slide, jump. So not only is this resource for me to use for building, but the resource is also there so I can supercharge my stuff. I don't need to keep that in there, everybody. I can just go ahead and get more screws if I need to. But if I want this to go faster, I can then have these excess resources that I've been backlogging while I'm doing a ton of other things, while I'm trying to get the production up and running. Now I can just take this and put this directly in here to actually burn up these resources like this, 250, and then I'll take the 297 and I'll cut that in half. Then I'll combine that back together, and we'll put about 400 screws in there. And if it lets me, because it's being awkward, I'll put another 400 screws in there. There we go. And the same thing with our rods. We can go ahead and just put whatever extra rods we have on us. And now it's going to do 8 rotors per minute. Now, we got our rotors going. Very awesome. And we've got our reinforced iron plates. Now, we need to get our rotors from over here to over there. So let's go ahead and add even more to the front here. And then we're going to add ourselves a nice box right over here so it has a place to do the thing. But I ran out of rods, so I got to run back. You know what? I'm going to siphon some of those rods back. Never mind. Change my mind. Give me some of them rods so I don't have to run all the way back for right now. I'll run back in a second and bring it back some more here. So we're going to run a box right here where we can go ahead and merge this together. So this is definitely not going to run very fast, everybody. So we can get our merger in if it wants to go the way I want it to go. There we go. And I'm just going to run... Oh, I'm running at level 2 belts. My bad. Let's just run it as level 1s. There we go. Level 1s. Again, try to save some of that so we can use it for the end result. Right there. So again, we're being conservative with our plates right now. And you're like, well, Kismet, you got like 100 of them in there. True. And I'm going to show you a great way to utilize the ones you've already got very, very quickly. So now we're going to go ahead and lift this. So again, it's up off the ground. It's not going to be in our way as much. And then we're going to run way down here. Now we're going to stop doing our things here. We're going to actually switch this. Where is my thing? We're going to switch our splitter to 2. And we're going to put our lifter now to 5. Put this one, or sorry, 4. And then this one should be 3, which it is. We're now going to put this on 5, which is our conveyor lift stackables. And then we have our storage. So very nice. Now what I'm going to do is take my stackable thing, and I put it close to this line here. And go about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right there. And let's see if we get lucky. Because it comes forward a little bit when you do your lifter. Yeah, very nice. Okay, so now I'm going to bring the rotors down the line, but I do have a bunch of backlog in all of this different processes just in case I finish doing it and it backlogs and I get a whole bunch of it because, again, we're going to let it run for a while. But our goal, again, get that coal power. So to get the coal power, even have a chance to get the coal power, we have to do the space elevator. So that is our next big step. Now, one of the things that can happen, though, while we're doing all of this, we could lose power. So I'm going to see how long I can go before I lose that power. Then we'll go and up that power as well. So how much of this I can get done before I do that. So I also want to go over here and bring this stuff the other direction, right? Bring this over here. And you can see we got all these lines going up and down. We're going to do all of that. But we want to bring this output over here. And we want to run this back the other way. So we're going to go ahead and put our lifter in. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move these out of my road. Because these are basically running over the top of my road. And they're in the middle of my road. So eventually I will move these over. So what we're going to do is we're going to run multiple lines on this particular lifter area. So I'm going to move this over and I'm going to put it right here. So 1, 2, and 3. And then this one is going to be the middle one right here. And that's going to be our reinforced iron plates out of there. And we're going to run that along. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's about as far as we can go right there. So let's put that right up against this, which eventually is not going to be there. And then this up here. Now we got a problem of when we're running this that we have stuff in the way of it, right? Now one of the things that we can do instead of doing this, we can go ahead and put this right over the top of this conveyor belt, right? So we can just go ahead and say do something more like that. And then because there's no machine there, it's going to go right over the top of this lifter. And we can go ahead and put more of these down if we had some rods. Let's grab some of those over here. Thank you very much. Eventually you'll get to the point where you're not doing that as much. You'll still eventually do it even at the end game. Okay, so we'll run this along here. We're going to guess how far we want to go. Let's just go right here just to make it easy. And now we can go ahead and coordinate all of this. Let's go ahead and change our mind on this one. Right here. And let's just run this nice and smoothly right to there. And then we'll run this to there. And we're going to go ahead and run this forward. And let's say we're out here. 1, 2, right there. Along that edge. Now, I've also got these other things going, so I want to go ahead and add 2 more at the top. Like this. 1, 2. And I'm also going to go over here and line that up somewhat. Like this. Go up over this. Like this. Very nice. Okay. And then we're going to take these lines out because those lines are ugly as hell. All right. We're going to take those out and we're going to run them proper up across the top there, across this line. So we put this line in first, so it'll be down at the bottom. So let's go here to the end and let's figure out what we want to do. So this is our level 1 belt. The reason why I want to go to the end is it's easier to figure out which one we want to put in the top one and which one we want to put in the bottom one. So I would say this one wants to go right over there. Yeah, looking good. So the top one is going to be the slower of the two. So we're going to run this back. Now again, we've already set up the direction, so even if we run it backwards, it'll run the direction properly. So we're going to just take one of them out at a time, because otherwise it's really easy to get those mixed up with each other. Did we take out that side? We did. And over here, again, it's going to be that one. And we're going to go ahead, run that into there. And now we don't have these big old poles in our way. And we should just go ahead and fix this while we're at it as well. Really easy to fix. And then we'll add another one on top. Like that. And then this one, we'll make a nice 90 right into there. Very nice. Okay. Now our other one here is a bunch of 120s that we want to take out of there. And again, I'm going to backlog this all the way back to here. to get a feel for how I want this one. Now, this one right here could actually use with turning it, because right now it's turned this way where the entrance is on the side, where if I turned it this way, it'd actually be better. So I'm going to turn it that way, and then I'm going to take this one out, and that's just for reference, and I'm going to bring that down. Now, you do not want to leave this lifter here. The lifter will get completely screwed up. You definitely want to take this out first, and then we'll put our lifter down like that. Very much nicer. There we go. And the same thing over here. Never trust these lifters. They will screw you up time and time again. There we go. Very nice. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. And then now we can just run this down to there. And again, backlog all of this. Oh, this should be a level 2. Let's go ahead and change our belts to level 2. Or we run all of that and then realize we got to upgrade it all. Might as well just run it at the line we need. Again, this is not only is this cosmetic, but it also makes it nicer to know what lines are what. You can also label your lines as well, but this really does clean up your overall base when you start using these lifters or whatever they're called, conveyor, stackable conveyor poles. And again, we'll also go up and down we go. Oh, we're going down. Oh, God, we damaged fix-it property. I knew it was going to happen at some point. No problem. We got this. That's how it goes, everybody. Our little spaghetti. Yes, we're cleaning up our spaghetti. Right over there. Oh, this ramp does not serve any purpose anymore. There we go. Let's just go ahead and do this. Whee! We'll go ahead and ride down the line. And that'll get us back over here. And again, I'm working backwards because it's easier to tell which one you want on top and which one you want on bottom. Just easier to run them both at the same time, because when I get to the end result, they will line up. Okay, and again, I was just trying to hit R there. Line that up nicely. Why did it do that? That's weird. That's a weird option. Why did it do that weird 90 like that? I don't know. We'll just do it like that. There we go. Much nicer. Okay. Depends on which direction you run it from, too. Okay, so we got that fixed. Let's go ahead and fix this part. These are level 1s here. We'll take those out first. And then we're going to run this nice and low. Right here and right here, so I can get under these belts that we have running, which we're already using our lifters, which is awesome. And we are running this one up to the bottom one. And again, we're going to go ahead, go back to our level 1s, because we only need level 1s for right now. No reason to burn up all of our resources. And then we'll run that right into there nicely. And then this one over here, we can take this out. We'll take this out. And we're going to back this way up over here. Now, I don't need to run all of the lines all the way back if I don't want to, but I certainly could use them up out of my way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit G to hit the lines, and I'm just going to go ahead and remove all of these lines. Now, eventually, I want to make all of these lines be, oops, right here, F and then G. There we go, just the lines. I want to make all of these lines faster, obviously, in the long run. But we can really clean up this, these lines. Now, this isn't too bad. This isn't too much spaghetti here. But you can see how nice it becomes when you really take the extra time to do it. We're going to, again, this is the mega playthrough, so we're going to take the extra time. It might slow us down production-wise and efficiency-wise, but we're going to take the extra time to run these lines nice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6 right here. Very nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't even need to go back to 6 right there. Only need one of those, by the way. And like this. And let's make this nicer by raising this up. We're going to use a level 2 lifter. And we're just going to make that real nice there. Run that right in there. Didn't quite get to the same level. Come on, let's make it nice. Let's make it just so. Should have been looking at those little lines on the side. Right there. Okay, little lines on the side that are going to line it up. Now, it's going to be a little higher, but there's little lines on the side that help you line up where you're at. And sometimes because the elevation of the extractor, it's going to be off, but that's good enough. And again, we're going to run our level 2 belts. Why am I running level 1? Let's run level 2s. Right here, let's not forget, we want to make sure we're doing the right thing with the right thing. Now, this one actually wants to go up, because this is the top one, which is our level 2s. And down here, we're going to run our level 1s. No, wrong button. R, there we go. Run this directly to here, which is where we want it to end up. So we'll run it in this direction, let's say there, lift it all the way up, and then it should make it the rest of the way up there on its own. Okay, now we got both of them running. Very nice. And again, let's do our lower one, even though the top one is the better one to do because it's a little more difficult to run the top ones. But we want to do the top ones as level 2s because we're using both. We're using 120 on the top and 60 on the bottom for right now. And we'll come back later. We'll upgrade that and we'll make even more stuff out there as well. Okay, so all of those should be running nicely. And again, we want to check all of our belts. We can get up on the side here. There's a ladder built into the side of these. So you can get up here on top and you can see that that's coming in and this is running nicely. You can also use this as a thing and you can slide under, which is really fun. And then you can just follow it to make sure that it is ending up where you want it to go. Again, you can slide along these two, which is really fun. So if you have a pole and you want to slide under the pole, if say you were on the one underneath, you can actually get to the one underneath. I'll show you a little trick. You want to get in the underneath one, you get like right here and you just jump in here and you hold down C and there you go. Now you're in the one and you can actually just go right out the thing. If you hold down C, you can actually slide on the middle ones too a little bit. You can crouch on the middle ones, not slide. Crouch on the middle ones. All right, so we got that going. All of that stuff has reached its final destination over there. Now we want to go ahead and turn this over this way and kind of square this off so we can run it in this direction. So we'll look at where our thoroughfare should be right here. And we're going to go ahead and just run this up and over. And that's going to end up there. And we have our rotors coming down the way here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plenty to get here. And then run this over here. And then we'll just go ahead and see if we can get that to go up to the same level. It does not like that. A little too close. That's okay. We'll just run it on the lower level. Take this out. Actually make this a little nicer by putting our straight on. There we go. And there we go. Okay, so now we have run our 2 resources to us. So now our rotors are coming down that way, and we've got our reinforced iron plates. Now, how many are we producing at any given time? Well, on the rotors, we're diminished on the amount of rotors that we're outputting. But let's go over and take a look as well. Over here, the rotors we're outputting in theory is about 8, but really it's more like 6. All right, so we're producing about 6 of those. And then on our reinforced iron plates, which again we could also build into a conveyor into the ground and then just use the conveyor to, instead of roads. We just get on the conveyor and it takes us. I might do that in this playthrough. We might turn the roads into conveyor roads, which are always fun. Over here, we should be producing about 10, yes, because we're producing this at 100% efficiency. Right now, we're about 75% because I'm taking off some of the resources, but that's okay. So again, we're going to go ahead and produce around 10. So let's just use the max number 10 and 8. And so we'll go ahead and, because eventually we're going to upgrade it to that speed. But right now, we want to just get this going. So what we want to do is we want to use an assembler because it takes 2 pieces. If it takes 1, you know it's usually a constructor in the early game. And if it takes 2 things, then you know it's going to be an assembler, right? So that's a great way to figure that out. So here, smart plating. And we have 2 items that we're going to run in. Let's go ahead and tap into some power here if we're lucky enough to have one of these. That has not been tapped yet. And none of these over here. Oh, over here. Yes, one of these, I think. This one. Yes, nice. So you can see that this is going in at 2 per minute and 2 per minute. So if we say, 10 and 8, well, these are equal. So it doesn't matter if one's going 10 and one's going 8. It only matters what the lowest common denominator is. It matters that we're going at 8. We're really going at 6. So we're going at a much lower rate. But what I'm going to do is eventually accommodate that higher rate of 10, right? So 10 divided by 2 is 5. So we're going to go in here and we're going to go ahead and take this and we're going to make 5 of these. 1. That's 2. Oh, we need more rotors, which they're easy to find because they're right here. Oh, they're right there. Get up there. Grab them. Right off the belt because they're coming to me. Right there. Okay, so this is one. Because I want to get these done as fast as possible. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is 5. All right, nice. And again, this is backlogging these resources while I'm doing this. Now, another thing that we should do, just to do this really smartly, is we should also have it backlogging some of these resources for us, right? Right over here in our resources, or we could just set it off along the edge here and do what I call siphoning, where you siphon off some of these resources. So I'm going to turn one that way, and I'm going to turn one this way. And so I'm going to go ahead. Actually, this one's going to need to go forward a little bit more so we could get away with a splitter there. So let's put our splitter in first. Let's go ahead and say splitter coming in from this side. There we go. I'll put that up like that. And this is going to go in here and it's going to split off to the side. Right over here. And eventually we'll centralize these all by the hub. But again, I don't go and pick these up a lot. So it's really not necessary for me to worry about it that much on these resources. Because you really just pick up like one stack and you're fine. That's going to be a problem because that's at half the distance. Yes, so we're going to need to move this out even more so. All right, let's fix this first. Get this rotated. This darn straight thing is my problem. Get this down to the bottom level. Come on, rotate. There we go. Okay, something wild like that. Doesn't really matter. We're going to take it all out eventually anyway. We're going to revamp every single process in here along the way. But for now, we can get that in there, run that in there. All right, there you go. Run those rotors in there. And again, what it's going to do is some of them are going to go this way and some of them are going to go into the production eventually. Now, before we log out of the game today, we're going to make these connections so that when it's done doing this, and actually when it's done doing this, I'm going to turn these off. But when it's done doing all of this stuff, it's going to siphon the extra ones of these in here. So I'll have some of these for later, for the next time I log in, or I'll have a lot of these, as a matter of fact, the next time I log in. So let's go ahead and put this in here, and we're going to do this, and we're going to run, oh, we forgot to do our splitter. Let's run our splitter here, and in from the other side, right there, into our splitter, splitter into there. And now it's also taking some of the reinforced iron plates and running them off to the side. Now, we already have backlogs over there and over here, but when we let this run for 24 hours, everybody, which is what we're going to do, and it's going to not stop if we have perpetual power. Otherwise, we'll have to come back in every few hours and give it more power. That's why we want to get our perpetual power going so that we have the ability to just let it run and run and run and run forever. We could literally let it run for a year if we wanted to, but we're going to go ahead and try to set it up so it can run by itself. So what I'm going to do is end up with 2 boxes of this reinforced iron plates. This box here and that box over there. And then here, same thing with rotors. I'll end up with a box over there and then a box right here of rotors in the long run. Now, do I want to siphon this off right now? Not really. I want to go ahead and stop that. And I want to go ahead and stop this for right now. And again, this I think I could just reconnect. Yes, I can. And so basically what I want to do now is just bring this forward. and run this into these machines. So I'm going to go ahead and again put in all of my lifters. And again, this stuff goes really, really slow, so you don't need your Mark II lifters or your Mark II belts. This stuff is very slow. Now, actually, I'm going to take out all of those lifters, everybody, but it does help me align my splitters here. We're going to go up, up, and up. Just visually easier to see where the edges of these are. Again, we're doing a manifold, so it's going to go down the line to the end. And the ones at the end are going to be super starving for resources, for sure. All right, we're going to take all of this out. We're going to hit G. Take those out. Take these out. Those and these. We can also take this out. And because we have those all attached like that. All right, nice. This goes here. Goes to there, goes to there, goes to there. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and let this start to run across into, go ahead, into there. And that is going to start running those reinforced iron plates in there. We should see the reinforced iron plates going down, but we don't. You know why? Because these darn lifters, everybody, I'm telling you, they have been the bane of my factory for a very long time. Take them all out and put them back in. That's the last thing you should put in. Get them lined up. And now you should see them. You should see some things moving. There they go. Now they're working. Just double check every single one of these suckers. I always put them in last. After I do all of that, just put them back in. And now they're good. You can see them moving up and down. Those are moving in. Very nice. Now to get this started up, we're going to put some power in there. But first we're going to do some splitters. Also on the low side here, and try to align these like so. All right, looks good. Let's go ahead and run this belt here so I can get up on top here. And that's going to make it a little bit easier to get this second one. And we'll run that. And now we should be good because it's going to give us the markers that are showing us the input and output directions. Come on. Show me the markers. There you go. Sometimes the markers don't want to work. Okay. Gonna be like that, are you? All right, I'm just gonna make one in the middle then. Be like that. Be like that. I just put one in the middle so I can see where I'm aligning it. All right, right there, right here, right there. In there. Across here, and then down to here. It goes. Okay, now here comes our rotors. Here comes all of that. All we need now is more power. This is going to be a lot of power for what we're doing, everybody. I'm amazed my power has not gone off at this point. I'm very shocked. Oh, we ran this one separately. Hold on, we're going to run this one as a group. Right over here, and then we'll run it over here. And then you go there. And over here, we're going to add, no, this one. We'll add another one. And this one. This one. And then at the very end here, we'll add one. And this one. Now, they're all going to start up. So now, I'm going to go ahead and put smart plating. And we're going to go ahead and go to the first one. Smart plating. We're going to go ahead and do this. Now, I could have unlocked about 5 tiers already, by the way. Or 5 things from 5 different tiers. If I just manually made all of this, by the way. You can go way faster if you just manually make it. But if you're not in a hurry and you want a mega build, which is what we're doing now, it's much more fun to just take your time and do these larger builds and just put every process. Now, it's actually more efficient to do all of the processes as you go. Than it is to rush and make it yourself, because eventually you're going to have to make those processes anyway. But the thing that I always find is the fact that you end up with higher belts, and so you're making a lot of belts and you're making a lot of stuff which you ultimately are going to upgrade or eliminate. Okay, that is totally not what I wanted to do, but okay dokie. Whatever you feel like doing, brother. Okay, rotate it a little bit. Not what I wanted to do. Did this one rotate too? I think this one rotated too. Oh, that's the one that rotated. This one is not right. Okay, merger. Work with me here. It does not want to go that way. Go that other way. There you go. Cool thing about belts is that sometimes they'll actually work, but I never trust them. They'll actually work when you put that back in or you put something back in. But I don't trust them at all. So I'm going to go ahead and rework all these belts. And then, why is that not going in the direction I just told it to go? What the heck? Man, that one does not want to go the right way. Okay, let's take this out. It could be messing it up. Okay, so you're going that way now. Now you're going forward. Now you can always tell by this. See how this is silver and this is orange? That's what tells you that this is your output of your merger. So if that thing's not silver pointing this way, then there's something definitely messed up. So there's definitely something screwing us up there. A little thing there too. All right, and just do them all in a sequence. This way you know they're all facing the same direction usually. If you see something weird there, just take it out, put it back in. It'll save you lots of mischief as well. There you go. Yes, I got my belts all messed up. That's exactly right. Right there. Okay, so there we go. We got it going. We got it all looking good. We got a problem with this one because it's not saying what to do. Let's go ahead and copy. And let's paste. We got it all fixed up, everybody. Don't worry about it. I'll get it fixed. You don't need to tell me, but I do appreciate you having my back in the chat. That's not my first playthrough. If I see an issue, if I click something wrong, something goes wrong, don't worry, I'll get it going on. All right, now we can go ahead and get it going right over here. Over here, like this. Okay, we'll raise that up. And we're going to run that out here. I'm going to run it to the close one here. Let's say right here. Just to get that up out of our way. And then we'll put that there. And same thing here. Again, just to get these lifters up in case I'm running through here with my vehicle. And there we go. Now, here's the cool thing, everybody. I've got 2 on me. I can just put them right in there. I just put them right in there. I don't need to put them in the thing and run it. So I need to get 50 of these. Now, this is not going to run at 100% efficiency, everybody. We just don't have the production power and we don't have the belt speeds to make this run at its full speed. But it's going to run as fast as it possibly can. Now, here's a great trick, everybody. Take all of the rotors and the reinforced iron plates and all the extra stuff that you have out of here and put it in your inventory. Right over here as well. Take all these rotors. And now what you want to do is divide it by 5. So you go in and you say, do I have 500 of my reinforced iron plates? It doesn't look like I do. It doesn't look like I do, but we'll go ahead and just make it work anyway. So we'll go 50, 50, and 50 in each one. So we'll go to the first one over here. We'll say, okay, well, it's going to be the first one. It's going to actually end up with more than anybody else. But we're just going to put 50 in there. Then we're going to go 25, 25, and 25 here in the rotors. Okay, so those are going. Now, 50 here, which it already has 46, but oh well. Then we'll go 25 there. And we'll go 25 here. And then 50 of those in there. It doesn't have to be perfect, everybody, but you can make it perfect if you want. Like right here, I'm going to end up with 17 left over. And then 50 in here and 17 in there. Now, all 5 of them are running. All 5 of them are running at the same time. Now, while it's trying to get up there and get up to speed and all that stuff, I've got all 5 of them running. Now, I only need 50. And you know how many I've done so far? You just saw me put like 2 of them in there. Well, guess what? I've done 16 already. That's right, 16 already. So this is going to be 2 per minute. So if I can do, say it says 2 per minute, I've got 17 in this one. This one is going to do, let's just call it 16. That'll be 8 that it's going to do in the next 8 minutes. So this is 8 times 5 because this is the one with the lowest amount in it. So 8 times 5 is what? Hey, sorry, what's 8 times 5? Is 40. So in 8 minutes, I'm going to have this done. That's how fast you can make that happen, everybody. Again, that's why you're backlogging it while you're building, and thus your production is much more efficient. So by the time you're ready to run it, you can just take it and manually split it in there. Now, you could also use a load balancer where you could just put it in boxes, and the boxes will automatically split it and then split it again and split it again, but it takes up much more space. I just manually do it to get it started, especially when it's something where I'm only making like 50. I just manually go ahead and split it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, and you won't have to spend all that time putting in this manual thing that you're going to eventually take out anyway. Which I know I will. I know eventually I will take that all out. But most of this is going to go into the first one, and then when the first one fills up, it's going to go to the second one and third one and fourth one. But what's going to happen in about 8 minutes is I'm going to turn all those off. I'm going to turn every single one of those off, and then I'm going to divert all of that, both the rotors and the reinforced iron plates, into those other boxes. And then this I'm not even going to use for right now. But we will have the process in case we need it later, right? Which we do. Just so you know, we're going to need that later. So we'll have that process, and then, of course, we'll upgrade all of our stuff to make it faster, and then we'll be able to equalize all 5 of those running in any given time. And if we have any excess resources, we can burn up the excess resources. That's the 5th one. That's because normally you use 4, and I always have an extra one, so I can burn up that extra, so it just goes that much faster, that much easier. Already at 33, we're going to have this done like that. Now, again, we're doing every process along the way, but it takes time. Each of these things take time to make plates and rods, and then you can then upgrade your plates and rods, and then you got to do all your stuff. Now, I can bet you over here, everybody, that we are going to have a tremendous amount of wire over here right now. Look at this wire. Holy mackerel. I mean, cable. We got a tremendous amount of cable. How are we doing over here? Nothing, because we got nothing running in there. And our wire is looking pretty good. But our cable is already done. And so that means the cable is backlogging all the way across here and is ending up way over here at the end. And so that means that if we keep following this back, that all of the wire has backlogged and all of the actual copper ignits has backlogged as well. So basically what's happening right now is we're running this out of here as fast as we can at 60. But we could just take all this out, by the way, just like this, and run it over there manually if you want to. I'll just do it just for fun. But we also have another box that's making this, and that means that over here we have a bunch of wire. Come on. A bunch of wire that should eventually backlog. Why is there no wire? Oh, because it ran out. That's right. We were burning our excess. It ran out. So that extra bit already made enough wire, and it stopped, but it didn't have any excess left over. And by excess, I mean up here, everybody. Look at all of this up here for sure. Let's actually make another one of these up here. I'm going to show you a little trick. You just drop all your stuff in there. You take all of this out of here, you move this down into this bottom box, and then now it's going to run all of those through there and make a bunch of extra wire and utilize all that excess. Over here, same thing. We can take that out of there and we can run even more in there if we want, or we can just put this excess up here, so when that runs out, we can put it in there again. Again, the kind of manual doing it. Now, later on, you can do overflows and you can do all of that stuff later. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and just keep this going. We're going to get all of our resources back here. And then actually we could just, well, I gotta take it and put it there. So that'll run that. So that'll keep running. We'll take this out. We don't need that anymore. And then we're going to run this. And again, these 4 over here are just for overflow, just for the extra resources that we're collecting while I was building it. So I'm actually producing twice as much, even though I'm only using 1 node. And that's because I backlogged a bunch of the raw resources, and those raw resources are producing the stuff, right? So every time I see I have excess, I can just go over here and say, you know what? Well, this is iron here. You know what? Take all of this excess. And again, we'll put this up here. We'll put all that in there. We'll take all this excess and we'll burn up all the excess. And again, there's a way of doing this later on where you don't have to manually do it yourself, but you get the idea. So we're taking the excess, we're running it over there. What if we have excess iron, right? Like we have now. On me, my power's totally gonna run out soon. I could just feel it. Oh, and there it is! Kismet moment. I called it right at the second. Oh, come on. Let's see some GGs. That lasted a long time. That did good. Guess what? We're done. We're done up there. 50 of those complete. So let's get over here. Let's stop this from making these. Of course, it's stopped now because it has no power. But man, we did that perfect. That was perfect timing. We didn't have to go and collect any resources. We got that right on the dot. Nice. Nice. Very, very nice. All right. And again, we're just going to manually turn these off. We could run a separate power line and just unplug the power line and all of that. But I find I like to manually turn them off. So if I forget later, it doesn't burn up all these resources. Now, I'm going to take these resources out. If I could, put them in my inventory. But let's go ahead and put this raw stuff. Now, here's what happens at this point, everybody. Your stuff goes off, right? And you're like, I lost my power. Do we have any extra of these? No. I lost my power. Now I'm going to have to start this back up again. Well, what's going to do, it's going to take time for it to start all of these processes going. And then there's going to be a big gap in your belt, especially in the beginning, because it takes a long time for it to get there. So what I do is I have a backlog of resources there to kind of basically quick start everything right when I get the power back up and working again. The biggest problem I have with my power right now is I have no biofuel being produced. Right? So I need to go and collect more biofuel. Now, the smart thing to do is leave a little bit on your character like I did. Thinking ahead. But before we do all of that, there's something that we can do that we don't need power for. Let's get that going right now. And that is unlocking the next phase. Let's go, baby. Let's lock that in. What's up, Angry Joe? What's up? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in. Great stream. I really enjoyed this game and would love to play together sometime. I'm also a streamer. Oh, there you go. Well, thanks for hanging out. Yes, I don't
progress presentation.
do co-op on this yet.
Congratulations. The Phase 1 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 1 will be completed and the distribution platform will be constructed. After completion of Phase 1, the technologies of Tiers 3 and 4 will become available in the hub. Highlights are automated power, steel production, personnel transportation, and many more. Completing Phase 2 of project assembly is your next main objective. New project parts will need to be produced and delivered to the space elevator as you have done previously. Continue to construct, automate, explore, and exploit for a better fix-it future.
There's that smart plating again. So we are going to need to put more smart plating in there, but we don't need to do it right now. Let's send it. Unlocking Tiers 3 and 4, which are among my favorite in the game, everybody, because there's just a huge transition between the early part of the game, what we're doing, and then a lot of the higher-end processes that we're about to set up. But the number one thing, coal power. And we got it on our to-do list.
Phase 1 of project assembly completed. This is only the beginning of project assembly, the first step towards saving the day. You have performed adequately so far. Reminder, not only is Fix-It saving humanity, it is saving all of Earth, including kittens and puppies. It is statistically likely that you appreciate the continued existence of kittens and/or puppies. Continue the work for their sake. Continue the work for Fix-It. It is time to start the work on Phase 2 of project assembly.
I'm on it. Never stops being awesome every time, everybody. It's so cool. Again, they just did such a phenomenal job on this game. It's just so awesome. All right, so now we want to go in here and we want to see what's next on the list. Now, don't worry, everybody. Next week, we're going to be doing Fix-It. Kismets as well. All right, so we got Tier 3 and 4. Now I'm just going to skip over the jump pads. I find them to be mostly useless, occasionally useful if you just want to jump down from a high place and just land in there if you don't have your jetpack or if you don't have your other things that help you or your parachute. You can just jump down in there, but I very rarely ever use the jump pads ever. But we will use them in this playthrough because we're going to use everything. Okay, the thing I want to do very quickly, we can do vehicular transport, but we're going to need modular frames for that. And we need about 100 rotors, which is why I stopped that production. Because once I get my power turned back on again, I don't want it making a bunch of smart plating right now because it needs to make 1,000 smart plating. And I don't want it to do that right now. I wanted to do that later when I'm not here. When I'm asleep, the server's going to keep running, and it's going to make me 1,000 smart plating as well. Okay, so we need coal power, we need water extractor. Now, the first thing I would do, since we have our rotors done, is I would go in and work on this. And again, we need 50 rotors and we need 150 reinforced iron plates. And if we were smart, we stopped it so it didn't burn all those up. So we had enough of those to basically unlock it straight away. So let's go back over here. This way. Back over here and hope that we have enough rotors, 50 rotors, that we can take out of all of this to just go immediately and get our stuff going. Well, there's 26 right there, so we have half of it. But guess what? There's 24 more right there. There's 24. Now, I don't necessarily have to take out the reinforced iron plates, but I'm going to anyway because I'm going to use those for line runs. And there's no need to do this. Now, again, later, I'll do this and I'll also siphon it off because it doesn't matter how slow it's going because it's going to run for an infinite amount of time. Oh, wait, this one says no power. It doesn't say, no, yeah, it's no power because I turned off. Because that one was running before. So now how many do we have? We have 91. So we are looking good. Looking good for our next phase. Again, thinking toward the next thing really helps you a lot. It's really helps you move and be efficient. Right there. All right, there we go. Coal power already unlocked the second we were able to unlock it. Nice. Tell us all about it, Ada.
Reached. Power production can now be fully automated by burning coal, which has been added to the resource scanner. Water is also necessary to run the coal-powered generator and will require a network of pipelines to be transported from a water source. To assist with locating and identifying water, Fixit has compiled this guide. Water is a somewhat reflective liquid and it may have thick vegetation growing nearby. To test if something is water, try touching it. If it is not solid and does not corrode your suit, it is probably water.
Okay, well, thanks for that deep insight, as always. Now, another thing we want to work on is our enhanced asset security, which means us. Right over here, we can go ahead and select that milestone, and when it comes back in about 8 minutes, we have enough to do that one as well, as we should. We have 1,500. We got plenty of all of that. I think we stopped our rods. No, we have some rods. Okay. Do we have 600? 2, 4, not quite 6. All right, so we're going to go ahead, now that we have a bunch of all of our resources, we're going to go ahead and reestablish our plates going in there. And we're going to run back here and reestablish our stuff going here. Now, we were taking off some of the rods as well in there as well. Now, we got all of that going. We've got the thing running. We got like 6 minutes until it comes back so we can go ahead and do our defense thing. Now's the time to get to work. Now, before you walk away from your base, you need to take this stuff and put that stuff back away. Why? Because you're going to go out there, you're going to collect about 3 bushes and realize that you got too much crap in your inventory. I've done it so many times, everybody. I can't tell you. Too many times, as a matter of fact. All right, put all this stuff back in here. We know where it's at. Now, one of the things I'm also going to do is take these extra ones and just put them in here for right now. What else can we do? We're going to go ahead and put this in our hands to give us some inventory space. We're going to put these extra rotors in here that we can use later. We've got some wire over here. We don't need any of this stuff right now. Ooh, the wire is maxed out. So let's put our extra wire over here. And we've got some concrete, which we don't need right now. Is our concrete full yet? No. Why is our concrete not full? Let's see what's up. I get our power back on to check it. It's just because that line is really slow, I bet. Okay, so we've got that, and then we have a little bit of leaves, so we can go ahead and just drop off over here. All we need is we need our thing, we need our chainsaw, we need a little bit of solid biofuel, which we already have. And then back here, you can see I throw it on the ground just so it is, because I don't have my signs yet. So the smart thing, just throw it on the ground so you know which one to put it in, and then it's going to automatically go through and go in here. Now, the problem is that I don't have any power to make the power. That's another problem that we have right now. Now, I usually start where my area is, and I just kind of very much, as you can see, cleared a lot of the resources. Now, all you have to do is look around and look for trees, and it's time to go to work. And again, make sure you leave yourself a little bit extra so that when you get to this stage and you're like, oh, God, I ran out of stuff. Let's go grab some more. Now, we're going to be able to grab it at much faster rate. Hold down E, by the way. Much faster to grab all this stuff with E than to use your chainsaw. It takes way too long. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Press E on one of these, and then you can just run around with it, picking it up. And again, we're just going to clear all of this out, all the way back. Again, you'd think the AoE would be faster, but it's totally not. Because it takes longer for the animation of the chainsaw than it does for me just to pick it up. And I'm going to very systematically, as you can see, clear all this out. And if any baddies are coming at me, I'm going to know it from way far away. I feel like going over there and wiping out that baddie. Again, we're just going to clear some of this. And then we're going to take out the trees. Now, at this point, what you want to do is just take out the trees first. And if you get some bushes, great. And if you don't, go back and get them later. So we're just going to go ahead and clear out so we can see where our node is here. And I just go for the trees. Now, again, if you want to try to hit the center, you can just say hit this. And then it's going to get more, and it's going to get the tree, and it's going to get everything. But I just go get the trees, and if I get it, I get it. It's good enough. Just faster for me to just cut down every tree in the forest. And again, it really opens it up, man. You can way see that it's opening up so you can see where your stuff is. And eventually we're going to run into some baddies, so be ready. Be ready to get it going on. Now, the wood is going to convert way more of your biofuel or your biomass that becomes a solid biofuel than the leaves. So it's actually smarter to get the wood. But again, if I get some leaves, I get some leaves. I'm going to take this all the way to the beach. And get this one in the middle. Boom, now we got all of those. Very nice. Okay. Now we took a bunch of those out. Let's go over here. Oh, look out! K-Man Mox coming in, showing some love. Good morning, Kismet and chat. Good morning to you. We're doing a long stream today. We're going to probably hit 12 hours here. We're going to keep on rocking. Right now, 9.5 hours in. We're starting a brand new playthrough. Oh, yeah, we're going to go get this guy. Brand new playthrough of Satisfactory. This is the mega playthrough. We're going to go ahead and play everything, do everything in the entire game. Where you going? Come back here. You're not going to make it. Give me that stuff. Look at this. Look at this weirdness. It's pretty weird. We got a Mercer Sphere from up there earlier. It was very nice. Grab all that stuff while I'm going by. Get some more wood. So if you want to be the most efficient with your time, everybody, is just to get the trees. What I'm trying to say here. Just get the trees as quick as possible. And don't worry about the leaves at this point. Because that's going to run for a really, really long time. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Listen for bad guys. They're around somewhere. Now, my goal is to go until my character is full. When my character is full, then I'm done collecting. If you haven't watched my stream, if you've watched it more than 5 minutes, you know that I'm constantly overburdened. In just about every game I play. Let's get the one in the middle, and that should get the other ones. Boom. See, I got the other two next to it. Very nice. And then same thing here. We'll try to go a bit in the middle. Got all of those. Oh, our fix-it re-entry's coming in. Here it comes. Where is it? I see birds. Oh, it's over there. It's finished. Already landed. So just go around, and when it says you can't collect anymore, you're done. And the cool thing is, this will be the last time I have to do this. If I don't want to do it. And again, you can go in and optimize your collection, but I see some trees, I get the trees. It's simple as that. I try to optimize it a little bit. See, like that, where that one was pretty well in the center there. Got that one off the side there. Very nice. By the way, watch this. If you get this one right here, this one here in the corner. Boom, we got the tree that's down below. There's a great little trick for you. And over here. Oh, yeah, we got to go down and get that guy. Let's go. This one's going to be fun. We got it.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. It is unclear where on the flora or fauna spectrum it lies, but initial data suggests this might be a nest or an egg. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Sounds good. Whatever she just said. We're going to have to cut down the whole forest if we need to. Again, we're mega playing, so we're going to collect a lot. We're not messing around now. We're not just being efficient where we're collecting the minimum amount. We're collecting the maximum amount, and then we're going to let it run for a really long time. That is for sure. Let me get this little guy here. Again, you're going to run into some people eventually here. I'm amazed I haven't ran into more of them so far. Make it worth your time to do that animation. That is for sure. Oh, missed one back here. I find most of these trees are in the middle of a bunch of these bushes anyway. Like right here is a good one to use the bush in the center. Boom, and I see I got that whole area there very nicely. And let's use one of these out here. Nice. Now you can make it so it doesn't AoE now, if you missed out on that update, everybody. Where you can just take out a single item, which I think is a great change for peeps who are doing that kind of thing. Now me, I'm going to run over here and grab this bacon. And I'm going to run on out of there. I could run in there and kill those guys, but I'm on a mission here. We only have so much time. We only got so much time to make it happen, Captain. Bingo. Again, we'll go a little past that one. We'll go right here. Get that whole area. And get this. We are taking down the forest in here big time. This one. Oh, yeah. And we're going to run past this and get this guy. We get it? Ah, missed that little one. So go heavy on the wood, not so much on the leaves. I mean, you're going to end up with a ton of leaves anyway. Oh, and that's when you know that you've done it. See how it's not picking this up anymore? That's when you know you're almost full. But I'm still going to get this wood. Yeah, see, it's not AoEing anymore. So I've only got enough room for wood now, so it's okay. I'll just cut down the wood. Now, one of the weird things it does when your inventory is full is you think it would cut down a bunch of just the trees, but it only starts doing just one thing. So you start doing one thing and you're just doing the one tree at a time, which is less efficient. But look at this, everybody. There's no trees. We cut down all the trees in the whole entire area. We have a massive amount of wood over there. All right, let's run back. And I can try to pick up these, but it's not going to work. I am out of inventory space. And let's slide and jump. Slide and jump. Slide and jump. Get you going nice and early. Look how easy it is to see our limestone now. Very nice. We missed a tree. We missed a tree right here that we went around. We could take that out and we won't have to go around the tree anymore. All right, let's use the belt to our advantage. Whee! Let's go. I was running way over that way. Actually, we'll go this way. Better idea. Let's go this way. Lizard Doggo! What's up, little buddy? You're so cute. You're so cute. We haven't done Lizard Doggos yet either. We didn't do that in our last playthrough. Which we did finish earlier today, by the way. We finished our other playthrough. We only used 70,000 power. We used no alternate recipes. And we got all the way to the end. And we're done. And we got our golden cup, which is awesome. Got our golden cup yet again. Again, I played through the game like 50 times, everybody. Many times. Okay, so let's go here this way, not over here where my copper is running. We want to go over this way, and we want to go ahead and feed this stuff in here so it starts going. So we're going to go ahead and put that in there, and then we're going to put all that wood in there, and that's going to be a tremendous amount of that, everybody. An absolute tremendous amount. Now, the problem is I don't have the power to run making me more power. So I need to go ahead and take some of this out. Either this, the leaves. I just take the wood out because one stack of wood is a lot of fuel. So we can go over here, utilize our little thing. I like how we have a little patch of grass right here. Touch grass, chat. Touch grass. There we go. There. Oh, I'm not supposed to. It's not supposed to be in game. It's supposed to be in real life. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. So again, thanks for that 36 months in a row there, Caveman Mox. Thanks for coming in, hanging out as always. Appreciate everybody chilling out in the channel, having a good time. Having a good time. I mean, dang, 9 hours, 10 hours have flown by, everybody. Just having a great time right in here. Now, your biomass converts very, very quickly, which is awesome. You can convert faster than it can. But the real trick is your biofuel. Your biofuel takes a bit longer. So I don't necessarily need to make 200 for every single one. I need to get my power back up and running, and it will make its own biofuel faster than it actually uses it up, which is awesome. So I'll probably make about 100, maybe. And again, I have 10 of them. So if I have 100 and I have 10, I just need to keep splitting it down until it's down to about 10 each. And those 10 each is going to go ahead and then run my entire factory. And then, of course, get the biofuel going. We'll see if it lasts long enough. Now, I might need to make 200, so it's running long enough where it gets enough in each of the things. So we'll see. But this, I'm going to manually do it. Now, and when it comes to power, this is actually the perfect time for load balancing. Where you load balance your power so that it's equally going into each one. And you'll see me do that eventually with my power. But the whole point of what we're doing is to get to the point where we don't need to do that because we're running our coal power. And our coal power will be perpetual power. We'll get it going. Again, while we're going to be waiting for this to do its stuff and build up a bunch of resources, we're going to be working on that coal power. Oh, we're already past it. Okay, how about 150 then? 150 is good. Okay. This way we'll have 50 left for us. Okay, so we'll go in and we'll cut this left, right, and center into a whole bunch of these. That's 5. Even less so. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8. So you know what? Let's just go to 10 each, roughly. Good enough. And then we're going to go ahead and manually feed these in here to fire our power back up. And then we can just let it run. And so we'll go ahead. Well, that already has it in there. Oh, did we pop? We popped past our capacity. Oh, it wasn't that we ran out of fuel, because this has fuel in it. It's that we went above our capacity. Oh, I didn't even check the box. I should have went in and looked at the box. But I don't see any coming down the line. So maybe some of the ones at the end ran out of fuel. I don't see why that has gone off, but other than the fact that we went past our overall power, but it's going to run out of fuel anyway, everybody. So good to get it going. So now we need our resources back to make ourselves a little biofuel thing. What do we need? A little bit of everything. Okay, very nice. And we should take a little bit of everything anyway, because we're going to be exploring around. I like to have a little bit of each resource. Actually, I could leave these here, and I could go ahead. And oh, I could be doing the other thing too. Hold on. Let's get all of that. Let's get 3 of these. Let's get 2 of these. Let's get 1 of these. And 1 of those. And we good. Okay. Now we have a little bit of each resource. It just dawned on me that it's already got the stuff in there. So I'm just going to put all of this in the last one. Right here. And then we want to connect our power. Well, we need to add another power. Dropping it. Dang it. Dang you. Nope, that is not lined up. Because we got so much stuff on us. Let's condense that down. There we go. You can force it to drop it on the ground if you want by just filling up all the slots, even though they can stack. I hate those things. Oops. We just downgraded that to a Mark 1 belt. My bad. Let's see. We want to go now to our higher belts because we do have a lot of these things now. Okay, and then we'll make it straight. We have a lot of them, but we didn't pick them up. We put it back in the box, and we didn't pick up the box. That was the thing I forgot. Slide and jump. Let's grab them. Back out of there, all of them. And the rotors and our extra wire. Nice. Slide jump. Slide jump. Slide jump. Okay, now I want to put this back to level 2 because I want them to come out of there as fast as we currently can. Oh no, it is level 2. I just upgraded to level 2. I see. Then over here, we'll go ahead and do that. And then on this last one, we'll just manually put that 150 in there. And that'll make that go a little faster when it starts up. We'll run another line here so we can go do this. And that, so we went off beyond our ability to do our power. Our max cons is 327. So let's go ahead and start it up. And now, wow, that is perfect, everybody. Our max cons is 327 and our max capacity is 330. So again, and actually because we had all that extra in there, we don't have to worry about it not making the stuff fast enough to get that going. Now, I can make it go faster, by the way. If I have this coming out at a faster rate, I could go ahead and divert it into a second one, which I can do. But this is going to come out of here at 60 over here. We're doing 120 in. The wood alone is going to do 300 per minute. Now, if I had a belt where I could run it out of there at 300 per minute, I absolutely could do it. But if we were in a hurry, we could go ahead and take the biomass one here and cut that in half and then merge it into this belt and make it a 120 belt if we want. But really, you don't need to. It's going to produce 60 per minute over here, which is pretty much enough. If we do the math, we can go in and do the math of how many it needs per minute. It needs 4 per minute, and we have 11. So that means it's going to need 44 per minute, and it's going to be producing 60. So that's fine. It's good. It's all good, chat. If you want to figure out how much 60 is, you just say 60 divided by how many total powers you could put down. And we can just do that, actually. Let's just do it. 60 divided by 4 is going to be 15. So let's just put 15 of them in, and now we know it's going to produce enough to keep it going. But I like to actually have extra backlog, so we could actually, I'm not even going to do it. We can just go in and we can put 4 more in there and we'd be fine. but we don't need that much power running at the same time. We need just the amount of power that we have, because that is maxing our current capacity. I mean, that's more than our max capacity, or more if we had everything running simultaneously, which our cable and our wire have stopped running because we have more than enough of that. And that's why it's not at that max cons. Now, I could be using the cable and wire to run into the Awesome Sink, but if I do that, I'm going to add 30 power on top of running all of that, so I would need more power again, and I don't really need anything in my Awesome Sink right now, other than my little car would be nice right now, but that's okay. We're fine without it for the second that we're working here. So we got all of that working. We know that that's going to produce a tremendous amount of all of that. In fact, we can actually help it out a little bit by just going in and manually putting that in there. There we go. That's going to get that going. We're going to put all this that we made in there. And so that's going to run in there nice and fast. What do you got here? Mark II belt. Just making sure this is going in at 120. Yes, 120 is the maximum that's going to do. And 120 is the maximum it's going to run down the belt, because that's as fast as it can go. Over here, this is producing 300 per minute, which we can go ahead and speed up this belt. That one we don't need to speed up. But now this is coming out of here at 120 per minute, which means this is going to start to backlog as well. But you know what? Let's just speed that up too. Let's just speed all of that up. And eventually that's just going to run out faster than it can. Now I can just go like this too. I can just take this out and run this over here. So it's going to backlog 200 more in there. So even though it can run out at 120, it's got a whole bunch more, 280 that it's going to fill up right here. And I can just manually take it out, because I don't have the belt speed to do it now. But I can just manually take it out. It's going to be doing both. It's going to be running it out and filling it up in the biomass thing. You can see it's made 85 of them already. I can just keep taking them out and keep putting them over here just to speed that up a bit faster. But that's okay. We're going to run this out. Now, again, we could double up on our output here, but there's no reason if we're outputting 60 and we need 44. So very nice. Let it run. Again, we're trying to keep our power very efficient, so we can get our perpetual power going. Now, what we want to do is we want to build a power plant. And that power plant is going to be right down here, so I can make that power plant as big or as small as I want. So what we're going to do is we're going to run this down to the water, like so. And this is going to give us a lot of water. Now, we're going to miss out on some of the water behind the ramp, and that's okay. We're going to go ahead and run this all the way down. This one's a little too far. All the way down to here. Now, one of the things that I like to do with my water, everybody, is a lot of people do this, where it's up above the water, or they'll go ahead and run it down like this a little bit more. There we go. Where it's actually above the water. I like mine to be slightly below the water. Not so much that you are swimming like this. That's not good. I'm always afraid some big gigantic shark's gonna come and eat me. I watch Jaws. But I want it just to be just a little bit down. So we're going to go ahead and just go like this and do a little small ramp there. What that's doing is ramping down just a bit, and then we'll put a foundation in, and we'll see if we can stand on it. Nope. Can't quite do it, right? So it's not quite right. So what we're going to do is we're going to back up by 1 here. And then we're going to go ahead and do a 2-meter ramp right here. And then instead of doing another 2-meter ramp, which would equal 4 meters, we will just go another meter like this. Actually, what I need to do, yes, 2 meter, then 1 meter be 3 meter, but I need to get a little further under. So I think actually that's probably fine because of the way that the water extractors are. Actually, that's going to be fine. We kind of line that up fairly good to the world grid. That actually is going to be fine. It's just enough where it's slightly under the water like this. Yes, that's going to be perfect. Okay, or slightly at the water level. Okay, so that'll be perfect because when we put the water extractors in, the water extractors are a bit above the water. And so we won't actually need any pumps at all because it's going to be up like this. Now, one of the things we're going to need, though, is our copper sheets, which we talked about earlier, right? And we've unlocked that process now to do copper sheets. So we need to get our copper sheets going, and we have plenty of wire, and we have plenty of all of that. Now we just need that other thing. So we're going to go ahead and put in the rest of this, and then we're going to make a little bit of a platform here, and this is going to be the center of where we're going to be working all of our water. So it's always easier to bring my coal to the water than the water to the coal. Because again, now when you're going up a hill, by the way, you can jump. It helps you a lot, makes you go faster. See, like that. Going up those ramps, much easier. Okay, so that's where we're going to end up. Now, we've been working on all of our conveyor belts here because we are going to make a tremendous amount of conveyor belts while this is doing all of its stuff. It's going to be backlogging a bunch of rotors and stators, or not stators, but rotors and reinforced iron plates. And so we want to go ahead and bring those reinforced iron plates way over here where we're going to be using them while we're gone. So we're going to go ahead and run that into there. And we're going to go ahead and run this down into there. Now it's too steep. It was fine earlier, but now it's too steep. All right, whatever. Whatever, bro. There we go. Okay, so now that should bring them rotors down, and we're going to disconnect it from this way, and we're going to let it backlog into these for now. And then eventually we're going to run those out, and those are going to connect here, and those boxes are going to come back and connect here, because it's going to have a bunch of excess in there eventually, because we're going to be busy doing other things. Now, I can work on my smart platings if I want, but I've already got 27 of them in there. It's more than enough. More than enough for right now. We'll deal with that later, and that's going to be an off-stream thing where we're just going to let it run and come back and be like, bam, we got a bunch of that done. Okay, so we need to also raise this up over here, and we need to go ahead and get our lifters in here. Oh, we can go ahead and now switch, because we have plenty of our things now. At least we think so. We'll find out. And now we're just going to use our faster belts that we have. All right, and then up just a bit. We're going to use the line on the side to get an idea, and then we can set it down like that. We can climb up the ladder if we want to, make it a little easier, get up on top, run that right there. No, this way. No, stop doing that. Stop doing that, game. There we go. Okay, so now we want to get our copper sheets over here. So again, you can see I'm working from the end. Now, once I have the direction established, it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter which way I run it. I can run it this way or the other way. But it's very easy to get your belts mixed up. So I have a tendency to try to remember and try to practice running it in the actual direction so that I don't screw myself up later. But it doesn't always happen. Again, I find it harder to put the top ones in after you put the other ones in. And there we go. Now, do we connect this at the end? I think we did. Yes, we did. We connected it to that box. So by the time we get this done and we get back over here, this should be good to go. And it should run all the way to our copper sheets. Again, normally I just manually progress, and then by just making the stuff myself, and then I get the faster belts and all of that stuff. Really helps a lot efficiency-wise. But this is more fun to do all the processes. And again, in the long run, it's more efficient to do all the processes because you already have them in place when you need them for all the things you're making. And also, in this case, this stuff is going to make a crazy ton of all of this. Okay, so now our overflow here is doing all of our wire. And we're pretty good on wire right now. I think we're all good overall on wire. So what we're going to do is we're going to shift wire from these making wire here. We're going to take those out, and we're going to shift 2 of these to our copper sheet. So it's going to bring 20 in and 10 out. Now, because I have it in manifolds, it's going to automatically adjust and use up all those extra copper ingots that I have. It's going to auto adjust that and start making them copper sheets. So we're going to do this. Now, we got to get these off the line or just pick them up at the end, whichever. But we're going to go ahead and bring this out right here. And we're going to run this. Actually, let's just run it like this. Let's see if we can get away with turning this corner. We'll take this one out that we don't need. Get up on this box. And we'll just have it do the job for us. We go like this, and we hit straight, and then we'll just turn that corner for us. Nice. All right, and here comes those copper sheets. Just that easy. That's retooling the factory, everybody. I kind of feel like I want to take all of it out and make it all into copper sheets since I have so much wire as well. Yeah. That's what I think I'm going to do. Let's just go ahead and retool this all for copper sheets. Like this. And then what we'll do is we'll take this line out here temporarily. And we'll go ahead and run it back this way. Come on. There we go. We'll just put a merger right there. Merge that in there. All right. There we go. Now we're just going to bypass. I can tell you there's probably a bunch still in here it's trying to run. And a bunch over here it's going to do. So we're just going to temporarily merge that, and we'll go ahead and fix that later. But now it's going to use all of this for this. Now, is there a bunch of these backlogged in here? I bet there is. Sure is. Take all those out and run them in here. Now, what I'm going to do is, because now it's doing copper sheets, is increase the speed at which it's coming out, which I think I already have it at belt 2, but let's just make sure. Yes, these are all level 2. So this is now coming out of there at 120. So this is going to get this in here. Now, again, faster way, take it out and just super feed it right in here, right in there, and so on, and so on, and so on. You get the idea. These are already max fed. Max fed over here. All right, run that in. And then we got this back in there. How are we doing over here? Okay, this one's running out. What do we got up here? A whole bunch here. Let's run all that in there. Use that up. Burn it up, baby. Burn it up. Nice. Again, that's our overflow. And this one here is actually being all inline as well. Okay, so there we go. Now we got that copper sheets going at max speed for right now. And again, we're not going to worry about too much about the numbers for our copper. Our copper, it makes a crazy ton of all of that. I mean, it feels like 5 or 10 times the amount of the iron that you can do with copper. Copper sheets being probably the slowest of the 3 things in the beginning. And also using the belt, by the way, as you can see, to get from one side to the other. And we're going to go right here, and we're going to take out this wire out of here, and then take this wire out the front. So we can let those copper sheets build up. All right, we got a bunch of those in our inventory. Looking good. Let's get up here and take a look. Make sure those copper sheets are... Oh, okay. We get on the ladder guide. There we go. Those copper sheets are now... It's just copper sheets coming down the line. So very nice. Very awesome. All right, now we have all of our stuff going. Now remember how many things we got going here in our first day of our mega playthrough, right? So we have 6, 7 resources going right here. And then, of course, we have 8, 9 if you count the reinforced iron plates and the rotors. So basically, we got 9 resources running just in this particular area that we got going. And of course, we could count number 10 as the biofuel that is being produced out here as well. So we've really got a lot of stuff rocking and a lot of stuff rolling. How's our power looking? Rock solid. Rock solid. This one's at 61 right here. Doesn't look like it's going all the way. Oh, it's still filling the first one. Doesn't look like it's going all the way down the line, but it's still filling that first. Oh, it did the first one. It's done the second one. It's done the third one. The 4th one, and now it's on the 5th one, and then eventually it'll just fill it all the way down. Because again, this is probably 8 hours worth of power right there. that I'm running, even with the amount of biofuel that I'm going. So I could literally do stuff for 8 hours before it ran out of power. Because that's why we go fill them with wood, because the wood will just keep building and building and building forever. Well, what feels like forever, not really forever, but for a long time. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to run another line. We've already done all of our other stuff. Before we leave the base, though, we want to make sure, oh, we got all of our pumps and stuff down here. Very nice. And we have our coal power. That's our ultimate goal today, everybody, is to get that coal to run over here. Okay, now, if we want to run this at 120, which we do. Oh, and let me get coal power up for you guys over here. Let me go ahead and pull up this coal power over here. And we're going to use the simple method, not the more advanced buffer method. But here also I illustrated coal power live on stream. Here it is right here. So you got setup 1, which is I call easy mode water. Then setup 2, where you're using buffers to basically create a water balancer that is balancing the water between them all. And you're like, Kismet, that doesn't work. It sure does. I just did it in my last playthrough. You can go watch the playthrough and watch how it works in the previous playlist. But right here, we're going to just use the simple setup where we are using 6 waters, and we're just running those waters into our 6 water extractors into 6 coal and 6 coal. Now, to get started, what we're going to need is we're going to need coal miners, and we're going to need a certain amount of coal to get it going. So we're going to need 180 coal being extracted out of there and run into here. So we basically need 240 coal as well if we want to really get that going at its maximum speed. Because when we do our inputs here, it's going to add up real quickly. So again, we're going to try to do 12 coal power today, and we're going to try to use those water extractors to run the water in there. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be amazing. But the first thing we got to do is we got to get enough coal. So let's go ahead and now and try to ping our coal right here. So we're going to go right here to the end. And we're going to start to do our line runs, and we're going to think about what's going to happen when it gets here, right? So we want it to run across here, and we want to build it as we go. Now, another thing we want to think about is our power as we go as well. We're going to have to bring, we're going to have to work on this one and bring this one up a little bit more eventually. But we're going to want to bring our coal power in like this. And then we'll want to bring our coal power down here. And where's that one at? That one's there. So let's say we're going right down the center edge here. Let's actually offset this just a little bit so it's not taking up too much of my road. So I put the first one down, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoop it just to get an idea of how high up it is, and then how we can get our coal out of there, because it's going to be on the top one. Be nicer if it was on the bottom one. We could lift all of these up and rerun these lines. Kind of feel like that's what we should do, is just lift those up by 1. And why are you acting so weird? There we go. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead, hit G, so we're just getting our lifters. Take those out. And then we're going to have that right there. And so we need to go ahead and lift these up. Right here. And we're going to take this out and this out. Okay, we're going to have a problem with this one. Very nice. So I just made it go straight across instead of going up to the top part. And then that allowed me to go ahead and run these through here. My big problem is this bottom one, so I might want to go down even lower. Like this. Of course, this is going to somewhat block my road. But we're going to rerun all of this anyway. We'll just run this through. Okay, that is not lined up. That is totally not lined up. All right, let's try that again. Just upgraded that belt, which I didn't mean to, but we'll do it anyway. There we go. Right through there for now. And we'll rework all of that later anyway. Okay, so that'll make it so that bottom one is not blocked. Okay, so let's take these out. And rerun these. Middle mouse button. Turn off my zoop. There we go. This one off. And we'll run that up. Say there. Oops, wrong one. Wrong one. Just reworking these lines. That one's going to go there. And that one is the bottom one. So the faster one is the top one. But I just made faster belts here because I feel like it. We can run this now at our faster speed. We're just going to go ahead and upgrade all of these belts. Mark 2s, Mark 2s. That one now, Mark 2. This one, Mark 2. We need more of our stuff that we're making right over here. More. Where's the rest of that go? Why is it only... Oh, I put it... Oh, wait, I used it. I used it on those other belts I just did. Yep. Okay, how are we doing over here? Screws looking good. This is coming out of here. These could be coming out over here. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. Taking their sweet time to get into here. Oh, that's because we're siphoning off the resources again. Okay, we're going to have to cut the resources here, here, and there. There we go. That's going to cause some screws to backlog, and then more screws are going to go in there, more plates are going to go in there, more rods are going to go in there. Eventually, and that'll make these go faster. That's what's slowing that down, because I'm using a lot of those resources. Eventually, it won't be a problem, because it'll backlog in the box and then automatically go to 100%. But for now, we'll go ahead and break that off, because we need a lot of these reinforced iron plates eventually. Oh, that perfectly comes right out from under there. Very cool. Oh, and there goes my headphones. There goes my headphones. What are we at? 10 hours now. Ooh, mama. We got a couple hours to get this done before we hit 12 hours. Let's do it. Get our new headphones in. We're ready to rock. These headphones last about 4 hours, so every time I know my headphones go off, I know 4 hours have gone by. They last a long time. Okay. Now we're ready, everybody. We're ready. We got a lot of resources. We have a good amount. We're going to need a lot of concrete. We're going to need a lot of iron plates. Let's get some of those. And then we can also get rid of a bunch of this other stuff we don't need. I'm going to go ahead and put this stuff away. You know what? I don't feel like running that to the box. I'm just going to put that in there. We're going to need a bunch of plates. Let's get our plates going on. Put this in here. And we're going to need a bunch of concrete. We'll just take it all. Take it all at this point. Okay, now we need to get these... we should just take all the plates, too. Take all the plates minus a couple slots. Yep. and then back those off by a couple. Yep, sure should. Okay. Any extra stuff in here? No. Okay, so while that's making more of that stuff, because it's not going to be making more plates at this point for our boxes, it's making it for the reinforced iron plates. Now, because I don't have a lot of reinforced iron plates, I just used a bunch of them up to basically upgrade this stuff over here. I'm going to just run a regular line, a lower level line for now, just to get all the line runs done while we're waiting for more reinforced iron plates, and then we'll come back and we'll upgrade all of the lines to be that faster line. So we want to go in here and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and turn this back down. This will be 3. This will be 4. Turn this back down to the slower belts. Now we want our belts to go the max distance though, because these just use plates, and we got a lot of plates that we can use to get that right over there. Okay, now also we want to go ahead and run our power along with our stuff here, which is why I have this offset just a little bit out here. And I'm not really going to use this part over there as a road, but I can just go right down the center. Usually I keep these offset like this, but again, I have them right by the poles. Now I like to put them actually like this, right next to the poles eventually. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right there, and we only need it 1 high for now, and we're just going to go ahead and take this out and just kind of start our power right next to where we have our lifters. Now the power can go much further than our conveyor poles, but again, our goal is to bring that coal back over here. So 1, 2, 3, and we should probably start rising up there. So let's go ahead and just put a little ramp in. Let's rise up a little bit. See how we like that. Maybe a little bit more. I'm going to work a bit on the foundations first. Now we can go ahead and put in our ramps. It's number 7. And number 8 will be our things. Most of the time, by the way, I don't use the... I'm not using the things at the bottom. I'm middle mouse buttoning. Middle mouse buttoning. Where I just use the middle mouse button to take stuff out. Make sure it's safe before you jumped out. Or at least safe enough. Okay, so we want to run this through here. We could have done that way further down. All right. Let's bring this back down. Again, this is attached to the world grid, so we can just go ahead and figure out right there. That's probably good enough. We're going to take this out. Take all of this out. And we're going to reverse engineer this back that way. Perfect. So basically, we just looked at where it's pretty close to the ground, so I don't have to make a ladder or a ramp or whatever. I can just jump up or go down there and take out trees if I want to. I don't like trees next to my stuff, like right over here. Oh, you know, it'd be a good one to unlock in the Awesome Shop right now would be the ladder. That's one of the first ones I unlock. That'd be a great place to jump down, use the ladder to get back up. We got one of our little glowy guys, too. But what we'll do is we'll just go old school and we'll just use a ramp. Get away from my stuff. Oh, I didn't bring enough stuff. Darn it. Always the way it goes. No worries. Just make some of my own biomass. I put it all away. My bad. Oops. I should make all of it. Oh, all right. Just throw the extra away. There we go. Now I can make my solid biofuel. Good enough. All right. Mob around here somewhere. Catch me if you can, suck up. Oh, dropping loot. Oh, so I have all this stuff. All right, let's just get rid of those bushes. Can't stand those things. I can't stand them. I want to bring a lot of resources with me so I can drop it off over here on this other side, but I'm certainly not leaving that. All right. Now we're good. All right, I'm going to burn up our resources here in a second anyway. Okay, so that's got that pretty much nice. It's going to go through the cavern here. We're going to run it. Now, this also be a great way to run a train right through here, too, eventually. That'd be really fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our Mark 1 belt in place. So when we get this done, it'll start running it straight away. Okay. And again, we're going to start our power. Now, I also usually go 6 maximum, but when I get to a ramp, I always just kind of hit the bottom of the ramp because it's just awkward the way they do their belts when it goes up angles. So I just hit the bottom of the ramp and then I just angle it up. And that works out fine. And then we're going to go ahead and run our power. So we have this weird ramp or whatever. We're just going to put it right there. And that's going to run our power. So 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, I'm not going to worry about grabbing that guy and doing all of that too much along the way. I might do a little bit, and again, we're just going to run it. Now, the reason why I run it so often, you don't need to. You can run it every other one if you want, but the reason why I run it all often is I'm going to use this much later for when I'm doing a lot of other stuff. I almost spoiled it for you, but a whole bunch of other stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then just rinse and repeat. And then bring this forward. And then later on, by the way, we don't have it yet, but later on we can have the big ones and we can replace all this power with those big power connectors. And we're going to run that back. Oh, we forgot to do the other one. The whole goal is to do this where not only can we use it for the coal, but we can also use it to get back because we don't have our hypertubes or any of that stuff yet. And again, we're just going to go ahead and ping. By the way, you can see it when you're on the map here. You can see where the nodes are if you've got it explored, which you can see we've explored a little bit right there. So I can actually also just go ahead and put a marker on there, like I say right here, and say, okay, where is that? Where I can highlight the marker like this, and then I can see it up there in the radar. So I know where I'm going, and you can see it right here. See it right there through the middle of this cavern? So we need to go through here and then kind of dogleg around this. Now, I could go up higher and go up over this, but I feel like we're going to dogleg this time because I feel like I'm going to run a train through here just for fun. So let's go in here and we'll get right to the edge without hopefully going too far into the rock. Right here. I always run it, when I do run through here, I run it up above through here, but this time I'm going to run it a little bit lower just for funsies. Okay, that's looking real good. We're just going to go straight across there. A little L-shaped thing there. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right there. Run this here. And run our power. And then I'm just going to do the exact opposite on the other side here. Which is this. And then this. And then this, I'll just skip ahead of all of these. I'm not going to do every single one. I'm just going to skip it ahead. Over to there. using our straight function. I always feel like it's a good idea to run the power before you run the belt. Just a little easier to run the power without the belt there. And run the belt. And you can see it's doing the correct belt direction too. Oh, we need more of these. Another way of doing this is you can just build all the foundations and then build it on the way back. That works as well. Because, you know, if you're doing foundations, then it makes it a bit easier in the long run because you're doing a repetitive function. So you're just doing all the foundations, and then you come back and you do all of the conveyor belts, and then you do all of the things. But it really just matters if you feel like, do you want it done at the end, or do you want to just do part of it and then work your way back? 3, 4, 5, 6. I like to do it as I go sometimes, and other times I will do it the other way, where I just do all of one thing and then I do all of the next thing, which actually is very efficient. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Again, these power poles are going to come in handy later. And it looks cool, too. Perfect. Right there. Alrighty. I'm going to set this back by 2. We're going to dogleg that this way. One, 2 forward. And then this to here. Take this and put this over there. And that's going to put a nice 90 in there. Again, see, this is multitasking right now. So it's over there making me the reinforced iron plates I need while I'm over here doing all of this. And there's going to be a lot of reinforced iron plates. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're getting there. Again, we can see kind of where it's at over there. I'm trying to avoid the natural foliage here. This one. Or this one. I must say this one. Just so I don't have to go down there and take it out. I could just go straight and just do a one dog leg, but I just don't want to have to take it out. It takes more of my time. Come on. Quit being feisty. Get in there. Yeah, that straight function's awesome. See, I don't have to put another one there to make that corner. It just automatically do it for me. Very cool. Oh, bring my power forward. I sure have. Actually, I've been playing for 10 hours. I've been playing for 10 and a half hours because it restarts the server at midnight. And so it loses track of time. We got that one tool. Oh, we got more here to do. Again, I'm doing some mega building, which is why I'm doing these lines like this that I know I'm going to use later. Okay, right down there. I feel like we could go out further and see where this turns. Let's say here, 1, 2 back. Looks good, looks good. We'll go right through here because it's actually not exactly where that's at. It's actually off to the side and back a little bit. So we'll get that going. Over here. And we'll grab this line. Let's put this one in the corner this time. They're making a move on this. I'm going to be in focus mode, so if you have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. But I'm going to be in focus mode here for a bit while we finish this off. Okay, now's a good time to look off the side. See where that coal's at? The coal's actually underneath these foliage here. And then way back there in the corner usually. Let's just go ahead and ping it. And you'll see it go in the ground. You can actually see the little thing right there. So it's right there and it's right down below us there, which is perfect. So what we want to do is we want to get it from up there to where we are. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to go ahead and take this out. And I could backward engineer it to where it ends up perfectly up here. So what we're going to do is just build a temporary ramp down. We'll come back and we'll take this ramp out. So what we want to do, we can just go down there and use control. Oops. Oh boy. We got to run. We gotta run for our life. Just in case I gotta really run up the ramp. Go over here and get me some barrels. Slipped off the end. I thought I clicked the button and then I started running forward, but I hadn't clicked the button yet. My bad. Grab ourselves some barrels here. Get that health back up again. Okay. So, oh, we're going down and then we're going to backward engineer this. That's right. Seeing how much room I have in my inventory. Let's sort that out. Okay. First thing we're going to do. We're going to run over here. Oh, here's some of these. We'll grab some of those. We need those.
Potential edible collected. If consumed before authorized as compatible with the human digestive system by Fixit, the consumer is responsible for any and all consequences. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
Get them suckers. Get them before they get you. Okay. Now, what we want to do is we want to build ourselves a box, maybe 2 boxes, in a really open and obvious spot. We got a lot of stuff. All right, then we're going to go ahead and put this here. We're going to use some of this for a Equipment bench. And an equipment shop. Like that. Throw all that in there. Store all... Oh, no, not my barrels. My barrels back over here and eat them suckers. We're at max health in case stuff goes down. Then we're going to go ahead and get our thing here. We're going to get our chainsaw wherever I just put that. Here. And we're going to put our chainsaw back in here. Flip to our chainsaw. Let's go. Let's clear out all this mess. Clear this out so we can see our nodes much nicer. So we're just going to go in and just pick it up manually by holding down E. Especially get rid of these logs. These logs you can get trapped on. I've got stuck on those things so many times in the early access. Oh, so glad you started over. You missed the start. Well, guess what? You can always go watch it back on YouTube. All that stuff over there. But yeah, we're doing a brand new start, and this is a mega playthrough, so we're going to do everything. Oh, hey, Ada. What's up?
The fruit of this fungus-like flora does not seem to show much potential for use. However, its mycelial network is worth further investigation. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
So glad they made this where you can do this again. You can hold down E while you're in that, and it'll get rid of it. I'm not a big fan of AoEing all of these. All right, get out of there. AoEing all of these, but if they're by the node, you can see they get really awkward. So I'll just do it by the node just to get rid of the ones by the node. And I'll just do this one over here again. It takes longer for me to do the chainsaw than it does for me to just pick up those. But if it's like in a big group, just take out the trees, take this out. And if it's a big group of it, again, I just hold down E and just go to town. Get all of it. The reason why I'm doing this is so when I'm doing this and I come over here and I'm working on stuff, over here, I can see any mobs sneaking up on me too. So not only is it good, I can bring it back to my base and make more biofuel, but I can just get it out of my way. You'll see in the later game, I don't even care. I just start bombing everything. I just bomb all this nature out of my way. It's blocking my thoroughfares. I just bomb it. Also very fun to do it that way, too. All right, that's old school right there. Not that, no, not the node. Okay, I don't want to take that out. I want to leave that. Get rid of these logs, because they're dangerous. You get stuck on them. Leave that, that's barrel. Fred's out here. What's up, Fred? How you been, mother? He's like, I'm doing good. Reminds me of Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. Oh, bother. Is it just me? All right. Okay. Oh, we ran out of stuff. All right, no problem. No problem. You see that 6 solid biofuel lasted a while. But no problem. We're collecting the very stuff in which we can use. Let's burn up these leaves a little bit. So good. Game is so good. All right, we can make a lot. We're not going to make all of them right now. Let's just make enough, just as much as we need to get this done. Again, we're going to run out of time, so we want to get this rocking and rolling. Let's get out here, and let's cut down some more of these trees in our way. Okay, where are these nodes at? Or this way. Oh, there he is. Line of sight, sucker. Hit me from behind. No hit. No hit on that one. Got that guy. I did a line of sight behind the tree. Which is awesome. Oh, more Caterium. Grab it. By the way, when you're doing these, you can just hit E. You don't have to hold down the E. I've done it a bazillion times, everybody. I don't know why I keep doing it. It's like a habit, but I don't need to. Don't do it. Just hit E and then walk away. All right. More over here. I'm just clearing this out in case some sneaky guys try to get me. And they are sneaky, these guys. We are securing the area. Another thing you can do is just switch out of your chainsaw at that point, by the way. I find that it collects faster when you're out of your chainsaw. See how fast it collects? Again, I'm just holding E down. You start on one of these, hold E down, and then just run around with the E down, and it just picks this stuff up super fast. So keep listening to the chainsaw. You don't have to keep doing the chainsaw over and over. I'm really getting into it. Really getting it going. All right, this tree's got to go. What would happen if you do cut down all the trees? Very tempting. Go and do it. Okay, so we got two nodes over here. A normal node. Another normal node here. What are you doing? There we go. And then we have some nodes over here. Now, normal nodes are going to extract at half the speed of pure nodes. So it's going to be 120 down to 60 when they're extracting. So two normals over there. We got a normal here. And there's actually another node here, but it is actually underneath this thing. So I can't put anything there. Now, one normal node is going to be faster than my current belt, which is 60. Are going to be as fast as my current belt, not faster, but as fast as my current belt, which is 60. So we only need one for right now. So let's take some of this stuff and put it all over there, and let's take all of this stuff that we need out of there, and then some of this stuff like that, and then we'll go ahead and just get this started. So we're going to make our miners. Hey, Fred, why didn't you tell me about the miners, bro? You didn't tell me. Don't give me that look. Don't give me that look. So there you go. Last time I was there, Fred was standing on my truck. He actually took him for a ride. I did learn from you that in your last play. Yeah, you can take him for a ride. You can also bounce on the back of him too. Boing, 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 boing. I do it all the time. He loves it. At least that's what he tells me. That's what he says. All right, let's get this going. And we're going to lift it just to keep it off the ground a little bit. And we'll kind of look and see. We'll just throw some lifters on the ground here. Get those a bit up off the ground. We're going to turn that straight mode off because that's going to make this really wonky. Okay. Oh, wait. Why am I doing that? No, 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 no. Kismet, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You're doing it all wrong, brother. You had a whole plan, and then you forgot about the plan, and you start doing the opposite plan of your plan that you had when you had the plan of the thing. I'm aim it back in the direction in which this thing is coming in. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run some foundations across here. Oh, wrong button. No, this right here. Right across here like this. And let's say one more. I'm going to back this up. I'll take this. I'm going to put it right there. I'm going to put that right there. Then I'm going to hit G, so I just get the foundations, and I'm going to take all these. Come on. Go ahead, you get them. Oh, it's just on that. And then I'm going to hit G, take out all these ramps. Like that. And basically what I did is I reverse engineered exactly where my ramp should stop down here. And so I use the grid that my other one is on. So even if you're using a non-standard grid, now mine's world grid. I could come down here and just hold down the control and it would line to the world grid of my other stuff. But we're going to go ahead and do this back. A tree's touching my thing. No, tree. No, bad. Bad tree. Touch my stuff. We're going to go ahead and run this back. See how it works out. It's not working out. It's offset. But we kind of know where it's at. Actually, yeah, we can go back by 1. Not quite. Yeah, it's offset because the bottom one is a 1. See, it's off by 1 meter. And that's okay, because now that tells us basically where we're working. So we just take these out. Actually, I can lean off to the side. This would be way faster. I can lean out to the side so I can see a whole bunch of them at the same time. And run that out. There we go. And then I can turn around and zoop these back down again. So they align perfectly. I also want to go over here, and I'm going to come back to that here in a second, and take out all this other stuff that I'm not going to need. Because we're going to take all of this out, and we'll take all these out here. Very nice. Take those ones out at the end. Very nice. And I put this out here also as a marker so I know where to take them out. Like that. Very nice. Okay. That's actually almost perfect. Almost hit the actual edge. Right there. We're going to actually redo our power to just run our power to the edge because that's going to be cleaner. And then we'll have a little segment there. And then down we go. Now, when I'm going down, everybody, I just do 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Otherwise, it just acts funky, and sometimes it doesn't work. So I go 5 on the down angle. It's perfect right there. Take all these out. Darn tree in my way. I'll come and get you, tree, in just a second. Don't think I forgot about you, tree. I'll be back. Get up here and get my power. Tree's still in my way. All right, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. Good enough. All right, we're going to go ahead and run this here. Run that there. That's going to start that up. Get that going. At least it should start up. It's green. Yep. And we're going to go ahead and just take this all the way to the bottom. Like this. Now I'm going to show you something super cool, everybody. I'm about to blow your mind. You ready? Oh, I don't have the piece. I can actually align that perfectly to the foundations if I want, and then transition it from those foundations over there. But I haven't unlocked my piece that does that, that I use as a guide. So I'm not going to bother, as a matter of fact. I'm not going to bother for right now. We'll do it at a later time. We'll go ahead and run that up there. And there goes my coal, everybody. 60 coal running right up there. Now, eventually, we'll run that at 120 over here, where we combine multiple of these together. Okay, looking good over there. And again, eventually, we're going to use that one over there, that node as well. I forget if that was a normal node. Let's go look. I think it's a normal node. Yes, normal node. So we have 4 normal nodes. So at the level 1, that would, if I combine that, that would be 120. And if I combine these would be 120 as well. So I'm just going to get it started, and it's going to work its way all the way down that belt while we're working on all of this stuff. And then when we get to the other side, we're going to be good. What are we doing? Another extractor. And I'm just going to leave these on the ground, everybody. I'm not going to worry about putting these in foundations. And we're going to go ahead and run these lines. We could run them separately for right now. Yeah, we could just run them all separately for now. Okay, so we're going to run that straight to there. We're going to bring it up. Run this out to... Oh, wait, we can just use our lifters. D. These are conveyor poles. Even better. Run those conveyor poles. And we'll put this one at the bottom. Put this one at the top, because it's up higher. Go ahead and pull that power from way over there. And we'll put it right in between both of these. Run that there and get those started. And then we're going to go ahead, hold down control. It kind of works for a certain distance, and then it just says nope. It just says nope. We'll just guess. Yeah, it works for me. All right. That was a good guess. There's only a certain max distance so you can run these. Okay. How do we want to do this? We want to kind of run out wide so we're not in the way of that node. Kind of aim it back this way. Take this out. And run that. Run this. Now we're looking good. Now we want to go over here, and while this one is running, we ran it all the way this way, just in case we ran out of resources or whatever, we're actually going to run all 3 nodes at the same time, because why not? I mean, we're here. Let's get her done. Oh, I should have done the top one first. My bad. My bad. Okay, that tree's got to go. You got to go, tree. Time to die. Oh, look what we found over here. Some goodies. We might have to grab that. That's on the way back. If I see any goodies, I grab them. Why did that not AoE? I think it did. It did AoE. Okay. Shitty.
Unknown crystalline mineral collected. This mineral is composed of the same chemical elements as quartz and may yield similar industrial functions. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
Gotta get me another tree. Gotta get me another one. Take this, tree. Ah, ran out of things. You trying to troll me. I'm not running way over there. I'm just gonna make another one right here. Trying to troll me. It ran out of biofuel right at that tree. I swear this game just tries to troll you. The whole time you're playing it, it's doing nothing but trolling you. Yeah, there we go. Take that. Taking this bag out. All right, back over here. Let's run some lines. Let's go. So, boom, boom. And now we're going to make our way back to our base again. But we've already got the coal going, so it's going to reach the other side eventually. And as we go, the coal's going to keep moving forward. I'm doing the bottom one first. To the top one first. The coal's going to keep going while we're moving our way forward. Again, you could just come right to the end and do it at the end. Work your way forward as you go. This stuff actually goes slower than I walk. Most of the time, so... we'll see how it goes. And this is going to be a good amount of coal. So if we take 60 and we do 3 lines, we have 60, 60, and 60. That is 180, which if we look at our illustration right over here, it just happens to be that we need 180 coal right here. So very, very necessary, because you have 12 generators times 15 is 180 coal. Now I like to have extra because I don't like to have just the minimum amount. So later we'll come back and we'll add 120 belts to these. But for right now, we got to let it backlog that. We're just going to run all 3 lines. Now again, this takes a lot longer in the early game when you're running a ton of these lines. But it's totally going to be worth it because it's easier to run the coal back here. And we already got all of our other stuff established, our power and all of that. Let's make that nice around that corner so it's not hitting our pole. There we go. Very nice. So even with the 60 belts, I can still have 180 coal. Now we're going to have a problem when we get to the other side, but we'll make it work. We shall make it work. The important thing is to bring your power. So your power is automatically running the coal in this direction right at the very beginning, for sure. The belts are going the wrong way. Never mind. They're not. They're already predisposition to going in this direction. That's because I did the first one right, and then I double-checked it before I walked on. And then I'm also watching when I roll over it that the arrows are going this way. And I can run it this way, but it'll automatically turn it the other way anyway, so I'm just going to go this way. Or it's automatically going to not let me connect it, is a better way of saying it. It's going to say, hey, you can't do that. But that does happen sometimes. You run a big, long line of your resources and realize that you ran it in the wrong direction the whole way there. That is rough. Very rough. But, you know, such is life. You just go back, fix it, move on with your life. That really nice 90 in there. Also, what we're doing is we're making a ton of copper sheets. And those copper sheets are for when we're ready for our coal power. So that's why I didn't bother to put the coal power down or get any of the water going or any of that stuff. Totally unnecessary. We got to let that stuff run. So this way we're being super efficient. We're running our coal back while we're waiting all for that stuff to backlog. A very, very efficient way of doing it. Trying to remember to do the top one first, then the middle one. Much easier. Oh, I didn't do it. There we go. That was weird. Okay, keep rocking. Doing that middle one. Come on. There we go. This is very relaxing, by the way. I really love this part of the game. This line running. When you're up off the ground, by the way. If you're running it on the ground level, look out for mobs. Don't do the top one first. Top one first makes it easier to do the middle one. If you do the middle one first, then it makes it harder to do the top one. But basically, it makes it easier to do the top one, is what I'm trying to say there. There's no reason for me to have my vehicle either because I'm running lines, so I don't really need to drive back and forth right now. And if I really need to go faster, I can just get up on the belt and use the belt for now. But really, I'm just running lines, so I would have my car picked up at this point and in my pocket while I'm walking. Almost there. We got that done fast. We went right to work on that. We got her going on. Okay. Does not want to do it. Come on. Go. What are you doing to me? Come on, it says it's green. Jeez. How many times do you think I'm going to have to press that? All right, that was a lot of times I had to press that. Sometimes a little laggy there. All right, this is where we're going to start running into problems. Right over here. We're going to go high. See how far away you can do this, everybody? It's just so really precise. It's so good, everybody. See that? Look how far away I did that from. Through the other belt, over here. Just so good. All right, we got more problems when we get over here. So we're going to go up, up, and away. Get on up there, brother. And we're going to go... Might be too far. Let's find out. Let's go up here. Get on the belt. Okay, or just jump down. Whatever you feel like doing, guy. How about we actually get on the belt this time? Yeah, there we go. Now, if you get on the side of the belt, you stop moving. And so I can get on the other side, even better. And then allow me to see a little bit better. And then I can run that like that. Very nice. Okay. Now we got a problem of having this go down along with this. And we want it to end up right here. So what we can do is create a little bypass for these ones. Like this. We're going to take those out. And we're going to create a little offset for those. Like this. Put another stack for those. And we'll go ahead. Which one is the one that's supposed to be a Mark II? I think the bottom one. The bottom one... Where's that bottom one coming from? No, it's the top one. That's okay. We're just running both Mark II, and then we'll know. We'll know for sure. All right, up there. And then... up there. We're just going to offset that on its own whole line. And then that will allow us to go ahead and do the same trick on the other side for now. Take all of these out now. And we can see how this works out. It works out perfectly, of course. Awesome. It works out wonderfully. And then down here. And then down there. Let's just double check that these are twos, 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 twos. All right, all twos. These are all ones. Okay, good, good, good. Now we got all three lines of our coal now stacked perfectly down here on the way down. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5. And now we're going to zoop our poles. So we're going to go 3 up. And we've got lots of coal coming in. I like it. Eventually, I'll combine these all into a single line. But for right now, or just let it run by a train. But we can see that it's working its way down here to the bottom. So I'm going to just go ahead and run it to this bottom pole right now. Like this. And we're going to go ahead, widen this out a bit. And then we're going to create 3 boxes. So the first box is going to be right here. And I got I'm standing in the center, so I know where the center is of this. I have it on my bar. I don't know why I keep doing that. So where's the center of this, right? So I'm going to find the center. I'm going to put a box there. And maybe back just a little bit. Kind of feel like forward. Let's just go forward a little bit. Then another one. And then another one. And so you can probably guess what we're going to do. That's right, we're going to go down, we're going to go forward, and we're going to go up. There we go. So now it is starting to backlog the coal eventually when it makes it this far. Now, again, it's going to take it a while to get down here as well. And if we missed a segment, we're going to be in trouble. But let's get on the line, see if we see any. Nope, again, back up. See if we got this right. I see it over here. There it is, still on its way. Still on its way down there, and that was the first one we did too. I told you that belt feels super slow. How we looking here? Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Told you I could do it faster than the belt is running. Yikes. Okay. Yikes. Okay, we're going to let that run. Now, one of the things we want to do is we want to have backlog of each line so that it can backlog the coal in case something goes wrong, power goes off, whatever it is. It can then start right back up again because it has a backlog of coal at the end. So eventually this bottom one is going to make its way down. It's almost there. It's like snail crawling. We want to go ahead and stack those and let those rock and roll. All right, and again, we're going to have our platform here. This is going to be the edge of our platform. Oh, out of plates. Okay. Out of plates. Man, those plates lasted just a perfect timing, everybody. Perfect timing. They lasted all the way right to there. Again, that's why I'm using the plates and not the other ones. Now, again, when we get a whole abundance of these suckers, then we'll go back and we'll make it level 2. But if we don't have a lot of them, you definitely don't want to do it because that was like 1,000 plates I just used, and that's not bad. There's 2, 3, 300 and 420, and I just used easily over 1,000. So that's going to use a whole lot of those. So we'll just use the level 1s for now. So there we go. We can see it coming down. Still waiting on these other 2 belts. Hopefully they are actually working. We'll go back and we'll check. But we can go down here and we can start on our next stage. Oh, speaking of, we should have grabbed some of those. On our next stage, which is getting our coal power set up. And once we have our coal power, that's it. We can just let it run and run and run. And when we come back, boom, we're going to have tons of resources everywhere. In fact, when we come back, we're going to have all 1,000 of those in the machines here, which is going to be awesome. And again, we're siphoning off extra here to the sides, and we can just go ahead and reconnect all of these to get these back up and running when we're ready for those smart platings, and then we'll connect all of these, and that stuff will run slowly, but it will run for endless hours, so that'll be fine. Now, let's go down here at the bottom. We can use this as a... Oh, okay. Didn't really want to do that. I was trying to get up on one of these. There we go. We can use this as a faster way down, and we can slide all the way down. And whee! Nailed it. Right to there. Sploosh. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to bring this out, and we're going to have our coal power on this side, and we're going to have our water on that side. So I didn't get any things when I was up there. My bad. Now, if you want to do yourself a solid, go over here. Not like that. Oh, I don't have any, so I can't do it. Do yourself a solid and make yourself a way back up with your belts. And actually, you probably want to use a level 2. Hold on, I'll just use the level 2. Right over here. And I like to actually elevate it sometimes too, but in this case, we'll just do it at the bottom. So we're going to do, we have just enough to start the thing, but we're not going to have enough to do the other thing. Okay, do we have anything where we can make some? Yes, we can. Okay. So while we're down here, you know what? Let's just go ahead and do the thing. We go ahead and just put this. Oh, I need the belt. I need the things to make the thing. Watch this. I'm going to take these out. Then I'm going to make the crafting bench. Then I'm going to use the crafting bench to make some iron ingots. And we burned up a lot of plates. That's a lot of plates to use in the early game. There we go. 10 should be good. Okay. And then we can replace these back again. All right. Nice. Okay. So we could make a bunch of these, but this is going to be a lot of plates up there. Let's run up here and see if we can get some plates, and then we'll make a conveyor belt that's going to allow us to get up and down a little faster. What we need to do is we need to make the thing here. I think we actually had enough to do it. But let's go ahead and see how our plates are doing. I think we have some left. Yes, we do. Yay, us. Okay, good us. Oh, here we go. We got the second line coming through. It's looking sexy. Why does that first line seem to be going every other one? Oh, that's because it's right here now. Okay, so it caught up. All right, it was still spinning up when it got to there. Okay, and how are we doing down here? Oh, yeah, it's starting to feed right into that box, starting to backlog. Ooh, it's got a bunch in there already. Okay, doing its job, doing its job. Okay, so what do we want to do over here? So we're going to just make this where this is the center line. And we're going to go ahead and start right here with this. And then we'll also go like this with all of these. All right, looks good, looks good. Now we want to look at where we're going to be running our coal lines out. And eventually we'll want to combine those coal lines. So instead of like going in and do 100, using all of my reinforced iron plates right now to run those lines faster and combine them together, I'm going to use those 120 lines to combine it at the end. And at the end, it's going to make it easier for me to run to the power. So smarter to do it and use it at the end where you're doing your stuff so it's not as complex than it is to just run more of those low-level lines, I think, personally. Now, again, I'm just slightly down in the water. If you did it right up there, it's going to end up where you're just slightly down in the water. And that's going to help you when you're extracting your water big time. All right, so our first one we're going to need is our coal power plants, and this is why we kept all of our other stuff. We want to go ahead and offset it back from the road because we got a lot of line runs and things like that to do. And by the way, I could turn this around so it's like this and just put it along the road here and then do all the line runs in the back. But if there's a problem with my line runs, I don't have to keep running in the back every time. So I'm going to put it right here. I think that's a good way. Oh, here we go.
Interesting, most pioneers already had coal power set up by this point because they understood their responsibility to humanity. Adjusting pioneer attitude metrics. Reminder, coal-powered generators require coal.
I'm going to tell you, Ada, that very few people have coal at this point. Very few people, everybody, especially if you're first playthrough. You're never nowhere close to coal at this point, 10 hours in. You're still wandering around trying to figure out what the heck you're doing. I can tell you, the last time I did coal, we were at easily 30 hours in. So definitely not on the first day. Where's your base on the map? Right here. One of the greatest places to start right here. This all has a bunch of pure nodes. And so we have 3 iron pure nodes. It's my favorite place in the entire game to get started. So 3 iron pure nodes, a pure limestone node, and a pure copper node. So we got so much capacity that we're not even using yet. We're just using part of the capacity of our nodes right now, even at level 1. So we'll get to it here in a bit, but what we want to do, of course, is to set up our power. So here's our first 4 here. Now, again, everybody, here's what we're going to do. We're going to set up 6 and then 6 again. Now, I like to actually have them offset from each other because it makes it easier. Now, one of the things that you can do, and I'll probably do it here. This 7. We need more. Out this way. And this would be number 8. One of the things I like to do is actually have them back to back so that you can run them straight across. Now, I might do that in here. I'm kind of thinking about whether I'm going to build anything more out that way. I'm probably going to siphon off more water and then run a lot of water and run power and do a bunch of stuff here in the back edge of this over here and put a blueprinter and stuff down here eventually. So I kind of feel like I want to move these out by 2 more. Let's go. 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be number 6. You know what? We're just going to do this. If we make too many, we can always take them out. When I'm in the water, I use the 4 mils. It's just something I like to do. There we go. Oh, we missed some right here. Okay. What number was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. And 8. Okay, that's good. Now what I'm going to do is I offset them a little bit from the road, but I'm actually going to make the road come down and go around the power. So if I need to modify the power, I can modify it real easily because it's going to be basically back to back like this. Now this is actually a really tricky thing to do because you got to figure out your distances. So before you put the other 8 down on this side, what I would do is figure out your distances that you need this to be away from here when you're doing your lifters, right? So I would go ahead and do the first lifter because I put the pipes at the bottom and the ore up at the top because it's smarter to do that than to lift up the water, I find. So this is going to go in from this side right here. Come on. Like that, and then that's right in position. You can see that's way too close. So if it goes in here, then it's going to come out of here like this, and then end up going that way. But actually, it's going to be closer if you do it right, like this, where it's actually extended there and then right next to it here. So what we're going to do is pick up this with our middle mouse button. We're going to turn it around. And then we're going to, come on, turn it around. There we go. And we're going to line up the actual input of the coal. That's the most important part that we want to line up. And then the pipes, we can do the pipes in an offset. Come on. There we go. It's going crazy. The pipes in an offset if we want, like this. And then I can hit H for hologram and then just nudge it back. So that it's cutting off that last part. So when we do run that the other way, it'll end up running the other way. You'll get the idea. So we can do this. Now, because that I can take this out underneath and just run a pipe straight down the center, which I don't have set yet. Let me get over here to set number 2. Let me put this as number 1. Let's go ahead and put this as number 2. This is number 3. This is number 4. Did we get our stackers? We got our pipeline support, but not our pipeline stackers. That's okay. We'll work on that later. But what I'm going to do is run a pipe right down the center of this. So I'm going to go ahead and just start it over here. It doesn't matter where I start it. I can start it on the other side or this side, but I'm just going to run it down like this, just to get an idea of where I want that pipe, like that. Oh, there she goes.
Fix-it pipelines can contain any fluid, including the water necessary for coal-powered generators. Note, water does not flow upwards by itself. While water extractors provide some lift, to truly defy gravity, consider the use of pipeline pumps.
Okay, now another thing I like to do when you're working with your pipes, oops, is to put a thing there. Now, it's not good right there in front of my input usually. If I'm on the bottom, but I'm going to get up here and just double check again before you get too far into this that your pipes are going to snap here. Now, one of the things that I noticed with the pipes is when you have these nearby, they don't snap properly in the back. But if I take this out or one of these out, maybe it's my thing there. I notice that it doesn't snap. I don't know what the heck is going on with that. But if I go to this one snaps fine, but this one does not. And it has to do with this splitter here. Maybe I can put the splitter up even higher. Get that out of the way. Yes, so if I bring the splitter up higher, that does work. Okay, well, now I know. Now I know how to fix that problem. Now, one of the things I need to also do is to run this into both of these at the same time. So what I've done is I've offset them using the lifters, and you always want to put your lifters back in again. You never leave them in there, but you always put them back in because they're going to get messed up. So we're going to go ahead and put that in there. We're going to put this in here. Now, what I can do instead of making these straight is I can just use one merger for both sides, just like I'm using one splitter there. Just kind of split the difference between both of these because, again, they're offset enough where you can go ahead and just run that pipe like that. Okay, so it's not going to be perfectly straight. Or you can have your pipe straight and you can have these offset. It's much easier to have your pipes offset than to have these offset the things here. Much easier to just do that with your items and then have your things go. Now, let's go to the next one and see if the next one's going to work. Again, you want to definitely check this way ahead of time. Now, once you have one lined up, if you're snapping it in there, you should be able to line all the rest of these pretty well. And so we'll go ahead and do our lifters. Now, I suggest to do all of your this stuff first, all of your lifter stuff first, and then come back and do all your piping afterwards. Because, again, this is really awkward when you're running these and you have your pipes in the way. So there we go. That's good enough. And then we can just take these out. And then we'll come back and we'll add all these in. We already redid those. We got our main pipe here. This is all looking good. Looks like it's going to work all the way down. So let's go ahead and now put in all of these. Because you put these in at the same time, they're going to be oriented, hopefully. Come on, scroll wheel. Scroll wheel is just like a possessed some days. Absolutely possessed. So we're going to put all these in. Make sure you put them nice and close. Uh-oh, out of materials. Bummer. Slide under. Bummer Rooney. All right, let's see if we can do this whole... do we have enough for Mark IIs? No, let's just try some Mark IIs while we're at it. Scroll up. Mark IIs. I got 18. Well, at least I can make it 18. Make it to there. Close enough. All right. We want to eventually make it the whole rest of the way. We got to go get some more of our reinforced iron plates. Again, you're always struggling for some resource at one point or another. But I've got a bunch of them, hopefully, sitting right here. I sure do. Look at how many I got over there. Nice. I got a ton. The first thing I'm going to do before I do anything else is I'm going to make this thing go a little faster. And we're going to go there. We're going to take it all the way to the top. So if I want to go down, I can go ahead and get on here and ride this down faster. And if I want to go up, I can do that. Now, I'm going to actually upgrade this part here too, just so they're both upgraded on both sides. So let's go to level 2 here. And then this here, oops, this level 2. That's already level 2. So pick that up. That's already level 2 there. And just at the bottom. So I just basically going to use that top one as a transport, and then use this one as a transport for now too until we get our hyper tubes. I could go and unlock my hyper tubes, but I'll just use my belt for now. Again, just takes you a little bit faster, especially when you're sliding down on a faster belt as well. It's very fun. Very, very fun. So we went and we ran that. What did we do? Oh, we came back for the resources that I have in my hands. There we go. Whee! Jump! Oh my god, we're going to damage fix the property. Look at me go. Let's go. Squeeze on through, slide under. And let's go ahead and just do all of our lifters in a row. Now, here's the thing. I can go ahead and just line this up off of that now and just go straight up because I already know what the alignment of this one is. So now I need is the side alignments and the center alignment, which I already have. I can do this so much faster. Right here. That up there. Put this in now. Man, we sure lucked it out on those rotors. We should have got more rotors, and we're out of out of wire. It's always out of something. All right, let's just go ahead and use the right side. Get these all lined up, and then we'll put the rest of those in a minute. Gonna need more rotors anyway, and we're gonna need more cable. Okay, there we go. Slide jump, slide jump. Smack your face into the pole or into the pipe, then run jump or run slide. Slide jump, jump, up we go, super fast. Then now it's going to save us some time. Your time is your most valuable asset, so very much worth it since we're going to go up and down. Now eventually, again, we'll have hyper tubes that take us up and down from there. But right now, we need to find some of these rotors, and again, that's why I'm not making the that stuff that we don't need right now. Ooh, a lot of rotors in there. Nice. Tons of rotors. More plates. Easy. All right. Slide all the way down. It's going to be fun. It's like a little slip and slide, but not. Burp. This one's backwards. I put it in backwards, don't worry, everybody. I'll find it eventually. Oh, I forgot the wire. Darn it. I always forget something. Oh, I don't see any coal on that top line. There's something going on in that top line. No, we got to figure out what that is. Did I not run the power? Oh, we're going to have to backlog and figure that out. Got to get me some cable. The funny irony is I've got several boxes full of this cable. Put the one back so you're not wasting a full stack in your inventory. There we go. Nice little jump off point here. Yeah, we got to figure out why that is not running down that line. It could be backlogging right now. But let's get our power, let's get this done so that we're in the middle of, we finish what we're doing over here. We have enough foundations. Yeah, let's get some more foundations in there. You know what? I think I might put my water at the end. That sounds more fun. I might just do that. Just do something a little different. All right. Normally I put my water on the side, but I might just put it at the end just for fun. We'll see. Nice and close. Line that up nicely. One more to go. We're going to have a lot of coal power here in a minute. We're going to have a massive amount of coal power. This is turned the wrong way. This way. Like this. Okay, those are all good. This one, we did not put the last one in. There we go. These are all good all the way down. Let's go take care of this coal so we can come back and finish all of this stuff later. But if that coal is not backlogging on that line, and so we got to get in here and we got to get her going. This is especially good when you're going up a ramp because you actually slow down when you're running up a ramp as well. Gotta figure out at what point did I not run the extra line. Hopefully not too far back. Oh yeah, it's not coming up there. It's gonna be back there a bit. Let's go up here and take a look. And by the way, if you run on the side, you're not going against the grain. Works on the higher speed ones too, if you can get on the side fast enough before it zips you across the whole zone. Try as you might, but I'm out of here. Of course, this one's only a level 1, so you can just run against it pretty easily. Yeah, this is all the way back at the beginning. I definitely missed something. Or I didn't run a power line. Man, I should have double-checked that before I got too far. I thought it was running. But it runs so slow that sometimes you don't know. All right, well, we know it's way back here. All the way back. How much stuff do we have on us? Might be able to upgrade one line on the way back. Definitely not going to get all three. We'll do the top line, so when we're coming back, we're going back faster. Yeah, it's so odd that I didn't notice that. But we're going to do a lot of this back and forth stuff. And the goal is not to have to run back here. Unless I'm upgrading it. So we better take care of it now. Before we get too far into it. Oh, yep, I missed that segment right there. I can see it. It happens. Especially after 11 and a half hours of playing. Right at the very beginning. Oh, that's rough, man. That's a rough miss right there. Ew. It made like a weird thing there. No. Do that again. And like this. Okay, now what we're going to do to get that going a little faster and to help ourselves go back faster in the future, we're actually going to upgrade this line. And I'm going to just switch my thing to number 3. You can't be on it when you're upgrading it. So I get over here, then I'll upgrade this one. And it's cool because it highlights in yellow and I can do it in front of me. And now we can just upgrade this one as we go. And you can see I'm running way faster now. And this is going to be our transport one. Like I said, we're going to come back and upgrade these. And this is just going to allow us to get up on top and run all the way back to the base faster. Especially over the long run. Make sure you get every segment. So there's no spots in which it's slowing down. Slide. Oh, I'm all out. Oh, we tried. All out, brothers. Another time. Slide. Slide, jump. Slide, jump. Slide, jump. Make us go a little faster. Hammer bots. See, I also could just AFK and just let them slowly go. Hold on, I gotta ban some scammer bots. Oh, it already auto-banned him. Awesome. I report every one of these, but they never do anything about it, everybody. The people at Kick, man, it's like the lights are on and no one's home. There's no one running that show over there. It's just a train wreck. Which is funny, because it was started by train wrecks. But think about it, I just did that accidentally, everybody. Wasn't on purpose. That's pretty funny. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Whee! There we go. Whee! Sliding up doesn't work, by the way. Jump. Slide, jump. Now we're getting there. Okay, we used up a bunch of our 120, but that's okay. Oh, we can get some more, actually. We get too far down. Let's get some more. We can always make more. And again, I have the 2 boxes because I wanted to backlog that box and that box after I'm done doing all of this. We might add even more boxes overall so that it'll just make us a ton of stuff over the next couple days. because we're going to be back on Thursday doing some more Satisfactory. So put that in your calendar, everybody, to be here to watch even more of this action. And we're going to be doing a lot of other games as well. Some Fallout London, which is going to be pretty awesome, I think. I've heard nothing but good things. All right, let's go ahead and get our lifters in now. We're almost done with this. We almost done. We just got to throw in our lifters. Like so. Put those in last. Always, always. Looks pretty cool, all right? Pretty cool. All right, now before we put the pipe in, you want to definitely do all the connections. And then the tricky part is doing the top stuff, running these lines. I wouldn't run these lines from underneath. I'd run them from up above. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do I get up above? Well, on the side of the of these things here, you can usually look for like a ladder. On this case, I got one over here. And I can just go ahead and get up on the ladder because I don't have a jetpack or anything like that, which would be super helpful at this point. But I can just go ahead and get up here on the top and just run the line this way. I highly recommend running it from the top. That'll make it a lot easier. But you want to leave it out when you're doing your piping because it'll make doing the piping way easier as well. Now, what I do with the piping is I'm just going to run it as straight and as long as possible. Like this. Do not accidentally put this piece in front of the thing here. That's not good. I usually stop this in the middle between these two things because that makes it easier. And then I'm just going to run it way past the end, and then we'll truncate it when we need it. And again, we're going to go through. Now, the toughest thing also is going to be doing the connections between the two sides. Also very tough to get up and out of here. I find later on it's a little easier to get up there. If you have a connection like this, let's make one. If you have a connection or something like this, sometimes you can kind of jump in an angle and get up there. But what I would do is do the same thing we just did, is just run down here. We did earlier. Or actually, I can just do it over here. And just make yourself a ladder. And the way you make a ladder is you just go ahead and put your conveyor pole down, your stackable conveyor pole, or you could use the ones if you've unlocked them to get up here just enough where you can see, and then you can go ahead and just try to eyeball in between the two pipes and then run the pipes. Oh, I need to go get more copper sheets. We'll go do that first. I don't know if that makes me go faster, but it feels like it does. Copper sheets. Let's go see how our copper sheets are doing. Dee-lee-lee. Oh, mama! A lot of copper sheets. I like to have a lot. A lot is my favorite. Let's go right off the top here, down the thing. Slide! Jump! Into the water. Floosh. Take a quick bath there. All right, back this way. Use our little ladder. Where is it? Right here. Get up on our little ladder so we can see what we're doing and we can connect both sides. Now, another thing that you can do is just slide under there, underneath each pipe as you go, which I typically do. Now, one of the things you can also do is just try to line up one of these, and then the other one's not going to line up, but it's okay because you can just kind of, you can slide underneath here and get on this side because you're about to block yourself, and then just connect it like that. That's good enough. Good enough. Again, get on this side. Try to connect it. It doesn't want to snap either of them. That one's just snapping. Snapping on this side, but not the other side. Interesting. Probably because it's further away from these things. All right, so we'll just snap it down this side. Pretty easy. In fact, we could just do that now. Just snap it all the way down one side and then run the lines of the other side. Works for me. Come back and run all the lines at the end. Yeah, close enough. All right, now what we'll do is we'll run all the lines while we're backing up so we don't get in there. We don't have to slide underneath those. Oh, wait a minute. That should be enough. Are we running two separate? Oh, I was going to run two separate lines. Not one line because we don't have enough. Oh, that's right. We don't have our 600. We don't have our 600. Oh, nope, that's not right. That's not going to work. It'll work later, but it's not going to work now. Actually, this one doesn't run there. Yes. We're going to need our 600 pipes to make that work. Yes. Yeah, it's because 50 times 8 equals 400. And it's really about 50, but really you want to do 45 to 8 is actually what it is. It's 360. So that's more than that can run at there. And actually we did too many. I did 8 instead of 6. Why did I do that? Just dawned on me. Let's run out of here and let's count these. Why did I do 8? That math doesn't work out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I did. Okay, well, cool. Get some of our resources back. Yay. Okay, let's work. Let's grab it all out of here. Okay, well, now we got problems. Now we got problems that we're going to need to solve. But the cool thing is we can leave it like this and do it later. Because the math of this should work out where it is 300 and 300, roughly. So we take 50, and we times it times 6. It should be 300. There we go. Now that leaves a little extra to backlog the water. And that's so if the power goes off, I'll have a lot of water saved up. That can just start the thing back up again, right? And that's what I want in my water production. So it actually requires 2 on each side. And there's a way to easily fix this, everybody, is you run it on one side down there, and then I use a pump to run it up on top, over the top of it. Now, the tough part is getting the one up on top going because I don't have my stackers right now. But that's okay. We'll just do this, and we'll do this, and we'll see what we can get away with. Where's our ladder? And then later on, we'll come back with our 600 pipes and we'll combine it into one. And that's kind of like future-proofing it, which is pretty cool. So we'll go ahead and run this up along the top. Like this. And so that should run... We're going to run this one on the left. And we need to take out all the ones on the right. Over here. Totally forgot, everybody, and I did too many. That was my bad. Because we're not doing it the advanced way. We're doing it the more basic way that we did before. Also, I don't have to keep running over there. It just dawned on me. I could just do my own thing over here. And grab this and just literally go like this. Make my own ladder. They also have a really cool ladder that you can make your own custom ladder instead of using these to get up here as well. So the tricky part is making sure that this is running in such a way that these pipes can connect to them. So let's go ahead and test it by, let's go over here because it's easier to jump across these. We're just going to run as far as we can here. We get all the way to the end. I don't think so. Oh, we can. Okay. Where is the water on this one? Right there. And the water on that one's over there. So that's easy. We can just run this to the edge. And then the last one is going to go down into there. Very nice. All right. Oops, I wanted to get up on the pipe. That was a very weak jump, bro. That was a weak jump. Jump higher. There you go. Up on the pipe. There we go. Now we can see what we're doing. And now I'm going to go ahead and just angle this as much as I can. Now, I would just kind of stand in the thing, get an idea where you want it, then back up and just do that. So this is going to be even better because we'll need one pipe to get it up here, and then the rest of it is just going to angle down as well. I totally forgot about that, but that's okay. Again, it helps us later in the future when we get our faster pipes. Sometimes a mistake is a boon if you look at it correctly. And right here. I've done this in a while where I had the water up above, which is kind of fun. Oh, that's not quite letting me put that in there. Oh, because I'm in the way, duh. Right there where that kind of pipe thing is there. Nope. That is not what I wanted to do. I'll do this. And again, we'll just... because I kind of like this. I should do this all the time. Like it where it's up on top here, but again, it's going to cost me a pipe. Normally I can run this, if I had separated these further out and run 2 separate lines, I wouldn't have to use any pumps at all. Because the actual water is higher than the actual pump, or the actual pipes that I'm going to run. You'll see it on the bottom one. On this one, we'll just pump it up here to the top. Okay, so that is good. Okay, now we should go in and start to do our buffer for our water. Now we're actually going to triple stack our buffer. Where is it at here? So we're going to have, oh, we need some modular frames. I might be able to make some of those. Let's put this right here. Long stream. Yes, we are streaming crazy long today. Just like we did yesterday, 12 hours. Oh my God, my 12 hours was almost up. God, it's like in 12 minutes. But this is all we got to do. We just got to get this going. Let's make some modular frames over here. I forget how many we need. I think we need like 2 each. I think, if I'm remembering correctly. All right, there we go. And since we got to run this pump up anyway, we'll go ahead and stack this. So we're going to go here. And then, oh, we need 5 each. 5 each. Okay, we're going to need 3. So we do 10 more? We absolutely can. All right, perfect. And then we're going to be out of rods again, even though we have probably a ton of them over there we could grab. But as you can see, our power's been running nicely all this time because we put all that in there. But we'll see how it goes. We'll run back and see if we have a lot of extra biofuel. But the second we start this up, we won't need that biofuel. We should go and turn all of that off, but keep it there just in case we need that power later on. And so we're going to rerun how our power goes here in a bit. So this is going to be the first level. And this is going to be the second level of this. So this is going to go through and take this out, and we can take all of this and this out, and then we're just going to run this down over there and run this through here. Very nice. It does look aligned. We can climb all the way to the top. And so now we have 2 fluid buffers that is going to backlog the water, and it's going to, that looks really cool, except for this looks offset. It looks offset by a little bit. I thought it looked offset. All right, let's take this out because I thought it was straight, but apparently it's not. Yeah, this is slightly curved. All right, let's go ahead and do that again. Or we get it straight this time. In fact, we're going to put it back further. Hold on, we're going to put it right over here. All right. Let's take this out and this out. And we're going to put that in one segment, so when we come back to upgrade those later, we're going to be good. And then put that fluid buffer in so it's actually lined up this time, hopefully. That looks good. And then we take this back out again. We're just using that to align, and we connect that right in there. Very nice. And then up here, same thing. Connect that right up there. And then this actually is coming down. So see, if I have extra water in here, it's actually coming down into that flow. The way we can tell that is we can go up here and just look at that angle. We can see that the angle is actually going down. If I go down in the ladder, we can see that it's slightly a down angle. You can see it here, and you can see it against this here. It's going slightly down. So that is perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Now, we need some water. Now, in our illustration here, you can see I need 3 over here and 3 over here. So 3 for these 6, 3 for those 6, and we should be good. But one of the things we might want to do now that we put all this stuff in our way, is run all those lines. So that's going to be tough to do with this up here. So we might as well just go down here on the right side that we're not running the pumps and do these line runs as well. Oh, and I should be pumping all this in here. Oh, we need 180 in there as well. All right, this might be a little rough. Okay, so we need Mark II belts. So we're going to go ahead and take the bottom one, and we're going to run that in. Okay, then we're going to go in and we're going to merge the other two. That is not a merger. Hit E. There we go. Then click. We're going to merge these all into the same line here. Now, all these merge in the same line. This one here needs to be Mark II. And so this is going to be 120. We're not going to get all of our things on today because I would actually have to run separate lines. But eventually, when we get our faster lines and we also get our bigger pipes, all of this will work together in the long run. Okay, so now what we want to do also is run our power. So we're going to have this is our first power one. And do we have enough space to run this? We sure do, but we don't have enough rods. So we need to go get some rods. Get this going. Almost there. Now we're just going to start up a portion of our power. And that's all we'll need to let this run. Because it'll be more power than any of our other stuff. Easy. Okay, so we want to get more rods. And we probably are out in here. Oh, we got a little bit. Got a little bit of rods there. Okay. We'll take it. We need to do power poles. Oh, we're already up here. Let's do our power poles while we're up here. Again, we're just going to run our central power here. And going to go this way a little bit. And then hang that off the side just a little bit. Again, now you know why I have this risen up. And then this one, I'm just going to bring it all the way to the bottom and put it right here. Now, later on, you'll see I put these on the side of the connections here, which is really nice. In fact, let's square this out in the corner, which is really nice to put them where you can't see them. And I'll do that later. All right, so again, we're going to do these in pairs. 2 here. Move this forward to the next one. Let's say right there. I'm just aligning it with the foundations. And then up here, where's this one? About here. Those two over there. Okay, very nice. Why is that power not on? There's no power. Huh. No, it is working. It's putting the coal in there. That's what I want to see, that it's putting the coal in there. So it's backlogging that coal into each of those. Okay, so now we also want to take our power and we want to run it in the opposite direction. We're going to run it way out over here. Actually, let's just put it here in this corner too, in case we need that. Oh, nope, too close. In case we need that connection later. Let's put it over here. And then way out here. Right there. And same thing here. We'll just start here. 1, 2. See, once you attach the power pole to it, it will start to put the coal inside there. And that's what you want it to do. Same thing with other manufacturers and whatnot. The second you put power to it, it'll start to bring the coal in there. Now, the problem is, in the long run in here, that the ones at the end are not going to start up. Because they do not have enough coal and I don't have fast enough lines to run it at 180. But I am going to run it enough so that I have these first 3 are going to have enough of all the resources to run all of this big time. We don't need this anymore. We can take this out because this only needs to go to right there and then stop. Okay, so we're going to come